mic on?
For the next 3 hours live from Takaras Arandas on 529.
Your mic was off.
My mic was
goof.
off?
Yeah, now you're on. Now I can hear you.
Well, why was my mic off?
Tell them why.
Because, well, the engineer out here is really terrible.
Our engineer's
Our engineer is terrible today. He told us the other day, I'm not the producer. I don't do stuff. I'm the engineer now, okay? Okay, engineer/host. No, okay, you should have.
Tell them where we are. Tell them where
we
might get people in Cyprus. People from Cyprus.
Yeah, right.
We're never here.
Listen,
we're never here.
I can tell you this: a lot of people drive on 529.
I noticed that.
Yes, there are a lot of people out here that drive. Okay, we have found that out because there is a busy street called 529. It's at Senate. And it's actually Senate and 290, but you got to come about 5 miles west, and it is still crowded. There's a lot of people live out here. A lot of people live out here. And we are at the Takaras Arandas, and we want you to come on by and see us. You know, we were at Damaris last night, and Tyler came, and he brought me a Coors Light sweatshirt. What a great guy. What a great human being.
Tyler who?
Tyler, a listener.
Oh, okay.
Tyler, a listener. And he came and he brought me a Coors Light holiday sweatshirt, which I will wear to the Christmas party at Nick's place on December 22nd, which is what we will be doing on December 22nd. But today we're at Takaras Arandas, and we want you to come on by. I'm looking at Jeremy Pena, okay? He is here on a poster.
On a poster, yeah. Cardboard. The cardboard version.
Right.
My son has a cardboard version of Drake in his room. And it's life size. And every
his
time
brother Drake?
No, the rapper.
Oh, the rapper.
And every time I walk into the room and it's late and it's dark, I think somebody's standing in the room.
Yeah, okay.
It's happened probably 7 times. I never realize it's just for whatever reason he's got a cardboard full-size rapper in his room.
Okay.
But Jeremy Pena, Drake does not speak for Takaras Arandas.
Should we?
Drake does. Drake.
Should we steal that for Sam? That Jeremy Pena? No.
You know.
She's off him? Oh, she is.
Oh, is she? Yeah. Yeah, because he's got a
girlfriend.
He's got a serious soccer-playing girlfriend.
Oh, whatever.
But he loves.
Sam played volleyball or something.
Yeah, she did. College volleyball. But he's a serious fan of Takaras Arandas, and so here we are.
Here we are on a day. Okay.
And that's the sports bar, by the way. You see how they glass this all off?
Yeah.
So on there is where they have games. They've got stuff on the other side.
It's a great place.
Yeah, this is
the restaurant side and the bar side.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're somebody at this I would imagine this place was packed last night watching the game.
I would imagine.
I would hope so because
he said
it is a great place.
Well, he told me Sal, who was unfortunately a Dodgers fan, but we'll see him today. Yeah, I know. It looked like he was dead and buried, but he pulled one out. But he said this place jams. He said this is one of their busiest spots.
This is?
There's a lot of people out here, as you mentioned.
There's a lot of Takaras Arandas around, too.
I bet it was packed, and they were screaming and screaming and screaming because there was a sack every other play.
Oh, my God. What? Okay.
Josh Allen almost got killed. This is a nightmare scenario for him.
Yeah.
Playing the Houston Texans.
He can't play.
And it was a loud stadium, and the dogs were all over him, and he had an injured right tackle in Spencer Brown, which I didn't know he was injured. But the beating he took, he finally had to leave the game.
Yeah. Does this last night's game? What is it? Does it say more? And I wonder what the national story is going to be. The Bills are in trouble, or the Texans are actually. What about this Texans team?
I listened to 2 national places. One was national news that had a sports, and then a national sports, and the primary storyline was Texans defense. It really wasn't. Where are the Texans now in the playoffs? The secondary was Josh Allen, and the Bills are struggling this year. So it was a little bit. The first story is Texans defense.
First story, yeah.
It has to be.
I
2
agree
interceptions,
with you
a fumble recovery.
I'll tell you this. Despite their offense, and their offense was bad yesterday.
Who's that?
It was bad. The Texans. Texans' offense was bad.
You thought it was bad?
It was awful.
Well, I guess they actually did have a. I mean, they had 48
yards in the second half.
They got inside the red zone and scored 2 touchdowns, and so to me, that's like elite.
Yeah. Well, they did have the drive after the kickoff return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
A minute 38, whatever it was, and 75 yards. Really nice drive.
Yeah,
really nice. But the drive.
Well, you're right. They did not score in the second half other than a field goal.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about how great the Texas defense is, and rightfully so, all the pressures, all the sacks. The Texans were still outgained by 60-something about 60 yards.
Yeah.
Well, and they had a lead for the full 3 quarters. But did they gain yards in the fourth quarter?
They might have gotten the first
down.
down.
They had the 44-yard pass on 4th and 27.
He's talking about the Bills. With the Texans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
The Texans.
It was 326 to 261.
Yeah.
The Texans only got to 261.
Listen, the second half, 3 plays, 6 yards, punt. 3 plays, 3 yards, punt. 7 plays, 14 yards, field goal. 3 plays, 1 yard, punt. 4 plays, 24 yards, punt. End of game. That was it.
By the way, that field goal happened after you had lost yardage with 2 plays.
Right.
And then you gained a 15-yarder or whatever it was just so you could get back in field goal range.
Right. You got the ball back because of the – Kalen Bullock was fantastic last night. 2 interceptions. One, Aziz, the first one, Al-Shair tipped
good
that
job
ball to
by
him.
Aziz Al-Shair.
The last one was an errant Josh Allen pass.
Al-Shair played pretty well yesterday.
Al-Shair did play well yesterday. You know what? The whole defense, there's nothing you can say about this defense. I mean, the pressure, the stopping the run. I mean, James Cook had a couple of runs, but this defense is the best. It's not even arguable. And this defense could possibly – what was a dismal and horrific-looking season just 3 weeks ago is now potentially – that's all you got to do is get in. I'll tell you this. Ain't nobody wants to play the Houston Texans in the playoffs.
No. Well, anytime you have to face an elite defense in a pass rush, you don't want to play.
No offense wants this. No offense wants what they saw last night.
And Woody Marks – I don't want to shoot everything here in the first segment, but – because then I feel like we don't say the same, we don't talk about the same topics as much anymore. But defensively, you never want to face a team that's disruptive and takeaway oriented. And they weren't for a little bit this year until they were, and now they're takeaway oriented again.
Very much so.
And Bullock is he's been a ball hawk since college. That's who he is by nature. And you have hunters on the edge, but you have some hunters inside too. Like they're built not to stop the run; they're built to stop the pass. They're built to rush the passer.
Yep.
And they're built to cross the defensive front to rush a passer. And that's what they did. If you have any holes or injuries on your offensive line, they can exploit it. So, there is going to be a respect for CJ, for Nico Collins. There's going to be a respect that, hey, they could. Chances are that we're not going to score a whole lot of points no matter who we play ever. That's just the odds up.
The return of CJ could mean let's face it, he had a couple of really good games before he went down.
I know Titans and Ravens.
San Francisco?
Yeah, no, actually, you're right. His best game was against San Francisco. Yeah. They didn't have their best pass rusher. Nick Bosa's out for the year, and they had a few injuries. But hey, you play over where the ball lays.
Yep.
That's all I know.
But listen, as good as Davis Mills was, and I don't know, are you sitting out there in traffic right now promoting Davis Mills to be the starting quarterback?
No, I'm not.
No, I'm asking listeners that are in traffic right now, because there are those people out there. Those people are actually out there. And
he had a really good second quarter.
He had that
a good second quarter.
Yeah, that drive was great. That drive was really, really good.
He made some open throws in the end zone.
Yep. And, no.
But for the most part, he had 2 underthrows that one should have been a touchdown, and those are throws that probably CJ makes at least one of those. I thought yesterday was a great example of how Davis Mills is more a really good backup and a below-average NFL starter on a good team. I thought that was an example of – and that's fine. He's won 3 straight – you know how hard it is for a backup to win 3 straight games?
It's awesome.
Almost impossible.
It's unbelievable. So let's AJ, let's ask Davis Mills if he thinks should he be the starting quarterback?
Asked that?
He was asked that. Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
And so was D'Amico asked that. Is when CJ comes back, is he the starting quarterback? But here is Davis Mills on whether or not he should start over CJ.
In my current situation, I don't think there's a competition. CJ's the starter for this team. I'm just doing everything I can to bring my best foot forward every day, make everyone else around me better, and try to, provide and play my role to my best ability when I get thrown in there.
And he did.
That's the right answer.
And he did.
It's the right answer for backup. By the way, backups are supposed to have that attitude. You're not going to have an attitude like, I get that Shedeur Sanders is in a kind of a different spot because it's Dylan Gabriel, same draft class. He's going to believe he's the guy and all that stuff. That's fine. But when you're a legitimate NFL backup, your job when you're asked that question is to say, no, I'm just here to support him. He's the guy. That's your job until it's not. Let me ask you this scenario. This is a bad quarterback draft this year in the NFL draft. I'm not very deep into it, but I watch college football. We all know it's not a good quarterback draft. If a team said, we will give you a third-rounder for Davis Mills, would you take it? And that's a hard question because maybe there's more value having Davis Mills on your roster. I think actually Davis Mills is more valuable to me than a third-rounder.
I agree.
Especially a quarterback who's had 2 concussions.
Listen, Davis Mills is a valuable asset to this team in that he can – there's a lot of teams the backup can't come in and win three football games. Davis Mills was not great. Davis Mills made there were a lot of mistakes. It's a lot of 3s and outs. And listen, the offensive line played pretty damn well. Mm-hmm. No sacks. I mean, when you look at the difference between the 2 defenses that played last night, holy crap. And Davis Mills wasn't really able to take advantage of it.
No.
But Davis Mills has made I want to tell you, I want to be Davis Mills' agent. Because Davis Mills has made himself a lot of money.
But he just re-signed
for a long time in this league, though.
Oh, yeah. No, he's going to be a good – yeah, oh, no. He'll be a Chase Daniel 12-year backup.
That's absolutely.
Easily.
Absolutely.
He'll be a backup
and
as long as he wants.
I feel good. Don't you feel good about having that guy?
I do.
Better than having whatever third-rounder.
No. Yeah, you're right. Because the third-rounder is probably you might get a running back. You might get a tight end. You could end up getting a defensive tackle, maybe even a starting interior defensive tackle.
Nick Caserio traded a 2026 third-rounder to move up to take Woody Marks. Would you rather have Davis Mills or the opportunity to move up and draft a Woody Marks type?
Well, here's the problem, though, is that Woody Marks is valuable right now only because you didn't have your number 1 guy all year. If Joe Mixon was here, we'd say, hell no, I don't want Woody Marks.
Yeah, we would. He'd be a third down back.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Woody would have been a third down back.
But now Woody has been thrust into a situation that who knew that he would be there.
Maybe the Texans did.
Well, let's break it here because when we come back, I want to talk a little bit about Woody Marks and what he's bringing to the table right now because I was slow to come around on him getting the bulk of the carries. I figured they would just keep splitting, but man, has he been I don't want to oversell it because it's not like that offense was dynamic yesterday. No. But Woody Marks deserves some flowers for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, we're in a position today to have a lot of positive talk about a team that was left for dead 3 weeks ago. So this is fun. This is fun. Last night was a lot of fun. Let's talk. You know who else is a lot of fun? John Daspit's fun.
I spoke to John Daspit. He called me up out of the blue yesterday, and we talked a little bit. And we talked some. He's going to be doing a new spot for. I think University of Houston basketball, an NIL deal. So he was talking a little bit about that. We talked a little bit about Kingston Flemings, about the Cenac, the big man from here. He's a big sports fan. We didn't talk any Texans, but John is a huge sports fan. But he takes his time getting to sports and he listens to us every day on the podcast. But here's the thing. His caseload, when he's not directly involved with a case, he is overseeing these cases, and his lawyers are calling him like, hey, this is what's going on here, and he advises. And so he's going to be directly involved in one way or another with your case. He's a personal injury lawyer who's not a goof like these others. These others just want to make goofy commercials that they hope are memorable. John's memorable because he's got a massive winning percentage. He gets big settlements for his clients, and he takes care of you when you need help against the insurance companies. Because the insurance companies, they believe their job is to squeeze you as tight as possible on a settlement when you're injured due to someone else's negligence, so they keep more money in the insurance company's pocket. John Daspit says, nope, it's here for a reason. It's to take care of people who are hurt, and I'm going to make sure hospital bills, the time missed from work, all that's compensated, and you give them what's right in pain and suffering, because this is something that no one asked for, to be injured due to someone else's negligence. My girl, Young Jazz, is going through that with the box. She and I talk, and she speaks for Daspit, and lo and behold, she was injured in an accident, is now a client for John Daspit. So phone number is easy to remember, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or just go to the website for more information at daspitlaw.com.
This is John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Takaras Arandas, okay? Takaras Arandas on 529. Come on out and hang out with us. We're just past Parker Cypress, I think. I think that's the last major street that I saw. So if you're on 529 or anywhere in the area here, Gil stopped by. Not that Gilbert, the other Gilbert. Not the funny one. This the one that lives out here in Cyprus and hangs out with us. And I arm wrestle his brother, right?
You did.
Yeah.
And he laughed the whole time. He thought it was the funniest thing for some reason.
He
just kept laughing.
Well, because
I don't know about beat his ass. I don't know.
Sometimes you take an ass whooping
it was
with a smile on your face.
It was literally the arms didn't move. They stayed in the same place.
Well, that was like a victory for me. The dude is like, he's huge. That's what you do. It's what you do in prison. You go right after the biggest guy.
He's like 5'9".
He's not. He wasn't that big of a guy.
He's 5'9", but he's
strong. Yeah, but John is projecting and making people think he's like 6'4",
building him up to be.
Yeah. You look like that to me.
Yeah. Well, you had Coors Light eyes, so
I did
probably
have Coors Light eyes, and he was sitting there and it looked like he wanted to arm wrestle me. So we went. So you want to go? You want to go? We'll go.
Dell asked a question during the break. And Josh Allen, the passes he completed down the field, and he actually completed maybe a few more than you thought. Josh was 5 of 11 on passes 10 yards or more for 114 yards. Now, one of those is a big hook and ladder play, but he in the second half of the game. Let's see, quarter 3. Here it is. For the second half, he completed 1 on 3rd and 3. He completed 1 on 4th and 27. Then he had an incompletion and an interception. So he had 2 interceptions on. Yeah, he was 5 of 11 with 2 interceptions, and one of his completions was a 44-yard hook and ladder. So Josh Allen down the field didn't have time to throw down the field a whole lot, frankly. And this is now Josh Allen. It's established. He has not had good games against the Texans. It really doesn't matter who the defensive ends are. He doesn't like seeing the Houston Texans at all. Nope. Not one bit. And Matt Burke, great job by D'Amico and Matt Burke to have that dialed up. I thought one of the things they did really well, and I mentioned it, I think it was yesterday, that I thought we might see some TE twists where you twist the ends underneath. And they did that a few times. Because it maintains rush lane integrity. But I thought the defensive tackles did a great job of muddle rushing and not getting out of their lanes. Because Josh Allen will move. Yeah. How many times did he run up?
Did.
I mean,
he didn't kill him. He didn't kill him with his leg.
He did it like once, and that was it. Because the D tackles and they spied him with Azeez Al-Shaair a lot.
Yep.
So great job. The Texans had a spy. Al-Shaair did a good job as a spy. The defensive tackles did not get out of their rush lanes. It was a very sound performance by the Texans defense.
So on the post game, the prime crew that does the post game show dropped Matt Burke is the play caller, and he is now a head coaching candidate. I had not heard that before. I don't know if you've heard anything.
No.
Like
if you're a coordinator for a really good unit, everyone says you are. I haven't heard his name.
I haven't heard his name either. But that's what they said last night. And maybe this performance by this defense, and he has taken over play calling.
He's been around. He's got a look to him and a personality. I think that some people would see as, as maybe head coaching worthy. I don't know. Maybe he does. I mean,
I'll tell you what. This defense is fantastic.
Whoever the best unit is, it's always that coordinator gets attention. So
we're talking about Kellen Bullock and the game that he had. He was fantastic. Will Anderson got all of his love. Daniil Hunter, he got a game ball afterwards as well. Jalen Reed had a breakout game. Jalen Reed out of Penn State with Petrie down in the concussion protocol. Jalen Reed was all over the field last night.
Now he did he got burned on a little switch route. He was a little late to respond. His thing is, and I remember writing him up, his instincts are average to below average in pass coverage. But as a downhill player, he is really good tackler. He's very aggressive.
On a team that doesn't tackle well.
No.
As good as the Texans
He's
are.
a good tackler.
He's
a good tackler, and he plays like Petrie, actually. Even though he's a safety, he plays like Jalen Petrie does.
Yeah,
Plays a lot like Jalen
downhill.
Petrie.
Yep. Well, he was last night. 9 solo tackles.
Scooped
Dude
up
was
that
all
scooped
over the
up the
field.
fumble,
yeah,
right?
he got
It
the
was
fumble, too.
How about the fact that Kate Bullock should have had a touchdown? Got that stupid block in the back that was
Derek
called
Barnett.
a crackback.
Yeah.
It was stupid.
It was
dumb. That should have been a touchdown. You turned that into 3, obviously, and it took a great third down check down that turned into like a 14-yard gain to Nico, a hard run by Nico after the catch to put that back in the 40-yard range for field goals.
Yeah.
Because you work your way backwards after that.
Well, listen. There's really not much to bitch about after that game. If you want to get in and you got any –
yeah, let's go. Come on.
Got anything that you want to say? Who was it, Del, that was the last waiting? Jamie? Jamie is
I think it's Roscoe.
No, it was Jamie, not Roscoe.
Okay.
So let's go to Jamie instead of if there's a Roscoe listening, I mean, you're getting right in. Because
yeah,
Lance said
Roscoe's go first, top of the line.
Right.
All Roscoe's
if you're
go top
a Roscoe,
of the line.
call
For
713-780-3776. Jamie, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's next time I'll call in as Roscoe. Listen, I feel like it's hard to read the Texans as a team, right? We know what their offense is. It is what it is. We see what their defense is, right? But if you look at the teams that they've played, like they've got 5 losses, but I mean they've lost to Seattle, they've lost to Denver, they lost to the Rams. I mean, every loss is against a winning team. I don't know what the percentages are, and I'm sure it's something that can be easily looked up. But it feels like the schedule that they're playing is a hell of a schedule. It's a first-place schedule. But it's hard to gauge them as a team because you see them play like they played last night, and, they lose against Seattle and the other really, really good teams. It's hard to know who they really, really are. And we still got the Colts, right, 8-2. We got to play them twice. We get a couple of slappies. We get the Raiders. Of course, we play the Titans. But I don't know. I don't know what the stats are, but it seems to me like they are playing one hell of a schedule. And so it's really hard to get a read on them as a team, as a team unit, because you see their offense, you see their defense. But as a team, man, they're playing really, really good football at times.
Yep. You're dead on. I mean, and they played those teams.
36 and 15. The teams you've lost to are 36 and 15.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
Really good. And listen, I mean, you go back to that Rams game and you Dare fumbled the ball. You go back to Tampa and he scrambles, but Baker scrambles for them.
That's the win percentage of the teams that you've lost to.
70%.
70% win percentage.
Yeah.
By the way, you know how many teams have 70% or better win percentage? Let's see, the Eagles, the Bears. It's a joke. 5 wins inside the first. That team should have 4 wins. The Bears. The Rams, the Seahawks. I mean, you've lost to, 2 of those teams, and in the AFC, the Patriots are over 70%, the Colts are over 70%, and the Broncos. I mean, you're going to take on, you've lost the Broncos. You got a Colts who's an 80% win percentage team. You don't play the Patriots. You have played both the Rams and Seattle, who are both over 70%, and then the Bucs are at 6-4. You didn't play the Bears. I'm just mentioning 7-3 is kind of crazy. So, did you see the stat? They had a stat in the game that said what the Bills' playoff odds were with the win and with the loss. With the loss, they're still in the 80 percentile range. The Texans, with the loss, were in the 20s. With the win, is 42. They're only 42% right now.
Right. Well, they're still outside looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a lot of work. Well, you got a team who's 80% win percentage. You got to face the Colts twice. I mean, you're going to have to get a split with them. Probably here the last game.
Watching this team last night, there is no reason they can't beat the Colts.
No,
there's no reason.
The Colts have holes on defense.
I'm telling you, ain't no team right now wants to face this defense. Ain't no team in the league says every single team that they play. Well, we just did face the number 1 defense in the league. There's a reason they're the number 1 defense in the league. I mean, every single team. Liam Cohen afterwards said this. Denver. Bo Nix said the same thing. We just played the number guys. We just played the number 1 defense.
That's the loss that kills me. It's not the Rams. It's the freaking Broncos.
Well, but you lost CJ during the game.
But the Broncos game, you had the lead. like you kind of screwed that up. You gave up big conversions. Stingley got beat deep for an explosive for a touchdown. There was that's the one you should have won. Yep. Because if you win that one also, I mean, they are 8-3. They're still way out ahead of you. But man, if you're 7-4, you're right in the mix. I mean, you're right in the mix, and frankly, that's a big lead on the Chiefs. And then you got a chance to take a lead over the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers at 7-4, I think they're catchable because the injuries to their offensive line. I think the Chargers are a catchable team. They're in a division that's not going to be easy. Colts are the Colts. Jaguars.
Well, you got a heads up against the Chargers at the end of the year, so guess what?
Yeah,
that's going to be
that's actually good.
Be a playoff spot.
It's actually good that you have a heads up there. It's I mean, it's really non-negotiable. The Raiders and the Cardinals must end up wins. You have 6 games left, and you needed to go 5-2 down the stretch to go 10. Now you need to go 4-2. It's doable. It's doable. It's the only way you can do it though is you got to beat the. You got 4 games
or the Chiefs.
Colts twice, Chargers, Chiefs. So those are those are 4 of your games, and you have to win 2 of them.
Listen, with that offensive line against this defense, the Texans should be a favorite in L.A.
Well, and I think the Colts, Bernard Raymond, their left tackle, has had some issues at left tackle against good matchups.
Against Pittsburgh?
And Daniel Jones has started turning the ball over. And this is a takeaway. No, I don't think the Colts just walk over the Texans unless Taylor just really gets ripping, and then it's a problem. But if the Texans can get them behind the sticks behind the chains on first down, that's a real interesting matchup.
That's a much scarier game for them than it was.
They score a lot of points though.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, let's go. Your Texans win. Let's hear it.
Niall, look at this.
Niall is here.
We got a texter. Your guy, my guy, says, y'all both said we would not make the playoffs. I'm turning to another station. Well, to
not
be
in the
fair,
playoffs yet.
No, to be fair,
I never said that.
The percentage is 42%.
Yeah. Okay, and to be fair, they sucked. Okay,
yeah.
They really sucked.
No, and they're still not very good offensively.
No, they're not at all. But we got it. But you know what? That defense makes up for it. Holy crap! You know what you need to talk about right now? Takaras Arandas.
I'll talk about it
or
right
as
here.
Dell says, Arandas.
Takaras Arandas. It's one of the multiple locations. I just found out there's like 4 of them here in Cyprus. This is the one with the sports bar, though. And the sports bars are there's 2 or 3 that have sports bars, which is basically they took a section of their restaurant where the bar is. They've partitioned it off, and it's its own spot. Like there's a wall, there's glass, and you have the big screen TVs, and all the drinks are in there, and it's great. It's a lot of fun. We're here in the morning. At some point, we're getting breakfast. It's a lot of people come in for breakfast, get their breakfast tacos to go, and then they take off for the day. Maybe they're doing it for the entire crew, or maybe it's just for them. Maybe they're getting lunch. Maybe they're getting enough so that they have lunch and breakfast. You can get breakfast. You can get lunch. You can get dinner. You can watch your favorite sporting events and have great drinks and authentic Mexican food at Takaras Arandas. Any of the locations are available for you. And as you'll see over on this spot, there's an Arandas Bakery that's right over here. A lot of times you'll find the Arandas Bakery right next to Takaras Arandas. And at either spot, you can get their delicious tamales. They do tamales that are phenomenal. Had them last year. I'm expecting to get some this year. Saul, the chicken, the pork, the beef, whatever you're looking for, their tamales are fantastic. Perfect blend of meat and masa, or protein and masa. So check them out for your holiday tamales or just to grab tamales at all at any of the Takaras Arandas locations across the city. Go to takarasarandas.com and find a location that's here for you.
You're listening to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Well,
And Dell's here, too.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. That was Michael right there on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're at this Takaras Arandas, which is awesome. That sports bar is awesome. I mean, you got an entire bar full with TVs, and it's just great. It's
You would have
awesome.
loved it. I was with your
I'm
guy.
a big sports bar fan.
I did your
Who, are you
the
talking
radio
to me?
show with your guy Harry Allen, Freddie Coleman and Harry Allen yesterday. A preview
Why
of the
is
game.
Harry Allen my guy?
I told him. I said, shout out.
Who is Harry Allen?
Not Harry Allen. Harry
Douglas.
Douglas.
He's not my guy.
Harry Allen was
That's
the
your
media.
favorite guy.
Harry Allen was media assassin that Chuck D shouted out in "Don't Believe the Hype." I don't know why I said Harry Allen. He goes, "Yeah,
Yeah, Harry Douglas.
media
How
assassin."
is he that-
You
Harry
like how he-
Allen.
you love how
I
he
gotta
dances.
ask him. Yeah, Harry Douglas is your guy, and I was
No,
with Freddie and Harry Douglas, and I said, and they called it "Is this a now or never game for the Texans?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "But they hunt. That's what they do. They hunt. They go hunting.
And, hey, Corey.
We going hunting at night. Aggression."
Corey is here. He wants to talk about our team. What do you
I
say,
never had
Corey?
doubt in this team making the playoffs.
Never, ever.
They're not.
At no time
Bunch
did I
of
doubt this team would make the
phonies.
playoffs.
Martin
Giant phonies.
misremembers. He's an idiot. What do you say, Corey?
Hey, good morning, everybody. This long-time listener, a few times caller.
Few-time
A caller mentioned earlier about trying to figure out who this team is, and I think they're telling us who they are. And I think I at least recognize it starting the San Francisco game, is that this is a team that's want to lean. They want to lean on its defense. And with this offense, they want to try to run the ball and use the short to immediate passing game and control clock. Every one of their wins so far this year, I've noticed that they have dominated the time of possession throughout the game. And I think they did it again last night against the Bills. So to me, I think that they're telling us who they are. And I think they recognize, I think it's starting to become more clear, at least for me. And it's a good thing that they started relying on Woody Marks instead of Nick Chubb. Because ever since they started giving the load more to Woody Marks, the ball control, they've been a lot better with running the football. And I think that's been a big improvement for this offense. Now, granted, my theory with people wanting Davis Mills is that I think people like the fact that he doesn't hold on the ball as long as CJ and take unnecessary sacks. So I think that's like keying into people's desire to want Davis Mills, maybe.
You make some good points there, Corey. Well done.
I think it's who they want to be. I don't know if it's who they are, because if that's who they are, they would have, had first downs in the second half.
Yeah, they didn't have any.
Like, they didn't really extend.
Yeah.
Nick Haley had a good first half. He did a nice job in the red zone. There were some good things. In the second half, there's a lot of running into brick walls, and they do want to be that. There's no doubt they want to be a ball control, time of possession team. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Corey. Are they that?
They weren't last night. The Bills had 5 more minutes of possession.
How is that possible?
Because
with all
the Bills could
5
actually
and
pick
out?
up a first down in the second half. That's how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Texans didn't. They were 3 and out. How many times? It was terrible offensively in the second half. Terrible.
Yeah, the Bills didn't have splash plays defensively, partly because they just don't have the guys to do it. But the Texans, 260. That was the number. The Bills had 326. A lot of it came on the last couple drives as they tried to get back in it. But
yeah, why aren't we talking about how great the Bills defense is?
I mean, they didn't sack the quarterback.
They didn't feel very good, and then
they kept the Texans out of the end zone on short fields multiple times.
Yeah,
it's just
they
that
did.
They didn't sack
the
quarterback.
we're kind of in basketball, pickup basketball, you call somebody a self-check.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even have to guard that guy. He guards himself. Our offense is a little bit of a self-check, especially when you get in the red zone. Did you see how tight? Didn't it feel tight? They showed D'Amico's face. The director knew just what he was doing. As soon as they got in the red zone, they started talking about the red zone woes. They cut to D'Amico. D'Amico had that nervous look on his face like, oh, my God.
Here we go again.
And Nick Haley, after they scored their second passing touchdown, that guy, I don't know if you saw him on the sideline after Higgins came off. I mean, he cut loose like he was – like the biggest weight was off his shoulders. But Woody Marks. So I didn't get to Woody Marks. He had two different conversions that he did it all on his own on fourth down where there was penetration, and he did it through sheer will.
That's it.
It was all Woody Marks.
That was awesome. That was huge, too.
All Woody Marks. And I don't know why they were giving up penetration in those spots, but they did. They were gashing the Bills, and then all of a sudden they couldn't move the ball. And then Woody Marks twice did it on his own. Really impressive.
Yeah, Harry Douglas is dancing right now. Dell loves that when Harry Douglas is up there dancing.
I prefer Harry Palms, honestly.
Hey.
Oh,
Skyler.
I mean, the kids
Skyler's
are
here.
What?
And Skyler's here.
What does that mean?
I mean,
Lance has spent the first 15 minutes asking her about her drink status.
No. I like predicting stuff. Okay. I was like, I bet you had a shot in 6 weeks. Because Sam would not. I don't know.
Sam does shots?
Not in the last 6 weeks. I think she's cleaned it up. Ever since she's off Jeremy Pena, she's got to get right. And her guy, Dubon, she just likes him as a fan.
Because
Dubon's married.
They're both from Honduras, I think.
But nope, they are not. But
one of them is.
Dell, I bet you haven't had a shot in the last 6 weeks.
Haven't had a shot
Nailed
in the
it
last
again.
Lifetime. What
Nailed
are you
it
talking
again.
about? Good for you.
I bet you haven't either.
A
know
shot?
You had drink. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I have.
You have? Okay.
I have.
I missed.
Yeah.
I finally.
you would be
finally
wrong,
missed.
my friend.
Yeah, I missed.
You would be very
wrong.
wrong.
I know the favorite was saying you have, but I figured you were just drinking beer.
No. We did. We've done. Matter of fact, yeah, we were just doing shots for really no reason.
But not in L.A. You don't do shots. That's why I was thinking.
Yeah, it was in L.A. actually.
Really?
Yeah.
You and Wendy just at the house doing shots?
No.
Oh.
No. I was out after a round of golf, and the guys I played with.
Marcus Morris or Markeith Morris? Who are your friends out there?
No.
Who did you meet? Who are your athlete buddies?
I got Andy wants to talk on the radio. What do you say, Andy? What's going on?
Hey guys, the offense the first half had 226 yards. The second half, 35 yards.
Yeah.
35 yards in the second half by that offense. First half, that's a great first half. Second half, pathetic. Thankfully, that defense is there. And time of possession, Buffalo had that, of course. That was easily to see. Real quick, D'Amico, just tell your kicker to kick the ball in the end zone every time. That coverage is not very good. We saw that a couple of weeks ago, and you saw it last night. Just let the guys have the ball on the 30-yard line.
Nah. Historically, I mean, yesterday they also had one where they stopped them at the 20. They did. I know what you're talking about. But didn't you call saying you thought Davis Mills should be the starter, Andy, yesterday, or was that not you?
No. I called yesterday, and let me get this. Hey, let me. Get this
I can't remember what you said.
No. I never called about Mills being the starter. That's ridiculous. But he's earning that $7 million.
For
remember
sure.
Yesterday our conversation about Dubon, and I said I thought he batted about 285.
Oh, Dubon, okay.
When he replaced, I went to look it up, and I found an article in the Chronicle. His first 37 games at second base in 2024, he batted 309 with a 725 OPS.
Yeah, it was a little running.
309 in 37 games.
Yeah, but we've got all the stats for the entire time in Houston. That's not you found it, and we remember we said, oh yeah, he did do a good job.
No, he's on a roll.
But your assumption that he just needs more than 400 at bats to show who he is. He's had over 400 at bats right there at 3 years in a row.
And by the way, 309
Lance, you're missing my argument. My argument is when he comes to the field every day, for one, he doesn't know if he's starting. For two, if he is starting, he's got to look at what position he plays. But for 37 games, he knew that he was batting leadoff, and he didn't know where he was batting in order. For 37 games, like most players, he knew where he was playing, what position he was batting, and he knew he was starting. And when he did that, he batted 307.
In one stretch. He knew where he was playing at times because of injuries this year, too, and he didn't hit that. So, I mean, the only argument I have, I like him.
Every day, Lance.
But you're acting like you can't hit. Hold on a second. You're acting like you can only get hits if you know exactly what position you're playing and exactly where in the lineup you're playing. And that's if you're a major league.
No,
what he is he's Davis, but he's Davis Mills of baseball, which is fine. There's a market for that. There's a market. My only argument against you was that we didn't know who he is, and all he needed was 600 at bats before he really broke out. And I just disagree with that.
No, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I disagree with you not thinking that 37-game stretch shows you a little something, because I was hoping that he was your starting left fielder this year, and they could have kept Altuve at second and put Alvarez at DH where he needs to be.
Listen,
I think the guy can be I think he can be a 280 to a 285 hitter if he's playing every day in the position.
He'll get maybe he'll get
Andy. Andy. Listen. I pined for him to be going into last year as an everyday starter. I pined for that, but they didn't have
he had
a good
30. John,
they did not have a good team. He hit 309 with a 720. You know what 725 OPS is? Average in Major League Baseball. Average, and that's only just during that one stretch.
But that's his career
that he
high.
had. That's right. It is.
Andy, thanks for the call. We got to move on from Dubon.
He doesn't even have a
That's right. You're literally going to
he's below
the best
average.
he's ever been.
He says, well, but if he plays every day, he would be average.
John, he played almost 80% of the. He started in almost 80% of the games last year. That's why are we acting like he didn't? He's over 400. He played in 134 games last year.
Yeah,
and there's 162.
I think his point is if he had a slot every day, knowing he was going to ballpark,
they mix it. So how in the world is any hitter able to hit if he moves the lineup, and so did Dusty. The lineups get moved around all the time.
That's one of the knocks against Joe is how much he moves the lineup. But they're here.
He'll get his chance. It's not going to be with the.
We'll
it's
see
obviously
how good
not
he is.
with the.
We'll see how good he is.
No, I hope he's
in
great.
Atlanta. Yeah.
I hope you call and say I told you he'd be an all-star. I'll say that's great. I feel good for him.
Yeah.
But it's not. It just wasn't going to be here. They weren't going to pay him.
And they weren't going to play him every day either. He was not going to be an everyday guy here. All right, 713-780-3776. Craig DeSurfa's an everyday guy.
No, Underdog, right? Is that what we're talking about, Del?
Actually, Underdog is what
we're talking about going lower on Davis Mills, going higher on his touchdowns, lower on touchdowns we could go higher on touchdowns for Davis Mills. Lower. Now, here's where I missed. I thought it was going to be higher on receiving yards for James Cook, and it was not. So that is a miss. So if you take 3 picks and you go higher or lower, and if I had played flex, then 2 out of 3, I would have still been a winner. It's a little less of a payout. But I got to tell you something. Right now what I want to talk about is this opportunity for you to make team picks and player picks, not just player picks, team picks. Download the app, sign up. You're going to get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team's going to win and if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, like receiving yards, like interceptions, and much more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code Lance to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks. Now we have team picks. It's all on Underdog.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granado and Lance Erline.
Oh, come on out, Takaras Arandas. We just had a listener come by, and Corey came by, and he got a koozie. But Skylar is like, she's so stingy. She won't give out it. You can have a keychain.
She gives people the option, and he chose a keychain.
Oh, my God.
She actually doesn't care. You can come take whatever you want off the table. Is there anyone with more I don't care energy than Skylar right now?
Well, it is early.
No, but that's kind of your.
She had.
But that's also kind of her. No, that's kind of her. That's kind of her.
That's her deal.
That's kind of her personality, like
her persona.
Yeah, her persona.
Yeah, she doesn't care. She doesn't.
It's like.
Oh yeah, like him.
Like Dell.
Like them. Anyway,
Dell, you give off I don't care energy.
Lance had a great idea. Spin the wheel, and if you hit, you can co-host the show with Dell.
If you hit the red, the yellow, or the blue, you get a co-host with Dell and Raheel on. Because Raheel's coming back, right?
He's here. Where's he
Red,
going to
yellow,
go?
green,
What do you mean
blue?
co-host?
When are you and Raheel doing it?
It's not me it's him and Raheel.
Oh, it's you and Raheel.
I'm the producer. What's wrong with you?
Oh, then they can co-host with you.
No.
Oh, they can do the Mopey and Mate
No,
show.
he gets the Mopey and Mate show.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely. Good
No.
idea.
Stop programming my show.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Spin
No.
the wheel, and you get the co-host.
I'm just telling you whether you're in Cyprus or in Baytown. If you're coming out here, that's not an option. I'm just letting you know. Don't come out here thinking that's an option.
Actually, you know what? You just take Dell's place on the show.
That could happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
it'll be Corey and Mapes.
Yeah.
Right?
I wonder how Josh Allen owners felt yesterday in fantasy football.
He's my quarterback. And I'm going to tell
How
you
many points did you score?
I'm going to tell you how I felt. Huh? I got Josh Allen on my
How many points did you score yesterday?
8.
That's a miracle you got 8.
8. I had 40
How'd you get to
last
8?
week. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how he got 8. But you know what I did? And I kept him in there as my quarterback. And I sacrificed.
Even against this defense?
I sacrificed my team
for a win.
Yeah. And I felt that way.
Yep.
I woke up this morning and I said, you know what? I still
give and take.
Good.
It's like if you had bet on the Bills and the Tech, because the guy who had our contest, the Takaras Arandas gift card, he had Bills minus points. He lost.
But he feels good.
But maybe if he's a Texans fan, he feels good about the loss.
Well, he's
I mean,
stupid if
he
he's
can
a
pay
Texans
for his
fan when
food.
we told him to take the Texans.
He can pay for his food. He would have won a $50 gift card. We said Texans plus the points.
Yes, take the Texans. He said, I want Lance to pick for me. Well, Lance picked the Texans. Mm-hmm. And then you went and picked the other side.
Yeah, you went the other way.
That's so dumb. I don't understand people sometimes. But come on by, 529 and is it Barker Cypress? Is that the closest street here? Anyway, we're here at Takaras Arandas, and we want you to come on by, hang out with us here on the show. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts. Was this more about the Bills last night or more about the Texans? Which was it? Because the Bills have played crap against the Dolphins.
Yeah,
the Bills played crappy against the Falcons.
More about Texans.
But the Bills, this is not the.
That's why this wasn't.
This is not the Bills team that is fighting for a Super
Well, that's
Bowl.
why I say it's more about the Texans, because the Bills are kind of who they are, and I think the Texans right now have won. Look, they've won. They're 6-2 in their last 8. The Texans defense right now is doing some relatively historical stuff. I mean, historical is a little bit strong, but I look through the numbers of NFL research. I mean, they're doing things that haven't been done for 25 to 30 years, and so 3 decades worth is pretty good since the shoulder pads were this wide, and they are really but they've actually cranked it up here of late where they're really stepping on people from a sacks standpoint as well. So I think this is about the Texans because the Bills haven't played well. Like this isn't new with the Bills. The Dolphins game was the big concern. Then you had to get in the 40s last week to beat Tampa Bay. The Bills are a little bit of a mess. I mean, the Bills are a little bit of a mess. The Texans now have won. Davis Mills. The Texans have won 4 in a row?
Texans have won 3 in a row.
Texans won 3 in a row. Davis Mills, are you sure it's only 3 in a row?
3 in a row.
Okay.
They were 3 and 5.
Yeah, because they lost the Broncos game.
Yeah.
So Davis Mills has won 3 in a row. The Texans have won 3 in a row. I think the Texans are the story. They're alive. They're alive in the playoffs now. They're a team, as you mentioned, you don't really want to see them. not necessarily because of the offense, but because of the defense. I think the question now becomes there's no doubt C.J. Stroud's playing this week. He even said, they said on the broadcast, C.J. told him, if this game had been Sunday, I would have gone.
Yeah.
I would have gone. So he's going to play this week. Davis Mills threw for 156 yards on 16 of 30 passing. That's not great.
No.
He had 2 bad underthrows in this game. He made some throws where there's some catch and runs. There was a couple throws that were nice throws. He had 2 touchdown passes. But here's the problem, is if CJ doesn't play great coming out here, and this is 3 games coming off concussion that he didn't play, you know we're going to hear about Davis Mills. You know we're going to hear that, right? If they come out and they don't play well against the Colts offensively, we're going to hear a bunch of Davis Mills stuff. And you and I don't think any of us believe that Davis Mills is a solution. But the question is Davis Mills, the people are going to ask, is Davis Mills, does he give you a better opportunity to run the offense at a level that allows your defense to win games for you? And I would still say I think CJ can do that. We saw that against San Francisco.
Listen, Davis Mills is what Davis Mills is. I don't want to hear, if CJ was there last night, the Texans would have won. This would not have been a game that came down to the last minute.
I don't think so.
It would
either.
not have. Davis Mills put up 16 against Tennessee. All right, let's slow down just a hair, okay? Davis Mills is not the answer at quarterback. And even Davis Mills knows that. This is not even arguable. CJ is a much better quarterback, and CJ, I know they won football games. They would have been much better against. He couldn't get anything done in the second half against the Broncos. He had a nice game against the Jags, and he came back and won the game at the end. That was really nice. They put up a 36, 16 against the Titans, and then last night he had 2 drives all night long. He had 2 drives basically all night long. The defense put them in that position to win. He did have 2 very nice drives, especially the one at the end of the half. You love that. Love what he did there. But he's the backup. Let's not mistake this. This is CJ's team, and CJ is going to have this offense running a lot better than Davis Mills.
What's a lot better mean? Because we have evidence that they're not good, whoever's playing quarterback. So what does that mean? Because even going back to last year, there were games where they didn't score in the second. How many times did we talk about not scoring touchdowns in the second half when there was a full runway of CJ playing? Now, I know different coordinators, but we can all say Slowick, even at his worst, better than Caley right now.
How much of the beginning of the season of Caley do we throw out, though? A first-time caller. Is he better now than he was? Is he?
I mean, he's more diverse around the goal line.
I think he is, too. I think he is. I think he's gotten better with using motion, using personnel groupings. I think he's better.
Yes. I think he is, too. I think he's doing a much better job.
I don't know that it's great, but it's better for sure.
I mean, listen, like you said, how many underthrow? If Davis Mills hits some of those passes where he had guys open and actually convert.
And one of them was, that was Higgins. One of them was one of them was in a seam, was it Dalton Schultz, and one of them was Higgins on the deep sideline. I'll tell you what I wanted him to do. Buffalo was crowding the line in the fourth quarter. Had they done one where they went 12 personnel with 2 tight ends, 1 running back, Nico Collins is the only wide receiver out there, so it's a heavy look. Had they done on first down a really convincing play-action fake, they would have had one-on-one downfield play-action shot, probably Tre'Davious White on Nico, and I think that might have hit something. That's where he felt like he was a little bit calling plays not to lose at the end, which I get it. I get it. You still got to get the quarterback, and you got to get the clock rolling, and I get it. But if you wanted to step on throats, all you need to do is convert 1 touchdown, and they were done.
And I think you do that with CJ. Not sure you do that with Davis.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Right now, what about Craig DeSurf? You didn't want to talk about him before.
I want to talk about him now because Craig DeSurf is my guy. I've known Craig DeSurf for since the early days since before 1560, the old radio station started. So that would be like, I've known Craig almost 20 years, I guess it is now. Seen his kids grow up. His wife is awesome. Craig's awesome. Former bodybuilder. He's good friends with Lee Labrada. Like, I know everything about Craig. Went to his kids' graduations, one from high school, one from college, out at his beautiful home. And I really like him personally because he's a good dude. And I like the fact that I get to speak for somebody who is going to treat you right, that's not a scumbag, that's not a slick car salesman, in none of that stuff. He's just out there trying to make sure you're happy. He loves when our listeners come in and ask for Craig, and he gets to talk to you guys, and he'll do whatever it takes to make you happy. That's his bottom line, is whether it's customer service, whether it's with your work that needs to be done, or your standard service on your vehicle, or whether it's finding a purchase or a lease that's right for you, the interior colors, the exterior features, the payments on a monthly basis. He just wants to make you happy, because he knows that's where other deals get done, is when you're happy, you'll come back for a second vehicle. You'll say nice things, and he likes to see people happy. That's all. It's really not a lot more than that, and he does an amazing job. Red Tag sale going on right now. Any vehicles with Red Tag has deep discounts, dealer cash back, and in many cases now you're getting unbelievable finance rates available through the month of November. Stop in Angleton. Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com is a website. You can shop online as well. Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com in Angleton.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 on this Friday at Takaras Arandas in Cypress on 529. There's a few of them. We're on 529. So we want you to come on out and hang out with us. I mean, we got a nice little crowd going on. Breakfast tacos, but if you're watching games, this is a great place. Nice, great sports bar. Really neat, well lit, everything. It's very, 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 it's a fun atmosphere. Great place.
We're about to get these breakfast tacos cranked up.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it's getting time. It's getting time. We need to do that.
No one knew you were
going to want a breakfast. I don't know why you make it sound like you're doing any of the work. We're about to get them cranked up. What are you doing? You're going to sit there and wait for them to bring them to you.
Well, by cranked up, I mean
eat on the air.
Not to crank up in order.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to go back there and
You're not going to make them?
Nah.
Okay.
No.
I mean, if they want, I can.
By the way, you hit the over. No one thought you would wait till 8:04 to eat a breakfast taco.
I'm usually not hungry at 7 or whatever, but once 8 hits, or if I know that any kind of free food's coming in, I immediately get hungry. Hey, guess what? We're having.
That's a real media thing, though.
Yeah.
When I was young in the business, anywhere that said we're going to feed you, I brought my camera. I was there.
Yeah.
You get free food.
It's
somewhere?
True. It's true. Like if we were at some place like Gary's, brake pad place today, I'd be like, I'm not that hungry. But as soon as I think that I can eat.
Yeah, unless they were bringing kolaches.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden I get hungry again. Like, you know what? I am hungry. I could eat.
713-780-3776. Your thoughts on the game last night. By the way, the Cougs won last night. They beat Ryder like 91-45. A big game for Mercy Miller. Just a little aside, Mercy Miller had 14 in it, and Calvin asked afterwards, hey, are you surprised? He goes, no, kid works hard. You know, he knew what he had to do. He hasn't been on the court, but when he got in there, I knew he's been working really hard.
Mercy Miller, the son of?
Master P.
Master P, Percy Miller. That was plus 300.
I thought Kelvin.
I didn't think John was going to know Master P. There he is.
Kelvin was going to say, no, I wasn't surprised. We're playing Ryder. Of course he'd put up numbers.
Guys, let's keep it in perspective.
Come on now.
Let's keep it in perspective.
713-780-37.
How about Cougs got jumped by Purdue?
Yeah.
They
beat Auburn
they beat the number 22 team, and they get jumped.
Alabama, and they get jumped.
Of course, Cougars jumped Purdue after Purdue had a win, too.
Yeah, for no reason. Yeah.
Like it's like somebody's trying to start some stuff between Houston and Purdue.
What?
Ooh, you see what happened? They jumped you. Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh, Houston, you got jumped back by Purdue. Like
Purdue struggled with Memphis this week, so maybe the Cougs jump them again.
Who cares until you get to tournament? You want to talk about worthless? Is the rankings, the season-long top 25 in college basketball? That's a literal who cares.
Yeah.
You just get into the tournament. Who cares?
Right. I mean, early on last year, the Cougs lost 2 games.
You care about being a 1 seed. That's what you care about.
And they ended up a 1 seed anyway.
Yeah.
Right? After 2 losses early on to good teams. And Kelvin said, that's great. That's fine. You know what? We're playing good teams. They took care of business against Auburn. We'll see. This is a nice little stretch for them right here, though.
Right.
They got some tough games here. So the Cougs, that's just such a fun basketball team. They got Syracuse, then they got number 20 Tennessee, and then Florida State. So all on in a tournament. And then coming up December 20th, they got Arkansas. So another ranked team. So that's a lot of fun. But we're talking our Texans right now at 713-780-3776. Your guys' thought. I got a text from AJ, a different AJ, not our producer AJ.
Not AJ Hoffman.
Hoffman.
Okay.
A different AJ, and he says, I was at the game last night. So many people that kept saying you have to start Mills next week. You can't bench him.
Well, like Rhino, one of our listeners, is a noted. Our chat is a noted Stroud hating group. They think he's dumb.
I think it starts with you and the hair thing.
No,
they've taken your.
Well,
lead.
I think there's no doubt Stroud is better than Mills. Mills is. I don't know how often people have to be beaten over the head with the same thing. You think one of the only times I've ever seen a backup develop into a starter, one of the only times ever, has been a true backup becoming starter has been Sam Darnold. And one of the only times ever. And every once in a while, he'll throw 4 interceptions. You go like,
and he was a first overall pick. Or was he
third? He was third.
Baker was first.
Third. So. Baker was, to be fair, he was not like locked in as a backup for a bunch of times. Wow.
Oh, you should have left him hanging. You should have left it.
Right.
So no, this idea that Davis Mills equals Sam Darnold. Do you really want C.J. McCarthy playing? I mean, it's kind of a joke, but at the same time, C.J. Stroud, like, there's not one team in professional football that would take Mills over Stroud. You know that, right?
Yeah, right.
There's not one.
Not one.
There's not one. I get that he's a backup the same way Cody Carlson. I lived through Cody's. There were people who legitimately thought Cody Carlson was better than Warren Moon. Then when he got a chance, everyone realized, oh, this is what career backups look like when they have to start for multiple games. They're not as good.
Yeah.
They're not as good. I would argue that a career backup who ended up in the starting lineup and did pretty well for a while until he didn't was Case Keenum.
Look,
Case Keenum was really a backup, but he was forced into starting roles.
He
had a good year.
Season, yeah.
He had a good year.
Yeah.
I mean,
but in general, it didn't he didn't have a
Mitchell,
sustainable run.
I mean, never became a great starter in Detroit. But there's a columnist who wrote the Dolphins to trade Dan Marino because Scott Mitchell had played well for like 4 games.
Everyone always
thinks
the backup. So it happens.
Matt Schaub.
Oh well,
Matt Schaub actually had himself. He was
how
a
many
backup
how
there.
many snaps did he have in Atlanta before he got traded?
I don't know.
Well, he was their back. You know who else was a backup in Atlanta? Was Brett Favre.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, but we know when we know somebody's a backup because Brett Favre was drafted in the first round, so not really.
No, he wasn't.
Or was he second
no,
rounder?
he was like a fourth. He was a third. Yes, he was.
No. Brett was drafted way earlier than that.
He was a third stringer. I remember that.
Yeah, no. Brett was drafted way earlier. I think he slipped to the second, maybe. He was drafted.
He was the top of the second round.
Top of the second?
33rd overall pick.
Oh, okay.
About maybe top 5 pick in the second round, something like that, at that time.
And he slipped out of the first, I remember. But, no, so he was drafted way earlier. So he was actually supposed to be their quarterback of the future, but he, had his – but Matt Schaub was a backup, but he had never had starting – like, we know who Mills is. He's an established backup because he's played. We've seen his good. We've seen his bad. I think this is who he is, where there's nothing wrong with this. I don't want to sit and relitigate a quarterback battle that no one thinks there really should be.
That was shut down by the quarterback in the alleged battle himself. I'm not the starter. Yeah. D'Amico said I'm not the starter.
16 of 30 for 156 yards. I mean, he's competent. He throw touchdowns. Yeah, he can win some games when your defense plays like that. That's what he's supposed to do.
That's his job.
That's why. Have you looked at his paycheck? He gets a good paycheck.
Yeah.
That's what he's supposed to do.
You know what? He made himself a lot of money these 3 games. Made himself a lot of money.
Good for him. You mean, because his career.
He's going to be around for a long time.
People are not going to have any worries about signing him.
It's the same with who was Dallas's backup just last year, and he went down.
Cooper Rush.
I mean, Cooper Rush has made himself some money in the league for stepping in,
so,
doing a nice job, and now he's.
I'll go a step further
here.
I'll go a little, not a conspiracy theory, but let me extrapolate. What he allows you to do now is take maybe a little firmer stance. You'll lose, but maybe look a little differently at the C.J. Stroud contract offer, because if C.J. doesn't play to the level you want, you always have a bridge guy now that can possibly win some games for you if you decide, and we don't see NFL teams ever do this, but not with guys who have made playoffs, but if you decide to move off of Stroud, now you'll have to pick up his contract again by the time that Stroud comes up, but you might have an opportunity to say, you know what, we're not going to let David Mulugheta push us around. Let's just re-sign Stroud. Let's re-sign Davis Mills. And let's play a little, a hardball to get what we think is a fair contract with CJ. And if it doesn't happen, maybe we go in the direction of trying to draft a quarterback and let Davis Mills, kind of bridges potentially. That's something you could look at in the future. When you talk about making money in the future, that would turn him into if he's a bridge quarterback, all of a sudden you're in the $20 million range.
Listen, David Mulugheta as an agent for your guy is dangerous.
Oh, he's preying on the downfall of Davis Mills.
I mean,
he was preying on Davis Mills' downfall. Every time Davis Mills threw a touchdown, he's like slammed a desk somewhere, slammed a table.
Either that, or he's going to get Davis Mills, and then he's going to sign a big contract, and then move Davis Mills to another team. That's what he does. It happened with Jalen Ramsey. It happened with Dante Fowler. It happened with Deshaun Watson. All of his clients. They signed big deals, and then they work their way out of town. And I'm afraid that's a real possibility with CJ, a real possibility, because that's David Mulugheta's. That's his MO.
So
that's what David Mulugheta does.
This table knows the quarterback is CJ. The question going forward is how much of an upgrade, because we're talking about contracts. Fine, that's down the line. But for the rest of the year, how good is he going to be? Because we got on moments through his first half of the year when he was available. Then we had some off moments. Seattle, he wasn't particularly good. Tampa, he was fine. He wasn't great. There have been games where he's been meh at best. Better than Davis Mills, no question. But where can he get to this year in this offense with an offensive line who isn't consistent running the ball? Woody Marks, we talked about, had to make plays to extend drives in short yardage situations. Higgins had a touchdown, also didn't get his feet in. So there's some inconsistency with your wide receivers outside of Nico. Where can CJ coming off a 3-game absence get to? Even if it's a playoff run down the stretch, at least to get in the playoffs.
Guess what? He's getting thrown into fire right away in 2 big, huge games with Indianapolis, at Kansas City. So guess what? No, he has to step up and he has to play really well. That's what he has to do. Otherwise, this fan base is going to – and not that it matters what they're clamoring for. And I just don't get it. I don't understand why you would look at what Davis Mills did last night and go, he's got to start. Just because you won the football game. It was bad. They were bad offensively.
Do you feel like we're having an argument, and I started it, so you think – not an argument. Do you think we're having a discussion about a topic that's not really –
I think it is.
I kind of feel like it is too, because I'm trying to think, is this really
not
even a real
conversation? It's not. It's for the fan base. It is though.
No,
it absolutely.
You
is.
think so?
I do.
Anybody?
AJ he said he was at the game. That's all everybody was talking about. You got to play this guy. What? I mean, those are fans. Those are people that really love their team and want it, and are at the game, put all that effort into it.
I thought that was a perfect example of why he is a good backup.
Yep.
I thought that game was. This is why he's a good backup.
He's he's good. Yes, he's a good backup.
Good backup.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-3776. Maybe you disagree with us. We don't think it's an issue. Do you? 713-780-3776.
Oh my God. Somebody has said Money Mills, and they put Peyton's face on that gigantically long neck. Ryan did that.
Time to talk about. Okay, you said they had the Thursday Night Football logo on boots now.
Republic Boot Company.
Republic Boot
They
Company
did it for them. They went into and they had a video. The Prime Thursday Night Crew. They showed the boots being handmade. Like you could see it. There was 3 people in the back stretching the boots, handmade. We've talked about this, and you actually got to see it. If you watched the game and you saw the boots at the very end, there was like a shadowy. It was burned in that said TNF Thursday Night Football. It was really cool. And they said, and I'm like, I told Mason, shut up. Mason was talking. I said, I want to hear this. Sure enough, they said, thanks to Republic Boot Company here in Houston for doing that. So I put on Twitter, shout out Republic Boot Company on Thursday night.
I mean, on Thursday night, they're giving those out in Thursday Night Football. Your company can have this too. They can burn it in. They can make that logo in your company. It'll stand. You want to talk about it? Great. How great was that for those people that came into town and they got Republic boots? How great will it be for your clients or your employees to get that same thing? And it doesn't have to be on boots. It could be on anything, any leather. They've got everything you could possibly need. Look. This holiday season, but you got to hurry, all right? It ain't like, oh, no problem, we can do it the day before Christmas. No. Go now to republicbootcompany.com. Tell them you heard it all about right here, republicbootcompany.com.
You're listening to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granato and Lance Zerline. And Dell's here, too.
Welcome back. Oh, yeah, you know what? That is true. Wow. You know, on that last interception by Kalen Bullock, Allen had a wide-open receive. He threw to the guy inside. He had a guy wide open on the outside. Look at this.
Oh, my gosh.
He was wide open.
Well,
instead, he threw it over here for some reason.
Well, he wasn't seeing clearly the game well. Now, of course, that guy was open because of an offensive pass interference that got waved off because they made the pick. But
yeah, that's right. That's why he was open.
But even still, the guy was open, and Allen threw to the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Right. They would have taken the penalty.
God, I thought that was going to be I thought that was defensive holding or something.
Too. It was a great call.
So D'Amico looked like he was about to crap himself.
So if he does throw the right guy, it's a long fourth down attempt, but they would have got a chance to do it over. He just missed him, and thankfully Bullock was there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. I forgot the pass interference call. Offensively. Yeah, I thought for sure the Texans were going to get screwed up.
We had the backup ref have a very dramatic way to end the game.
How about a 20-16 game at the half which is 36, turns into 42 total. Mm-hmm. Just 6 points in the second half, keeps the under, and the Texans' money line.
Well, think about that in the game itself. We remember the Bills went forward on 4th and 1 in one of their drives in the fourth quarter and got stopped. If they kick a field goal, they're in a situation to kick another field goal and win the game.
And how about they missed the extra point?
Yeah, and of course that as well. So a couple things.
All of that missed extra point
forced them
changed the whole game.
It kept them going for a touchdown instead of kicking field goals.
That missed extra point was huge.
Yeah.
And it would have been huge if Kaimi had missed one too, because I had 9 and 9 in the pool.
Let's take it back to you, yeah.
And instead it was 0 and 9 because they hit the extra point. Thank you so much. Look at it. Listen, Takaras Arandas has the most giant, wonderful orange juices you'll ever find. Okay? And I saw it. These little kids are drinking them. And the Lance thought they're drinking mimosas. Okay?
At first I thought, because that looks like something you'd have a mimosa in, and that whole table had it, and I thought, no, they're drinking. And then there's like a 9-year-old girl just going to work with a straw. I'm like, maybe it's not a mimosa.
Now she's got a full plate, pancakes, eggs, and bacon. So
I'm gonna snatch that up.
I bet you would.
I'll bet you would.
Yeah. Let her go to the bathroom.
She still has it.
Let her go to the bathroom.
By the way, this orange juice is excellent.
Is it?
I
might have to get
one.
one.
There are different classes of orange juice, and this is way up there.
I might have to get
We're
one.
at Takaras Arandas on 529 in Cyprus if you're in the neighborhood. Irv just stopped by. All right. Hey, what? Oh, look at Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers. He's got pictures of
us. He's got a T-shirt with us. I'm doing double rods. I'm giving double rods. And that was when – I don't know.
Are you over a plate of food? What's the picture of you?
Yes, that's what it is.
You got a plate of food, and I'm double riding.
And then you're on the back.
You know why? Because you turned my mic on.
If these guys can do it, anyone can. It says if these guys can do it, anyone can. And it's got a picture of Del Olaleya La Leia 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 Leia.
Not how you say my name.
Disrespectful. Disrespectful.
Disrespectful.
All right.
That's respectful. Putting your name on a
not my name.
though.
Irv is disrespectful.
Putting a picture of you on a shirt is not disrespectful. That's respect.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
I mean, in a way,
it's like all three of us died. He came to the funeral with our pictures on the shirt.
Yeah.
Take that picture of that
Irv
Nigerian guy.
That
Nigerian meme where the guy goes to his enemy's funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or stands by the grave and points down at he's just squatting next to the headstone. Hey, we haven't mentioned one single time. We got 4 minutes to talk about it right now. Rockets are playing Nuggets tonight.
Yeah.
It's the battle of the Jokic's.
So
Turkey Jokic versus.
You think there's going to be some extra motivation for Jokic?
Yeah.
I can't imagine that he cares. Just because of who he is. I don't know that he would care.
That is true.
I mean, for a guy who doesn't care, it's weird how he can crank up 40, 20, and 15.
I mean, he does that just because he's really great at basketball. I don't think Alpi on the other side is going to get him to play
I don't know.
You know, he'll never let you know if he does care.
It is, yeah. No. It's just another game. I mean, he's playing so many bets.
See, I want to actually.
Alpi, he's like, I got to.
Does Alpi own a horse? If Alpi owned a horse and it was a horse race,
and they're going against each other, you would definitely
if the
care.
Two horses were going against each other.
But they went against each other in Europe, right?
I don't know. Did Serbia play Turkey? I don't remember if they played in Eurobasket.
No, he beat Giannis. So it was he
didn't
outplayed
hook up?
Giannis in Eurobasket.
No, they played.
They did.
Yeah, Alpe's Turkey won 95-90.
Did
that
Jokic
one.
play?
How about that?
Yeah, I got it. I'm looking at his picture right now. I don't know how the stats went, but Jokic goes for 22. Alpe went for 28. Shane Larkin was on the Turkey team.
I like how you think that Jokic is not gonna.
I don't think it'll be.
He just
extra
got outplayed
motivation.
by.
He got outplayed.
He actually cares about Eurobasket more than the NBA championships, probably.
Yeah,
so.
if he got some get back against Alpe in a tournament, yeah, sure. I think he'll play well because he's great.
Well, I mean, he's arguably the best player in basketball over the last 5 years. So we're gonna get you're gonna probably get his best look, and that's great. That's what I want to see. I just don't want Alpe to overdo it. I don't want him to not stay in the flow of the offense, because you do that's been one of the reasons they've been so good is they share the ball. Although they are low in the assist total. So there was a whole article that I read yesterday that it's very rare, but the Rockets are one of the lowest. I think they're the lowest 3-point attempt teams in basketball,
and the highest
and they're the
percentage.
highest make percentage,
Yeah, right.
which is rare efficiency.
Yes.
Rare. Well, you just simply don't see that.
If they're so good at it, why don't they take more? Like Cleveland takes 15 more threes a game than the Rockets.
I would argue that they're taking open looks instead of
Yeah.
And
I think
instead
that's
of
an Ime thing.
yeah, and that's a good
Did
basketball
you hear
thing.
Donovan Mitchell talk about Ime?
No.
Donovan Mitchell after the game, he was like, man, much respect to Ime. I knew he was going to bring something. That dude is really, really good at coaching, but I didn't realize it was going to – I didn't know what he was throwing at me, and, boy, he got me for 3 quarters. And that was all Ime, because Ime just took him out of the game for 3 quarters, and he was basically the difference in the game. He averages 31. He only scored 21. The Rockets won by 10.
Mm-hmm.
It was the difference in the game keeping Donovan Mitchell down.
Yeah.
Right? And that was Ime. That was
100%.
Ime doing that. And it's probably by design that they shoot the least amount of threes. But let's not forget, too.
I don't think it's by design they're trying to shoot the loose.
Too, they've got Amen, who you got to make sure he gets involved.
Yeah, but he's not taking bad threes.
No, he's not.
That's
He's not
the whole
taking
key.
many threes at all.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you got alley-oops. You've got Alpe running the team from the high post.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Kevin Durant's mid-game.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of reasons that you're so efficient in your threes.
So you subtract the 2 high-volume three-point shooters in Fred and Jalen. They're high-volume three-point shooters, and they don't always shoot the best-looking three. They're not always high-efficiency threes. They're guarded more than you want. What you've done is Jabari Smith is shooting threes that are typically open looks in the corner. Josh Okogie has shot open looks. You have a guy who's a good three-point shooter and a wicked mid-range player in Kevin Durant. And you're right, Alperen Şengün is better at 3, but where he really is thriving is that it's a combination of shooting better at 3 but also taking people off the dribbles. And then you have a guy in Amen Thompson who, other than the very first game where he was baited into shooting a bunch of threes and he was 0 for 7, he's not going to shoot low-efficiency shots. He just doesn't do it. You actually have a team right now, dare I say, that is disciplined in their approach to the three-pointer. But like you said, if you're shooting at this good a clip, but I don't see them intentionally passing up threes. I just think they've been disciplined to not take guarded threes.
Yeah. No, I think they're – and that's something, too, with the Ime.
Ime will sit your ass down, too.
You got the shot open, take a good shot. Don't take a contested shot. Move the ball. Let's get the best shot that we possibly can. Otherwise, you're not going to be on the floor.
Yeah.
And you know what? Guys, listen when you threaten them with playing time, that's for sure. All right, we break. You guys got thoughts on this, Rock? We're halfway through, and we want you in. 713-780-3776. Listen to John and Lance live from Takaras Arandas on 529 in Cypress. Come on by, hang out with us.
This is John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Hey, shout out to our guy Michael, Pete's Fine Meats. He is the back, by the way, is doing great. This guy who's beat cancer twice, beat a broken back.
How about that?
Well, he's still fighting a broken back. He's in working. Thanksgiving's his busiest time. I'm like, Michael, you literally have to leave early because it's my busiest time. So he's got fried, smoked, and baked. I think I don't know if this is turkeys or hams that are left. Also, fresh prime ribs and beef tenderloins. So if you want to if that's what you're going to do for Thanksgiving, if you don't have a plan, I know they've got that. But my family, we don't like the turkey. I did like the Damaris fried turkeys. I actually liked that a lot. I had that years ago. That was really good. I don't typically like as much for me. I like smoked turkeys, okay. I'm just not a turkey guy.
So how about this? I was there
The
last
beef
night.
tenderloin and prime rib,
Yeah.
I like that a lot for Thanksgiving.
Oh, well, for Thanksgiving.
And that's Pete's Fine Meats, by the way.
So, Yanni, I was there last night. We were watching a game last night, Yanni and Chad and JT. We all watched at the bar. And so somebody asked about the turkeys. And he said, he had his manager, Jairo, tell me how down they are this year instead of how they're crushing it because of the ads that we're doing here. He did not want to give credit to me.
But you have to understand.
So petty.
But you're not likable. People don't want to give you a chance to. They don't want to give you a chance to brag.
It's because it's annoying.
If there would be tumbleweeds going through that restaurant.
Listen to him. This is the problem.
If it wasn't for me.
See,
okay?
this is why people don't want to give you credit. You can't be gracious.
I'm the most gracious
you
person
are not.
I'm the most
you
gracious.
suggested his business would be failing if not for you.
Not failing, it'd be closed.
Your failing business, also a gay bar. You've said that about some of your friends' businesses before.
Nick's place.
Yeah.
Well,
so anytime they don't
he
do
he didn't put Dell on
No,
the
that's not why you
marquee.
said that. I said it was a home for troubled men meetings.
He
That's because he didn't put my name on the marquee.
Because I didn't get my food right
Well,
away.
you asked for calls, and we got 4 of them.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's get to Jim.
Jim is up. Hey, wait, is this Jim that said that D'Amico's a DEI hire?
Jim's a common name, but it could be. I don't know.
I doubt it.
Let's see. Hey, Jim.
No, it's not. Actually, what I'm calling about is I want you guys to go over before the show ends and find out how many of our offensive personnel would start on any of the playoff teams in the NFL right now. That's number one. That's an indictment on Caserio. His talent evaluation on the line is terrible. Second of all, I love our front fours, the best in the league. But 4th and 27 and playing not to lose when you dominate a football team on the field, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I'm so happy we won, but my lock of the year is Indianapolis is going to run the ball right straight up at us. And don't see us winning. And Dubon, come on, the guy's a 288 on base percentage. When you hit in this league and you don't get on base, you cannot play every day. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, Jim, appreciate it.
Jim just coming on, crapping all over a team that had 9 sacks. Like, the 4th and 27. He started to yell.
Yeah. Jim.
He started to yell at 4th and
well,
look, it was dumb.
Were you disgusted with?
Yeah, it was a hook and
27?
ladder. I don't know what Stingley was thinking. It was stupid. It could have cost you.
Well, in that fourth quarter, Jim's talking about.
But then they
not
made
playing not
defensive
to
plays.
lose, but they came on a blitz on a 3rd and 12, the one that Shakir shook Reed and Tremont Smith. He got them both, and that's when he ran down the sideline for like 40 yards.
Oh, that was a sideline. Yeah.
Yeah, but they came on the blitz. They didn't sit back. They came after
Did
him.
he bring him out of the backfield?
Either he was motioning, and that's when he threw, or he
Yeah.
came out of the backfield. I don't even know exactly. But I was thinking, just let your front four handle it. They're handling it all game. So they still had 2 guys in place to make a play, but you had, I think it was Reed coming in from, and he couldn't get there, and he missed a tackle, and then he shook Smith and ran it down. So they tried it 2 different ways. Look, you get beat on that play, it sucks. But like you said, you put that type of defensive effort together and find a way to get it done. They were on the verge of doing what they had done in the past, giving up a drive to end it despite all of their success, but they pulled it out. They made the plays.
Listen, you were unbelievable. You did give up a couple of big plays. But I don't know if you know that's Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills who put 6 touchdowns on Tampa last week. If you don't think that they're going to have some positivity offensively, I mean, I don't know. What they did last night, Jim, was incredible. I was as disgusted with you on 4th and 27. It was like, oh, my God, this is how they lose. Are you kidding me? That's same old Texans. Yet they came up with the plays. They came up with them when they had to have them. You got to give them some love, Jim. You got to. Biscuit, let's move on. Biscuit, what's up? Biscuit, you there?
No, I'm not. Now I think I'm top of the morning, my brother.
Top of the morning.
Hey, man, before I get to my CJ take, man, I'm doubling down. I know, Dale, you poo-pooing on it, man. Them boys over there on Cullen, Kelvin Sampson, this team is Lance. This team is way better than any team that Kelvin Sampson had.
Way more
and
talented,
Mercy, man, way more talented. And the addition of the dude from Sam Houston, man, that's going to be big because they got a lot of height over there. They've been undersized over the years, man. And then to the Rockets, imagine this, man, taking good shots over bad shots.
Right.
Imagine that, man. Instead of just jacking up a 3, we're going to take a good shot. Imagine that. My question to you guys about CJ, and I'm not saying Mills is better than CJ by no means, and I would pick CJ. But does the concussion thing give you any pause? Because we looking at Tua with all them concussions, and now CJ and starting quarterbacks miss games, but they miss them because of concussions on multiple occasions. And now what happens if he get another one? Does that give you any pause, or is this not even in the?
Well, I think that's I think that's in play as far as the contract goes. I do. I think you got to look at that and go, how much more susceptible is he to not playing at some point, not being able to play anymore? Because now this is 5 games he's missed because of concussions in his career. Over
3 years. He didn't miss any last year, right? It was 23 that he missed because of concussion.
Was it 23 or 20 or last year?
It was 23.
23. Yeah, that's right. Case was on the team.
I mean, it's still 2 seasons of missed time with concussions.
Yep. And that's worrisome. Yeah, that's worrisome. I don't know about the rest of this. Are you guys worried about him the rest of the season?
I mean,
a little bit.
If another head injury.
I mean, that was a hell of a shot. And granted, it was in the chest, but his head, man, that was a hell of a shot.
They probably won't say it. Of course, the symptoms were lasted longer than they would like, so that's why he missed his 3rd game. But the NFL, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a quiet secret that, hey, if a guy's got multiple concussions over the course of a couple seasons, we're going to hold him. I think that's how they treat Tua. Like, he could be ready to go a week later, but they're not going to put him out there again. They don't want things stacking. So would I be worried about it? Like, when he's playing? No, but if it happens again, we got a real problem this year.
Yep. It's a little bit worrisome. I think it's going to be worrisome when you're talking about giving him the $60 million a year. I think it's very worrisome.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a separate.
Absolutely.
Because they flashed that 5 games missed for concussions on the Prime broadcast. I think going forward, I wouldn't expect the next one, whether it's next year or hopefully certainly never again, where it's a 1-game thing for him. I think it'll be a thing where he's missing multiple games just because that seems the way they've gone, particularly when it comes to quarterbacks. For whatever reason, they don't treat other players that way all the time. But a quarterback, if he gets another one, I think it's a multiple game.
If you're missing multiple games with concussion in 3 of your first 4 years, you are now all that stuff that you say about his quarterback, we're saying about our quarterback.
Yep.
If you were, because now, if I was going through draft write-up and there was a quarterback who was a 4-year starter and he missed time in 3 seasons due to concussion, major red flag in draft. Major.
Absolutely.
So I think it's
is Tua really crappy right now because of the concussions?
I don't know that. I don't know. I think that offense has some
top
issues.
receiver's not in.
And they don't have a tight end. There's a lot of issues. I don't know why. I don't know his neurological situation, but people say maybe. But they're not doctors. But people just look and go, hey, he's a little different than he was a couple years ago.
We got a full board. We're going to get you guys all in. On the
Johnny
other
Harris
side.
yesterday, how about this? He said it an hour ago. The trade that is often called the Will Anderson Jr. trade, remember where you gave up a future first?
Yeah.
So you flip-flop ones and you gave up a future first. What many forget is that the Texans got a future fourth back in on that deal. They traded an extra one, but they got a fourth back. That fourth became Caleb Bullock. So that trade, they traded a future one. They flip-flop spots and gave a future one.
What did that one become?
For Arizona,
Mm-hmm.
I doubt it's as good as Caleb Bullock.
Right. How about that? We got a break. Anthony, Dickey, Wes, Blake, you guys are all going to be in on the other side. Quick break here, talking about Chastang Ford, talking about you and your car buying experience. This weekend, Chastang Ford is open today and tomorrow, and they want to make sure that you have the best car buying experience that you possibly can. If you're looking for that pickup or that whatever kind of truck, any kind of van that you need for your – okay, so if you're a business, you know about Chastang Ford. I'm supposed to talk about the retail side, but I go to the business side all the time is because the businesses know what Chastang Ford is. Chastang Ford is a company that's going to make sure that they give you the best vehicle they can, customized perfectly for that business. They're going to give you the best in service. Actually, the service will come to you. They actually have mobile service that will come. If you've got a fleet of cars, they'll go to you and fix. But the service at the dealership is second to none. So if you need any service on the retail side or on the business side, not a problem. Actually, they're great at it. What you need is Chastang Ford behind you, making sure that you get the vehicle with transparency. You get the best vehicle you can at the price that you both decide on with no markups or add-ons. That's a big deal because other dealerships don't do that. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford pickup or SUV. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granato and Lance Zerline. And Dell's here, too.
Back
Dell's
in
here, too.
Dell's
I think
here
I
too,
said
whatever.
Caleb Bullock.
Top already with the Dell's here, too. Who cares? 713-780. We got a full board. We are live at Takaras Arandas. We're going to have breakfast here. It is so good. I'm going to get the huevos divorciados.
Divorciados. Yeah,
is that what
good.
you getting that too?
I think I am.
Yeah, I think so. It's got steak and eggs and red chili and green chili and beans. Come on, what? Let's get Anthony in here. We got a whole board. If you want to get in as soon as somebody gets off, 713-780-3776. Anthony, what are you thinking?
Hey, guys. I usually call in and I use satire to voice my frustrations on the Texans, but yesterday I was 100% happy. This is exactly what we thought this team was going to be last year. But real quick, I want to go back and forth with Lance. Am I crazy, or did that James Cook have 8 carries for 100 yards in the second half, and then he only had 4 or 5 more carries in the game? I thought the Bills literally were shooting themselves in the foot. I'm like, the Texans can't stop the running back. So I was praying that they kept being stupid and not gave him the ball anymore, which they didn't.
Yeah, he
Their
had.
quarterback is literally about to die, and they just kept not running the ball to James Cook.
I mean, I still think they made an enormous mistake not trying to match him up out in space on linebackers. I think Buffalo kind of screwed. I think Joe Brady did a bad. I thought he had a bad game. I mean, you had a 70-whatever yard run from Cook, and then
a 45.
What was his total? Well, it was a 45-yarder. Yeah. What was his total?
116.
At one point, he had 7 rushes for 70-something yards.
116 yards.
Okay. So, to me, 16 carries is pretty good. But I'm trying to get the ball in his hands 21, 22 times. I can't believe they didn't throw to him more.
3 catches, too.
Yeah, but how many yards? 8?
13 yards.
Oh, how did he not get to 16 total yards?
Oh.
What a goof. Anyway, Underdog Fantasy. So, I would have tried to match him up in space, wheel routes, whatever, trying to get him on a linebacker. I thought that James Cook, because who were you afraid of yesterday? Josh Palmer? Dawson Knox?
Yeah.
There's nobody scary on that team.
Hawes.
Not Jackson Hawes, a blocking tight end.
Yeah.
They weren't scary at all, that deep.
No.
And once again, Keon Coleman benched again.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did, but even Deion Dawkins came out and blasted him.
Yeah, he did. You got to grow up. He's got to grow up. All right, Anthony, we appreciate it. Yeah, I was happy with the team last night, too. That defense is so good. Dickie, what's going on, Dickie?
Hey, we had a great win last night. I got a couple things for you. The first is, does the 4th down hard count play still work in the NFL? And why do the Texans never do that? We had several chances this year to run that play. We never even attempt it around midfield when you're going to punt anyway. If you get a delay a game or a false start, why not take a chance on that? How come the Texans don't run that play?
So they weren't going to? Did you see? And they false started before they were able to run the hard count. They false started, so they were going to take the penalty anyway.
You think it was going to be? I think it was going to be a fake. Yeah, it was going to be a fake, right? They're not going to.
No.
They spread their splits, and then But Buffalo was in they were in safety. They had real D linemen in there, and the Texans ran up with a Gumbawale, and of course they got a penalty because the Texans can't do anything without goofing up, and getting stupid penalties.
Leaving the offense on the field to do that, because with the special teams, I get it, but I don't think people are really buying that. We don't ever leave the offense out on 4th down to run that play. But anyway, that's just a point I wanted to bring up. But the second thing is the whole Stroud and Mills thing, right? You guys have nailed that. It's on a rookie contract. I get it. It's going to be that second contract that is the big issue. Is because how much better is Stroud than any middle of the field quarterback? And I tell you, my problem with him comes to leadership. Because, like Lance, you talked about it, he's a front runner, got that front runner syndrome. If things aren't going well for him, he pouts. And I just think calling out his offensive line earlier in the year in a press conference and then saying, hey, everything's got to be great when I have time. Oh, I'm the best in the league. But if it ain't going well for him, like if you're going to pay that kind of money, you need an elite quarterback. Otherwise, and one thing Mills doesn't do is run back and take 15-yard sacks. He at least steps up in the pocket and minimizes the loss. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I don't know about front runner. I don't know. I mean,
when I say front
really
runner, I just mean when it's going good, he's rolling. When it's going bad, he tends to play to that energy. He doesn't pull the team out of a morass.
Well, but he's had comebacks. I mean,
he has, not for a few years though.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, last year not so much, and this year, not great. Listen, CJ's a guy. I think CJ's going to come back and be. We got two big. I mean, he's got to come back to the two biggest games of the year, right? This gets you got the Colts and the Chiefs. Now that you're 6-5, though, I mean, you're not in must-win situations. You know what you were before this? You were in a must-win situation. Can you imagine if this team was 5-6 right now, or 4-7? I mean, you'd be done. This is over.
Yeah.
It's over. But 6-5. I mean, you got a little leeway now to even lose a couple of games. Like you said, I think 10-7 gets there.
Yeah, it depends on who you lose to. Tiebreakers will matter, and if you're losing to the Chiefs, then that's a tiebreaker you don't have. And if you, of course, you mentioned the Chargers as well. So it's funny to say it because they should be wins, but you'd be better off losing the Cardinals and the Raiders than anyone else.
Yeah,
because of the games and who you're competing against.
That's true. That is true. But you've got a little leeway now that you didn't have before. 3 weeks ago, you did not have. Blake, what do you say, Blake?
Hey, morning, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy your breakfast tacos. I had a couple things. Quickly, before we get to the Texans, John had a take on Donovan Mitchell not going to score over 20 points earlier on. And there were a couple of hosts that I won't name that berated him with statistics on how that never happened in Cleveland, called him a not serious person. I hope they've given him a very sincere apology.
For what? He was
for
wrong.
being wrong. The field guy keeps the numbers straight.
Wait, for us being wrong?
We weren't wrong. He was wrong.
He was able to score 19 in a single quarter.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
And how many did he have before that?
There was talk about him throwing the game. There was talk about him shaving points.
Did you say he would?
That's what I saw on Twitter.
If John had said he was going to score 19 points in the fourth quarter, I would applaud him for that prediction.
Yes.
But John was wrong.
Yeah,
Flat out wrong.
Dead on.
Off by one. It's still closer than the 30-somethings that you were quoting.
Hang up on this caller, AJ. He's a terrible caller.
If John made a bet, would he have won money or lost money? Under 20, would he have won money or lost money?
He said lower. If it was 19.5 lower, he would have lost.
He would have lost. That's all that matters.
Now, he did lose in the last, 2 minutes of it. He was sitting there on 19, and I was like, please just let him have an easy layup.
But he lost. That's all that matters.
Please don't let him win this.
All right, Blake, keep going. What do you want? Blake, you are the smartest caller we've had in I don't know how long. Keep going.
Yeah.
Oh,
AJ. He told him to hang up.
When Lance says hang
AJ,
up,
you're a good man
listen.
and a great producer.
Lance told him to
great
hang up.
producer.
Good job.
He had his time.
Yeah.
He said what he had to say.
All he came up.
He was dead on.
He said what he had to say.
Apologize now.
He said what he had to say.
He called in to tickle your undercarriage. That's all. It's fine. And he was wrong on that, too. You're wrong. He's wrong. Let's move on.
713-780-3776. You know who's right? My man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. Kent Jones is so good at this. You're going to buy a house, right? I don't care if this is like your fifth house. If you're going to buy a house, you call Kent Jones because he knows everything about the business. You do not. And I've said this before, brokers in other business, like ticket business, the broker, you know what he's doing? He's just sucking money. He's just taking that money. He's a low life, grabbing your money, okay, as opposed to the mortgage game where brokers save you money. Brokers know the game. Brokers are the only way you should go in this. Only 25% of the time people do it right. They hire brokers to help them out. Do you know which loan you should get? FHA, VA, USDA, jumbo, conventional? You don't know. You have no idea. You don't know how you can save, all the hacks that are involved in this, getting the title company, getting the agent, getting rebates from your agent. They're not going to give you a rebate unless Kent Jones says, hey, help this guy out. He's the best. And I'm telling you here and now, if you're going to buy a house, there's one place to go, and that's at Dream Rate Mortgage. You give him a call, all right? Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626 or 975loans.com. Best in the business. I love him. Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. All right, welcome back. Our final segment of the week as the Texans win. And win, I'm going to tell you, when you looked at the schedule before the season and you saw the Bills on a Thursday night, you didn't love it. You didn't love it. And yet, the history is here for us. The Bills in this building are not good. Josh Allen against this Texans defense is historically not good. Josh Allen, if this was his career, he wouldn't even be Davis Mills.
He's Oppo T.Y. Hilton.
He is.
He's now 0-4 in NRG playing the Texans.
We are his kryptonite.
I would much rather have Davis Mills than Josh Allen here in Houston. All Davis Mills does now is win, and all Josh Allen does here is lose. Some people would say Josh Allen is a losing quarterback, many losses, all the losses, no wins.
In Houston.
In Houston.
Right.
He is reigning MVP with 6 touchdowns last week. How many touchdowns? Did he have 3 touchdowns this week? How many touchdowns did he have?
He had none.
Zero. Yeah, that's right.
The Bills' offense scored no touchdowns.
0 touchdowns.
And how about my prediction about 19-11? Would have been pretty close if not for a kickoff return. It would have been 23-12
Yeah, not that far off.
I mean,
could have been 30 for the Texans.
Well, but no.
They could never score.
It was 23. And if not, or if they could, why are they?
You were not a serious person with your 11.
It would have been 12. So it would have been 12 if not for a kickoff return. So why is it? Listen,
Yeah.
I think, is this going to get a little worrisome? Returns now?
Well, I think they just had 2. Let me check on the stats. I mean, it's never great. Only 1 for touchdown, right?
Oh, they had the punt return last week.
Oh, yeah, that's a return. Oh, yeah, that was Parker Washington.
Yeah.
Oh,
2
yeah.
weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but still, that was a bad day for them in general. Special
They
teams.
fumbled. Tremont Smith fumbled.
Yeah.
And they mentioned, that's an unusually bad day because the special teams units have been money all year long. In 2 of the last 3 games, they've not played well.
Yep. No. I mean, that.
Although that was a great kick return for Jalen Knoll yesterday. Brought it out to whatever the 45s. That was a really good one.
Yeah, but overall, it's a loss. And it was a loss against Jacksonville as well.
I mean, it's
the
7 points on the board. They made the extra point there.
By the way, that special teams, if they go down and score at the end there, that special teams touchdown, that kickoff return touchdown is one of the biggest plays of the game. And now, as it is now, it was inconsequential. But it would have been, had they lost that game, that's one of the huge reasons that you lost the football.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel like when you have points against in the NFL, they're so basic that they just however many total points. I really wish it would legitimately just be like it would just have points for offense. Like special teams and defensive touchdowns, that really shouldn't count in my opinion in the stats.
Right.
I'd like to see another set of stats where it's like that. I think it was Warren Sharp it was somebody like that used to have a stat where it may have been like Jim. Oh, I don't know, one of these scumbag handicappers, but they actually had a website where they actually in this website they had it to where they altered the points per game based on not including your offensive touchdowns or defensive touchdowns, so you could look at what the points per game was, what the points against were, but they gave a corrected version of what they were based on if you took away certain plays.
Yeah, because that shouldn't count against this defense. It absolutely should not count against this defense. 713-780-3776. Bobby is here. Hey, Bobby, what'd you think?
What a win last night, gentlemen. This 2025 Texans defensive unit is easily my favorite unit the Texans have ever fielded. The Schaub, Arian Foster, Andre Johnson, Kubiak offense is probably number 2. Watt, D'Amico, J-Joe, Danielle Manning defense number 3. But this one's number 1 by a mile. We could talk about the offense all day. Lance, I had a question for you. And I want to preface it by saying C.J. Stroud's the starter, so that's that. But in these last 3 games, has the offensive line been playing better, or does Davis just seem to have maybe a better feel in the pocket, the ability to feel the pressure, step away from the pressure, maybe just not try and get out as soon as C.J. was doing?
I think there's some of that.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, I think there's some of that, but I also think it coincides with Trent Brown at right tackle. I think it coincides with Trent Brown at right tackle, and having Trent at right tackle and having yesterday, for example, Titus Howard played left guard. Ed Ingram was back in at right guard, so that's probably their best. That's probably their best unit is what they had yesterday relative to winning in the NFL. So I thought that was. I think that's one of the things that helped too. They gave up no sacks. No sacks yesterday.
He gets rid of the ball. Davis does a better job. He's not as mobile.
No.
But he does a better job of playing on time than CJ does.
Yes.
Yeah. And that helps the offensive line. It absolutely helps the offensive line.
And that's the CJ, CJ's got to get that corrected. I mean, he's got to get that corrected because if he doesn't, that's going to follow him and hound him for his whole career. Guys who don't play on time, you got to be a great play extender if you don't play on time, and he's not a play extender.
Yeah.
So you're just asking for negatives. You're asking for injury if you don't play on time and you don't extend plays and you're not elusive. And he's not elusive. He's not a natural play extender, and he doesn't play on time. So, yeah. But also I think the offensive line with Trent Brown is a little a little bit better off.
You do. That's
Your left guard had been a pain
I never
in the ass.
thought I would hear that, because when Trent Brown was signed, Trent Brown was like, really? I mean, Trent Brown was
That's a long-time starter, though. He knows what he's doing.
a long-time starter, but he was not starting. He wasn't starting anymore in the league.
No, he may have priced himself.
Schler,
he had an injury last year. He was out with a patellar injury, so he wasn't even healthy at the beginning of the year.
Well, Schler got after him in that Titan game about some of his technique. So.
Oh, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
No, I don't. It's not like he's been a great. I just think that they have played better with him in there. But yes, Davis Mills plays on time better than CJ.
Absolutely.
That's a fair statement to make.
And CJ's got to be better at it. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texans with the big win. Rockets playing tonight against Denver. It is. I watched the highlights of Alpi versus Jokic in the Turkey-Serbia game.
How was it?
And Alpi was great.
Yeah.
Alpi was great.
Oh, Jokic is gonna show up tonight. Don't worry.
Yeah.
He's got some. It's not like the guy has no care. I know he looks like it, but his performances would tell you something different. I think Alpi wants to really. He's going to want to show Alpi something.
And Alpi's going to want to show out too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Alpi's does not strike me as a guy who loses confidence easily. Not this year.
No, Alpi has been. Listen, it's not. Durant's a Hall of Famer. Durant is a bona fide top 20 player historically in this league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say top 10. I'm going to put him in top 20. Maybe
that's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable.
He's one of the top. Well, I think he's in the top 6 all-time scorers.
Yeah.
I think I'd be comfortable saying that.
Yeah. But Alpi has been just as important to this team this year so far. 10 games.
At least as important.
At least as important.
Look at how many games he's had triple doubles or near triple doubles, because he's your top creator.
Yep.
He is your creator on offense. He is your new James Harden.
How
does that feel for me to say he's your new James Harden?
Only he does it.
Less strippers.
Well, he does it without strippers and, trips to Cabo.
I don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty sure. Sometimes you don't know for sure.
What do you mean you don't know? I know.
You don't know. You don't know what his deal with or his love of strippers
actually
is. You don't know.
I don't think he does.
You're just assuming.
We would have seen something or heard something. No one's retired a jersey in the rafters like James had his retired here in Houston. I feel like we'd hear if he was a stripper guy.
He doesn't have to be at a strip club to be a stripper guy. You don't have to be at a strip club.
No, you could take it home.
Much like the barbers come and do home visits, a stripper could do a home visit.
No, that's called a prostitute.
I didn't say they had sex. Just there for a party.
They have home strippers?
You can get a stripper to come
like
to your home.
Like an Uber Eats of strippers?
Sure.
Or a DoorDash stripper?
You can have a party.
I want a DoorDash stripper.
I don't know about that.
I don't want a DoorDash stripper.
Yeah.
This is not me saying Alpi is
really
involved. I don't think he's involved, but the question is, do you know? And you do not know.
By our strictest standards that we use on you don't know, we actually don't know.
We don't know.
But sometimes we know even if we don't know.
No, we don't know.
Alpi would never.
This is awesome. We're Takaras Arandas, and the
Get
food
to the
is
commercial.
Fantastic.
Food just got here.
The sports bar here. We're on 529 in Cypress. If you haven't been here, it is really cool.
Yeah.
Really great place. And listen,
it's hopping for breakfast,
we got
man.
first responders here with us
this
morning, eating some Takaras Arandas.
Those guys are on 24-hour shifts, so you know they're hungry.
Love this place. This place is awesome. This really is. It's really an awesome place. If you haven't been here, get on over here. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about, listen, they got Coors Lights in here, okay? Do you think that we were drinking Coors Lights last night at Damaris, watching the game? Yes. Then you would be right if you think that, okay? That was a lock. That was so much fun. I just love, I don't know. I don't like to do a lot of things without Coors Light. That's just me. I'm hoping you're like me. I'm hoping you'll be more like me. More Coors Lights in your life makes your life more fulfilling, okay? I'm telling you, today, going to Wildcat, probably going to have some Coors Lights. Not probably. Going to have some Coors Lights, okay? And it's just is part. I wanted you to make it part of your everyday philosophy, like I do. cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I'm more refreshed than all of you here, okay? Because I drink Coors Light. I want you to, too. If you're looking for a great way to spend the holiday season, do it with a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
This is John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granado and Lance Erline.
All right, welcome back. Just a few segments left this week. And how about them Texans? 23-19. Hit the Texans plus the 5.5. Hit the Texans money line and hit the under. I mean, talk about. You know what? That game played out about how we're not that dumb. I mean, it played out about exactly as we thought. And you know what really came into play was Texans on a nationally televised night game. Everybody was so scared of that. So scared. And you know what? Nothing to be afraid of. The Texans kick ass on a nationally televised broadcast.
I feel like Will Anderson wasn't that scared of that.
No.
Will Anderson put those bees on Deion Dawkins, and then in the second half, it was Danielle Hunter went to work. But then you got sacked. You got sacks by Rankins. Barnett got a sack.
OGI?
Did he get one too?
Well, he had to have at least a half. He was right there.
May have had a half. But I'll look at the box score here. But, yeah, you had so many sacks, and you had 3 defensive linemen get in on it as well.
Will Anderson, 2.5. Toa had 1. Tim Settle had 1. Barnett had 1.
Hunter 2.
Mario Edwards was great. That was a half a sack, too.
Okay, so Mario Edwards, Florida State. So Derek Barnett, Tennessee, 1 sack. Then you had LSU. So the SEC yesterday had 5.5 sacks. Wait, Toa is an SEC guy, too.
Yeah.
He had 6.5 sacks from the SEC yesterday.
How many from the ACC? None.
Well, Florida State. No. 1 from Florida State.
Oh, yeah.
Mario Edwards. Well, you had a half. Mario Edwards with a half. And Tim Settle.
Virginia Tech, thank you.
Yeah, but they want to leave too. Well, they
can't.
So 1.5. The ACC had 1.5 sacks. Let me check the sack totals from Buffalo real quick. Zero, 0. Nothing. Is there a chance that the Texans have become the best offensive line in football?
There is.
That's the question.
I want to tell you this.
That's what everyone's saying.
You're joking, but they're better.
No, I mean, Woody Marks had 16 carries for 74 yards, along a 19. He had 2 runs that literally were about to get stopped cold, and he single-handedly took fourth down failures and turned them into fourth down conversions. Single-handedly through power. Just through will and power and a desire not to be brought down. I mean, he's got good size, too. He's got good size. What a great pickup by Nick. Nick Caserio did really good. You know, we talk about the offensive line stuff, but Nico Collins was a huge hit for him. Davis Mills, where he was drafted, has become a solid pick where he was drafted.
A third rounder.
Go look at that quarterback class. Go look at where's your boy from Texas A&M, the 4-year starter. Remember the quarterback from A&M who it was Minnesota drafted him, and then Davis went after that. But Woody Marks was a third-round trade-up, right? That's a win. That's a hit. Jaden Higgins is starting to come around a little bit.
Yep. No,
Jalen Noel, I feel good about Jalen Noel. I feel good about him, even though he doesn't get as many catches. They'll come. He's been good in his return game. Jalen Reed had a good game yesterday. Yep. So, you know, there's been some issues with Nick that aren't great with offensive line, but, you know, the trade up for Will Anderson was an absolute winner. Kalen Bullock was an absolute winner. Kamari Lassiter and look, D'Amico has had his fingerprints on Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter.
Stingley turned out after everybody was all over him because of Sauce. Yeah. Stingley turned out to be a better deal.
Yep.
Let's get Bill in here. Hey, Bill, what's going on?
Not much, guys. Just wanted to ask a question. Lance, can you see much of a difference in the way the offense is being called and the difference with the quarterback?
I can't tell a whole lot of it, but I don't really dig in like some people dig in on that kind of stuff. I honestly, maybe you, John, you know, I'll let you finish eating right now. I don't really know, Bill, that there's a huge difference. I do think the play action game, because they're running better, the play action game has been a little bit more effective. He's run that same drag underneath, so he runs a levels play action attack, and you saw they bring one. They're doing short intermediate throws on the rollouts, which is pretty standard, where you want to give a guy a two-way concept. Sometimes they have three-way concepts, short, medium, deep on the levels. So I think Nick has maybe opened it up a little bit as the running game, as they've gotten Higgins more involved, as the offensive line has been a little more settled, as the running game has gotten better with Woody Marks. I think there's a desire from the Texans to run more play action. So I do think they've gotten into maybe a little more confident play action game, but I don't know that it's been substantially different. It doesn't feel like the personnel groupings are all that different than early in the year. Cade Stover came. Thanks for the call, Bill. Cade Stover came back, rusty.
Yeah, feels like. Well, and it may have progressed this way anyway, whether it was Davis or CJ, but there's a lot more motion now than there was earlier. And I think Davis is more suited to the quick passing game. If you want to know the truth, those quick slants,
he gets it out.
He throws, and again, thank you. Again, Nico, for whatever reason, he has a really nice connection with Nico. They came in together, and and he played with him.
Backups trust the number one, and that becomes a safety blanket, and that's not a bad safety blanket to have.
Yeah. Definitely.
Why not throw to your big physical wide receiver?
Absolutely. Uncle Freddie's here.
Uh-oh.
Uncle Freddie, this morning I missed your call, so you can tell me now what you were at the game, right?
He must have called us after the game. I saw I missed it too. It was right after the game.
Okay. You were at the game?
I was at the game. You got to give the crowd a lot of props for the crowd. It was the loudest I've heard that stadium probably since the Cleveland playoff game a couple years ago in that fourth quarter. And even after they had the little flea flicker play, the crowd noise was super, super loud. The fans were into it. And it was quite a bit of Bills fans, but the takeover wasn't as big as it has been the Bronco game or the San Fran game. But You know, a lot of things. One thing is, you know, everybody keeps dogging the Texans only scoring 3 in the second half, and you know this and that. But I'd be more upset if I was a Buffalo fan only scoring 3. They have such a potent offense, and basically we matched them 3-3. And props to our defense, props to the H-backs. Super excited. One question: who do we want to win this Sunday? KC or the Colts? That's a tricky one there. What's y'all's thoughts on that?
I don't think it's tricky. We want the Colts to win. I don't think it's tricky at all.
Who do we have this week?
Colts are playing.
Oh, no, the games that are coming up.
Yeah.
I was thinking of us. Oh, yeah, Colts.
Colts.
Yeah.
Give the division to the Colts. Just get in the playoffs. And you get in the playoffs if the Chiefs – the more the Chiefs lose, the better your chances. You're not catching the Colts right now. You're not catching a 2-loss team. Now, you got 2 games against them. You beat them both times, and you only got one difference.
And you get a head-to-head.
But you gotta beat them both times. Otherwise, you lose. If you lose to the Colts, and the Chiefs beat the Colts too, you're in real trouble to get to the playoffs.
Right.
So best case scenario is the Colts win. Colts win. I'll be rooting for the Colts.
Yes.
And then the Texans got to go there and take care of that business. I don't think the Colts are all that good, if you want to know the truth. I don't think the Chiefs are all that good.
Okay.
I don't think the Chiefs are all that good.
Boy, it felt like they were 2 weeks ago, didn't it?
No.
It didn't feel like they were one of the best teams in football? When they got Rashee Rice back and they were explosive, and they had 2 straight weeks where they looked really, really good. I think they're probably still probably pretty dangerous. That's why I want them stomped out. Like, that's why it's really important.
They weren't great last year. They got to the Super Bowl. They weren't a great team. They weren't great. They weren't good offensively. They got there with their defense.
But they got to the Super Bowl.
They got to the Super Bowl, absolutely. I picked Denver to win the division this year.
Ooh.
Before the season
Looking
started.
good right now.
I just think I knew that Sean Payton, it would come together for Sean Payton.
You know, Knicks has played good, not great, but you're right. And the defense has been really good.
Really good.
The defense has been huge for them. Now, they just lost J.K. Dobbins, so we'll see if that has a big impact. But they've been winning without Patrick Surtain. So, I mean, that's that's a number one that you have won games without.
Yeah, so absolutely it is. You want the Colts. You want the Colts to win this week.
Let me see. In terms of when we're doing a Friday show right now, hey, we have Beat the Limo guy coming up, right?
No,
we don't.
He's off this week.
Okay. I was about to say, we haven't even talked about that. So in terms of games that could have meaning, I would say realistically the Colts and Chiefs. Wouldn't mind seeing – the Jets aren't beating the Ravens. That won't matter. Cardinals beating the Jaguars.
Yeah.
I mean, that you'd like for the Cards at home to beat the Jaguars, and they are going to be – they're a 3-point underdog. You've got – and that's really it. That's really it. You got Cardinals, Jaguars going to the Cardinals. Jaguars are a small favorite, 3-point favorite. And you got the Colts going to the Chiefs. Chiefs 3.5-point favorite.
Well, you also want Chicago to beat Pittsburgh because
you do.
Baltimore. We expect Baltimore to beat them twice and take the division.
Yeah,
so Pittsburgh becomes a wild card team now, and then you don't want them to be a game ahead of you.
More likely, Pittsburgh wins the division or doesn't even make the playoffs.
Aaron Rodgers' wrist, although it's the non-throwing hand, I think it's more likely.
I think they'll make the playoffs because the Chiefs are starting to fail, and I don't know that I love what's going on with the Chargers right now.
The Jags are there. I think it's more likely they miss the playoffs than win the division.
I do too.
If I'm taking one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the odds right now.
I think it's more likely, especially with Rodgers' injury, that they don't. And listen, Aaron Rodgers hasn't played great anyway. But that's one. You're absolutely right. That's a big one. Pittsburgh loses and continues to lose. That opens up a door for the Texans.
You have the same record as them, and as I said, you expect Baltimore to overtake them, so you want them to lose as many games as possible as well. And they've got the Bears this week. Then they play the Bills. So that one, I guess you'll take whatever happens there.
Do we know if Aaron's playing? He's limited in practice, but he's participating.
Yeah,
I think he's playing.
They've kept it up in the air. I think it's more about can they make sure they don't exacerbate the injury by, like, if he gets hit or falls on it or something.
Put a cast on it.
That might be maybe it's a soft cast. It might be an option.
Put a hard cast if you're a real one. That's what they probably would have
done.
done.
Hard cast?
They probably would have done that in like 68 or 72. You know how guys would put casts on who weren't even hurt just so they could batter players across from them.
Yeah, but he's
they
a
literally,
quarterback. I don't think they should do that.
But if he's a real one, he'll do that.
Okay.
But a quarterback doesn't have to be a real one.
Usually you don't see
You
a
can
quarterback
catch it.
with a giant bandage around his
Yeah.
head.
You can catch it
That's very
against your
unusual, I think.
cast on the snap.
But
on
he
the
has to
shotgun
also
snap, he goes
hand
tung.
off left and right hand too.
No, you hand off like this, or you hand off backhand.
Well, that's
it's
it happened in a playoff game a long time ago. Jay Feeler had an arm injury, so he had to do this the entire game.
What do you do, the Rain Man of playoff handoffs? How do
you
you know that?
Because he's a Dolphin quarterback, and he actually won a playoff game, so I remember.
It's a Dolphin thing.
He
yeah.
did the backhanded
I was about to say,
handoff.
how the hell do you know this?
Well, it happened. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is doing that.
Big loss for our guys. Apparently, Japan beat Italy in the
Our guys.
World Tiramisu Championship in
Oh,
Rome.
That's
wow.
embarrassing.
That is
A
embarrassing.
Japanese woman won the gold with a piano-shaped tiramisu at the World Championship.
And the Italians lost. You don't have to take your cues from them. You don't have to. You don't have to do what they do.
We got listeners here that are basically trying to goad Johnny into getting fired.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. Don't let him trick you.
Divorced, maybe, not fired.
Yeah, divorced,
I did
maybe.
this. I did. No
That's
one said a
true.
word to me doing male golf or
That's
female
true.
golf or food, except my wife. Can you stop doing
Wendy
that,
knew.
please?
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
That is embarrassing. That's like us losing a hamburger championship to another country or a hot dog championship.
That is embarrassing.
Yeah, chicken fried steak
Italy
championship.
losing in
We
the
lose to
tiramisu?
Belarus. Are they even a thing anymore, Belarus?
They're a country, yes.
What if we lost to Belarus with a
What if
chicken fried steak contest?
What if
Barbecue contest.
What if Australia won the chop suey world championship?
Well.
I mean, how embarrassing would that be for China? This is embarrassing to Italy. I'm embarrassed for my people.
Is chop suey a real Chinese dish, or is that
We
an
don't know.
American
No
made
one
up
knows.
kind of?
No one knows. It's impossible to
It's
know
a
that.
System of Down songs. I'd say, yeah, it's real. No, it's American Chinese, really.
That's what I figured.
It's different overseas, but the one you're thinking of is the
Sing
American Chinese version.
Okay. Let's show him a Chinese food.
You ever seen any of those old Chinese commercials from the 70s? Holy crap. I can't believe some of the stuff that was on.
I mean,
It was unbelievable.
all right. Oh,
The Chinese had real beef. Like, they could have had a real argument to be made. They just sat like, I was like, oh, my, this is a real – there's some
This is a
Twitter
real
accounts
cartoon.
where they have real commercials from the
Yeah.
70s and,
And
80s.
cartoons.
And I'm just like, oh, cartoons.
we're awesome. Awesome.
We had Slowpoke Rodriguez.
We had-
Instead of Speedy Gonzalez, his cousin was Slowpoke Rodriguez, and he would wink, Slowpoke Rodriguez, and he would have a sombrero on, and he was always sleeping and lazy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, Slowpoke Rodriguez.
I'm looking. I remember Slowpoke Rodriguez,
Yeah.
but I didn't remember exactly what he looked like. Wow. Wow.
You got Slowpoke?
He's right in front of me. I'm like, you couldn't get this off today?
No.
No.
You probably couldn't even call him Rodriguez.
No.
Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Let's not take. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Look at this.
Look at him.
He looks stoned.
He's drunk.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's Slowpoke for a reason.
Yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
tell you why as a kid,
He was
but right now I
wasted.
know he's wasted.
wasted. Oh, my God. That was such a great time. Time to talk right now about GimmeTheVin.com. That's a great time in American history because John Clay Wolf will pay you more for your vehicle. It's what John Clay Wolf has been doing forever and continues to do. GimmeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's a pickup, an SUV, a minivan, supercar, exotic. If it's an exotic, John Clay Wolf wants it. He wants it today, and he ain't selling it at auction. I drove by here. There was an auction, and was it today or yesterday? A big auction place for vehicles. And you know what? That's what John Clay Wolf does. See, the car buying business, all these places, they buy your car, and then they sell them at auction. Well, John Clay Wolf makes less at auction because he gives you more. And John Clay Wolf is willing to pay, and get and make pennies on the dollar. While the other guys want to, gouge and make as much as they possibly can and give you as little as possible, John Clay Wolf says, no, I'll give you a bunch, and I'll just take less. And he's made a huge business, $1 billion business out of it. So, look, if you're going to sell your car, get more for it at GiveMeTheVin.com. Takes just minutes. He's America's best car buyer. You're selling your car, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
This is John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You got this is the last segment you can get in, right? Yeah, this is it. So you better hurry in. What did we miss this week, guys?
We missed What Have You Learned from the Show this week?
We did miss that.
We did miss that. What else did we miss?
That hasn't been a ringing success.
I mean,
it's been all right.
You applauded the people last time.
Yeah, last time they were
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If anybody learned anything they want to get in right away, hurry up. You can get in. What did you learn this week on the show? 713-780-3776. We will take your call.
You want to do it live and in person?
Yeah. What did you learn this week, Gilbert?
Oh, he learned that you were in a car with John Wayne Gacy.
It wasn't John Wayne Gacy.
So what happened was there was a guy in the Chicago area
who tried to
also John Wayne Gacy, Chicago area.
Right. No,
he picked John up when he was hitchhiking.
I saw the
John Wayne Gacy
I saw
picked
the
up
doc on
hitchhikers.
John Wayne Gacy, and it wasn't John Wayne Gacy, the guy that was trying to proposition.
Are you
me.
sure he didn't have some kind of fake? Maybe he had
I do know it wasn't him.
Maybe he was.
I was there.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't hear that exact segment, you heard John just say it right.
Yeah.
The guy who picked him up as a hitchhiker and tried to proposition him.
Yeah.
That's what we learned.
Right.
And you threw a rock at this car and hit
threw
it.
a rock at his car. He had a white Lincoln. I'll never forget it.
And then he went and dressed up as a clown.
No, it was not John Wayne Gacy. I do know. I know what John Wayne Gacy looks like. Because
Did
I
a
saw the doc.
did a clown try to touch you in a car? Yes or no?
Wow. He was a clown, but he didn't.
Then it wasn't John Wayne Gacy, and you're right.
You think
he wasn't
it was
dressed up like a clown?
Proto John Wayne Gacy. Once he didn't convince John to get in the car, he developed a better way of doing it. Were you like his test subject?
Ooh, that's interesting.
You think it was
That's
a young,
interesting.
You think it was a young John Wayne Gacy?
And once he
just
failed with
plying
you,
his trade?
he changed some of his process.
Yeah,
and
you
now
know
look
what?
at him.
You know what? I got to go to a clown bit.
Yeah, he wasn't wearing the clown stuff before.
I got to go clown. I got to crank up my clown game.
All right, that's what we learned this week. That was it from the show.
Although he would have tried to murder you.
Yes.
To be fair.
Yeah. He wouldn't have asked. He'd have just killed me.
Yeah. He would have tried to kill you.
He didn't. Yeah. He didn't. I guess he might have propositioned. Now,
In that game, MFK, John would have been two of them.
I've been
F and Cade. Not married. He would not have married you.
Which one? Oh, never mind.
I'm glad you got away from John Wayne Gacy's
I did.
friend or whatever that is.
Thank God I
Thank
did.
God.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be at Takaras Arandas right now.
You wouldn't have had that giant orange juice.
Yeah, it's one of the great orange juices of all time. It really is. If you come to Takaras Arandas, this is the Stein, by the way. This is a giant like fishbowl.
It is.
This is the Stein my dad used to have at his bar.
For beer?
Yeah, Danny Murtaugh and Danny Walsh used to drink old style out of these at my dad's
Did
bar.
he have them?
There was
Did he have them refrigerated?
It was like a 50-cent beer.
Did he have them refrigerated?
It was a tap. No, he did. Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
I wouldn't have thought he did that back
Yeah,
in the day, but he did.
Yeah, the cold
That's
Stein.
the move.
Yeah, it is. And that's what it reminded me of. I saw it. I said, brought back my childhood and John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah,
it all
that's
came
true.
together. It all came together for me right
We
there.
Thanks for that, Gil.
Thank you, Gil.
We got a couple people
All right.
on. Let's start with David. David, what's up?
Hey guys, y'all beat me to the punch. Yeah, I learned that young John got propagated, and if I remember correctly, he didn't throw a rock at the car. He threw a rock at it. What was it, John? What was it?
I threw
Threw a rock at
the
what?
Car, at his car.
At the van.
Oh, you
No,
said
it wasn't
it.
a van.
Did he show you it and you threw a rock at it?
No.
You didn't throw a rock at it. Get him off, AJ. Hang up on him. Hang up on him. I didn't know what he was doing there. Now I do.
No, I did not throw a rock
You would
at
have had
it.
a really good aim.
At it.
Well,
Okay.
you don't know how big the target was.
I have no idea. He didn't show me the target. Okay.
We also have, as we move on from David, I think he is the preeminent Mockingbird. Mockingjay expert?
Yes.
Yeah, he's one of the Mockingjays. Let's get to La Salsa. La Salsa, what did you learn?
Hey, buenos dias, gentlemen. Hey, so I learned that Lance misses Fred Van Fleet.
I miss him.
You miss him.
Yeah. I wish I had a volume shooter at 37%
No,
throwing
you
him up.
learned that Lance doesn't even want him back at any point this year.
I haven't found – I've only found one person who thinks my take is not a hot take and they think it's accurate, and that's my guy McCool. But he also said, I think you're 100% right. For 82 games, this offense is going to be more explosive. They'll win more games, he goes. But, and this is kind of the way I feel, I'm not sure yet. When the postseason comes, let's see if that's still the case.
Yeah.
If it slows down, let's see if they're still efficient in the half court and all that stuff. We don't know yet. I'll argue that with Kevin Durant, the efficiency is up no matter what.
Well, you have to go through Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City had the recipe to beat the Texas.
Well, they got
Rockets.
they got beat up pretty good for most of that game. Kevin Durant missed a free throw. That game is in the books, and all we're talking about is
They also didn't have Williams.
Yeah, they didn't have Williams, but I'll argue that Williams makes them a worse team.
Oh, you will?
Jalen
Fred
Williams.
VanVleet?
Yeah, no, Jalen is they're pretty good with Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
I hate when skinny, bony Chet Holmgren has big games against us. It's the worst. I don't know why. I
he
just
was
hate
filling
it.
it up. He was filling it up that night. He was the only thing they had for a while. Remember, in the first half, he was the only thing they had. So Rockets tonight, who you got?
I got the Rockets. I like the Rockets. 5 or more. Over under the point spread's 2.5. I like the Rockets to win by 5 or more.
Rockets are 2.5 favorites?
Huh?
You like them to win, so you'll give the 2.5.
I do, yeah, I do.
Dell?
Well, Jabari and Steven Adams are game-time decisions. I don't know if that's a real thing or they are going to play. We know Jabari's dealing with the ankle, and Steven Adams they're managing him. I'll go. I think the win streak ends today. I think the Rockets, look, there's no knock on them. I think Denver comes in here and wins, not because of any undue or more motivation than Jokic would normally have. I think that's a great team, and I'll just say 5 in a row is a nice streak. I think the Nuggets get this one. I'd rather have them lose to this team than some of the teams they have coming up. It's the most likely one in the next couple. I think they'll bounce right back, but I'll take the Nuggets.
I don't know. I think this is if it's Steven Adams, Steven Adams offensively but his offensive rebounds make a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm worried about him. If he's available, if he's not, because everyone knows the Rockets. Part of their offense is you get the ball on the rim, and you go get it back because of how good they are at that. And Denver's one of the best defensive teams in the league, and if they can protect the boards, that's going to be tough for the Rockets. I think. Look, it's Denver, the Rockets, and OKC.
Isn't this why you got Clint Capella though?
Yes, but he's been good this year. He ain't Steven Adams, though. So hopefully Steven Adams and Jabari play. I just don't know the extent of their status. If it's questionable and they're not playing, then obviously I'll go Nuggets. If they're healthy, I would probably lean Rockets. We'll know in a couple hours probably.
I'm going Rockets by 14 tonight.
Ooh,
14
Rockets by 14. Yeah, Denver.
Easy peasy.
Denver. I think Jokic is going to be resting for about 7 minutes left.
Denver has not lost a game by more than 6 this year, so it'd be a real different.
Yeah.
Is that John's near kidnapper?
I'm looking at Soft White Underbelly, the YouTube channel. It's creepy. And there's one of the guys they interviewed that has 4.1 million views. Is a John Gacy Survivor interview with a guy named Tony.
Oh God.
Does this guy did he live in your neighborhood?
That guy?
Tony, you ever see him hitchhiking?
No, I never.
Did he ever get picked up too? Did you ever hitchhike with him?
What is that picture? Good.
Which one?
Him.
Oh, these are the Whitakers. That's an inbred family. He's done like 3 videos with them. Don't watch it. You won't be able to. It's going to cause you problems for a while. It's an inbred family in the mountains or somewhere, and you really shouldn't watch this. Because it's just going to not be great for you the rest of the day. It's going to make you feel bad. You just had a win you had a big win over the Bills.
Right.
You got the Nuggets coming in.
Yeah.
Rockets. We finally got rid of Dubon. Finally,
thank God.
You know, and now the Cougs won. They escaped Ryder.
Yep. By
40 or whatever it was. Don't waste everything by going to the most views here is his interview with the Whitakers. 45 million. That's an entire inbred family. And you see how terrible they look? They can't even barely talk. He's in their house. Oh, it's awful.
What
it's
are you
awful.
doing? What
Don't
is
watch
that?
it. I accidentally saw it.
How do you even know about this website?
Because Twitter or something, it just showed up on Instagram,
Soft
probably Reels.
White Underbelly?
That's the YouTube channel, yeah.
He basically, Soft White Underbelly. It's just like porn. It's like prostitutes, pimps, gang members, ex-gang members, people from prison. They tell these stories. Michael Franzese, the mob boss, or the former mob hitman, I think. He's on here. He did a big one with him. Meth addicts, spice addicts, fentanyl addicts. It's just everything and it's all in black and white. A lot of times they have jacked up faces. This guy was a shooting victim right here.
Is inbreeding making a comeback?
Oh,
God.
Yeah.
Glance, why?
Why? Are you watching?
I just pulled up the channel. I'm not watching, but I put up some of the. Because it's like when you go, the videos, the screen grab that you see is.
My night at P. Diddy's Freak Off is in here. I'm going to watch that one.
Okay, that's great.
I may have to watch that one.
This disturbs me about Lance, that you know about this.
Corrupt NYPD cop interview. Well, you know how it is. Once you're watching a Reels or one of those videos and something pops up, you're like, holy crap.
What?
And then I said, well, let me click more of these. And like, oh, no.
Yeah, you go to
See,
the
that's what I never do. Let me see more of this horrific.
You go to the channel, you click on videos to see all they have to offer, and, like, the thumbnail is in black and white. And sometimes you get, like, a former gang member. He looks normal, just he got tattoos. Others, the thumbnail is a guy who got shot in the face.
Yeah, and it's
Skid Row prostitute kidnapping story, if that interests you.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of these, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Like you got heroin addicts, multiple heroin
Transgender
addicts.
ladyboy prostitute interview.
It doesn't. None
Named
of that
Patty.
Oh, we got the Ku Klux Klan interview.
Okay. We
Yeah,
gotta go.
3 of them. You see those guys?
Yes.
We got to go.
Ron Jeremy interview. You know who that is.
I know who Ron Jeremy is. He was on our show. He was at Nick's place.
What?
Yes.
Ron Jeremy?
Ron Jeremy did the show, yeah.
When?
At Nick's. About
I wasn't there.
5, 6
Was it
years
one of
ago.
the other shows like Sean and John or Hoff?
No, it was
Probably
me.
Hoffy.
It was me.
You had
Yeah,
Ron
had
Jeremy on?
in there, yeah.
How'd you?
It was hard dancing around it, yeah.
Oh, how was that lined up?
And he was gross.
Oh,
was
he's
gross.
disgusting.
And yet he said women still come up and just want it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Time for me and you. This is a great time to talk about Billy Brown. Okay. Is there a bad time to talk about Billy Brown?
No.
No. Okay. He makes the Brown go down. And here's the deal is, listen, people still come up and say, I want you to come to my house, Billy. I want you at my house to help me fix these pipes. All right? Billy, can you fix my pipes?
And he does.
And he does. I mean, if he does a reef pipe on your house, he's going to give you a water heater. That's how awesome Billy Brown is. He says, you know what? I'll just throw in a water heater.
Throwing in a water heater.
Yeah. I mean, that's ridiculous. But here's the deal. You might have an old house, and those old houses, what are they, brass? What are they?
They're galvanized steel.
Yeah. And they'll bust.
Yeah, they're gonna. It happened to me. I mean, I had a house in the '60s. They'll tell you that if it hasn't happened to you yet, it will have. It's just a matter of time. It's better that you do what I didn't do. Get out in front of it and get it looked at and repiped early before there's a leak and it starts coming through the flooring and can cause problems for you. So make sure that whether they're small jobs, large jobs, I just had them come out to service my tankless water heater. But if you need a repiping job, they'll throw you a free standard water heater in there, absolutely free. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
People are weird. What about, did you see this NASA story? Apparently, Summer Worden claimed in 2019 that her wife, NASA astronaut Anne McClain, tried illegally accessing her bank account from space.
What?
Yeah. At the time, McClain was on the International Space Station. It was the first allegation of a crime in space history. Do you think that who's going to adjudicate a crime in space?
Nobody.
What do you mean?
Space law. Whatever
Who?
space law.
Who?
I don't know.
Starfleet.
Yeah.
Probably, who was the other Captain Kirk with the bald head that was also in Waiting for Godot when I saw it in New York?
You're talking about Picard?
Yeah.
What
What's
do
his real
you
name?
think he should?
Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, probably Patrick Stewart
You
could
think
do
Patrick
it.
Stewart?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I would say
Well, it
probably.
turns out that Worden was lying, and she faces up to 5 years in prison.
Oh, see, you set us up.
Yeah.
You set us up.
And we didn't even need Picard to figure this one out.
No.
Because all they did was look at the records, and she had been taking money out of that account. They had been sharing that account for years. So she's actually now facing charges, which she should, the BIA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently it was a messy, ugly divorce between the two, okay? There's a fake captain who allegedly flew hundreds of plane passengers using forged credentials in Australia. This is a real life, and it actually did happen, didn't it? Catch me if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened.
That actually happened.
That was real.
Yeah.
I mean, they took some liberties, but it's
you would
based on a
think
real
that
story.
it'd be harder today.
You would think.
But this dude did it too. I mean, I would hope that we're not really doing this anymore. That we would be able to make sure that our pilot really. I take a lot of planes lately. I don't
like all the plane stories I've been hearing. There's not been. I haven't heard anything good about planes.
No, I hear a lot of people getting in arguments and pulling each other's hair. And
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. Which is to me that's a problem. I don't see any of that. I wouldn't mind seeing that, actually, some of that. But I really haven't seen it. A dog accidentally shot its owner in the lower back, jumped on the bed, and have any of your dogs
I've never been
ever
shot by a
you?
dog. Trying to think if they've ever done. They've knocked down drinks on top of me, but I've never been shot by a dog.
You've never
Any
been
of my
shot by
dogs.
one of your dogs?
Never electrocuted, stabbed.
None of it?
Nah, nothing
you
too bad.
You lead a very uninteresting dog life.
Yeah, no, none of my dogs have accidentally shot me.
Yeah. Do you know
at this point?
Do you know what Vegemite is?
Yeah, it's like the peanut butter of Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they don't.
I grew up with Vegemite sandwich in Men at Work with the down. Do you come from the land down under?
Yeah.
That whole song. So that's the only reason I know Vegemite. And it's supposedly real. It's like black and it doesn't look good.
It's really
salty.
It's really stinky.
Is
too.
it?
Apparently, they don't let prisoners, and a prisoner is suing them, the prison system, because they won't let prisoners eat it because the dogs will be distracted by how stinky it is and not catch them with all their drugs.
What?
Do you think?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Do you think that you should be able to eat Vegemite and distract the dogs?
No.
You don't think so?
Not if they're trying to get stuff into the prison system. We can't do that. If we're using Vegemite now,
I
no.
think that they should be able to eat Vegemite.
Yeah, I would
right?
too.
I thought you just said you didn't think they should.
You can eat it. You can't sneak it in.
Not sneak it in.
Just give it
They
to them.
won't-
Feed them by a spoon. Like individually
Spoon
feed each
the-
prisoner.
The prisoners Vegemite.
Wow.
Yeah,
Whose
individually.
job is that?
Vegemite sounds
Probably
like
the youngest guy in the whoever's last hired.
Is
Okay.
Vegemite
That's it.
related to Dolomite?
No.
No, totally different. Mites.
Completely
Not in the
different.
same mite family.
No.
Different mite. All right.
Different mites.
All right. I didn't know.
Dolomite might be in this soft white underbelly interview series.
Well, Dolomite is thick and brown as well.
He kind of is. Time to get done. We're done. Thank you, Takaras Arandas. How awesome is this place, everybody?
Been
Is this
fantastic.
awesome?
Yes.
Takaras Arandas, great job. We appreciate you. Thank you for having us here. Mopey and Mapes. Actually, Mapes is here. Mapes
Yeah.
is going to be on site.
I'm aware.
For those of you that want to touch his hair.
No. Who's he? Sage Steel?
look at
Let me
it.
touch his hair.
That's beautiful. He's got beautiful hair.
Why are you going deep cut?
Okay.
Why are you going deep cuts on us with Sage Steel reference?
It's funny. First thing I thought of. Sorry.
When's the last time somebody tried to touch your hair?
Never.
No
As a kid.
That was why what she allowed to have was so offensive to
John
everyone.
didn't try in 07 when he was hiring you? Okay.
No, I didn't have long, lustrous hair.
Not like Mapes. Nobody has beautiful locks like Mapes. And he's out here live. So get on over here on 529 in Cypress. They're going to be here for a couple more hours.
I would say come for the breakfast tacos. You're not going to be able to pet Sean.
You could touch his hair, right, Sean?
No.
He just said, yeah, that's fine.
He didn't say any of that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just said fine. We're done.
You have to find the right Takaras Arandas to do it.
You got to find the right one on 529.
Yeah.
That's all right. Thank you, Takaras Arandas. Great stuff. We appreciate you. And we will talk to you again on Monday, everybody.
Hey, let's talk about Zadig Jewelers, though. But this weekend, why don't you have yourself a great weekend by heading to Zadig Jewelers if you're looking for a gift for Christmas. Good time to pre-shop now before it really starts to pack up. Get packed on Post Oak. It's Post Oak Boulevard, 1801. Beautiful place, beautiful building. The location itself is gorgeous. December 5th and 6th, they're having a big watch event where they're going to have, I think it's like 40 different watchmakers from around the world. And so you're going to get to see, on hand will be some of the most unique timepieces anywhere you'll find in the country, and it'll be in one location at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. If you love luxury watches, if you've wanted to purchase your first one, stop in and go shop on December 5th and 6th, or go do it today. I don't care when you do it. But Zadig is the place to go because they are a boutique location for multiple watchmakers, and that means they get unique timepieces that no one else will have. They buy, they sell, and they even trade luxury watches, and that's men's and women's. So if you're someone who already has some and you want to trade, that's great. If you want to sell one of them, that's great as well. They're here for you. Zadig Jewelers, almost 50 years in the business. They're the official jeweler. Even though they're the unofficial jeweler of the city of Houston, I like to call them the official jeweler of the city of Houston, Zadig Jewelers.
continue here out at Takaras Arandas. We're in Cyprus. Apparently, there are multiple Cyprus locations, so I'll just tell you we are off of FM 529, and it's the one with the sports bar. They have the TVs up, of course. They were on last night as the Texans took care of the Bills. Sean Mapes is here with me. AJ's still back in studio. And, Sean, you kind of know that I generally prey on Josh Allen's downfall, like for multiple reasons.
Yep.
Usually it's
on and off the field.
Yeah, usually it's on the field. Like in the last year and a half, it's now off the field too. There was a sign. At the game. I saw it. Haley's husband save us or whatever.
Yeah, it was a Bills fan.
Haley Steinfeld was the Haley in question. So yeah, there are multiple reasons for me not to like him. I actually felt bad for him last night, mostly because when he got hit by Will Anderson, he did the whole "I'm so in pain, I'm kicking my feet." As a grown man,
yeah.
2 Bills did that. Josh Allen did it, and Terrell Bernard did it when he hurt his arm. You rarely see a grown man who's a football player kick their legs because they're in so much pain.
Yeah, you also had the offensive lineman. I think it was Brown on their offensive line who had the like after a play, looking like he was contemplating his life choices.
Yeah. Now
what put him in the spot to have to stand in front of Will Anderson for his job?
Apparently, he came into the game injured and didn't finish it. The Texans had plenty of sacks, but one of the sacks late was Will Anderson on one of the backup tackles because Brown had to leave the game. Look, they tortured Josh Allen all night. I joke about feeling bad for him, but I was looking at that Bills team, and if they targeted a wide receiver 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, it pretty much ended in disaster the whole night. Shakir got off late, mostly because he broke a couple tackles on a 3rd and long when they threw it within the yard line of scrimmage. But we talked about it. Well, you weren't with me. You were doing the afternoon stuff, but I talked about it yesterday. The Bills aren't great in pure drop back stuff. They just don't have guys that get open. Whatever you think of Keon Coleman, that's at least someone they tried to work with or work through and he wasn't available because he was inactive for a second game. Like the Josh Palmers of the world, Elijah Moore.
4th down in the game, they ran a hook and ladder, which worked perfectly.
Yeah.
B, they targeted Josh Palmer just to tell you where the Bills are as far as the wide receiver. And it's something where coming into the game you feel good about that. The secondary, I mean, the broadcast, they're making it, a talking point of the Bills are going to try to get whoever is the nickel, whether it's Bryant, whether it's Reed. They're going to try to get a receiver on that guy and target that guy. And even doing that, they weren't that effective.
Yeah, they had little to nothing going. If it wasn't James Cook, particularly early, or another running back returning a kick for a touchdown, there was nothing they were doing offensively that caused the Texans any issues. And the defensive line, it was a couple quotes throughout after the game from in the locker room and also when the guys were on set about they wanted to hunt, and they hunted Josh Allen all night. It has been said, and it was certainly highlighted last night, the best defense in the league. We have some sound from Kalen Bullock. He joined SVP after the game, so we'll hear from him on that defense. But overall, national stages can certainly gain you some attention. I know a lot of people know who Will Anderson is, know that defense was good. It was a big, big moment for that defense. And because the Bills are the team they're going against, and Josh Allen is the defending MVP, what they did last night is leading the talk shows on ESPN. You've got now on the Cryon, Dan Orlovsky saying no one wants to see the Texans in the playoffs. We can get into that as far as if that's actually true or real. But, yes, if you were going to have to throw the ball in situations like Josh Allen did, no one wants any part of that. The Bills were not capable because even if you did hold up for a bit, no one's getting open against the Texans secondary, not this version of the Bills. So it all came together. If you can rush for 4, you can dominate games. Look, we go back to what the Giants did to the Patriots and Tom Brady, that great offense. They were able to get pressure and get home with 4. Sure, there are things to discuss on if you want to talk about the negative side when it comes to the offense, but overall, the Texans, we talked about units and who has the strongest units in football before the year as we were getting ready for the season. Now that the season we're deep into the season, how many better units. Like the Texans are a top 3 unit across all offense, defense, and, of course, special teams as well. Their defense is.
Yeah, and it feels like it's 3 defenses. It feels like it's like the Seahawks, it's the Broncos, and it's the Texans. Not in that order, just in that tier by themselves as far as defenses and best units. I don't know what the best offense is.
I guess the
like
Colts, you throw
Colts,
them in
Rams
there. Yeah.
offense, maybe?
Yeah.
And I think it's that kind of goes to what Orlovsky is saying, where you don't want to have to face a defense like this. You don't want to have to face any of these defenses. I think the Texans have played Texans have played the other 2 in that group. And, I mean, something that we've also talked about, not just last week with the Cam Ward leading a, go-ahead touchdown drive late, not just, in earlier games this season. Texans defense had an opportunity to give up the go-ahead score late. That's what it felt like it was setting up for.
It felt like impending doom, honestly.
Yeah, you're giving Josh Allen the ball with a little less than 2 minutes left. Like that doesn't normally go well for a lot of folks. And yet, like you said, they're able to continue to make his life hell and pure drop back. I mean, again, I mentioned it before. The hook and ladder was the most successful play. That wasn't in the second half.
Yeah.
It wasn't the run up the middle for Cook on the first drive. After that, on offense, they kind of had him locked down.
Yeah, the 2 plays in the second half that either gave the Bills points or kept them in it. The Shakir, they throw us a ball to him like a yard within the line of scrimmage. He makes Jalen Reed miss, and then he gets Tremont Smith to miss as well, and he goes down the sideline. It results in a field goal, and then, of course, the hook and ladder where you think it's 4th and 27, the game is over. And then they convert that thing so easily. You're like, I said it a couple times as it was happening, and then as the couple plays afterwards, I said, I can't believe they let that happen.
Yeah,
I can't believe that they let that happen.
It was one of those plays because not just they got 27 yards. I mean, I don't have the box score game log in front. Yeah, they got plus some. They got into plus.
Yeah,
territory.
they were inside the 30-yard line.
Yeah,
maybe at the 26-yard line or something after that play.
Yeah, and that's one where it's just watching football. Watching any sport really. You give up that kind of play when you could end the game. You're mentally prepared to be like, oh well, this is what they're going to talk about on. Instead of Dan Orlovsky saying no one wants to face the Texans in the playoffs, it's going to be you cannot give up that play. You have to have. You have to protect the boundary of your Stingley. You have to have a solid defense, and that's what cost them the game. It feels like a rare moment where you give up that play, and then you just stop them again.
I was watching Azeez Al-Shaair after the play, and he just shook, don't touch me. I'm not talking to Azeez. I'm talking to someone who's here. He shook his head. It was like, I guess he felt like everyone else did. You could not believe that defense, as well as they played, allowed that to happen.
It's the most I think also that's a hook and ladder. It makes
the way that it wasn't like Joshua Palmer, Moss, Stingley, and they made a play.
Or just a dot by Allen. It was a great play, perfect execution.
But there was no Texan within.
Yeah, no, Stingley way overcommitted on before the lateral, and
no one was tracking.
Was it Shakir? Yeah, Shakir got to the outside.
Yeah. So perfect play in the right situation for the Bills. Can't say that a lot about what Joe Brady did. Look, as much as the Texans hunted after Josh Allen himself said he ran himself in a couple of sacks, and that's what he did.
Yeah.
The Will Anderson play, we didn't get to all 22. At least I wasn't watching the other broadcast for Prime. But the play I referenced where he's kicking his feet because he's in so much pain, I just assumed Josh Allen was going to take off for a first down. It didn't look like anyone was in the picture. He held the ball, and Will Anderson came from behind, and it wasn't a sack, but it stopped the drive. So the Texans did everything they wanted to pretty much defensively, and the Bills had no answers. I mean, I guess the best answer would have been to run James Cook and give him more touches. But I talked about it yesterday as far as the Texans, and sometimes they will give up plays to running backs out of the backfield. I am surprised that the Bills didn't do more of trying to isolate James Cook on linebackers, because if you're not throwing to a tight end or a linebacker for the Bills, their receivers weren't making plays. And if we're talking about any weakness that the Texans have, it is putting their linebackers and some of their safeties in space and asking them to tackle. I don't think the Bills did enough of that. If I was rooting for the Bills, that's what I would have pointed to.
Yeah, and it helps Josh get the ball out fast.
Yeah.
It helps Allen not get obliterated because I mean, we mentioned the Anderson one where he's kicking his feet. There's one later in the game where he's shaking his hand.
Yeah.
It was the play before the hook and ladder play because I remember the way he threw it. It looked like he kind of like he had a different motion on it. And I looked back when they replayed it, and it wasn't anything physical. It was because he was like apparently another safety valve. Like his job was to throw the ball and then be the safety valve for I guess another lateral.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it felt like all the sacks that Allen took last night were like they're sack and a halves. Like they felt like it was the wear and tear meter was very high to reference the college football video game.
Yeah, there wasn't, not any of him breaking contain or picking up a first down, which is part of his game as well, extending a play and finding a guy open or simply taking it for a first down. The Texans, not only with their pass rush, got after him, but they were disciplined in their rush lanes and also in the guys in the secondary. They did not allow guys to break free and have Allen make a play where he's holding the ball for 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and then eventually finding a guy wide open. So it was Matt Burke, a guy who, if you're not paying attention to the Texans on a weekly basis, you wouldn't know that he is now the official play caller of the team. That was always a D'Amico Ryan thing up until I guess they started 0-3 and D'Amico Ryan decided to hand it over. That unit has not taken a step back, and you credit them for keeping the season afloat. It's been them really all year, and Davis Mills had a nice second quarter, but overall it was a very shaky performance. The Texans offense did next to nothing in that second half. It kept giving the Bills chances. Even when the Texans defense would create a turnover and put them in a really good spot to add on points, they got nothing more than a field goal a couple of times. But yet, even with the kickoff return, even with the offense performing poorly in the second half, they're now 6-5. We'll hear from some of the Texans when we come back. We'll hear from Davis Mills because John got word from someone in the building last night, like the fans are talking about they need to keep playing Davis Mills. So questions were asked about that. After the game, D'Amico Ryans and Davis Mills responded, and they gave pretty obvious answers, but we'll hear from them when we come back. If you want to get in and join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We're at Takaras Arandas. We're here at the location that's off of 529. We'll be here till noon. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. He's back in studio. He'll let us know what you should or shouldn't watch in movies and television, but of course a lot of focus on the Texans. We'll certainly get into some college football as well because we got a lighter weekend than we had last week, but we do have Oregon versus USC. Got playoff implications. Mizzou early in the day goes to Oklahoma. Mizzou will have to try to play the spoiler there, and of course. We will talk some Rockets. They got the Nuggets tonight. So we got a full show. You want to join us, 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon. We will be back. But before we go, I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Simply put, they got a great deal going right now. Like, look, if you got an older home, a repiping is going to have to happen. And you don't want to be someone who gets caught unawares where a pipe burst, you weren't ready for it, and now you got a disaster on your hands. You want to be preventative. I get it. I'm a person who's reactionary when it comes to home repair, but you don't want to be put in a position where you're desperate for an answer and damage is being done for your home. The people who can take care of you are the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and see all the things they have to offer. But if you're looking for a repipe, they'll throw in a free water heater, a traditional water heater for you as well. So the people there will take care of you. Billy Brown owns that place. You hear John and Lance talk about them all the time. And they do something that I know I would appreciate. It's that free price quote. You hate getting charged for an estimate. You hate getting charged for people figuring out what the problem is when you don't know what it is. They'll take care of you at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's just what they do. John and Lance would speak for them if they didn't. So you want great plumbers, you want people to take care of you, it's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. So go to the website, check out what they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And, of course, you can call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company and aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's Del Olaleya.
So let's hear from some of the Texans after their win last night. It was on Amazon Prime, so the Prime set was right on the field, and one of the things they do after the game is invite the winners on. And so this is Will Anderson after his huge night. This is him on set with the crew from Amazon on what it was like playing out there.
Don't know what it is, and your body just take over, your instincts just take over, and you just play out your mind. And I just think that's what type of day it was, man. Just the preparation all week, coach being on us, man, preparing us, and just going out here playing free and playing fast.
They did all that, and the stat popped up. The Texans lead in points per game defensively, and also yards per game. And of course, some of that is kind of I won't say screwed, but it's kind of mixed in with, a punt return for a touchdown and a kickoff return for a touchdown. So they would be even better defensively as far as points per game if those could be taken out of the point total. And no team's ever missed the playoffs with those leading in those two categories. So at least for me right now is with CJ coming back, can that offense be one where this defense doesn't need to be almost perfect to win football games? Look, the whole joke about, hey, the other side gets paid too. They're going to be offenses who find a way to score points. Not a lot of points, but they're going to be offenses that break the 20-point barrier. Can the Texans offense win a game right now if it's 24-20, or does every game have to be one where this defense, who has shown themselves to be capable of it, hold a team under 20? The best team they may have played this year was the Seahawks. I mean, the Rams just played the Seahawks, but Seahawks turned the ball over as much as they did, and they're still in it with the field goal to win it. So maybe the Seahawks are the best team. But the Seahawks put up 27, and the Texans, their defense, they're playing against Jackson Smith and Jigba on the road against Sam Darnold, who's going good at the time. That wasn't, I would say, an awful defensive performance. They forced turnovers, but you may get into a game like that. Can the Texans score and win a game 24-20? At this point, I need proof of it against a good football team.
Yeah. I'm interested in the Colts game coming up. That will be another one of those tests where, I feel confident saying you have to be a good offense to score. I mean, honestly, in a point where it feels uncomfortable for the Texans, whether that is 20-24, I think is probably the – once we get to like 24-27 range, that feels harder for the Texans to get to. But yeah, I think that there's only a handful of teams in the league that are that level of test on offense. On defense, feels like a lot of teams can stop the Texans on defense. Maybe every team in the league can stop the Texans on stop the Texans offense, no matter who's the starter. That to me is really the I don't know. Not the best part of the game. Best part of the game is that they won. I'm most relieved that it wasn't a Davis Mills masterclass, so we don't have to do that. We don't have to.
Well, we'll get to that here.
We
have the sound here.
We don't have to.
Not the discussion of us saying he should play, but the sound from Davis Mills and D'Amico Ryans addressing that. But you even look at what the Texans defense did to set up the offense for points, and they only came away with 6 of them.
And that was a big, in the third quarter, fourth quarter, I was like, this does not bode well for the Texans when you do get 2 turnovers where you get the ball in scoring position,
yes,
like on the right side of the 50, and you get, the second one where it's just they went backwards and kicked a field goal was just absolutely like, it was one of those things where they got an interception, right? That was they got an interception, and they
they had an interception in the first half that wound up, I believe.
Yeah, the pick six that got called back because the blindside
block, and then they had the Shakir fumble.
Oh, okay.
And also the other Bullock, the Bullock interception at the end of the game was different.
Seal it,
but they had the fumble.
Yeah,
and the pick six they got called back, and they scored 6 points.
It was the fumble where, they get a fumble, they kick a field goal, But after that series of plays, I was like, that might be where they lose it. Is that they didn't even hold the ball. Like they gave that thing right back to them.
Yeah, you start to look at the games against teams who have real playoff aspirations. The 9 against the Rams, 19 against the Bucks, the 10 against the Jags, and we've talked about that in a way that we do when there's a blown coverage that got them to the touchdown. Of course, the Ravens aren't the same Ravens, but that's the one where they put up the 44. Of course, Seahawks, the 19. 49ers was their best game overall offensively against a good football team. They split up 26, but Broncos 15. And then the Jags, the comeback, but for 3 quarters they were dead in the water. And then, of course, last night. So they have not shown, no matter who the quarterback is, really the ability to stack consistent offensive performances together. You win 3 in a row, people start to ask who your quarterback should be, I guess. So Davis Mills, this had to address it because it was asked his status, what he thinks about a competition, if you want to call it that. He was asked about it. Here's his answer to the CJ versus Davis Mills conversation.
I mean, in my current situation, I don't think there's a competition. I mean, CJ's the starter for this team. I'm just doing everything I can to bring my best foot forward every day, make everyone else around me better, and try to, provide and play my role to my best ability when I get thrown in there.
That's the answer you want. I mean, I don't know if it'll convince enough people that, hey, this isn't a real thing. So it didn't – I don't know the order of who came out first, but it didn't convince a reporter not to ask D'Amico. You would think the play that you saw, he had a good second quarter, but overall Davis Mills had a shaky start, and then the offense did next to nothing in the second half. So the question had to be asked of the head coach. Davis Mills put it to bed, and so does D'Amico Ryans about the Davis Mills-C.J. Stroud conversation.
All right, at the end, just dropping the we'll see what happens. No, CJ, it was great to see him back out there. He was back at practice. Just to see him back around the guys with a huge smile on his face, him feeling well, that's the most important thing when our guys are in the concussion protocol. I just want to make sure they're healthy and they're well. So that's the one thing I'm most happy to see, that he's well, he's himself, and he's ready to get back to football.
He and Jalen Petrie returned to practice. I believe CJ told the Amazon crew that if this was a Sunday game, he would have played. So expect him to be out there in a giant game for the Texans. They got to go to Indy for a game where this win against the Bills allows for some, not a lot of it, but some leeway. Okay, you lose to the Colts on the road. Okay, it doesn't kill your season as long as, and you hope for other results to go your way. Mainly, I would say the Colts beating the Chiefs on Sunday. If I've decided to give up on the division. Maybe some people haven't. As it stands right now, a Colts loss to the Chiefs would keep you within 2 games of the division, and then you play them twice. So you would have to be really good down the stretch, and the Colts have to be really bad. Yeah. Could this be a Baltimore-Pittsburgh situation from last year where you get to play them twice? You think they're not a real team like a lot of people thought of the Steelers, and then you chase them down. I don't know. It's on the table. Yeah. I just don't think the Texans' offense is good enough that I can trust them over the course of, what is it now, 6 games? Yes. To go 5-1, to be good enough to go 5-1, no matter how good your defense is. It would be easier to push the cockroaches that are the Chiefs out of the in the hunt mix. Yeah. And hope that you maybe split with the Colts, take the games against the Cardinals and the Raiders, beat the Chiefs, and then maybe the Chargers game is for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I think like the emotional tiebreaker, if you're a Texans fan with that Colts-Chiefs game, is that you are going to play the Colts twice and the Chiefs once. So there isn't a huge this is your opportunity to get a game on one of them. You're going to have an opportunity when you play them, and they're both of the level that especially with the Texans defense that they're rolling in with, you feel like you're in the game with the Texans defense. That to me is really what Thursday's game was all about, was just can defense alone, how far can that get this team? And with Davis Mills at quarterback, this is not me saying Davis Mills should be the starter. He should. with Davis Mills at quarterback, they've beaten 2 teams that are ahead of them in the standings. Now we can, this Bills team isn't as good as past Bills teams. The Jags are a team where no one really takes all that seriously as a playoff team, but they were ahead of you and still are ahead of you in the standings. So the fact that your defense can't do that basically by itself, not getting a lot of help from special teams or the offense, that does tell me, like, okay, this is like a real thing where it's not ridiculous that they can hawk down the Colts and get this division because they play them twice.
Yeah, you'll wait till Sunday, see what happens, and then
I think the Colts actually I don't know if they play all the good NFC West teams, but I think they play a couple, like where they play the Rams, or no, they already played the Rams. So they play the Seahawks, I think. And so they don't have like
they have a stretch here after. In fact, we talk about the Texans and their tough end of the year.
Oh, yeah.
The Colts have as tough as anyone. They go to the Chiefs, host the Texans. All of a sudden, that's a game against a team above 500. Then they go to the Jags, go to the Seahawks, host the 49ers, and then have the Jags at home, and then they close out on the road at the Texans.
There's no gimme there.
No,
there's not like this team is playing for a draft pick. That team's fans are going to be upset if they win the game. Where you look at the Texans, they play the Cardinals and Raiders, and then the Chargers are above 500. Let me say, watching their offensive line and watching the Texans' defensive line and watching the Chargers' offensive line and the Texans' defense, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work well for the Chargers. I think, though, if Herbert's in that game, there's going to be a lot of, people really feeling bad for Justin Herbert the way that we felt a little bit bad for Josh Allen.
I can see him
taking a beating.
I can see him kicking his feet in pain on the ground because Will Anderson has hit him from behind.
Yes, a worried Madison Beer in the stands. Yeah. They don't actually do that. They only do that in college for some reason.
Yeah, they don't go. they don't go to the play. Only significant other they show in the league currently is Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
and she's not.
There's only room
for
one.
Holmes may be there because she's sitting next to her.
There's the only room for one. There's only room for one wag at a time. Giselle, you're out. Brady retired, and you're also
can
just
you
divorced.
Imagine if it's out? It's the Bills at the Patriots, and it's for the division, and he gets hit by I don't know. Name a Patriot.
Yeah.
He gets by Barmore, and they flash the Haley Steinfeld up there. They don't do that. Yeah, they don't do that. It's like college football. The parents get shown.
Yeah.
If they know about a girlfriend or if it's at BYU a wife, they'll show that.
If Brent Musburger is calling the game.
Yeah, sure. But it didn't happen in the NFL. Usually the wives aren't in a place where you can just see them.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have their own section, but it's not something they focus on. So yeah, I don't imagine we will see.
Her covering her eyes.
Yeah, Madison Beer covering her eyes
as Danico Autry.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see that.
Okay.
Considering if that relationship may not be a thing
who
by
knows?
that point. Who knows?
Maybe Madison Beer watches the Chargers offensive line. She's like, no, social media quarterback. But yeah, just
big fan of our show.
That digression is just to say that you play two teams that aren't going to be playing for anything, and then you play the Chargers, who you match up. I'm just going to say match up very well against, at least on that side of the ball, and we've seen that side of the ball can just win you the game. So the Texans' schedule versus the Colts' schedule, that is also a factor in where it's on the table more than I would think if I were just watching the games and not, and I had no idea what the schedules look like.
I would agree. If you leave Sunday afternoon, it's one of the early games, and it's by 3:15 the Colts have lost, then the division is clearly on the table. Whether you get there or not will be dependent on your quarterback coming back and how well he plays. And an offense that, while the Bills' offense is being talked about because they were so dominated, the Texans were still outgained by about 60 yards. So the Bills just didn't have the flash plays. They didn't create the turnovers that the Texans did. They didn't sack the quarterback like the Texans did. Hell, they didn't sack Davis Mills at all. But a Bills defense who gives up yards and points pretty consistently against even average offenses, you didn't do very much. So the conversation about who should be quarterback shouldn't be one.
D'Amico, he did the we'll see, and then he was like, I can't make that joke.
Yeah. What am I doing?
He was like, I think it's the Texans' offense with C.J. Stroud isn't good enough to where you can that's completely ridiculous. It is pretty ridiculous, but it's not it's not like if Josh Allen had missed 3 games and Mitch Trubisky won 3 games, won those 3, and then McDermott gets on this podium's like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so while we are expecting an upgrade offensively because there's an upgrade in quarterback, I'm just not sure how much of
I don't know what that translates to.
How discernible will it be? Will we be able to tell?
An extra field goal?
Is this worth an extra touchdown because CJ's playing?
Yeah, in the red zone, maybe one of those red zone field goals that you kick.
Is he a 4-point difference when you have the opportunity? I don't know. He'll get a test his first week back against the Colts. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join the show, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Kalen Bullock when we come back. He was on SVP. He did an interview with Scott Van Pelt right after, and he had some words about his defense that kind of line up with how everyone feels after that performance. So we'll hear from him. We'll talk about the obvious story it's been obvious since the start of since we started actually paying real attention to the upcoming Texan season. And the pushback coming from Joe Mixon and his agent, which feels like, all right, guys, we don't need to draw this out anymore. But Joe Mixon and his agent have pushed back on the reporting from Ian Rappaport yesterday that he was likely done for the year. So we'll get into that, and then certainly we'll talk about some other things, NFL-wise and college football. Sean and I are out at Takaras Arandas. We are at the FM 529 location here in Cypress. They're still serving tacos. They're still serving breakfast, and, of course, they serve much more than that. So if you want to come out here, you should. Get yourself something to eat and maybe get a T-shirt. You don't get to spin the wheel and co-host the show. That's not an actual thing. But
it's on the wheel.
It's not. I don't care. It's not a thing.
Okay.
Even if
it is on the wheel, though.
But it's not a thing. It's false advertising is what it is.
Also, Hug Dell and Touch My Hair is on the wheel.
Those are 2 things that were lied about.
I feel like the wheel's been weaponized. I feel like
against us, and I don't know why. I told you can pack everything up. You can fight with Sam over who gets to take it home. I'm distracted, but we're going to break. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's Del Olalea.
So let's get to Kalen Bullock here. He, after his big night, the 2 picks, the forced fumble, he and Will Anderson, the big stars, of course, Daniil Hunter got in on it. You name a Texas defender, they probably made a play or two. But Kalen Bullock, he was with Scott Van Pelt after the game, and he isn't the only one to say this. When you do it like they did it to the Bills in prime time, standalone game, people are going to know about your defense if they didn't already know. And this is what he thinks about his defense and where they stand in the NFL.
Damian Woody said to me a moment ago, look, if this Houston team keeps winning, no one's going to want to see them down the stretch because of you guys on defense. How do you best describe the confidence that's growing within your room as you guys continue to win football games?
Every guy on our defense, we just got the mindset we're going to be the best every single day. We step out there on that field. We know we got some bad guys on our team to our left in front of us, and our D-line know that we're going to do our job in the back end. So it's just all of us, we going out there and we trust each other. When we trust each other, we're the best defense in the NFL.
After last night, I don't know that anyone's doubting it unless you play for like the Seahawks or the Broncos. You may have something to say about it. But as far as the general public, doing that to an MVP, you are going to get that type of acclaim. You know, Josh Allen, now, of course, he's now played, well, not more games than everyone because I think the Bills have had a bye, right? But he's one of the league leaders in passing, just behind Drake May. So it wasn't like you were playing some guy who was having an off year. The offense as a whole has their questions because of their lack of receiver talent. But the Bills are one of the best offenses in football, and you made them look terrible, and you made the quarterback look terrible. He has trouble here. For whatever reason in that building, it looked like early Josh Allen. The running around, going nowhere. He thought he had enough to look off Alshire. Great play by him to trace those eyes and get in the passing lane. That led to the Bullock pick. It looked like a guy who was trying to find his way, and that's what the Texans do to people.
Because Al Michaels also mentioned it was something at the end of the game where it was like the Chiefs have been the Bills' boogeyman, and so has apparently NRG Stadium, or it was something like that. I was like, so it was last year's game, this year's game, and the playoff game from before Josh Allen was good.
I think he came into the game 0-3.
Okay, so there's another one. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember, I was like, 2 regular season losses and 1 playoff loss again before he was like capital J, capital A, Josh Allen. It is like, it's not the most airtight case, but it's, to me, more how he looks when you play him. Like, he looks, I mean, he doesn't, it's not like his fault. It's just his numbers, the result that you get is like their offense just can't do anything.
Yeah, it's less of of course the Texans winning is one thing, but he's playing. It's not like he's putting up 30 and they're losing. He's playing poorly. That's
how he loses to the Chiefs.
Yes,
is that he scores 34 and they score 35.
Can't get a stop.
Yeah,
and by the way, let's clear it up. That's in the postseason. For whatever reason, they handle the.
They
Chiefs.
own them in the regular season.
So you mentioned last year's game where he had probably his worst game since he became the Josh Allen that we know now. There's a home game where they smacked the Texans around during the David Culley era. Back in 2020, that was the playoff game. The 2019 season.
Yeah, where he laterals and he throws 4 verts to a guy wearing 42.
Yeah, and I guess he started in 2018 as well.
Okay. I was thinking it must be his rookie year because I don't remember another one more recently.
Yeah, him and Nathan Peterson both played in that game. Josh Allen was sacked a couple times. Nathan Peterson threw 2 picks, so that's what he did.
Yeah, he was about that. He was about that.
So I don't know who exactly started just looking at these numbers, but they both played, and Josh Allen, I guess, is a quarterback a record from that one. So now
I guess he started.
Yeah, now he's 0-4, and for Josh Allen's sake, I guess he's lucky he's never had to come to Houston for a playoff game since 2019.
Yeah.
Or the Colts wouldn't be his bugaboo. It'd be some combination of Brian Hoyer and others and Deshaun Watson and whoever else he had to play against at the time. So it is like, look, we know it from the other end. Up until this year, the Texans have been dominated by the Ravens. For this one, for the national media, feels more inexplicable because it's the Texans. But
Texans don't own anybody.
Yeah,
like
they're certainly not supposed to. They're certainly not supposed to own Josh Allen, but they do. And great, now you're 6-5, and you got a lot to play for when it seemed like your season was done for when you were 3-5. All right, we'll go to break right here, and then we'll get to the Joe Mixon thing when we come back. We're way past a break already. So Joe Mixon and his agent pushing back against a report that seemed pretty obvious. It seemed like something that could just go by the wayside and no one would care as far as challenging it, but they've decided to. I'll ask you this before we go to break. If they're completely wrong and he never plays this year, should they apologize to Ian Rappaport? Don't answer it. You have your answer when we come back. It's Sean and I here at Takaras Arandas. AJ's here. AJ, actually, are we late for the 10:44 break or early for the 10:55 break? I don't even know anymore. Okay, but which one should I be going to break or hanging on?
Yeah.
You just combine. Forget it. You just combine breaks. All right. Yeah, let's forget about it. I've been up since 4:15. That's what this is about, actually.
Oh yeah, because I
had to drive.
This is an extra 30 minutes tacked on.
Yeah, so forgive me if I've forgotten how this radio show actually works. All right, the Joe Mixon story is this. Yesterday, we talked about it. His agent, Ian Rappaport said he's out. He's unlikely to play the rest of the year. Now, the Texans have not confirmed that. I don't know that D'Amico Ryans was even asked about it yesterday. Maybe he'll get asked about it today if he is available for his day after presser. But this prompted a tweet from Joe Mixon. He said, now I get everyone's looking for splash news and clickbait, but I'm curious, Ian, how do you know more than me? How do you know more about me than me? And then Mixon's agent, Peter Schaefer, also chimed in with, the truth and what comes out of his mouth is mere coincidence. So they are going at Rappaport hard.
That's crazy. Like what the agent said is it what Mixon said? It's fine.
Yeah,
like
Rappaport doesn't have the reputation of being wrong.
What are you talking about?
And a liar.
We're talking about Ian Rappaport.
Yeah.
Do you have him confused with someone
Michael
else?
Rappaport. Yeah, what are you talking about?
That guy that was a skinhead in a movie. We're gonna take his word for it. It's like no. It's the
somewhat diminutive reporter from the NFL Network.
Yeah, no. I mean, to answer your question, that was originally going to be a tease and now isn't. I think the agent probably should just apologize.
So I didn't know that Mixon added his agent. He goes in that quote tweet where he goes, Ian, how do you know more about me than me? He adds Peter Schaefer and says, get your mans, bro. And then Peter Schaefer was like, you know what, Joe? I am going to get my mans. I am going to get him. Thanks for alerting me.
I like that. I like that Mixon but it was like, now you get him.
Yeah. And Peter Schaefer did. If he doesn't play the rest of the way, someone needs to issue an apology. I don't even know why you even address it. If it isn't correct, okay, then prove it by coming back and playing. Like, this doesn't do anything other than okay, you're talking about
antagonize Ian Rappaport for some reason.
And if you turn out to be a guy who doesn't take a snap this year, you certainly owe the guy. You're never going to give it to him.
No, and like also, I in general, when it comes to public apologies, I mean generally I don't put that much weight in it because you know what, you did what you did, you said what you said because you wanted to, and now you have to apologize publicly because you have to. Like, and especially like a written statement, like what I can write I can write an apology statement every single day and just not mean it.
Of
like
course.
It's very easy to do that.
Easy to do, yes.
and so I don't actually does he need to apologize? No. I don't care. But he is out of line.
Yeah.
He's a little out of pocket, especially the agent with this. So yeah, I mean it's surprising because it's not anything out of the it was the assumption
everyone
basically since August.
You have not been involved in football activities since the Chiefs playoff game last
year.
Yeah. Everyone just assumes you're not playing at this point. We got 6 games to go. There was a bye week already. And you're not playing football.
The puplet. Remember when it was like, well, after 6 weeks we'll know. It's like this guy's not playing.
Your GM is asked about it, and
He just kicks the can like a month at a time.
the response for me would be, all right, Joe, what's your timeline? You got a game you're working towards.
He's not quote tweeting that one. He's quote tweeting Ian Rappaport. He's not quote tweeting the but sir, when can we expect you then? Nah.
I'm just saying, it'll all be forgotten.
Maybe Peter Schrafer will get to that one.
Peter Schaefer,
I think. I didn't want to say Schrager, and I was like, I know it's not Schrager, it's something else.
Well, they did both work at NFL Network at the
Yeah.
time. I wish he did say, Peter Schrager, get your mans.
No, that's what Rappaport should be like. Get you in, knock off Schrager.
Yeah. Either way, Joe Mixon is pushing back on the claim that he's done for the season. All right, if you walk out for the Chargers game, great. Cool. But until that point, I'm going to lean to Rappaport because for whatever reason, he's been right about this from the very beginning.
Yeah.
It's just been a consistent Texans thing to say, hey, shut up, you're wrong. On this, for him particularly,
Yeah.
it just has not been proven to be wrong yet.
In fairness, the original report, it wasn't from Rappaport. Rappaport was actually right. But the C.J. Gardner-Johnson torn ACL, when he had a torn ACL for 8 hours.
Hey, that's an Aaron Wilson thing. That ain't a CJ. That ain't an Ian Rappaport.
Ian Rappaport
thing.
was right.
Yeah,
he was the one that was right.
Yeah, so he continues to be right. We'll see if Mixon proves them wrong. All right, we'll go to break with that. We're 1 hour in, 1 hour to go. But before we do, let me let you know, because of consistent unprofessionalism, I've got 2 pairs of tickets to give away. Not my unprofessionalism, although that can be questioned as well. You have to call in now. I'm not giving them to you because you're sitting here.
We do appreciate the support.
We appreciate the support, but that's not how this is going. If you want a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus TCU, be caller 3 at 11 o'clock. Caller 3 at 11 o'clock wins a pair of tickets.
You have a phone?
Yeah, now you're going to try to call in? You go ahead and do that. But you got to wait till 11. Caller 3 at 11 o'clock wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs on Senior Day. They honor their seniors who have helped this turnaround happen very quickly in the Willie Fritz era. They're 8-2, nationally ranked in the CFP rankings and the AP rankings. They're being recognized for their great season. You want to honor them at their senior game? Be caller 3 at 11 o'clock. And if you don't win the tickets from us, you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Just $25, or you can call them at 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. And, of course, don't wear purple. Wear the red, be early, be loud, wear red, and root the Cougs on as they try to close out their home slate with a victory over the TCU Horned Frogs. All right, caller 3 at 11 o'clock. We'll go to break with that. We'll be back after that. left here at Takaras Arandas. We're in Cyprus. We're at the location that's off of FM 529. Come out here and join us. And even if you aren't going to make it here by noon, still stop by. I mean, look, the food is the draw. The food and the drinks, whether that be the alcoholic variety, because they got a great sports bar here, maybe just want a giant glass of orange juice.
We'll leave at noon, but they will have food.
The food will remain.
Until 10 p.m. No, midnight.
They close at midnight.
Midnight tonight.
So whether it's
I can see the hours right here. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I'm looking at them right now as well. So whether it's now, in 30 minutes, or at 5 p.m.
12 hours.
Whatever it is, just come out out here and get you something to eat. And, of course, you can come out here tomorrow as well because college football will be going on. We got Mizzou versus Oklahoma. Hell, Gil, who's out here, asked us about the line. It opened at 9.5. It's now 6.5. I've not seen anything where Bo Pribula is going to play in that one.
Yeah, I think he was listed as doubtful.
Doubtful, okay. So
on at least one of the injury reports I saw.
So their starting quarterback, the transfer from Penn State, probably won't play in that one. But I think that's upgraded to questionable yesterday.
Oh, upgraded. So I love upgraded to questionable. That's a great upgrade.
That's a basketball thing for a lot of time. And once a guy gets upgraded to questionable, he's going to play.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works for college quarterbacks who go to Missouri. But if he does play, it certainly opens up the real possibility of an upset because maybe that's why the line switched from 9.5 to 6.5 because the thought is that he will play.
Yeah, and it has. I think it's bounced around because it's going off of like the winds of rumor and like did this guy practice? Is he ready to go? Kind of stuff. I don't know. I just generally. I don't think it changes too much how I think about this game. I mean, at least how the game will look when you turn it on Saturday. It's going to be a defensive game in my mind. Like, I can't really – I mean, maybe other than pick sixes for Oklahoma or for Mizzou, I can't really see like this really turned into a shootout. Both teams are moving the ball well. I feel like this is going to be a game that's really just played in a phone booth, which is what Oklahoma does.
Yeah, and the question is – whether it be Zollers or Pribula, can that quarterback avoid the mistakes that sets up Oklahoma's defense to score themselves like they did against Alabama or to set their offense up to probably not convert into a touchdown,
kick a
at least
field
kick a field
goal.
goal.
Texans football.
Yeah.
That's what they play. I mean, honestly, Oklahoma does play Texans football.
A bit of a version of Texans football.
Swarm.
And it's led to them being now, as long as they went out, being in the playoff. And certainly there are going to be a lot of teams around the country rooting for Mizzou because Oklahoma being where they are is probably the surprise considering what we thought going into last week with them on the road at Alabama and the result that Alabama still winds up at 10 certainly hurts the team's hope that we're rooting for that Oklahoma loss. Not only do they win, the team they beat still stays ahead of you.
Yeah, so, you don't get the we moved up one, net. It's like, no, you kind of net are the same. Or actually, you're minus one. Yeah.
There are now two teams who are in line for the playoffs where they're just the one at the time. And USC Oregon may be falling into that same category depending on how it goes. Because if USC wins a close one versus Oregon, Oregon doesn't have the same resume.
I was going to say,
Alabama did.
Oregon's going to have – they're going to get hit with who have they beaten.
Yeah.
I mean, Iowa's the best win.
Yeah, and Iowa's now, at 4 losses now?
Yes, I believe so.
And Oregon, well, it depends on who the committee member you talk to is, because I guess some of them are still giving them credit for beating Penn State before they fell apart.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. That is something that whatever Bozo 80 was the public who had the humiliation ritual of having to answer questions on the ESPN set. Yeah, he at least said that they're still giving them credit for being Penn State because they were good, but then there's a different one where they're not giving a team. Oh no, they're not. I forgot what it was. Where they're knocking a team because they haven't. Yeah, breaking news: the CFP gave a hypocritical answer. At least we're talking out both sides of their mouth on the broadcast. That's why I don't really watch the broadcast. I can just give me the rankings. Give me the sheet of paper.
I can see the rankings. Then maybe a clip.
I need the rankings and then I need the bracket. That's all I want to look at. They're just going to rank teams how they want to rank them. That's really how all it boils down to is they can throw out the numbers, they can throw out game control. They can throw out FPI, whatever. It's just, I think Alabama's better. I think Alabama's better. I think Notre Dame's better than Miami. But, sir, they played. I think they're better. I don't know.
They're not in the same tier. And, yeah, they beat them head-to-head, but.
And there's two teams. My favorite thing, they're not in the same tier. There's two Utah teams in between them. If there was only one Utah team in between them, are they in the same tier? If they're right next to each other, are they in the same? At what point are they in the same tier?
The rule or the guidelines are if the teams are ranked within 3 spots of each other, they are now in a position where you can debate their status.
Okay.
And what, as you say, what Bozo AD said on Tuesday.
Sorry.
Hunter
Yurchek sorry.
said.
I hope you hire a good coach.
Was that if Miami gets the help they need and continues to win games and they wind up closer to Notre Dame, then head-to-head will play a huge part. Question will be, how much help does Miami need before you guys actually want to have that discussion?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's
like if Oklahoma loses a close one, will they still be ahead of Miami because you don't want to have the discussion?
Yeah, it's like mousetrap. Like you have to do this and then this. It's a Rube Goldberg machine of how can Miami move up 2 more spots to where their week 1 win against now a top 10 Notre Dame team actually matters.
Yeah, it means more than Notre Dame losing to Miami.
Because otherwise, so what's the point of playing it?
The stance is, at least right now, is Notre Dame losing to Miami has more significance because it's one of 2 close losses.
Yep.
Than Miami losing to SMU and Louisville, who, 7-1 teams in a conference not a lot of people respect. So the best thing that could have happened to Notre Dame is Mario Cristobal taking his foot off the gas and turning that game into a close one. Because if it's 28-10 at the end of the day, because you score another touchdown, Notre Dame kind of loses all their game plan stuff. And they have to start throwing the ball all over the place. It doesn't work out. Then you're having a real conversation if they're still that distance. But right now, they're very comfortable with that. So those are a couple games. The Oregon USC game is one you can look at in that 2:30 window as far as
those are the 2 best
type deciders. Mizzou, as I said, playing spoiler. If you're looking for some schadenfreude material, it would be James Franklin being in the building with all his Penn State recruits at Virginia Tech. He has been hired by Virginia Tech. It's a big recruiting weekend for Virginia Tech. All of a sudden, it's being purely supplemented by Penn State commits. They're going to be there. So a game that probably would have been a dead environment, maybe there'll be people in the building because James Franklin may make an appearance and maybe speak. I don't know how they'll do it. I don't know if they'll treat it like basketball where the guy comes out and speaks during a quarter-time break or something, whatever. But he'll be there. The recruits will be there. The question is, does Virginia Tech's team care? And if they do care, then maybe you get a situation where all this conversation about Miami doesn't matter because they get upset by a really bad football team.
Yeah, there's 2 things. I mean, there's a lot of things at play, but there's 2 things I'm really interested in. A, what we talked about with does he talk at the game? I don't think he does.
Yeah, I don't.
Because there is a football coach on the sideline, yes. And that guy will probably not be retained. I don't know who their interim is. Maybe sometimes it is like a
lifer?
Cadillac Williams type. Who's the Miami guy not Miami? Florida State guy who's done it like 3 times now.
The defensive line.
Yeah, is it like Alford or something?
No, it's I'll figure it out.
But it's normally it's a guy he's finishing out this season, and then the new coach, James Franklin in this case, will bring in a new staff. So I don't know if you want to show like, hey, we're just kind of playing out the clock, and here's our new guy. Maybe you just show him on the Jumbotron, but not like have him be like, we're going to build something, we're turning a new page.
Yeah, it's a little different because like when Cignetti's doing it at an Indiana basketball game, he is not taking over for the Indiana basketball coach.
Just the interim or fired or whoever, the football coach is not in the building.
Yeah, Odell Haggins is the Florida State
Haggins.
D-line coach.
Yeah,
so,
I think I was thinking of the old AD that they had, Mickey Alford. I think that's it.
So that one, if you go by line, should be competitive. Miami's over a 2-touchdown favorite. But if you're just looking to laugh at some team because they think they should be involved in the playoff discussion and they blow it, that would be the team to look at.
Miami is just perpetually on Schadenfreude watch.
But you know how this is actually going to go. They'll win this game quite easily because beyond all the extracurriculars, VTech stinks.
Yeah, those Penn State ex-Penn State commits now
potential
probably
Virginia Tech.
future
Yeah.
Virginia Tech commits. They're not going to be on the field.
Yeah.
Those guys are pretty good.
And I don't know that the Virginia Tech team currently cares that much about the head coach who they aren't in contact with that much anymore.
Yeah, the second part is the only thing I could see is a little bit of let me prove why I don't need to get called into his office and probably have a nicer, he probably will phrase it nicer than Deion Sanders taking over Colorado, but I don't want that situation where James Franklin is saying, I'm bringing my own luggage in Sluey to, me, a hokey outside linebacker.
Yeah, other than the games we mentioned, it's not a lot.
It's light.
It's
a
light
week.
slate. You're hoping if you're looking for an upset, this would be the week. Maybe Pitt kind of screws around with the ACC title picture for Georgia Tech. That's another game. That's later.
Yeah.
That's in the evening at 6. So that's the other one to point to. Pitt was awful against Notre Dame, but their coach told you they
all
were gonna
according to
care,
plan.
So it doesn't matter.
Yep.
So
it really was a good result for Pitt. He was okay if they lost by 100.
Yeah.
They lost by what, like 30?
The fact that they held Notre Dame to 30-something points.
Yeah.
It was a good result.
It was a good result.
They even scored a touchdown in garbage time, so credit to them for that.
Oh, yeah, they did.
So 37-15 was the final. So Georgia Tech wins. They're in the ACC title game. Their last game of the year is against Georgia Tech. So if we are looking for the team that, if we just go by the path, is the most likely, because I think if they're not facing a Miami in the Big 12 or the ACC title game, although I think of Miami, if they beat Pitt, Miami may be out completely. I'm not sure. It's a very complicated tiebreaker. But as far as best teams in the ACC, you have your debate between Miami and Georgia Tech, but I think it's a clear top two. Virginia, credit to you, but I don't think you're that good. So they could end some of this discussion by winning, and then Georgia Tech would be at least the favorite in my eyes if they qualify for the game to win it and be the ACC representative. So that's the game at night to focus on if you care about the national picture at all. Of course, the Cougs play at 6 as well, the game we talked about by giving away tickets. We gave away a pair right at the start of this hour. We'll give away another pair before we wrap it up. It's Cougs versus TCU. Trying to get to 9 wins, and then, of course, followed up with a 10th. They're not completely out of the Big 12 title picture. They would need to clearly win out and then get a lot of help. But even if you want to put the title stuff on the back burner, a double-digit win season in year 2 and doing it in the regular season, very nice outcome for the Cougs. And they're trying to get to 9-2 against a TCU team who I watched that game because just to see if BYU would get upset. And, yeah, you could tell very early last week, not a chance. BYU did whatever they wanted to on the ground. The Cougs aren't built that way, but if you're looking for a way or a path to victory, it'd be to run the ball down TCU's throat. Maybe they didn't want to deal with Provo. Maybe it wasn't for them that night.
I mean, BYU is good. I mean, it falls into one of those underrated, like, it's just hard to win there. I don't know what it is. I mean, might be the elevation, might be it's just, I don't know, an insane atmosphere. Hats off to them. But it's one of those that you think, all the best college football home venues, it's like Death Valley, and they're all, like, belligerently drunk and whatever. And then you go, BYU is also very tough to play in. It's like they're not belligerently drunk. They're fueled off of just pure,
it's almost like
pure,
a crime
pure excitement for football. So yeah, it's I don't know if TDCU Stadium is exactly the same atmosphere. Certainly doesn't have its moment or has its moments where it's not. But as far as like the teams on the field, what I've seen from U of H so far, they're a better team than TCU.
And I didn't mention this. BYU does go to Cincinnati, so
that's another.
So that's another one to lock in on as far as the not just the Big 12 title race, but also the implications for the CFP.
Miami might move one spot closer to being able to be in the discussion to be
better. The team they beat earlier this season. It's great stuff.
And you have the same record.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
They might be honored with.
And God forbid if Mizzou wins. Who knows? Now they may be
Mizzou 11th.
Now, yeah, they jump all the way up. Hey, great win on the road. That team just beat Alabama.
They beat the team that beat Alabama.
Yeah. Never mind Alabama lost to Florida State and Miami beat Florida State. But whatever.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Week 1.
Yeah, it's very true. Darrell, I see you. We'll get to you. Well, at least I see your name up. We'll get to you when we come back. Hold through the break. You want to talk Texans? Anyone else want to get in? Do so now because we got Michael Carroll coming up here. Unless you're waiting for him, he will talk movies and television with us in a little bit. But Darrell, you want to talk Texans? Anyone else? 713-780-3776. Sean and I here at Takaras Arandas till noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at Takaras Arandas in Cyprus. Here's Del Olalea.
If you missed out on your chance to win tickets to see the Cougs, we'll do that here shortly, but let's get to Darrell first. He wants to talk some Texans. What's up, Darrell?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I just would like to say, hey, that's a pretty impressive win that the Texans walked away with last night. But I was just thinking about something. You know, this squad that's around Mills, right? You got to think about it. He have the weapons that he have around, the weapons that's around Mills. Okay, when he was the starter, he never had no defense, nor no weapons like this, and it makes you wonder, like, man, okay, I know the Texans, they're gonna insert C.J. Stroud back in, you know, when they play Indianapolis.
But it makes you wonder, okay, if CJ starts to struggle and say, like, he just can't get it together against Indy, are they going to let him ride out and try to play through his struggles, or are they going to snatch him and then put Mills in? Because, man, hey, I ain't going to lie. That boy Mills looked deadly with the weapons that's around him. See, he didn't have the type of weapons when he was the starter. But I don't know. I just would like to get you guys' thought. I'm going to get off here. What do you guys think?
Appreciate it. It's a good note to mention that as bad as those times were in 21 and 22, yeah, Davis Mills didn't perform great, but there were bigger problems than him surrounding that team. The difference is from year to year when it came to two different coaching staffs. It was a team, I'm not sure, well, I can be pretty clear or sure they weren't really trying to win football games at the time. You hire David Culley, and then you bring Lovie Smith on as your, hey, we don't want to get sued option. So, and Lovie Smith acknowledged that, and that's why he got the money that he got and the deal that he got. So, yeah, Davis Mills wasn't in an optimal situation. But to your point about what would happen, I think they are going to let CJ play the entire year. I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, if he gets hurt again, then sure, Davis Mills and Cerner back in. But I don't think if CJ's playing them out of the playoff picture, they're going to bench him. It'll just be, hey, you know what? He had an off back half of the season.
Yeah, I think CJ is still in the, like, hey, we're going to ride or die with CJ Stroud. Like, if we lose because of CJ Stroud, like, we're just going to lose because of CJ Stroud. I think that's where it is. And Darrell did bring up a good point of, like, I remember Prime flashed up the graphic on last night's, first drive. Davis Mills, like, record as a starter, it was 1?
And 22.
And 22. 21 was like 2-9. 22 was 2-10 or 3-10. And this season, now it's 3-0. I think that does speak to what Darrell's saying, that this is a better team. I think Davis Mills is a little bit more polished as a passer than he was as a rookie and sophomore, having to play with those teams, with that surrounding talent. I think he looks more comfortable out there. But just comparing how this offense looks like this year with C.J. Stroud versus the last 3 games with Davis Mills, it doesn't look that much different. It looks a little bit crisper, but I don't know if that's Davis Mills or just, Nick Haley coming in, still coming into his own as a play caller, getting bigger contribution of last night, especially from Higgins. Higgins actually is making a little bit, making some plays out there, and they're definitely targeting him more. So I think it's more comparing the two quarterbacks, what you've seen this year out of them, than Davis Mills in 21-22 versus 25.
If you're looking at the two, I guess the one thing Davis Mills has done, he is not taking sacks that crush you. Look, the Titans got after him a little bit. The Jags, a couple sacks. Of course, he didn't get sacked last night, but you don't see the drifting sacks that would crush a drive that CJ got.
And what do they say about sacks? Quarterback stat.
Yeah.
They are a quarterback stat. I mean, I know back when Deshaun Watson played here, that was something at least I was always aware of like, he takes a lot of sacks because he's taking a lot of sacks. I think there's a little bit that he's not as bad as Deshaun Watson at this aspect. I think there's a little bit there with C.J. Stroud where he hangs on to the ball an extra bit. I mean, Joe Burrow's like this a lot. So it's not like a huge knock that you can't be a good quarterback and take a lot of sacks. It does open you up for injuries, and maybe you miss some time. But I think it's fair that Davis Mills is better at avoiding sacks or not being in the position where he is taking a sack than C.J. Stroud. He can't scramble as well, but he doesn't take in the pocket. He just gets rid of it way better.
He's certainly aware of his limitations, and he knows this team. And as long as you don't put your defense in bad spots, you're going to have a real chance to win. In fact, he talked about that. We'll hear from him on that right now before we go to break. He was on the Prime set, and they asked him about playing right now with a defense that he has, and here's what he had to say.
I think the big thing is spreading the ball around and kind of being the facilitator for the offense and letting your playmakers make plays. When you got a defense like that on the other side of the ball, I mean, the biggest thing, protecting the football and keeping drives alive, because they're going to keep giving you chances, especially with the takeaways, the stops, turnover on downs. Like, when you got a defense like that, I mean, you're in every game, so you just got to take advantage of your opportunities and play a clean game.
Yeah, and he has done that. He did throw the pick early against the Jags, but didn't turn the ball over, I believe, last week against the Titans, and didn't do it this week as well. So where he is as a quarterback is one that he knows. I'm not a playmaker. I'm not an extender. I need to get the ball out. I need to be playing in rhythm and in the system. And if it doesn't look good early, let me get rid of the football and let's go to the next play. The worst thing you can do is ruin field position or turn the ball over when you know your defense is going to put you in advantageous spots as long as you are playing it safe.
Did the Texans get a steal by locking him up for $6 million in 2026?
A steal because your backup quarterback will be locked in and
decent.
I mean, we're at a point where your quarterback has missed multiple games 2 years in a row.
It's not something where he's played well and you're thinking, oh, you might flip him for a draft pick. Because, I don't think he's played so well that, like, a quarterback-needy team is going to be like, sign me up for that. Or one of those, he'll start for the first 5 games of the season, then the first-round rookie will play. I don't think he's in that boat. I think he is a good backup. I think he's just that's where he's at right now at this point of his career. He's a good backup to have. I don't know if he has, upside as a starter, but with this defense, and he knows it, all you need is a good backup.
Yeah, and the stat popped up on Prime yesterday. C.J. Stroud's now missed 5 games due to concussions over his first 2 seasons. It needs to be part of the equation.
3 seasons.
Oh, yeah, first 3 seasons. 2 out of 3 seasons he's missed games with concussions. It needs to be part of the equation. And if Davis Mills is simply the insurance because
you might be out a couple weeks. Yeah.
And once of course, I've seen it not up close, but I've seen it with the team I'm watching other than the Texans every Sunday. The safety and concern about a quarterback who deals with concussions – the time missed gets extended because you are so worried that after he gets the first one in season, you don't want another one stacking on top of it, considering he's already had a couple of injuries. So do I think if CJ unfortunately has another concussion that he's going to just miss 1 game? No. I think where we're at now is whether it comes down from on high, which people think that, hey, little whispers here from the NFL, or simply just the Texans being careful with their franchise. Any C.J. Stroud injury that has to do with a concussion, I would say just bank on it being multiple games. And if it's going to be multiple games, then you have to have a guy who understands what he can and can't do in the offense, and Davis Mills fits that. All right, we'll go to break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll. He hosts Simulcast. He does that with John Lee, and you can find that podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. He'll join us to tell you what you should and shouldn't watch this weekend. But before we go to break, let's say caller 3 at 11:40. Caller 3 at 11:40 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs. The 8-2 Cougs, who are nationally ranked, have senior day. It's their senior game. They're going to honor their seniors. And when they say come early, they mean it because they walk the seniors out with their family before the game. That's when they get that honor. So if you want to be there for that, get there early for that game. Tickets start at just $25 if you don't win the tickets at 11:40. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. Be there early, be loud, wear red, honor those seniors at Senior Day for the Cougs. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. So we're here at Takaras Arandas here in Cyprus, and they got the TVs on, and Pat McAfee is on, and it went from like Toro, not that Toro, because he doesn't speak, not that he was a guest, but they showed one of his like high-flying act things. And then now they shifted to Dan Lanning. As the Ducks have
Oregon propaganda has been on the screen for 10 minutes.
Well, all that propaganda will sound a little false if they don't beat USC this weekend. And game day is going to be there for that. So that is something to watch on Saturday. But if you want to get away from college football for whatever reason, Michael Carroll, who's in studio back at the station, can give you some options on other television and certainly movies as well. What's up, Michael?
Hello, Del and Sean. I am a little disappointed that I am not there with you. If you could save me some Takaras Arandas, that would be greatly appreciated.
Save you food? What do you mean save you food?
Save me food, doggy bags.
It's not a buffet. What are you talking about?
I didn't get an invite, so I don't get the food. So I'm just saying.
What do you? You're not even in on Monday. What are you talking about?
You didn't have to reveal that part of the bit.
So the illusion.
So you want me to do all this work and then just what? Not have you eat for a week?
I didn't think the whole plan through.
You might get Thanksgiving leftovers before you get Takaras.
Well, the way you're talking,
Are you saying that's an option? Because I'll take it.
No, Thanksgiving. I'm not going to be in town.
Fine.
Yeah, you got to stick with a sweet potato casserole. Sorry. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast.
More for me.
Issue 621 is available now. You can listen to him and Jong talk about the Jimmy Olsen show, which is in the works. So if you like Jimmy Olsen from the new Superman movie, you're going to get a little bit more of him, it looks like. So speaking of that, Task has been renewed for season 2.
Yes.
It will have Mark Ruffalo in it as well.
2 investigators of similar stature, Tom Brandis and
Jimmy Olsen.
That's my guy.
That's right. Now, they had different vibes in their projects that they were most recently in. Jimmy Olsen was a bit of a smooth operator, and Tom Brandis doesn't a bit of a sad sack.
Doesn't give up those
He's kind of a sad sack, but he came through at the very end and became the great dad that we all knew he could be. Even
spoiler.
You don't know which person he was a great dad to.
I guess.
Yeah, could be someone new. Who knows? All right, so you can listen to that issue. It premiered or dropped, however you want to put it, on Wednesday of this week. It's out. It's issue 621. So, Michael, other than what people can hear on Comicast, did you see another movie this week early?
I did. I saw Rental Family starring Brendan Fraser and Mari Yamamoto, I believe is her name, Akira Emoto. Just a great cast, great film. Rental Family, of course, it's more of a feel-good than some of the recent films I've watched. It's set in modern-day Tokyo and follows an American actor played by Brendan Fraser who struggles to find purpose until he lands an unusual gig working for a Japanese rental family agency and playing stand-in roles for strangers.
So what does Rental Family entail?
So
go
ahead.
The title makes me think that with Brendan Fraser in Japan makes me think like he's a surrogate dad or some sort. What does it mean?
That's the thing. In this movie, you see like this agency. They're called Rental Family, and so they have different services that they offer. So like you are basically, in a sense, lying to these people and playing these roles. In one of the agency opportunities he has, he is supposed to act like an interviewer for an older gentleman who used to be a former actor, famous actor in Japan, and he's supposed to act like he's interviewing him for a magazine article or something like that. And he's not obviously doing that, but he's just basically there to spend time with him. In another one, he is hired on to just be a person's friend for a little bit. Another one, he is hired to be a father to a young girl, but the little girl's being lied to. So that you can see the problems that kind of develop over the course of that movie with the direction that the Rental Family takes. But what it does take is a really good story that subverted my expectations. I think it's one of the more, it's feel good, but done in a way that subverted my expectations in what I was expecting. I was expecting certain things from Brendan Fraser's character, and it's not that. It will probably have you crying a little bit, but it'll also have you laughing throughout. And it's a really good film. It's a tough weekend because obviously Wicked for Good is the big one that's releasing today, and it's tracking to be like 150, 200 million. It's going to be a ridiculous opening. But Rental Family, if you're looking for something different, I would highly, highly recommend it because I think it's one of the better movies of the year, and just showcasing that human connection, moving performances throughout. Brendan Fraser is great, but the entire cast does an incredible job throughout this movie.
Now, the most important question is, will Sean have to read the movie?
Yeah, a little bit. There is. It's like a good mix.
Okay.
It was more subtitles than I expected, but again,
Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, sorry,
Sorry.
Sean.
Sorry.
You may be out on that. So
It'll be streaming. I'll check it out.
Which sucks because
it does suck.
It sucks.
Having to read sucks.
No. It sucks because that. I think Sean, the way you're saying it is going to be what a lot of people are going to say about this movie, especially because, we're going to go see Wicked on the big screen, blah, blah, blah. And Rental Family, I'll catch that on streaming. I'll catch that.
Yeah.
I think
it gets backburnered.
It's going to get back. We were talking about that during the screening on Wednesday night. Like, this is such a good movie. It's maybe going to be buried this weekend. And I just want people to, know, this one and another one that I'll highlight here in a bit. Don't sleep on these because these are getting rave reviews. 87% right now with Rental Family.
Huh?
It's well worth anyone's time. It subverts my expectations on what I was going into it thinking I was going to get. And again, the cast is great. It's shot beautifully well. Story's really good. Funny. It's a really good movie. One of the better movies of the year.
Yeah, you mentioned that that Brendan Fraser is going to be playing not different roles, but different roles in the as a renta human.
Yeah, renta human. Yeah.
Is he going to be like a Glenn Powell vehicle wearing different disguises as he does this, or is it all Brendan Fraser?
No, it's just Brendan Fraser.
Okay.
He's
so
not.
That's why Glenn Powell isn't in this movie.
Yeah,
They're like,
exactly.
You can't wear a fake mustache. He was like, for that reason, I'm out.
I can't.
I'm doing Running Man and Chad Powers instead.
I can't wear fake prosthetic makeup and all that. No, then I'm out. Yeah, that's
okay. Just had to ask that follow up.
Yeah, Brendan Fraser is disguising himself as people, but he's just Brendan Fraser throughout.
Okay.
And I think his earnestness is what is another standout for why this movie is so good.
All right, so that's Rental Family. You can see that in theaters. And look, maybe you want to be entertained by singing along the lines of Dorothy and the Scarecrow and the Cowardly Lion. Not me. Go see Rental Family if you want to make the right choice.
Yeah, defy this.
Yes. We're never going to see Dorothy because it's more about the two witches. Whatever. Great. Singing to push the story forward. Great. Rental Family. Is Brendan Fraser singing this movie?
No, he speaks a lot of Japanese though.
It's fine with me.
He's very good. He speaks
That's
a lot of
fine
Japanese
with me.
and it's very good.
Brendan Fraser over Grande.
There's also
that's what I'm about.
It just hit me. There's also Takashiro Hira from Shogun. He's also in this movie. He's really good.
There we go.
And you said Mari Yamamoto, right? She's
yes.
in Monarch: Legacy of Monsters.
Yes, yes.
If you recognize the face, it'll be from that. If you watch Apple TV, so that is your choice for, at least that's the movie you saw leading up to this weekend. Anything else in theaters beyond Wicked for people to see, or like you said, that's just going to dominate. And if you don't want to see that, maybe you need to just stay home and watch something else.
Wicked's going to dominate. I think that's a given. But for folks that are looking for something different, Rental Family, obviously, that's feel good. If you want something that's more action heavy, bloody, John Wick-esque, I would highly recommend Sisu Road to Revenge.
Oh, I did see the second one. I saw the first one.
You saw the first one? Okay.
It was crazy. I'm happy to see that they made a second one.
It's like, correct me if I'm wrong, Dale. The best way to describe it is like John Wick set in like World War II or something like that, right?
Yeah, yeah. And if John Wick was Finnish, yes.
Yeah, and if he was Finnish, yeah. So this one, he's the main character is now not killing Nazis, he's killing Russians, and it's just a insane, over-the-top action. It's only like 90 minutes, so it's a quick watch. Perfect for Sean. Speaks to Sean. But like
just nameless, faceless red shirts to get slaughtered in 90 minutes.
There you go.
Let's do it.
See,
older lead action star.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And he had, and like Michael mentioned, not only is he just indiscriminately killing people like John Wick. He also has a legend around him,
Right.
like the Baba Yaga.
Oh,
So
yes.
he's just legendary soldier.
There's a
soldier.
mythos to
yeah,
him.
yeah,
Exactly.
certainly there's some lore
Love
around
it.
the character. Yeah.
It's getting rave reviews, 96% with critics right now. So if you want to see something with crazy action set pieces and whatnot, I would highly recommend Sisu Road to Revenge.
I'm in on that. I got some college football to watch, but maybe I'll sneak that in at some point.
Yeah, no Texans on Sunday.
That's true. Maybe a little Sunday matinee to watch Sisu Road to Revenge. All right, Michael, so you gave us a couple in the theaters that are a go. Anything that's a no for the theaters, or just simply we can move on to television and stay at home and watch something?
I debated on whether I should share this one, but this is a re-release that it caught my eye. I think it's going to be a terrible movie, and it's watching the trailer. It's a terrible movie.
Okay.
But the title is what brought me in. It's a re-release of a 2020 film called Killer Raccoons! ! 2!
Dark Christmas in the Dark?
Yes.
Why multiple darks?
I don't know.
Why not just Christmas in the Dark or Killer Raccoons 2 Dark Christmas?
Why is there exclamation points after the 2 in the Killer Raccoons? I don't know.
I don't know. He's right. There's Killer Raccoons ! 2 ! Dark Christmas in the Dark !
A parody of Dark Siege and Speed 2 that will leave you with your jaw on the floor.
Wait, so they're on a boat?
No,
they're trained.
It's a train.
The raccoons are on a train.
Well,
insane.
Speed 2 is cruise control. I thought it was okay.
Well, you can't be so dead on.
Yeah, it's
Can't
inspired
so on the
by.
nose.
It's
yeah.
not.
Yeah, you gotta be.
They elevated it.
The
material.
Is there a surfer boy raccoon like Keanu Reeves or Michael? No, it was Mike. It was Patrick, right? What was the guy's last name? The one who did number 2, Speed 2.
Yeah,
Jason Patrick.
Jason Patrick.
Yeah.
Credit to Sean. What a pull.
The dumbest knowledge possible is what I have.
There's no surfer, but there is raccoons dressed as like elves.
I do see raccoons with the Santa hats on.
Is there where they go Arizona Wildcats? Is that in any of the material?
I don't think so, but
okay.
That's
more from Speed 1.
Yeah, I think if you watch the trailer, you'll be good enough on this movie.
I'm looking at a trailer where a raccoon is holding a rifle with a scope on it to its eye.
Oh, you know what? I'm just going to type this into my YouTube, so pop up. I can't watch it right now, but I'll.
It's on Tubi and it's for free, right?
Oh,
so you can watch it.
So you can
as
go
soon as
watch
you get
it
home.
for free.
Yeah.
Or if you want to go
for
to
it.
the theater to experience this, it's a limited release. But hey, there's that for you.
You got to know you're in a janky ass theater if Killer Raccoons 2 is something that they're showing.
If I see that on the listing on the board,
yeah. What?
So you got that. And then next week, just really quickly, Zootopia 2 comes out on Wednesday. Eternity comes out on Wednesday. And Hamnet comes out on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, Michael, like all of us, obviously won't be here next Friday, so he's giving you some stuff for next week. All right, we got a couple more minutes to go. Let's move to in the home. If people don't want to go out, but they want to watch something, whether it be a movie that's streaming now or some television, what do you got?
There's some good releases. There is an awards contender out this weekend called Train Dreams, which stars Joel Edgerton and Felicity Jones, and it's based on a novel by Dennis Johnson, and is a portrait who's about a man, Robert Rayner, whose life unfolds during an era of unprecedented change in early 20th century America. It's getting rave reviews right now, 96% with critics, 84% with audiences. Seems like a contender for some Oscar noms later this year. So definitely, if you want to check out something that's more like award-worthy on Netflix this weekend, Train Dreams might be something you want to try.
I'm looking at just the images. Doesn't look like a lot of laughs. Looks
no,
like it's going
it's
to
very
be,
much a, yeah.
We know what we call these. White people bummer movie. So white.
I didn't hear Mark Ruffalo in this one.
He's got a white people bummer TV show that he's doing.
Exactly.
He's too busy.
He said no to this. Edgerton's had to step in.
Yeah.
This is prime white people bummed out movie.
Yeah. If you want to be sad for an hour and 40 minutes.
There you go.
Maybe there's some uplifting notes in between. Train Dreams.
Sounds like Train Dreams Killer Raccoons! Exclamation point!
Ooh,
2.
a double feature. Both have trains.
Bring you down, pick you back up.
Yeah.
Pick you back up. Exactly.
I assume maybe the raccoons have a tragic tale.
Maybe they lose the buff.
A tragic, multicolored tale.
We didn't ask enough questions. Are they fighting other raccoons, or are they trying to kill humans? What are they doing? Like possums? Is that the enemy?
No,
what are
the
they doing?
humans and the raccoons are fighting.
Okay.
Classic enemies.
Yeah,
Throw the
classic.
record books out when those.
No
two
no
get
Rocket
together.
Raccoon being friendly in this one.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Pick
don't-
a side, Rocket Raccoon.
That's right. Who are you going to side with?
Yeah.
So human versus raccoons. Okay.
There you
I
go.
imagine the raccoons will win somehow, some way.
The humans, 31.5-point favorites against raccoons.
Giant upset, the raccoons.
They
this
are
Saturday.
killer raccoons.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he can hold a gun.
That's why it's not 38.
He can hold a rifle with a scope, so he's got a shot.
I should also say a lot of the shots in that trailer showcased like
practical shots. Oh,
yeah,
no.
practical shots. They showcased people, going up against these raccoons, and it screamed like old episodes of a sitcom where you have an animal attacking one of the characters, but it's obviously a stuffed animal.
Yeah,
and so they're having to ride around and all that.
I was gonna ask, is it CGI or is there some practical effects with these raccoons?
This is all practical.
You're not turning me away.
Yeah, because it's on Tubi.
If I can find Tubi, I may watch this thing.
I figured it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I probably will watch this.
I'm glad that this has become the top pick of the weekend for you guys.
You started with all those exclamation points. How could we not?
No, everyone in line at the Regal I go to is going to be dressed as whatever
raccoons.
Yeah, I'm going to be in there.
Christmas-themed raccoons.
Raccoon.
So you're saying the Family Plan 2 with Mark Wahlberg and Michelle Monaghan is not on your radar this weekend?
It's on my radar. It's on my radar.
I know it exists.
Come on.
It's on my radar.
Wahlberg's always on my
Doesn't
radar.
mean I'll watch it. So is that what's the review on that? What do people think about Family Plan 2?
I would skip out on it.
All right, there it is.
I would just skip out on it. I just want to bring it up just because, it's out.
It's a Mark Wahlberg movie. You have
it's
to bring
available,
it up.
Apple TV if you want to check that out. Man on the Inside, though, season 2 on Netflix is out now. Of course, this is the Ted Danson series. He's back this time, not investigating a retirement home, but investigating like a university after something happening with a university president. So you got that, and it looks good. And then The Mighty Nine on Prime Video. I would highly recommend that. That's from the folks behind The Legend of Vox Machina. 100% right now on Rotten Tomatoes, 95% with critics. That's one I would definitely recommend for folks that
Just
are
for people
fans.
who are unaware of Vox Machina, The Mighty Nine is an animated series, but it's you want to call it for I won't say for adults, but it has adult themes. It's not something that's just a kiddie show if you want to watch an animated TV series.
It's a more character-driven show compared to even Legend of Vox Machina.
So you hear that music, that means we're done, Michael. Thank you for giving us Killer Raccoons.
You're welcome.
Pretty much. Thank you for that. But
You're welcome.
you can listen to Michael Kerr on Comicast with John Lee, wherever you listen to podcasts, and generally Wednesdays from 7 to 8 here on ESPN 97.5. That music means we're done for the day. Want to thank Sean for coming out here. We're out in Cyprus at Takaras Arandas. We're done for the day, but you guys can come out here and enjoy the great food. Well, at any Takaras Arandas, but this one we're at specifically. Since we're done for the day, AJ, what does that mean?
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
That's right.
I think I heard Lance say that before he left.
Before he ordered his breakfast tacos.
Yeah.
He did say that. All right. Thank you, Michael, once again. Thank you,
Thank
Sean.
you.
Thank you, AJ. Appreciate you. We will talk to you on Monday.
Lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice. So you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Giga, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling that they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. Texas A&M hosts the Samford Bulldogs. Our coverage begins at 10 a.m. on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Samford, Saturday morning at 10 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After yesterday's big reversal to the downside, stocks are struggling again this morning with the S&P and the NASDAQ selling off while the Dow is holding on to very small gains to start the day. European and Asian stocks down across the board after the sell-off yesterday on Wall Street, with both Japan and China down about 2.5% apiece. This morning, we're seeing again another risk-off environment here. Concerns about the economy, about the AI overspend that some are worried about at this point in time, and also a collapse in crypto, the worst as we've seen since 2022, is pushing Bitcoin, and for instance, down to $81,000. It's down about 6% this morning. We're seeing the unwinding of some leveraged trades in that space, and putting pressure on other assets as well. 10-year note yields benefiting from a flight to quality, dropping to 4.05%. Dollar a little firmer. Oil sliding $1.26 to $57.74 a barrel, and even gold is down this morning, up more than $17 to $4,042 the ounce.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new Feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Your home for Aggies basketball is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Allen steps up, look out, down he goes again. Daniil Hunter.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Allen picked off by Bullock.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
It's over. The Texans are going to do it.
Today's guests, actor Jake Lacy, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Plus, your phone calls and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show here on a Friday in Los Angeles, California. One game in a week, dozen of the National Football League 2025 season on the outset of the weekend before Thanksgiving week in this calendar year. Good to see everybody out there on Disney Plus and also on ESPN. No, don't worry. I'm not seeing you. You're seeing me. It's just a figure of speech. ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Hello to that audience, as well as Sirius XM Channel 80, and to all the podcast listeners. All 3 hours available every day, how you get such shows. We greatly appreciate everybody who hits us with a subscription there, or subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Just had a very nice chat with Jake Lacy. Chris Brockman, you're about to get a +1 in the Patriot fandom here in the studio. The actor Jake Lacy, many of you may know his work from The White Lotus or when he was the new Jim on The Office. And he's in a terrific show, All Her Fault, available now for streaming exclusively on Peacock, an 8-episode series with a terrific cast. He's going to come out here and be first up on this program today. Tom Pelissero will join us in the middle of this program on a What's More Likely Friday as well, to tell us if Joe Burrow is going to start. News just flashed out of New Jersey. Interestingly enough, Jackson Dart is not going to play this week.
Oh.
So we got lots to talk about on this program. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We've already said hello to Chris Brockman. Hello, Rich. Jason Feller. What's up, Jay Felly?
What's up, Rich?
Good to see you. TJ Jefferson, is the candle lit over there? I see it's already out. What's going on?
It was lit, and then the wick was small, so now it's out, so we got to work on that.
Yeah, we got to work on that.
I got another one over here.
Sounds like a wide P.
Yeah, I'll replace it when I'm off.
That is the worst John Wick sequel I've ever heard of.
What's up, fellas?
Good to see him. Listen, we start this show with some breaking news. I've been told Josh Allen just got sacked again. And wait a minute. And he just got sacked again. Yeah, okay. I'm getting real-time updates from you. Oh, my word. Hey, Houston Texans fans, your team, once upon a time, 0-3. Not anymore. They're above 500. The Ravens aren't the only team that has been roosting atop its division that has been coming on strong. Davis Mills, we'll talk about the Texans later on. I'm sorry, Texans fans, but you got to start with the Buffalo Bills team that is on a roller coaster right now, man. You know, one week they beat the Chiefs to go 6-2. Then they go down to Miami and they lay what is known as a big fat egg. Mm-hmm. And then they wind up bringing the Bucks a big helping and heaping serving of a 40-burger on a plate. And Josh Allen scores 3 times on the ground, 3 times in the air, and you're wondering why that day. Because I was going against him in fantasy.
Of course.
44-32 final. Scorigami this. And then 5 days later, they're now 7-3, feeling good about themselves, and they go into Houston, and it's Sackapalooza. One after the other. I believe this one on the screen, this photograph, Will Anderson Jr.
He good.
Landing on top of Josh Allen because Allen had stepped up in the pocket instead of taking off, try to make a play down the field, gave Anderson just enough time to come up with one of his takedowns of Josh Allen that, believe it or not, was not one of his 2.5 sacks because
2.5?
2.5.
Seemed like he had 13.
It felt like he
2.5 sacks, by the way.
Great follow-up.
Tell Ashton he's now out of that production.
That's not a sack.
That is not, because
Oh.
his momentum pushed him to a 2-yard gain, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
But it was not enough, nearly enough for a first down. And that was the moment where I texted Mike Hoskins, Rich Eisen Show coordinating producer, and the biggest Bills fan I know. Did you stop breathing for a second? He said his entire body went numb because Josh Allen looked like he had broken his hand or something.
Something.
And then all of a sudden he gets up, pops up, goes back to the sidelines. His hands are fine. He's looking at the tablet. And I'm sure he's looking at the tablet going, yep, sacked again.
He might have been like, how do you have 13 guys?
And by the way, it started great for the Bills with James Cook popping one on a third and short for the whole distance.
Great opening drive.
And when the Texans put their foot down and started to gain some traction of their own, I guess Ray Davis was watching my conversation with Luke Russert in support of his Hallmark movie about the Buffalo Bills, saying Ray Davis was in it. I'm like, oh, it's just the latest example of Ray Davis and when you expect James Cook to be. But this was on special teams.
Took that personal.
I mean, a spin move on a kick return to give the Bills the lead right back, but then the Texans march down the field, take the lead back again.
Allen threw a pick.
Yeah, he did, because he had to be all over the place with his head and his mind and his eyes and everything, because, good Lord. The Texans tying their single-game franchise record with 8 sacks. Last time they had that was Week 12 last year. Tennessee Titans fans may remind that. They also had 8 sacks in the final game of 2015 as well. The only team with more sacks in a game this season, the Denver Broncos against the Jets. I saw it. I called it. It was in London. Can confirm. And the Buffalo Bills now up and down, up and down. Second full game with 0 offensive touchdowns in 2025. He only had 1 in his MVP season last year, Josh Allen. This is coming off a game in which he personally scored 6 or had a hand in 6. And the Bills fall to now 2-7 in Allen's career when he has 0 offensive touchdowns. Consecutive games with 2 interceptions for the first time in 3 seasons. But the worst thing was, it was right there still.
They ran a hook and ladder.
That was unbelievable. On 4th and forever. On 4th and forever. And they convert on a hook and ladder. Khalil Shakir in the 4th quarter was making moves that was ridiculous. And the Bills had a chance to go down and tie the game. And as a matter of fact, maybe they go for 2, right? Maybe they go for 2 or they have a tie. They missed a PAT, right? They missed a PAT in the first. They would have won it. My bad. Yeah, they missed a PAT in their first touchdown. So that was also another mistake that was coming home to roost. They couldn't just kick a field goal, which, by the way, they would have had an opportunity to kick that field goal to tie it off of that hook and ladder rather than a 4th down play that all the folks, at least on my Threads feed, was like, why would Josh Allen not throw it to a wide open tight end and try and force it into one-on-one coverage? It didn't matter anyway, because the reason why the tight end on that final play and that final interception was so wide open, it was an offensive pass interference call. So it didn't matter.
That game was crazy. The referee got hurt.
The referee.
There was so much happening.
It looks like he blew out his Achilles.
Oh, my God.
So a cart comes out for the ref, but not for Josh Allen, who looked like he was done for the year, and then he pops back up, and the Bills are still in it.
Wild.
Despite being sacked all those many times and 0 offensive touchdowns for Josh Allen. So the 4th down play call, though, where James Cook just ran it right into the middle of this defensive line, and then you look at Josh Allen saying, what the F are we doing? And you could see Sean McDermott barking into his headset at somebody. I think we can find out who the somebody is. This was Josh Allen after the game on that subject matter, and that's what I think will linger in this mini bye week for the Buffalo Bills. Hit it.
Just frustration on my part. In a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. We got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
So you could see Josh Allen in the answer, why were you saying, what the F are we doing? You could see he's saying frustration on my part. You could see, if I give the answer that he eventually did get around to, that we didn't get the play call in a timely fashion, that winds up on the lap of his offensive coordinator, who I would imagine is the individual on the business end of Sean McDermott's headset screed. Write that one down. Not a bad fantasy name. The Avatar is the head coach of the Bills, barking at somebody. And, McDermott is the type of guy who wants to be the coach of the team that's sacking the other quarterback 8 times and hitting him a dozen. That's what he's about. And without Ed Oliver and without, the people that we've been used to seeing there in Buffalo, and then seeing Deion Dawkins go in and out of the game, but also flailing at times, just as one of the 5 offensive linemen on the field to try and protect Josh Allen, who would step up in the pocket, and that's where usually he would take off or make a play, but that was where the second wave of either a rushing Texan or one of the Texans' rushers circling back. All of them are incredible. Hunter and Anderson, just to name 2, obviously. My goodness gracious. They couldn't do a thing. McDermott, after the game, when he was asked if they got out-toughed, out-physicaled.
Well, when they hit their quarterback 12 times, that's I don't like that. I don't like that stat at all. And it's not a healthy way to play or a healthy way to keep our quarterback healthy through the remainder of the season. So that's just not a good formula right there.
Okay, so the Buffalo Bills, who have, as you know, basically taken over the AFC East house and coming into this season and coming back on the Ravens to start the season and beating the Jets to start the season in New York and then beating Miami at home to start the season 3-0. And then go to New Orleans and have New Orleans come in, and it was a little dicey, and be 4-0. That team is now looking up at the New England Patriots, and they're 2.5 games behind them. 2 in the actual column here, but we all know the Patriots won that Week 5 game to hand the Bills their first loss of the season, and they are, as of that moment, under 500 in the last 2 months of this campaign. So not looking good. Looking like if you look at the AFC East standings where the Bills, or the AFC standings where the Bills are now currently behind the Chargers in the 6th seed right now, it sure looks like the Bills, as the Chargers are off this week, they are now neck and neck. Looks like the Bills are going to be, I just went a little high register. Looks like the Bills are going to be a wild card team. And
I don't know about that.
Why would you say that? Oh, you mean like falling out of the playoffs entirely? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's some teams.
I don't know, man.
There's some teams catching fire behind
I
them.
understand that. It's also a team that we saw what they did against the Bucks and what they did against the Chiefs and they have a tiebreak against the Chiefs. Every time we always talk about
there.
Remember I told you that Bills-Chiefs game was different than any of the other ones where everyone's like, well, it's just the regular season. Let's see what happens when they face each other in the postseason. Well, that win might be the difference between the Bills making the postseason and the Chiefs not.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, the two teams that you mentioned, like they could fall out because other teams are coming. They've beaten the Ravens. They've beaten the Chiefs. Not bad. Problem is they now don't have a tiebreak with the Texans, who might not win the division because the Colts are so damn good and in front of them. We'll talk about the AFC South in a minute, which is interestingly enough, the Chiefs could help matters for the Texans by beating the Colts, which would make things a little bit crazier in the AFC going into the Thanksgiving week. But it looks like right now the Bills are going to be a wild card team unless the wheels fall off the Patriots wagon. The Bills, coming off of their mini bye, have the Steelers next. They're in Pittsburgh before they face, it's going to be Joe Burrow, because I think Burrow's coming back to take on the Patriots, who the Bills would visit after that game. And then at Cleveland and home for the Jets, winnable games, obviously, with the Eagles coming in. And that may be must-have for both teams. Bills to either still have a shot at the division or stay in front of teams that are right there with them for a wild card spot. And the Eagles might need it for a 1 seed, depending on what happens between now and then. But this is the way things are with 6 games left on the Buffalo Bills schedule after they started 4-0. And then they go 3-4. And here's the final 6. And they got to protect Josh Allen. This just in. My goodness gracious. I mean, the most important piece of china in their cupboard. And there were pieces all over the floor last night. And at one point, I thought Josh Allen was done for the night. So did Amazon Prime. My man T-Man, the producer of Thursday Night Football. And that crew got a shot of Mitchell Trubisky with his helmet on real fast. And I think that may be exactly the moment when Mike Hoskins went numb. Because he didn't look like Osweiler. Let me get that helmet out there.
No, he was like, I have to go in this game?
Against those guys who were sacking everybody?
Like 51?
Wait a minute.
What?
I was told there would be no math on this test.
Danielle Hunter? What?
Okay.
By the way, speaking of him, there are some big boys on that Texans defense, man.
We'll talk about that later on. We've got that on the docket. We've got we've got a What's More Likely Friday. My other games in week 12 that I'm looking forward to seeing. We've got Tom Pelissero with the information on, is Joe Burrow going to be playing or not? The best ability that he's got is his availability, as we know, and he could be available against the Patriots. T. Higgins is a great soundbite on that front that we're going to play for you at the end of the first hour. But let's take a break and bring out the actor Jake Lacy, his first appearance on the Rich Eisen Show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, +1 on the Patriots coming up.
Let's go.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
We make leasing easy at D&M. Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority. Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, if you are a business, you will go to them.
We are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. Every year we have a Black Friday sale, but this is our 50th year in business. So I've stocked up on more inventory than ever before. From 6 to 9 a.m., everything under the roof is 20% off. From 9 a.m. to close, everything is 15% off. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns, ammo, and accessories, marked down all day in store and online. Don't miss our largest Black Friday sale ever at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code Lance to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I appreciate these, series where it's like episode 2, it really takes off. There's all this kind of like world building. But this one, it opens on Sarah like she rings a doorbell thinking she's going to pick up our son. He's not there.
What a nightmare.
We have no idea where he is, who's taking him. There's no leads, nothing. And he's just in the wind. And you're like, 2 minutes, you're already like right into the deep end. And I liked... I had sort of, I don't know, but to friends I'd been like, I can't do another show where people go like, season 3, it really gets cooking. You're like, I got to give you 15 hours of my life before we start to tell a story. And then this one came along and I was like, oh, yeah, let's do that.
Jake Lacy talking about All Her Fault. Our radio audience just returned ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. All Her Fault is available for streaming exclusively on Peacock, 8-episode series. And it's based on a novel. And the source material is based on a real-life incident that happened?
I believe so. I mean, I know the novel part is true, and I would hate to be incorrect in saying this was based on a true event. But the novel and our show are like, there's similarities, there's differences. I read the book in order to have like some more textural understanding maybe, or to fill in parts that we weren't going to have time to address in the show. But ultimately, you're like reading that script as kind of the bedrock of what you're building off of. At no point was I on set like, in chapter 6, actually this happens. I don't know if we want to address that.
I should do it this way. Plus, what a great cast, too. Jay Ellis, who we saw in the clip, he's been here as well. Same thing with Michael Pena, who will tell you he's a better golfer than he is an actor, whatever.
He would spend so much time on set. He'd be like, oh, my knee's all messed up because of the way that I swing. I can't seem to. They're about to roll, dude. Like,
I'm not lying then, right? I mean,
no. He flew in. I hadn't met him yet. We've been there for 24 hours or whatever. Yeah. We're both jet lagged as hell. And I get there. I go, you done a fitting or whatever? He goes, no, I just came from the golf course. Like, he flew in and they drove him to play 18 holes. And then he's like, it helps me get over the jet lag. It's like, okay, dude.
What?
I love it.
What?
I love it. He's fully committed.
What an excuse that. I got to use
He's an
that.
animal.
Fantastic.
Okay,
yeah, that's
so
great.
I'm working so hard, and I'm so jet lagged, I got to play golf.
Oh, and I gotta. Look, I'd love to come straight home. I'd love to, but I'll be useless to you.
Dakota Fanning in this
Wonderful.
as well. I mean, my goodness. And Sarah Snook, All Her Fault, available now for streaming exclusively on Peacock, 8-episode series. Let's talk about kids who are found. Drake May.
Oh, dude.
Right? By the way, I love your reaction.
Oh, so stoked.
Dude. Okay.
So stoked.
So now you're born in Massachusetts, raised in Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And so Patriot fan since birth?
Yeah, full on. Now we live in Connecticut. Like,
well, that's the Mason-Dixon line of New York, Boston sports, brother.
I lived in Brooklyn for a long time. I'd be repping Sox hats everywhere. NYPD guys giving me dirty looks on the platform. Just not a lot of love there.
Right.
And now we're in Connecticut, and, like my kids play hockey. They're little. They're like 6 and 8. They're just getting going.
Okay.
And it's like Rangers junior, like, learn to play. And all the kids are out there in, like, Rangers get up.
You all right with
and
that?
They were like, we can get them a jersey. And I was like, nah, we're going to keep the Bruins ones on. That's all right. Thanks. So, like, it's just 2 little, like, Bruins kids out there, skating around in a sea of, like, red and blue.
Yeah.
But at least we're far enough out in Connecticut now that people are like, all right, like, it's technically New England.
Right. So you're east of Hartford? Is that where you are?
No, we're in Weston.
Okay, I know where you
if anyone wants the address, I can just go.
I'm just because I spent 7 years at ESPN, so I know exactly. Again, like
20 minutes north of Westport.
Right.
Yeah.
So you need to if you're west, you're closer to New York, so that's why.
It's understandable. I get why there's a lot of Yankees fans out there.
Okay.
And I do feel like there's. I mean, people, rightfully so, should be a little embarrassed to be Giants and Jets fans, so I don't see a lot of that being repped where we are, you know what I mean?
Just
but like,
let your freak flag fly, Jake Lacy. Okay, no, but you have every right to feel really good about what's happening. Right?
It's unbelievable.
It's so cool. Chris, I love
great.
that reaction here where I just mentioned Drake May, and you're like, dude. Dude.
Oh, somebody was calling him Drake Maybe for the first couple of games, and I was like, watch it, dude. Just watch what happens.
Drake Maybe. I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah. Cousin Sal came up with Drake Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not a bad one. I like that.
Well, since he came up with cousin Drake Maybe, he's won 8 in a row.
Yeah, then he's gone on a tear. You're like,
it's worked out.
Well, enjoy those words, my man. Just dig in.
Out.
And he's gotten he's in sights of a record that Dan Marino set for a certain age to win as many games in a row with a passer rating as great as it's been.
Oh, that's right.
He's tracking down something that Marino did in 1984, which is
I was looking at like what the next 3 games are. Well, they're winnable games.
Well,
you know, like
Cincinnati.
Jake,
we're moving on to Cincinnati.
We're moving on to Cincinnati.
And
Burrow's taking reps, right? He's got some snaps going.
He's taking reps. Yeah. I think he's playing.
You think he's going?
So Zach Taylor just said that there's no distinction. They're going to wait as long as possible. They have till 4 o'clock tomorrow to remove him and put him on the active list. But he's questionable right now.
Whatever.
All right.
You know, let me ask you this question: how do you think it's going, right, in New England right now when somebody says to Vrabel, they won't say if they're playing Burrow or not? Do you think he's losing sleep about getting ready for Flacco instead?
I mean, Joe Cool. That's you know.
Yeah. Burrow coming, but this is let's linger on your Pats here for a minute because they look terrific and they are set.
That's so exciting.
They are 100% set. So, did you go to Foxborough when there were just the old, metal seats and stuff like that, or that was still that
by the time I got to go to a game, it was cleaned up.
Okay,
but like I used to go to Fenway as a kid, and there was still, I guess it's still there, but like. The urinals are just a trough, you know?
It's like ancient Rome.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Right.
And like, that was before you could sit on the monster and things like that, or like, before TD Garden, just like some of that old kind of scuzzy Boston sports.
Fleet Center.
I was born in 86, so like, as a kid, got the tail end of being like a losing region, and then the insanity of the Celtics, the Bruins, the Pats, like winning in the same year.
Duck boat parades everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Are you an obnoxious Patriots fan, New England fan? Be honest, Jake.
No, I don't know that.
Are you a masshole or not?
No. Okay. No, I'm not that far gone. But like, we had this discussion in the house, like, my wife is from Eastern PA and then grew up in Jacksonville, after she was 10. So like, the Jaguars are also like kicking around in our house a little bit.
Okay.
But we're, boys are born in New York and we're living there. And she was like, let them like support whatever team they want. No. And I was like, no. They can be whatever they want in this world. They can do whatever they want, love whoever they love. I don't care. But like, it's a non-negotiable. This is a Boston house. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They're Sox fans. Like, there's just no other way this is going to work out, hon. Like, genuinely, whoever they want to be, whoever they are, let's support it. But like, this is what's happening, and it's worked out. You know what I mean?
So I married somebody from New England. Okay. From Boston proper.
Oh yeah.
And so when our firstborn, who's now 17, we got all sorts of stuff to the house, like Red Sox onesies, Celtics bibs, Patriots,
love it,
socks, all that sort of stuff. And I made because I knew I had one preemptory here because I'm a New Yorker.
Okay, yeah, all right.
One preemptory. I could remove one from the jury box.
Got it.
And I chose the Red Sox, but that wasn't happening.
You go, I just can't.
So my younger son, because my oldest son is not that much into sports.
Okay.
He's more of an actor, so keep your head on a swivel there.
Yeah, come on down.
So my youngest son will go to college, and they'll say, who do you root for? And he'll say, Patriots, Celtics, Yankees. Yeah. And they'll look at him like he has 3 heads.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's it, man.
For sure.
I get you.
One of the first acting jobs I had this blew me away. That I don't know, in a couple ways. A guy I worked with who became a really good friend. Saw him in the elevator. We're going down to rehearsal. He's got a Yankees hat on. I'm like, all right, guy's from New York, okay. And the next day I see him, and he's got a Red Sox hat on. And I go, what's your deal, dude? Like, what are you doing? And he was like, what are you talking about? I was like, you had a Yankees hat on yesterday. You got a Sox hat on today? And he was like, I grew up in New York. I made a movie in Boston. I like Boston. I was like, you can't do that. And I was so young.
Name this actor.
But he was like,
I want the name of this actor.
His name's Lucas Calabruni, and he's a wonderful. But the beauty of that story is that he was like, I'm not actually that attached to it. Mm-hmm. You have a whole world built around these people and these legacies. I just enjoy baseball. And I was like, my brain was blown.
It melted. Well, I mean, Jason Feller, who's at the audio board, if you can see him through the television cameras, he's wearing a Dodger hat because he's local and he's a Dodger fan.
Red.
The individual who also sits there is a longtime New Jerseyan. Whatever. He's from Jersey. And he's been out here for 30 years. And he's a diehard Yankee fan. And that's all, honestly, that's all Del Tufo has been talking about in the 11-year history of this show. Is Yankees this, Yankees that. Dodgers win last year, beat the Yankees. Hold up the hat that he now wears.
What's going on there?
Exactly.
First of all, who's making those hats?
Right? Another member of our staff, R.J. Herrera, who will now be hiding.
That's a custom hat?
Yes. Yeah. Made it for him. And he's
should be customarily destroyed.
We showed that to Will Smith of the Dodgers on a Zoom this week, and even he thought that was
problematic.
Blasphemy.
Problematic.
You know, Conan, I don't know Conan O'Brien personally, but he was joking about being at like Sox-Dodgers games and that he'd been to some at Fenway and some here, and he was like, Dodgers lost, Sox won, and that all the fans around him were like, good game. That was a good game. You know, like, hey, well, maybe next time. You know, everybody was like, it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? Fenway, like, even if they win, they're like, you thought you were going to come in here?
No, I heard it. I heard it. Jake Lacy here on the Rich Eisen Show. It's great to meet you here, and you are a decent guy. We're getting to meet you, and I've heard from people who.
He's all right.
But this just shows you how great an actor you are, that you would willingly blow up your relationship with Alexandra Daddario on The White Lotus.
Yeah.
That is weird.
What was the script? I was like, are we sure about this? Are we sure this is right?
Sure my character would do that.
I mean, there's room for a rewrite. We haven't shot it yet. Maybe he's just cool about whatever she wants to do because she's way out of his league. Are we sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't sidebar with Mike White on that one in any way, shape, or form?
No. Mike is such a genius. Little like he's playing on this other level. We shot the whole thing, then we get
in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, in Maui at the Four Seasons. Yeah, that was wild. It's November 2020, so
wow,
you know, lockdowns and quarantine times and tests every day and face shield, like it just is crazy.
So there was no hanging out on the White Lotus set when it's all done.
No, and there's no guests at the hotel. Like no one's there.
It's like The Shining.
Yeah, a little bit. Wow. With less like axe work and less like, give me the bat. You know, like a little less of that.
Because I don't remember Scatman Crothers being in the first season of White Lotus. Okay, very good.
Less like, you know, no women in my tub skin.
Nice.
No twins in the hallway.
But then halfway through, they had to kind of adjust the quarantine times because the entire economy of Hawaii was going to collapse without tourism.
Sure.
So even though the COVID situation hadn't changed, like the regulations changed, which meant now there's guests at the hotel. And so where previously we'd been walking around in this bubble, now there's paying people there who no one was going to say, like, put your mask on. But also the union stuff was like, if anyone tests positive, even a false positive, like they quarantine for 10 days.
Yeah, I remember, man.
So it was like a weird, you're living in like 3 different realities, and we couldn't leave the hotel. So that was... Anyway, so we film all this stuff, then we do press later, and Mike is like, he just goes, oh, I thought it would be funny to show a body in the first episode and then not show it again until the end because all these TV shows are so obsessed with, like, you got to have a body, there's got to be a death. and it's a commentary on like narrative media landscape right now. And I was like, where was this 6 months ago? Like, that's insane. I thought we were satirizing, you know, the wealthy or the way that money influences relationships in all forms. Yeah. But you're also making a comment on the stories we tell and why we tell them that way all at the same time. Which I don't know, I just think he's
damn.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. Were you surprised at how much of a massive hit that this became, and it's now launched a massive franchise?
Man, we were making it, and I thought, this is really cool. You know, we were all really excited. I hadn't seen anything like it. But I've been on stuff where I thought, this is really cool. And then whatever, you see the edit or whatever happens between what you think you're making and what the product is, and you go, that's not quite it. That's a little short of what we thought we were doing here. And this was the opposite, where I thought, like, this is really cool. And then they sent, you know, the cast or whatever, the first episodes cut together and edited, and I was like, whoa, this is twice as good as I thought. I mean, this is amazing. Between even just that music, the music coming in and panning across the wallpaper and all that stuff, I was like, this is amazing. If I wasn't on it, I'd be so pissed I wasn't on it. You know, like I'd be calling somebody to go like, how do I get on this? Why didn't I know about that thing? Like, yeah, it was so exciting. But you can never guess. You can never know, like, anyone who goes like, people are going to love it, you're like, you don't know what you're talking about.
It's more than love, too. I mean, it also, there's no show on TV that makes something that looks so idyllic look like a facade, that there's always something bubbling beneath the surface that's not great.
Yes.
And I got to be honest, watching that first season, I was so pissed with your character. I was just angry. I'm like, what is this dude's malfunction? So you did a great job, Jake.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean,
this guy's such a D-bag. Like, what is his deal?
When she's crying and like breaking up with you, and I'm like, yeah, finally, you know, like I was angry.
This does happen though, where people are like, people will speak to me that I don't know that are like, well, that guy's a real problem, and I can't help but be like, well, they didn't give him the right room. I will say that. You know, like, and they sort of think it's a bit. You know what I mean? They're like, he's playing into it, and I'm like, no, for real. Like, it's $20,000 a night for that room, and they gave him the wrong room. So
his mother set it up.
Yeah, I mean, she wants to write freelance, but for $200, he has a point. It's not kind, but it does if you just run the numbers.
I don't think you had much of a leg to stand on, Jake.
No.
How much office do you get when you're walking around?
Sometimes people still are like, plop, and I'm like, oh man. You know, like, I'm so happy to have. It was my favorite show. I couldn't believe I got to be on it, and I was like,
season 9, right? That's what you're on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
the new gym,
right? That's tacked on right at the end. Yeah, to the point where they were like, you know, we might do a season 10 if you and Clark really have some chemistry. And like 3 episodes in, they came on when we were doing the bus episode with Bryan Cranston, and they were like, "Bad news, gang. We're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna wrap it up." Clark and I were both like, guess we didn't really have the juice. Guess they didn't see a future with us, huh? Whoops.
Wow.
But, yeah, people do still say plop, which is like a nickname that character didn't want.
Right.
You know? And to get it now 10 years later on the street is
has that happened with your 6 and your 4-year-old around yet?
Oh, where people
come up to you and
publicly
say plop to you, which is a word that I think a young child might delight in, unless it's directed at dad.
That's really funny. No, I've not thought of that.
Well, that's going to happen, pal.
You know,
that's coming.
Politely come up and said, "Hey, I saw you in the thing," and my kids are like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, they've seen some work I've done," and try to like normalize it, of course, and also just be regular, you know, not make a thing, right?
Sure.
But no, I hadn't thought about that. That at some point,
get ready, pal.
Plop, and they're like, "What is that?"
Well, sit down.
I was accused of taking dumps. A character I played was unjustly accused of pooping all the time, and that legacy is now
yours.
Will follow me to the grave.
It's yours. It's not yours.
Own it. Yours, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Own it.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I'd love to. Let's end on that note. Let me ride off into the sunset.
Well, actually, I guess since we're on the potty subject, before we got about a minute left, did you like our green room commode? The sign that's right there. Yeah.
Do your job. But
yeah,
I don't have any bladder issues, but I can imagine a person who's maybe having a hard time or a little backed up seeing that sign and being like, I'm trying. I'm doing my best.
Don't you think that was the reaction of many Patriots for 2 decades?
Oh, my God.
To the do your job? I got it. We understand.
I not want to hear the excuse of being like,
I'm doing my best.
A 300-pound man is forcing me into the dirt, Bill. I'm doing my best. Right. He's like, just do it. Just do your job.
Yeah, there it is. That's what greets our guests.
I was so excited. Turned the corner and was like, oh, I'm home.
Little taste of home. All Her Fault, available now for streaming exclusively on Peacock. 8-episode series. Check it out as soon as you can. Anytime you're around, you want to come back here, let's hang.
Not scheduled, just
anytime. Just knock on the door.
Rich, pop in. You guys hanging?
Hollywood Tower, then here.
Sunset Tower.
Sunset Tower. Yeah, let's get a table for.
Yeah, we'll have Dimitri sit you.
Oh, the best. Came out of retirement.
He did indeed.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll explain the story when we come back. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show, Jake Lacy, everybody.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Come back, we'll talk about Joe Burrow and his readiness to do his job. Coming up. Mind do your job.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 2482473, equal housing lender.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com. Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Coffee part. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com. All right, so we were referring to it in the interview with Patriot fan actor Jake Lacy, who's just leaving our studio right now. I think Joe Burrow's going. Zach Taylor, when asked about it today, said, "I feel comfortable waiting as long as we can with this decision." And that Burrow's done everything he can to try to make himself ready to go.
Feels like Joe should take another week,
says the Patriot fan.
Why rush it?
He's going, pal. I mean, the Cincinnati Bengals are in dire straits right now. Season is 100% on life support. They're going to have to make a massive run to the playoffs.
Yeah, they're going to win out.
Right, and the best way to do that is Burrow. And Burrow didn't work his ass off from surgery in between weeks 2 and 3 and then watch them lose every game but one since that week 2, only to have him at 3-7 not get on the field if he is physically ready to go. And he's been a full participant in practice all week long. T. Higgins had this to say when he was asked at his locker yesterday about Burrow's readiness and how he looks. Hit it.
Are you expecting him to play Sunday?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I asked him yesterday, and he just looked at me like this. But I don't know. So I guess only he knows.
The way he's practicing, does he look like a guy that could play on Sunday?
For sure. Yeah, he's practicing like he was week 1. So
that look that he gave you, I don't know. I guess it could go.
What that look meant, but I assume good.
Well, if he looked good throwing the past couple days, that's good.
And Joe's been looking outstanding, man. He's slinging it deep, short routes. Everything's been pretty good.
The look for our radio and podcast listening audience, the way I took it was like,
come on, bro.
You're asking me? Like,
Right.
Did you not just practice with me?
Right.
Do you not know me well enough by now? Like, why would you even ask?
So last year the Bengals were 4-8, and then won the last 5.
Right.
Obviously missed the playoffs. They're 3-7 right now.
They were that team. Don't let them in the tournament, as I think what I said prior to that week 18. Don't let them in if you're the AFC.
Right.
Defensively, it's just listen. They still have the
somehow
same,
worse than last year.
They have the same problems they had in going 2-0, which was can't protect Burrow, can't stop the opposition. I mean, that's the same issues. If they can't protect Burrow and they can't stop Drake May, then it'll be a wrap. And then Burrow will come back and at least, let's knock on wood here that he remains healthy and will at least be able to settle in on a Thanksgiving night and watch the Bengals fully constituted with Jamar Chase back against a Ravens team that needs to win the game. That's at least for our purposes as viewers on a Thanksgiving night, not wanting to talk politics at the table anymore,
Talk fantasy instead.
There you go. I mean, so he's playing. I fully agree with everything else that I'm hearing and seeing.
Can they turn it around, though?
That's the question.
No, of course not.
Well, I mean, defensively, stop the Patriots, and then offensively, protect this man. Mm-hmm. Protect him.
At all costs.
Correct. Because it can be very costly if not.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. Every year we have a Black Friday sale, but this is our 50th year in business. So I've stocked up on more inventory than ever before. From 6 to 9 a.m., everything under the roof is 20% off. From 9 a.m. to close, everything is 15% off. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns, ammo, and accessories, marked down all day in store and online. Don't miss our largest Black Friday sale ever at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Boss. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that PrizePicks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on PrizePicks. You can also follow other PrizePicks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality, and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you. Thanks, man. Gigi doesn't. She said,
you left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50 to 1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
What do you give the person who's always at their desk? X-Chair. This holiday, give next level comfort with X-Chair ergonomic seating. Dynamic variable lumbar support and SiFloat Infinite Recline has your back. X-Chair elevates work, gaming, projects with everyday comfort. During the X-Chair holiday sale, you can save up to 50% site-wide. Don't wait. These deals won't last. Visit xchair.com and save up to 50% today. That's xchair.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Allen steps up, look out, down he goes again. Daniil Hunter.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Allen picked off by Bullock.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
It's over. The Texans are going to do it.
Earlier on the show, actor Jake Lacy. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Plus, your phone calls and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We've got a lot of football on the brain to talk about over the next couple of hours with you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. If you're on hold, please stay on hold. We're about to get to our final guest of the show. The rest of the show is for all of us here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, Sirius XM Channel 80, our podcast, listeners, and more. YouTube.com/Rich Eisen Show for anything that you missed. Please hit our YouTube channel with a subscription. We'd appreciate that. A follow, or whatever the kids call it these days. Tom Pelissero back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, Tommy P. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Doing fantastic, Rich. Good to see you. What's up to my boys in the studio?
Hey, Tommy. What up, kid?
That's the enthusiasm I like on a Friday right there.
Rick, say what up to Tom.
Hair on point.
He's going to put this on his Instagram, you know.
Gosh, you're
I
killing
just said hi to him.
for this video,
and
though,
then he says hello back to me and then to everybody in studio, yada, yada, yada. That's one injury update we're not going to get now. You know what I mean? Hi, Tom.
Hi, guys.
All right, so I sure believe Joe Burrow's starting. Full practices. T. Higgins says he looks great. I mean, the season's on the line. They're 3-7. They got to get going, man. What do you know, Tom? What do you think?
Well, let's start at where this began, which was Joe Burrow suffering that injury back in week 2. At that time, it was a 12 to 14 week timeline. We are about 10 weeks out from that injury. He is clearly ahead of schedule to the extent that he could be taking some limited reps last week, full reps in 11 on 11 Wednesday and Thursday this week. You also had Zach Taylor today saying officially he is questionable and that he was limited in practice today. Limited can mean a couple of different things. It can mean you are splitting first team reps. It can mean that you are taking scout team reps. Joe Flacco,
heard this
remember?
Story before. We heard
Joe Flacco dealing with a right shoulder injury, couldn't take the reps Wednesday and Thursday. Obviously got some of the reps today. So keep an eye on the participation report today, which might give you a little signal of where Joe Burrow's at for this weekend. They do have to make a roster move if they're going to activate him by Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we will know within a little over 24 hours here if Joe Burrow is going to be in uniform. And if he's in uniform.
Tom, I feel like this is a few good men, okay? Like, you think I can't handle the truth and I want answers, okay? Like, this is it. You're on the stand. I want answers. I can handle the truth. Come on now. What are we? At least give me a trend. Are we trending? We're trending?
He went from full on Wednesday and Thursday to limited in practice today. If you're looking for a trend, you would say that might be a signal that they are not going to put Joe Burrow out there this week. Listen, and I don't know for certain, but that's the way it's going. I would certainly imagine Joe Burrow at this point is raring to go. But remember, a couple of different factors here, Rich. First off is that timeline.
Yes.
The fact that he is still a couple weeks shy of where the target point was when this began. And as we saw, when Brock Purdy came back in week 4, his injury was different. It was to a different part of the foot. It was not surgical where Burrow needed surgery. But the way that turf toe happens, a lot of the time, it's one of the mechanisms is you plant, you get tackled, and the foot goes like this. Well, you're not getting tackled in practice. Joe Burrow is not at risk of being dragged down from behind and having that foot flexion when he's out there wearing a no-contact jersey in practice. You get that within the game, so there could be potentially a point to err on the side of caution. The other part of this is that Joe Burrow, remember, has not played in over 2 months. They got a quick turnaround to a Thursday night game against the Ravens. And yes, every game is important. I'm not going to do the whole, what was it, the Pitt coach recently who said that he doesn't care about this week's game because the other ones, those are the ones that really matter.
We could lose.
I'm not going full Pat Narduzzi here.
Nice.
But I would say you got 2 games in a 2-week span against the Ravens, who, even though they're not on top of the division, they are, based on all the next-gen stats and the analytics, the favorites to win the division. In between that, you got a game against the Bills. Yes, this is a huge game this week against a really good Patriots team. But even if you were to lose this game, that next 3-week span could determine, do you have a shot to sneak into this? Because you got 2 head-to-head matchups against the Ravens team that right now the belief is they might be the team to beat in the AFC North. All of which is a long-winded way of saying, Rich, I don't have a direct answer for you. But again, to the trend lines, full practice Wednesday and Thursday, which means you got all the first-team reps. Friday limited, which means at minimum he was not taking all the first-team reps, which means there's at least some level of uncertainty. Or it could also mean they've already determined that, yes, this work was great for Joe, and it's all to ramp up. Because next week, remember, there is no full week of practice. They might have like a light practice on Tuesday. That's all what they would get. Maybe this is a way to give him a full week of work over a 10-day span to get him ready for a Thanksgiving return against the Ravens.
Well, I mean, season's on the line. And if he doesn't go, okay, is that an indication that Zach Taylor is not coaching for his job? You know what I mean? That he knows he's got 1 year left on his deal. Mike Brown's not going to fire him because of that and reason alone. Or legitimately he's not coaching for his job and has been told that. Otherwise, if he's coaching for his job, he's got to get Burrow out there ASAP, like immediately,
well,
if not
it's
sooner.
It is a medical decision, though, and it's a matter of the doctors, along with Joe, along with the coaches, collectively making the decision. I mean, listen, it's an oversimplification, but would you rather win Sunday against the Patriots, or would you rather win Thursday night against the Ravens? Not that you can't potentially do both, but which is the more important game? I would say the interdivision game against the team that is favored based on the advanced stats to win the division is probably more important. With regard to Zach Taylor, you're right. He has 1 year left on his contract. He has been one of the lower paid coaches in the NFL throughout his time. Mike Brown has never wanted to pay top dollar for his head coach. And on multiple occasions, Marvin Lewis coached out a contract year. So there's no reason to believe that there's not a scenario here where Zach Taylor simply comes back as a lame duck coach in 2026, that he gets the grace of, hey, you didn't have your quarterback the entire season. Oh, by the way, the 2 pass rushers you were counting on who weren't there in the spring in Shamar Stewart's case, who weren't there through camp in Trey Hendrickson's case, neither one has really made much of an impact. They've both been hurt. Stewart's on IR. Hendrickson hasn't played in the last several weeks here. There have been a lot of different circumstances. Zach is a successful NFL coach. He has been to a Super Bowl. He has been to the playoffs with this team. He clearly knows the passing game, and they've got a lot of really good weapons here. They've not gotten things right on defense. Obviously they moved on from Lou Anarumo, who was, quite frankly, ready to move on from Cincinnati as well in last offseason. They brought in Al Golden. That hasn't fixed, some of the things that they lack from a personnel perspective, and the injuries have been part of that. We'll see where the season ends up going. Again, they've got a lot out in front of them. They've got those division games. They've got the Ravens twice. But if you're judging by the history of the Bengals and what Mike Brown thinks of Zach Taylor, I would certainly say that if you had to lean, you would lean towards Zach Taylor one way or another, still being the Bengals coach in 2026.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Man, I'll give you the choice where you want to go next, man. We could talk about the Philadelphia Eagles, what is really happening inside that building. There's also what happened last night. How about more weird
AFC North quarterback stuff? How about that with Aaron Rodgers?
All right. What's going on with him? How about that?
So last week on Sunday, he goes to the locker room in the second quarter after he's grabbing his wrist, right? It's his non-throwing wrist. They list him as questionable. They never ruled him out in that game. And my understanding is part of the reason the Steelers did not simply rule him out, which they usually do, was because Aaron Rodgers was in the locker room telling the doctors, I'm going back into this game. And they're saying, no, you're not. That he's going, no, I'm going back on the field. It was a lot of back and forth. That's now continuing into the practice week here, where he has a small fracture in that left wrist. Right now, it's not something that would prevent him from being able to play. Mike Tomlin talked about at the start of the week that you can protect it. You can put some type of, padding, something to stabilize it here. The risk you have of Aaron Rodgers going on the field is if he takes the wrong type of hit and lands on that wrist, you could end up with something that's a displaced fracture, where right now he doesn't need surgery. Then he might need surgery. It might heal on its own right now. Then if you displace it, it's not going to heal it on its own. That's the risk factor that the Steelers are dealing with right now. Aaron Rodgers, from the time the injury happened, again, in the locker room at halftime of that game, he was pushing to play. My understanding is he has been pushing behind the scenes to play this week against the team that he, of course, is part owner of in Chicago. But it is going to come down to a medical decision. Aaron practiced on a limited basis on Thursday. I was told he looked really good on the field. Aaron's acknowledged that, it might be something where maybe there's more shotgun and pistol snaps as opposed to being under center, just because of how the ball hits your hands when it's being snapped from under center. But I would tell you this, Rich, the simplest way I can put it is, if it's up to Aaron Rodgers, he is 100% starting on Sunday against the Bears. But there are other voices, including the doctors, who are well aware of the risks, and that's why he was held out of the game last Sunday. We'll find out probably in the next 24 hours or so here whether or not they are going to allow Rodgers to play. He's 41. He knows he doesn't have many more opportunities like this. He wants to be on the field. But, there are times where teams have to protect players from themselves. We'll see whether or not that ends up being the case here leading up to Sunday.
All right. And then there's Shedeur Sanders' first start. What's going on behind the scenes in Cleveland here, do you think? There's so much conversation about, certainly on I guess, the family of networks that includes this program, with Cam Newton talking about sabotaging the young Sanders and so on and so forth. This is a week, though, where he is the starting quarterback of this team. All the other stuff is gone, as far as I'm concerned, unless it does actually filter in to the preparation process, Tom. Give me something. What do you have?
The starting point I would have on this, yes. And I also, keep one eye on that family of networks when I'm on the stationary bike in the morning. And there was a topic bar yesterday, I believe, that said, if Shedeur plays well on Sunday, should he be the starter for the rest of the season? And that is such a drastic oversimplification, regardless of how this plays out. What I would recommend to people, wherever you fall on the Shedeur spectrum, whether you think that he's great, whether you think he's terrible, whether you think that he's being, to quote apparently Cam Newton, sabotaged, whether you believe that this is just how it works for backup quarterbacks in the NFL, there is going to be an overreaction to what happens on Sunday. I know a program that has a whole segment about that every Monday. What I would caution people here is to not overreact, because if you are in the category that Shedeur, one game, should prove he's the guy, you also have to be prepared to take that one game as seriously and say, well, if he doesn't play well, he's not the guy. I'm sure if that were the case, then it would be more talk about sabotage and everything else. But this is one start for a player on a team that has not been good offensively through the course of this season. They have I would say, a relatively favorable matchup because of some of the Raiders' struggles, although Patrick Graham's really smart with defense. He'll throw some different things at him. But it's not a team, the Raiders and their offense, where you think, all right, going in, we got to score 35 points or we're going to lose this game. The Raiders' offense has not played well this season either. So they see a lot of zone on the early downs. That allows you to strip things down and hopefully get some early confidence built. Just easy reads, easy throws, get him in the groove, the same stuff you would do for any other young quarterback. But this is still a challenge for Shedeur, just like any other young quarterback stepping in. I surveyed current and former offensive coordinators, Rich, at the start of the week, because there was so much discussion, and had been even prior to that game last week when he ends up in, because Dylan Gabriel gets a concussion, about he never had any first-team reps. He's never had any. And I asked people, number one, how many reps are there in a practice week? How many actual reps? This is not training camp, where you've at times got two fields going and you're rolling the ones and the twos and the threes and all the reps are split. That's not it.
Right.
There are maybe 70 to 80 live reps in a whole practice week. There's 3 days of practice. Some teams don't even go hard for 2 of those days, but there's maybe 70 to 80 at the most. The starting quarterback is going to take most, if not all, of those reps. Dylan Gabriel got a small number of first-team reps in practice, in part because Joe Flacco's a million years old. He needed to take some wear and tear off his arm. He didn't need all those reps. It's totally different when Shedeur is backing up Dylan Gabriel, because Dylan Gabriel needed to get all those reps to try to get him ready to play on Sunday. But I go back to a conversation I had early in the season and talking about just how the room was structured. This is when Flacco was still the starter on the team. A lot of the work that Shedeur was getting, because, again, Dylan Gabriel was getting a lot of the scout reps like your number 2 quarterback does, they would keep guys on the field after practice and would be running some of the same plays and running with the young receivers. That is commonplace. He is, again, no matter what you think of Shedeur and how good he can be, and I'm as fascinated as anyone to see what plays out starting on Sunday. The reality is, as a rookie, 5th-round pick, 3rd-string quarterback, Shedeur has been treated like any other rookie, 3rd-string, 5th-round quarterback, which is, it's a tough position to be in. Brian Hoyer wrote an entire column at The Athletic today talking about the times where, what the life of the backup quarterback is and how Tom Brady would basically tell him to bleep off if he ever came in the huddle and tried to get 1 rep during the week. That's part of the deal, is you have to go in there without that preparation. Well, now, Shedeur Sanders, he hasn't had 500 reps. He's had probably 70 to 80 reps. He's going to be more prepared. There's going to be a game plan that is tailored to him. But good, bad, or ugly on Sunday, this one game is not going to tell you to put the guy in the Hall of Fame or to cut him and move on. It's going to be one data point as the Browns gather a lot of data points to inform their decisions, whatever those are, about where they go from here in the quarterback room.
Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, who knows where Cam Newton works and what show he's on, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Wow. Let's talk about the Vikings situation, sir, where Kevin O'Connell talks about how the cement that they poured around JJ during the summer needs to start drying, and JJ uses a wine analogy that he's going to uncork. He feels like he's about to uncork something. And here we are now, Vikings and Green Bay, season on the line pretty much for them to try and make the playoffs with J.J. McCarthy in his first full year as starter, or at least first year starting for the team. What's going on behind the scenes there, Tom?
We'll start with that game on Sunday. It's critical for the Vikings. I'll be there for game day morning.
Outstanding.
On NFL Network, and I've talked to Kevin O'Connell before the game. We'll be able to hear directly from him on the show.
Cool.
The sense that I get and following this, listen, I was at the game a couple weeks ago in Detroit where JJ only throws for 150-odd yards, but he made a bunch of really high-level throws, and he was very accurate with the football. And when Kevin O'Connell entrusted him, whether it was to pull it on a designed run play and throw a touchdown to Justin Jefferson, or 3rd down, game on the line, and instead of running it, they go, you got a one-on-one to Jalen Naylor, throw it, and he puts it on a dime, to what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, which is just a lot of ups and downs. That Chicago game got off to such a bad start last week because Kevin O'Connell is very smart when it comes to getting quarterbacks in rhythm. He did the same stuff with Sam Darnold last year, which is he never was asking Sam Darnold, hey, make 15 high-level throws, elite, small, tiny window throws. It was, we're going to need you to be above the line 5 times a game. Beyond that, we're handing it off, we're booting you, we're getting you easy completions, feel yourself in the rhythm of the game, then be prepared for those times where we got to take a shot. I need you to make it. And Darnold, right up until week 18, and to a lesser degree in the wild card game, Sam Darnold answered the bell more often than not. With J.J. McCarthy last week, and I know it's been the past couple weeks because there was the Baltimore game as well, he just has not been able to find that rhythm. And there were easy throws and out to Justin Jefferson that he airmails over his head. And there was another incompletion, I think, on a 3rd down where J.J. was very frustrated. He was coming off the field, basically sprinting off and hitting himself in the helmet. You can see the frustration with J.J. McCarthy in this thing. But what happens? It kind of felt like the week 1 game where down the stretch, for whatever reason, J.J., whether it was the energy kind of wore down a little bit, but he played better. And they were a long kick return and a field goal away from the storyline being, well, JJ didn't play great, but he made plays at the end again and they won, instead of JJ didn't play well enough, they lost, and now here they are on the precipice of essentially being eliminated from playoff contention. What I would say is this. The Vikings knew from the start that this was going to be a ride with J.J. McCarthy in 2025. And that's before they even knew that he would miss a month or so of the season because of a legit high ankle sprain that cost a guy reps after he missed an entire year of reps with the meniscus surgery last year, who couldn't afford that time to not be on the field. If you want to be an optimist about J.J. McCarthy, it's this. We have seen the good with J.J. McCarthy. You look at the Detroit game, you look at down the stretch in both Chicago games, it's in there. He's not a guy who is just scattershot all over the place. It's not Christian Hackenberg who can't hit anything.
Yeah.
Just that it's hard to go deep into Jets lore for that one, Rich, but it's not a guy who simply can't throw a football. It's that you're seeing the good is really good, the bad is really bad. And what they've got to do is not make J.J. McCarthy into a perfect quarterback in a short period of time. They got 7 games left in the season. You're going to continue to have some ups and downs. But what they've got to do is keep those downs from being so far down. You can't miss Justin Jefferson wide open at the sideline. And honestly, I commend Justin Jefferson for being the rare elite receiver, and is still, in my mind, the best receiver in the NFL, for not flipping out, for not screaming at the quarterback, for not making a public issue. We're watching that happen, Rich, all over the NFL. It happens every year. Justin Jefferson, as those elite guys go, has been very good and has continued to throw his public support behind J.J. McCarthy. But you can see, and anybody would be, there's frustration. I'm winning on my route. I'm not getting the football. They got to do a better job with that. Jeff Hafley is one of the top defensive coordinators in the league. He's going to throw a ton at J.J. McCarthy this week. What they've got to do is just make sure, keep the bad stuff from being the catastrophic stuff. Don't let the downs get so down. We saw J.J. play really well in a hostile environment in Detroit a few weeks ago. He's going to see it in Lambeau Field, where they're chomping at the bit to actually win a game at home after a couple of rough weeks before they beat the Giants.
All right, and it's a couple minutes I have left. The team that your sources or anybody who's interested in texting with you, whether you're on your treadmill or not, what's the team everybody's curious about? Have we already talked about them? Blown you up? Anything like that?
I would say one thing that we have not talked about a whole lot, Rich, and this is broader than one team, but it's the series of post-trade deadline cuts that take place of veterans, and in some case, high-profile veterans who end up getting released because they were shopped, they couldn't be traded. After the trade deadline, all vested veterans are subject to waivers, which means, all right, you're a veteran, hey, we're not good, we're going to let you go to a contending team. Well, you run the risk that someone who's not a contender or someone who just wants to block your path to a team they don't want you to go to can claim you. You remember the Ravens did this last year amidst the journey of Deontay Johnson through the season. They actually claimed Deontay Johnson during the playoffs solely to stash him. The Ravens had already been eliminated, but they claimed him, in their case, to get a comp pick, but it prevented a guy from potentially hooking on with a team that was still in contention. Brandon Cooks, the Saints, it was reported a couple days ago, the Saints announced it was being released. Brandon Cooks has not yet appeared on the transaction wire, meaning he has not yet had a chance to cross through waivers and then become a free agent and sign wherever he wants. My understanding of the situation is it's because to facilitate the release, Brandon Cooks agreed to take a roughly $2 million pay cut, basically give back that money that saves the Saints cash and cap space, so that if he ends up on another team, that team doesn't just pay him the minimum and the Saints are paid on the bulk of that money to play for somebody else. The problem is they also, and it seems that the NFLPA was involved, obviously Cook's agent was involved, there's a clause that they put in the revised contract that in essence would make it punitive for any team that claims him, that if Cooks gets claimed, they owe him all the money. Well, you're not allowed to do that. That's a manipulation of the waiver rules. So the contract got rejected by the NFL Management Council. Wow. They're now trying to figure out some other type of workaround. It was, an interesting gambit. I would anticipate they'll find another restructured deal that omits that language, and it'll go through. But this is kind of this weird horse trading that exists at this time of year. The entire rest of the NFL calendar, you get cut you're just a free agent as a vested veteran. Anybody with 4 years of service, you can sign wherever you want. Now that guys are subject to waivers, there are a lot of times where if it's agents calling around and saying, do not claim my guy, he won't report, or whether in this case it's teams trying to work and find a way that, hey, we're going to try to get it so he does not get claimed. It ends up in this bizarre situation where Brandon Cooks right now is still a New Orleans Saint, and it's not 100% clear exactly when he'll actually be waived, and in turn, what team he might end up landing on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Pelissero with the tale of the fine print. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you on game day morning, sir. See you soon.
Can't wait. Thanks,
there goes Tom Pelissero, everybody.
All right, Tommy.
See you, Tom.
I didn't mean to go all Tom Cruise on him. You know, I demand answers, but I wanted answers. Let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We're up against it, as they say.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night?
You know, that sounds great.
How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs?
That also sounds awesome.
We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour?
How about a football happy hour?
It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue. John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat Rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
Hey, it's John Granado. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Blue Bonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at BlueBonnetGlass.com. Blue Bonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show.
All of those kids.
We're live back here on the ESPN Radio feed, if you will. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. We're on Disney Plus, streaming live every day between 12 and 3 Eastern Time. We'll go to the phone lines in a second. Houston Texans are back in the mix. They are in the mix. They are 6-5. They've won their last 3 games since C.J. Stroud went out with a concussion. Davis Mills, just like Mac Jones in San Francisco, from where DeMeco Ryans hails as a coach, he's kept this season afloat. He has single-handedly, with his defense, I guess that's not single-handedly, but he has, in his starts at 3-0, erased the 0-3 deficit. And the Houston Texans are 6-5. And right now, sitting there with 6 games to go and an opportunity to win the division and make the playoffs. And I said win the division because next up for them is in Indianapolis, which they haven't played yet. And that's the team that they're 2 games behind. And they can ask Kansas City for a favor and then return it in kind by going into Arrowhead and beating them. And if they do that, then the Chiefs would have another massive problem in trying to make the playoffs because they will have lost to the Bills, they will have lost to Jacksonville, they will have lost to Houston. That would be massive, and Houston can deliver it. And once they're done with that 2-game road trip that will either make or break their season, Arizona at home, Vegas at home, they visit the Chargers and have a shot at, again, the AFC South against Indianapolis. The team that they have to go and track down, they have yet to play. They play them twice, and they trail them right now by 3 losses. Potentially only 2. Kansas City, again, does them a favor to go 6-5. That would make a massive Week 13 Thanksgiving Sunday game between 2 perennial division winners at 6-5, right? Ravens should be 6-5 as well because they take on the Jets at home this weekend. And what the Texans have is a championship defense that can change the fate of a quarterback's night and potentially season. You know, Woody Marks and Chubb, not a bad 1-2 combination running a football. An offensive line that is improved, wouldn't you say? I mean, the offensive line, it's not like C.J. Stroud was standing back there and he was sacked 8 times, and that's the reason why he was concussed. He was hit, running, sliding, hit late, bad news.
Yep.
And DeMeco Ryans is like, let's start Davis Mills again. Let's start the Stanford kid or guy one more time. Let's get C.J. Stroud back for those 2 big games on the road and use the mini-bye to our benefit. They said on the broadcast last night that had the game been played on Sunday, he'd have made it.
Right.
But too soon to get out of the concussion protocol for this one, and it worked out. I don't think I'm overstating the fact that the Texans can make the playoffs and win their division. They can do it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think we're now in a situation where the AFC South is going to get 2 playoff teams at least. Whereas most of the year, first half of the year, it was like, oh, the Colts and everybody else, that's cute. But I think they're real contenders.
Well, the Colts can single-handedly use one higher register. The Colts just, again, the Jaguars are the team that's better positioned to be that second team right now.
Sure.
And, man, this Texans win streak started with that comeback on the Jaguars. Jaguars had a chance to sweep the season series from Houston and basically bury them. And Houston came back, massive comeback, took care of business in Tennessee in a hard-fought slugfest. Short week comeback, beat the Bills because they just inundated Josh Allen. One after another after another. Overcame a kickoff being hit for return for a touchdown. So they're resilient. I guess not just in the games against Jacksonville and Buffalo, but also on the season writ large. They went from 0-3 to being above 500, man. And give it up to D'Amico Ryans, keeping the ship afloat. Davis Mills 3-0, and he's already tied his career high for quarterback wins in a season when he went 3-10-1 in 2022. Chris, this is the way it's supposed to work. Christian Kirk's supposed to be healthy and scoring touchdowns.
Yep. Oh, and it looks like they hit on Jaden Higgins.
They did, right? He looks like he can make some plays.
Yep. Woody Marks
and
has
Nico Collins has really had an off year.
He has.
Honestly.
Yeah.
You know, if you drafted him in fantasy in the second round, where most of everyone who has Nico Collins, you're waiting for that big game.
Yep.
Well, it can come. It's got to come in the next 2 weeks then. I mean, going into Indianapolis, into Kansas City, those two teams play each other this week. Houston would like Kansas City to beat Indianapolis. Maybe Indianapolis beat Kansas City up enough, so they tenderize them. Houston coming off the mini-bye going to Arrowhead. And it's a big 2-week stretch for Kansas City, and we're going to talk about 2-week stretches for those Thanksgiving teams coming up in a moment. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's take a phone call here. Let's go to Chad in Sacramento, California. What's up, Chad?
Hey, Rich. How's it going?
What's going on, sir?
Need some help from RES Consulting.
Okay.
Here.
Should we, since you're coming from Sacramento, should RES Consulting light the beam? Should we light the beam for you, Chad? Should we do that?
You can light the beam,
Okay.
yeah, because it definitely hasn't been lit for my Raiders for the past several decades.
Okay.
And my wife and I are expecting a baby boy, and
nice.
I don't want him to turn out to be like that guy that said, "I hate this team" from the Jets.
Okay.
And so I'm wondering if you think if Shador beats the Raiders this weekend, should I just sign the certificate?
No.
To be a Browns fan?
No. Just sign the certificate to
whoever, maybe the Patriots.
Oh, okay.
Chris, I don't know.
To decommit from the Raiders.
I thought you were gonna. I thought the game was going to decide who you were rooting for.
Well, as you know, they decommitted from Northern California. So, but don't do that, man.
I don't think you're allowed to leave Raider Nation.
Yeah, it's a little different, that fan base.
You can't just, I don't think that's a fan base you can just up and leave.
Yeah, the violator is going to drive up to Sacramento and refuse to notarize that document, Chad. To be honest.
Like the mob.
I think that could be a dangerous situation, Chad.
I know it's not feeling good because they changed, the whole system. But Brady's first year, he chose Spy Tech. He chose, Pete. Just trust the system. It looks ugly right now. It always will. If you can't protect a quarterback and run the ball with your 7th overall drafted running back, it's just never going to look good. So just give it another year, Chad. But call back before then. Thanks again. That's Chad in Sacramento here. 844-204-RICH.
Chad, hold on.
Number to dial. Well, I just hung up from him.
Well, I don't think he turned
his hold on his phone is what you're saying.
Yeah. No, just hold on to the
stay safe.
To the Raiders.
It's like the mob. You can't just get out of Raider Nation.
You got to meet in the parking lot.
Yeah.
What do you know about the mob over there?
I mean, I've seen a movie or two.
Okay, got it. All right, when I come, when we come back, pardon me. I have my top 5 matchups for the rest of Week 12.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is going to be great. That's next, and then the entire third hour is just for us.
Let's go.
What's more likely beckons. So much more to go as we hit halftime of this Friday.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Takaras Arandas is dedicated to the community. This season of giving, they are going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, a turkey, a pie, and sides. Come in to register at any of the locations, and they are going to select one winner per location. Available at any Takaras Arandas, Arandas Bakery, and Arandas Seafood. No purchase necessary. Takaras Arandas serving the community since 1981. Also remember to grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandas Bakery. That's Takaras Arandas and Arandas Bakery. Go now.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hyundai Hope on Wheels. As you know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm so proud of this program and my ability to tell you about it, thanks to our partnership with Hyundai, which has sold over the last 20 years. All the cars, all of them have helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised over $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. At Hyundai, Hope isn't optional. It comes standard. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Week 12 got underway last night in Houston. Bills at Texans in the books. Leaves the rest of week dozen. I have my top 5 list of the other matchups I'm looking forward to seeing the most. Presented by Hyundai. Hit it.
High five.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
All right. And it starts in the NFC North. Everybody. My top 5 other matchups of week 12. Vikings at Packers. Here we go. Packers 6-3-1. Is Josh Jacobs going to play? Possibly. Don't know yet. And the Vikings, which quarterback is going to show up? J.J. McCarthy on the road in division, J.J. McCarthy, or pretty much the rest of the J.J. McCarthy that we've seen this year? And the cement is drying, as Kevin O'Connell is saying, and the cork's uncorking, as J.J. is saying. He's got to do it one more time on the road in division to give him 3 of those to keep the Vikings season alive. He had a chance to sweep the Bears this past week, and he had them winning. I understand he looked like he was throwing with his feet for much of the game. But when it came down to it, he gave his team the lead, which is all you want from the quarterback in the fourth quarter. They just couldn't hold on to it. Imagine they're 5-5 having swept the Bears, what it would look like for their prospects. 4-6 isn't out of it yet. 4-7, I think, would be. 6-3-1 for Green Bay, with the Bears taking on the Steelers at home and the Lions taking on the Giants at home. They have to hold serve. They got to win. They've got to show up and show out to go to 7-3-1. Can't wait for this one. It's 1 o'clock Eastern window type stuff on Fox. Number 4, the aforementioned Steelers at the Bears. As of this very moment, Mike Tomlin called Aaron Rodgers questionable to play in this game. We heard it from Tom Pelissero earlier in this hour that Rodgers was never officially ruled out of the game in which he injured his left wrist last week because he was busy in the locker room arguing, apparently, with the medical staff about being let back in this game. And if that's the way he is in the moment with his wrist probably throbbing, how do you think he's acting this week behind the scenes with him feeling better and getting the cast and getting used to it and thinking he can protect himself because he wants to play in Chicago one last time?
Here, Coach.
I think Aaron is going to start at the end of the day. And then the Bears, are they who we have seen they can be? How's that one?
I don't know if that's as good as...
Yeah, it's not.
That doesn't ring off the
Matt
tongue.
Leinert's not going to be next after that line.
Not a beer commercial.
So this is a team that takes the ball away and then takes your breath away in the fourth quarter on offense with Caleb Williams pulling stuff out of the hat. Can they do that against the Steelers? Well, they have to do that against the Steelers. It's a Steelers team that knocked around Daniel Jones and turned over the Colts a couple of weeks ago. The team that just beat the Bengals last week. Is that the defense that's going to show up? Because that's 2 very opportunistic defenses, and that's the way that both of these teams have gotten above 500 records in leading their respective divisions. This is a battle of the North Division leaders entering Week 12. Steelers and Bears. Oh, my. Number 3 on the list is the Sunday Nighter. Baker Mayfield coming back to the scene of his comeback. It started when he was released by the Carolina Panthers, and the Rams said, we'll take you, and we just need you in like 2 days. Here's the playbook. And he won that game. It's truly one of the more impressive wins of this decade. And I don't think I'm overstating it.
Nah.
And now he comes back quarterbacking a Buccaneers team that may get Godwin back, but Bucky Irving is still up in the air, man. I don't know what the hell is happening here.
Todd Bowles says he's out and trending towards a Week 13 return.
Well, the Rams, as I've mentioned in the last 2 power rankings, is the best team in football, and this is a big one. This is also another battle of division leaders. Matthew Stafford trying to keep that MVP campaign moving down the tracks. Yep. Rams at 8-2. They will already know if Seattle's pulled off the win against Tennessee. That's earlier in the day. And then, of course, the Niners taking on Carolina on Monday night. This is a big one for the whole country to see on NBC.
Whose house?
Number 2. It's the Eagles and Cowboys.
Number 2?
You bet it is.
What?
You bet it is. Absolutely. Number 2. 8-2. Listen, the reason why it's not number 1, if that's what you're saying, is because the Cowboys are 4-5-1.
Yeah, and what is the team that's in the number 1 game?
Okay. They're half game better.
Okay.
But I'm just saying this has got a lot going for it.
Yeah.
For many reasons. The Eagles are seemingly hating on each other.
I love it.
Until it's time to hate on the opponent, and then they're successful. And then the Cowboys coming off of their best offensive performance of the year. And that's saying a lot. We saw what they did against the Giants. We saw what they did against Green Bay. But last week, I guess their best overall performance, you could say. Trying to get back to 500 here.
I think George
trying
and
to get
CD
to 500.
Stay out every night.
And so, by the way, that's kind of crazy that CeeDee Lamb at this stage of his career would do that in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's just, listen, I know Vegas is
not on the Strip, by the way.
It doesn't matter.
Red Rocks is off.
Come on, man. Like, what are we doing here?
You know what I mean?
You like a late dinner, Rich.
Okay.
Come on.
Early morning dinner.
And then you go out and dominate.
And here's what I would do.
You know what I mean?
Do you know when you go to the dentist's office and they put that tube in your mouth?
Horrible feeling.
They should hook that up to Jalen Carter pregame. And that could be the difference maker in this one, because as we know, he wasn't around in the first game between these two in game 1 of the season. Number 1 is Colts and Chiefs, man. It is. It absolutely is. It's the Chiefs at a crossroads, man. At a crossroads. I mean, with all due respect to Dallas, which is at a crossroads, the Chiefs are a threat to make a championship weekend and also a championship podium run. And then the Colts, this is their measuring stick. This is it, guys.
Yeah, are they real or not?
I think they're real, but the question is, are they real enough to go into Arrowhead and do this? And Jonathan Taylor, and they're coming off a bye. Can't wait for it. Early window on CBS. Hit it one more.
You have one more. I did not know this.
That's my boy.
Cool.
And I'll go with the game that he will be watching. Patriots-Bengals. I think Burrow's coming back, man. Burrow versus May. Let's go. And if it's not, I'll be sorely disappointed.
The line moved back up to 7.
Well, because he's limited reps today.
Well, I'm just saying Vegas always knows stuff.
I don't know. I just can't imagine. They're 3-7. Like, what are we doing here? The guy rehabbed his ass off. He looks great. Pull a ripcord. Let's go. But again, it's not my toe and it's not my franchise quarterback. But I hope that would just make this game so much more amazing.
No doubt.
I was thinking of putting San Francisco and Carolina here as well.
That is a sneaky good game on
It's
Monday.
not very sneaky. It is good. And McCaffrey back. I think it's his first game against Carolina since the trade, I believe.
Wow.
But at any rate, that's my top 5. And again, just go to a dentist office in the Metroplex, get one of those things that, that's not a good meme for me, I think, in the long run.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
The 12th man lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice. So you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Giggle, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling that they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. Texas A&M hosts the Sanford Bulldogs. Our coverage begins at 10 a.m. on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Sanford, Saturday morning at 10 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. Every year we have a Black Friday sale, but this is our 50th year in business. So I've stocked up on more inventory than ever before. From 6 to 9 a.m., everything under the roof is 20% off. From 9 a.m. to close, everything is 15% off. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns, ammo, and accessories, marked down all day in store and online. Don't miss our largest Black Friday sale ever at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Boss. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, I'm out there and I'm saying, well, what metal do I need powder coated?
We do bicycles, we do wheels, we do bumpers, we do patio furniture, we do antique items such as sewing machine bases. Some people will have light posts in their front yards. Yard art is also a big thing. When you have Round Top with the antique festivals in the spring and the fall, tons of things you can find there that are vintage.
Boat parts, anchors. How about gas lamps?
It has to be carefully taken apart, but anything that's metal on there and cleaned off, we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Trailers, we do barbecue pits. Really, if it's metal, give me a call and let's talk about it.
You had frogs in one woman's backyard that you did.
Yes, it was a frog that represented all 5 of her kids, and then she also had 8 grandkids, and each one had a frog.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Monument Chevrolet is celebrating Black Friday pricing all month long. Enjoy employee pricing on their entire inventory of new vehicles. Whether you're looking for a new Silverado, a spacious family hauler like the Tahoe, or the sporty Trax, Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for you in a wide variety of colors and trims. If you're looking for a fantastic deal on a vehicle this holiday, visit Monument Chevrolet today at 225 and Beltway 8 or shop at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it at Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's promo code LANCE to get your $100 in bonus entries. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a crucial late November matchup between NFC East rivals as the Dallas Cowboys host the Philadelphia Eagles. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as Jalen Hurts and the Super Bowl champion Eagles head to Dallas to take on Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Eagles, Cowboys. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Allen steps up. Look out. Down he goes again. Daniil Hunter.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Allen picked off by Bullock.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
It's over. The Texans are going to do it.
Earlier on the show, actor Jake Lacy, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, your phone calls and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show on the air on this Friday. The actor Jake Lacy, a great conversation, fun chat with him in hour 1. Tom Pelissero with all sorts of information for us in hour number 2. If you missed it, there's our podcast all 3 hours. Please go and give us a subscription on that. Why not? Same thing for Overreaction Monday. Same thing for No Contest Wrestling, the Jim Jackson Show, all the offerings from our podcast world. Coming soon on that front is a podcast I will be hosting called This Was Sports Center. I will be chit-chatting with my colleagues from the 90s and the aughts from back in the day, and just going down one big helping spoonful of memory lane, and that's coming next year.
Let's go.
We're going to start recording it very soon, so that's happening in our world.
Bringing back sweet memories.
That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do, and have some fun on that front. There's also our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. For anything that you may have missed, we're here on Disney Plus every day, 12 to 3 Eastern Time. Same thing with the ESPN app and also ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Hello, Sirius XM listeners, Channel 80 for that. Mike Tomlin has spoken about the latest. He said earlier this week, latest on Aaron Rodgers, earlier this week, he was like, yep, it's a fracture. Yep, he doesn't need surgery. And yes, he wants to play this week. Yep. He has vocalized that. And he pegged Friday as an important day to see how Rodgers looks whenever he does get on a practice field, whatever he does put on his hand to protect the small, slight fracture in the wrist that he suffered in the win against the Bengals. Tom Pelissero in hour 2 said he was not ever officially ruled out of that game because he was in the training room with the medical staff, crazy. Apparently having a back and forth about him wanting to go back in.
Wow.
This is what Mike Tomlin said last hour.
You know, I thought I saw a solid effort, but it's Friday, and so we still got some time. He was listed as a partial participant and given a questionable designation, and we'll see where the weekend leads us.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What?
Solid effort.
You know how I feel about it. And he just, roll that back. Roll that back. You tell me that solid is not a word that he chose on purpose, knowing it's not the ultimate that you can give to somebody's performance, which is exactly why I don't like the word solid. Hit it. You tell me.
You know, I thought I saw a solid effort, but it's Friday, and so we still got some time. He was listed as a partial participant and given a questionable designation, and we'll see where the weekend leads us.
He was higher register. He's nodding his head. You know, you could tell he was giving the head nod of like saying that it could be better.
Not a good sign, yeah.
Like he would want to see better from his starting quarterback that for a division-leading team walking into a very tight spot in Week 12.
That might be the first time I see your point.
Yes!
Because usually I don't really, I'm like,
thank you.
That one I got.
Wow.
Could have been better.
Right?
It was just solid.
Right?
Good point.
That's why don't say to me, hey, Rich, solid show. Hey, Rich, you're a solid host. Hey, Rich, you know, that opinion you had was solid.
Speaking of YPs, that's you problem.
I understand that, but I think I'm also pointing out why it should be a YP for you.
Nah. We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
We don't.
Exactly. We don't have to reinvent language. Solid. That's cool.
Well, you know, they do have Mason Rudolph going in there.
Might be
listen.
Better.
Mason Rudolph 100% can
just
do
went higher right there.
No. Hold on. Okay. Let me rephrase that.
I heard a glass break in the back. He would
Let me start again. Mason Rudolph can 100% do what Davis Mills is doing, what Mac Jones did. I've seen it. 100% he can go into Chicago and win this game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let Rodgers rest up. And it's 100%, I think, 100% what would be happening this week if it was at Miami, at Cleveland. This is at Chicago, though, okay? This is important for Aaron Rodgers to give this a whirl because he's not going to get a chance to suit up in an NFL uniform and go into Soldier Field with a division leader in an important game. Again.
Yeah, but that shouldn't have any effect on the Steelers. Like, they shouldn't even care about that. It should be.
That is correct. Although they do want to make the guy who is their quarterback for this year, if not maybe next, happy. And that has always been what the Jets would try to do for 2 years and what the Steelers are doing and what anybody who does have Rodgers under center or in shotgun for the rest of his career, however long it goes before he goes in the Hall of Fame. That's what you do. That's it. Which is why I'm surprised they didn't give him one more toy on offense during the trade deadline. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. It's a Friday, so it's time to hit What's More Likely. Ooh. Go for it.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
Christopher?
Hey, everybody.
Hey. What's up, Chris?
How's it going? Good to see you guys.
Hey, good to see you too.
Talking about backup quarterbacks, we've talked a lot about them this year. More likely backup quarterback to be starting somewhere else in 2026. Mac Jones or Davis Mills?
Oh, I'll go Mac Jones. And I just don't know what Davis Mills' contract status is. But, I mean, when you just look at him...
on a one-year deal.
Certainly compared to Mac Jones, Davis definitely has a neck up on the competition.
Hey, now.
And look at that headshot.
He got that Martin Hanks.
Damn.
A team would have to trade for both of these guys. They're both under contract through 2026.
You wouldn't need a neck brace. You could put an actual, tire on that.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
He's on the all-net
He went to
team.
Stanford.
He's probably
what does that mean? What does that mean about anything?
He's got a big brain, and it's got to hold it up.
Oh,
you know
I see. Okay.
I think that would make the neck shorter.
Yeah.
Bring it down a bit.
You got to throw in a comp pick for the
Only
neck?
the most important facts
Wow.
learned on the Rich Eisen Show. We're very proud of the information we dispense.
Yeah,
I know
and the manner in which we dispense it. If I'm either of these teams, though, I'm not letting these guys go. They've proven their worth. Yeah. Honestly, who's more valuable than a backup that can keep things afloat and then egolessly hand them back to the guy?
That's a good point.
Yeah, man.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Cooper Rush used to be that guy for you.
Yeah.
What else, Chris?
Let's assume that Joe Burrow plays on. Can we do that? Can we just assume for a second?
Sure.
More likely superstar quarterback to complete the longest pass on Sunday, Joe Burrow or Drake May?
I'll go Burrow. He's home. He's back. He's got T. Higgins. Doesn't have Jamar. But I'll go. I'll do it. Oh, wait a minute. Who's the team that Drake May's playing against, the defense?
He's playing against the Bengals.
I'll take Drake May. Yeah. Do you like the bit I just did?
Deep balls are like handoffs.
You like the bit I just did? And plus, if we're going to review this work on Monday and your first item up for bids is something we can't review till the Monday of, say, March 2026 of the new league year, I will go with a guy that will definitely be playing Sunday on this Friday.
Probably a smart move by you.
What else?
You're from New York, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. More likely New York team to pull off the upset this weekend, Jets or Giants?
I'll go Giants. I trust Jameis a little with the weaponry he has than Tyrod Taylor with the weaponry the Jets have. Although Tyrod Taylor did go into Tampa, although Garrett Wilson was healthy, and gave a massive scare to the Buccaneers thanks to a pick six that led to an Aaron Glenn Earth, Wind, and Fire meme celebrating that touchdown. And Tyrod Taylor was the quarterback of that day. But I'll go the Giants. I think the Ravens, as you know, are not losing. They will have an 8-game win streak when they see the Patriots welcome the Patriots in Week 16, sir. You know that's the way I've been talking.
Trap game. I don't know.
What's a trap game?
Playing the Jets.
Okay. Yeah. What else, Chris?
Can we assume that Aaron Rodgers plays on Sunday?
Sure.
Sure. Is it more likely the Bears win another game on the last drive or Rodgers continues his ownership of Chicago?
What do you think, Chris?
I think the Bears.
I will go with Rodgers continues his ownership of the Bears.
Bears are favored in this game.
What do I care?
I'm just
I don't
giving
care
you
about
facts.
these things.
I'm giving you facts.
So what do I care? Some nameless, faceless person who will never have a plaque or a signpost in Las Vegas, like Mel Green, its creator. I should be influenced by that. What the hell do they know anyway?
Everything.
Okay. Right?
I'm with you.
Did they see an 8-sack performance by Houston last night?
Nope.
Okay. I'll go Rodgers continues his Bears ownership rather than the Bears pulling out another one again. What else, Chris?
More likely to be the higher number Sunday. You think this out.
Okay.
Combined sacks by Max Crosby and Myles Garrett.
Got it.
Or total scoring plays by Cleveland and the Raiders.
Oh, I'll go sacks. So it'll be field goals, any snap that changes the scoreboard.
Correct. Field goals, touchdowns, safeties.
Hold on a minute. So let's just in
above.
last night's game.
Combined sacks.
In last night's game, for instance, for your theory that you're trying to put here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Last night had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plays that changed the score.
Yep. For 42 points.
One more scoring play than the Texans had sacks by themselves.
Myles Garrett and Max Crosby against these guys who like to get sacked a lot.
I will go Crosby and Myles Garrett. Good one, Chris. I like that one. Okay. That's a drop from the Raider fan right there.
Raiders
just to describe to everyone at home why you heard the poor Jet kid.
All right, a few more. More likely season leader to go for more yards. Jonathan Taylor rushing, Jackson Smith and Jigba receiving.
I'll go Jonathan Taylor rushing because it's easier for a quarterback to just put it in the belly of somebody. And Jonathan Taylor 100% is going to have more touches than JSN. And the Titans are one of those sneaky teams defensively that upset the apple cart. They don't win, but they certainly make it really tough on you to do it. So I will go Taylor rushing yards than JSN receiving yards. What else? Another one? You got more?
I have a few more. Yeah.
Awesome. This is fun.
Yeah.
I'm having Friday fun.
Yeah. Rubber meat.
Are you having Friday fun, TJ?
Honestly, I have fun every day.
I know that.
Here you go, TJ. Team you have the most faith in to make the playoffs.
Cowboys.
Chiefs or Cowboys?
Come on, man.
Oops. Come on. Man, I'm done playing games. Let's go.
But you can't even play.
Shut up.
They have virtually the same record. They're both not in the playoffs currently. Who do you like to make it?
I'm going to take the Kansas City Chiefs until the day they are finally freshly eliminated and sent home. Get out of here. Get out of here. They are far better rostered. They are coached by a legend who is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I don't think that matters.
The quarterback, of course.
Which team is more trending in the right direction?
I'm just saying to you, the team I have. You're going with faith. Which team do I have the most faith in to make the playoffs? The Cowboys or the Chiefs?
Hey, I'm like, hey, watch it.
I did it.
Yeah, that was tone.
On purpose.
Tone.
Watch your tone now.
Onward.
Wow.
That's so disrespectful.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second. What do you think?
I'm asking the question.
How do you answer it?
I mean,
you didn't ask me.
Neither are
because I know because you're blinded.
But you know what I'm going to say.
Honestly. Like 2 weeks ago, you were just like, I can't believe this guy is talking to the Wall Street Journal for about $100 million oil deal. And we just lost to Arizona on a Monday night. I don't know what the hell's going on with this team. It is 100% clear that this owner and general manager cares more about his bottom line than the actual trophy in the case. And now you're like,
stand by that.
You're like, watch your tone.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's okay for me to say.
Watch your tone.
You know, you ain't family.
I would say Kansas City.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would too, but like, whatever,
shit.
man. You know what I'm saying? You didn't ask me. You just assumed.
I'm asking the questions. All right, two more. More likely to be the bigger total on Sunday. Dak TD passes.
That's it. Just stop.
Or Jalen Hurts' successful tush-push attempts.
Oh, Quentin Williams ain't having no pushing the tushes.
I'll go Hurts' successful tush
such a
pushes.
You are such a hater.
I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater.
I do like the Quentin Williams. That's a big factor there on the tush push.
Are going to find a very reputable DDS in the Metroplex area. Ask that dentist for his or her saliva suction machine. Hook it up to Jalen Carter in the pregame warmups and the first snap of the game. And then let him go. And we'll see a different potential result. Oh, I'm taking the Eagles on game day morning Sunday. I'm just telling you that right now to your face, with respect.
I mean,
Chris.
Last one. When it's all said and done, more likely to be the NFC 1 seed, Eagles or Rams?
I guess that can't be us.
So the Rams have to be one better. Rams have to be one better. Let me see the Rams schedule here.
Whose house?
Rams house.
Guys, it's rhetorical. You don't have to answer it.
I mean,
I'll be in Rams house Sunday night. If you see me, let's have some beers.
You ain't selling your tickets?
On you?
Amazing.
You say that all the time.
I do, and no one ever takes me up on it. We've been doing this bit for a decade.
Rams are at Carolina, at Arizona.
I go to a lot of games.
I mean, they got winnable games. Philadelphia's got to play Buffalo again. They got to play. Who else? They got to play. Thank you for the screen. Chicago, they'll win that one. At the Chargers. Oh, man, look at those last two against the Washington Commanders, man. I'll say that the Eagles, because they can end up the same record as the Rams. That's a problem. They got the tiebreak. I got to go with the team with the tiebreak. Good stuff.
I think you're right.
Oh, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
See, that was a very... Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can do this right. That was a very solid...
You know, the fourth definition of solid is dependable, reliable. So that's a positive.
I don't want to be called dependable or reliable when I'm exceptional. Does that make sense to you? Hey,
okay.
You are a dependable and reliable host. What does that mean? I set my alarm clock properly?
It helps.
Oh, it definitely helps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the first order of business on a Sunday.
It helps.
Tell me about it.
Can't do it when you're in bed.
Sue sets her alarm, too, because of that one time I slept through it.
Half of life is showing up.
I'm just saying, I want to be... Do you get an Emmy Award because you're dependable or reliable?
Maybe if we...
Or you're exceptional?
Maybe if we did that, we'd have one.
I think we've shown our resilience and dependability, Christopher, over the last 11 years of our existence. More than anything else. I think we've shown our exceptional abilities as well.
Or all of the above.
I don't know. Maybe we'll get one this year because we're on Disney Plus and ESPN.
Well, there'd be more voters.
90 million of our new colleagues are the ones who vote.
I think it doesn't hurt.
Right?
Our chances.
And they might be sitting there going, this is a solid show. And they'll mean nothing but good stuff about it. Like,
you don't get Emmys for solid. Ask Del Tufo. Even his Emmys that he has are no longer solid because they're in pieces.
I'm wondering if he has any.
Threw it at him.
Honestly, I don't know if he has any Emmys. Have we ever seen one?
Oh, that is fighting words, man.
That's the only thing Mike Del Tufo will fist fight you about.
No, there's a few.
Billy's been to the crib. He's seen them.
Yeah.
Don't say that about Mike Del Tufo.
No, he's not here and he's not listening.
By the way, how does he not press charges against his ex-wife? Those wings can kill you, man.
Yeah.
They're sharp. I once, because may he rest in peace, Stephen Bochco, who's been here. You know, Susie and I became friends with him and his wife. He told me a story because I interviewed him for his memoirs. He said the first night he won all those Emmys for Hill Street Blues, he was double-fisted because he won like 8 of them or 10. I might even be understating the number of Emmys he had. He said he started bleeding from his leg, and he wondered, why, because he took the Emmy and he put it down on his leg, and he stabbed himself with one of the wings of the Emmy Awards.
Wow.
Yeah.
They are really sharp.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Maybe we should round those tips a
They're
little
solid.
bit.
The Emmys themselves,
solid.
Quite solid.
They should round those tips a little bit.
But the performances and teamwork that they are commemorating are exceptional. Do you not understand? I don't understand why I have to keep repeating myself.
An Emmy weighs nearly 7 pounds.
Yeah. Well, we're
going to find. Is it the human head to go full Jerry Maguire?
Okay. Guys, this time next year you're going to know because we're getting one.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
I'm still trying to get the dentist reference.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't get that.
What, you not never been to the dentist? Have you never been to the dentist?
I have, but
okay, good.
The guy spit on deck.
That's the guy who spit. Yeah. That's what I was missing. I was trying to stick with you.
It's better that you know. It's better that you know.
This chair dumbs me down quite a bit, I got to say.
Stay by your phone. I may need you.
I can give you all the ingredients to the hot dog.
You know what I just said about us getting one? I don't think, I think that just knocked us back.
Oh.
Yeah. That was not solid.
This segment going on the Emmy.
Is it? 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We're going to make some predictions on some teams playing on Thanksgiving.
Solid
this weekend coming up.
Michelle's Moment here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education, providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Tonight, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Manhattan Jaspers. Game coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th.
And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more. Monument Chevrolet is celebrating Black Friday pricing all month long. Enjoy employee pricing on their entire inventory of new vehicles. Whether you're looking for a Silverado, a spacious family hauler like the Tahoe, or the sporty Trax, Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for you in a wide variety of colors and trims. If you're looking for a fantastic deal on a vehicle this holiday season, visit Monument Chevrolet today at 225 at Beltway 8 or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. I thought of our next segment in the middle of the night after I was awakened. Anybody here get woken up by awakened by the thunder and lightning storm here in Los Angeles last night?
I did not.
Shook the house, man. Shook the house. And I don't know about, again, people of my age, when there's a thunder and lightning storm and you can count, all you got to do is count how long it takes for the thunder to hit after the lightning, right?
And that's how far away it is.
Right. And I learned that from Poltergeist, the movie Poltergeist. And I can't keep from thinking about Poltergeist in the middle of a lightning and thunderstorm.
I think that's probably not helpful.
Even, and I kept thinking I keep saying this to myself to get me back to sleep. You got that?
This house is clean.
This house is clean.
Struggling.
Play it one more time.
Time out over there, fella.
Hit it again, Jay.
This house is clean.
Want to take a time out?
I can't go to sleep because I also want to look outside.
You don't want to do that, man.
Just to see how bad it is, because if it lights up like a knot on a tree, it's over. I will not go back to sleep.
Yeah, you don't want to listen to Poltergeist and then try to go to sleep. No.
This house is clean.
So, at any rate, I'm up in the middle of the night, and I think to myself, boy, that was a heck of a football game that we saw tonight. The Houston Texans and the Buffalo Bills went from in Buffalo with the Bills from the highs of beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to the lows of their quarterback being sacked 8 times, and they couldn't follow up on that 7th win to now get an 8th and put the pressure on New England. While Houston, in the span of 5 days, went from under 500 to above 500. And there are, on Sunday, a host of teams that are about to go through 2 massive games on their schedule in a span of 5 days. And in the case of Philadelphia and the Bears, 6. And I figured, while I'm not going back to sleep, let's have a segment on the show, which we're about to do, where we predict the record of the team at the end of this 2-game stretch.
Okay.
As we're sitting here on the Friday before it. Because there's 6 teams playing on Thanksgiving and 2 teams playing the day after Thanksgiving who are all playing on Sunday, which makes it massive. Massive. And it's a new edition of Crystal Ball. Hit.
I tell you, I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea.
Guess what? We have a crystal ball.
Is that Mike Zimmer?
I think that's how long we've been doing it. It's the first time that we've done it on Disney Plus and ESPN and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Maybe we need to update it with the Mike McDaniel version of it, So
me personally, I don't have a crystal ball.
So that may be what we need to do.
I like it.
All right, so we do have a crystal ball. So let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs, currently 5-5. Okay. And on Sunday, they're taking on the Colts at home, and then they visit Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. What's their record when they stroll off the field on Thanksgiving night, Chris? What do you think?
5-7.
TJ Jefferson, what's the Chiefs' record going to be? You think they lose both games?
They're going to lose both games.
TJ Jefferson.
Nah, they're going to split. So I'm going to give them 6 and 6.
6 and 6.
Math's not my thing. Yeah, 6 and 6.
Okay, I say they're going to be 7-5 Thanksgiving night.
Okay, so Chris, you said what?
I think they beat the Colts.
5-7. I think they're losing both games.
And you think they split? You want to say? You think the Dallas Cowboys really beat the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving?
If I don't believe Rich, who's going to believe?
Good to know.
I believed him.
Okay, so I kind of know what you're going to do. The Cowboys are next. Mm-hmm. They're home against Philadelphia, and then they're home against Kansas City. Yeah. A 5-game stretch for them. Chris, they're currently 4-5-1. What is their record when they're done with the Chiefs on Thursday night?
6-5-1.
You think they win both of these games?
Cowboys, win. J-Rock.
TJ Jefferson.
It's very rare that me and Brockman are simpatico.
You know what,
6-5-1?
Come on, baby. Let's go.
All right. Good sign. I say they're 4-7-1.
Again, the hate is strong.
Wow.
The hate
It's
is
not
strong.
hate. It's not hate. The Cowboys do not, as you know, play better at home than they do on the road. They tied one at home this year. But the last time we saw them at home, they lost to the Arizona Cardinals on a Monday night. Now, they didn't have Quinnen Williams, and they didn't have DeMarvion Overshown on defense, and I think those are difference makers.
Dak plays well against Philly.
He does, but you know who's also playing this time around because he's going to have a dentist suction machine attached to him before the game? Jalen Carter.
Yep.
Now you get the joke?
I get it.
Dak is 45-19-1 at home.
Christopher, what do you have for me on the Philadelphia Eagles? Currently 8-2. They're at Dallas and then home for the Bears the day after Thanksgiving. A very crucial 6-game stretch for them. What do you got?
All right, so I have them, just to be consistent, I have them losing. They'll go 1-1.
So you have them 9-3.
9-3.
By the way, it's not Thursday, it's Friday. The Friday after
I would love it if Chicago could make a run here, but
TJ Jefferson, you have them losing this weekend, so they're 8-3 going into that game against Chicago.
The Bears. Losing both. 8-4.
What a hate.
All right.
Now that's a hater.
Respect is real.
I don't know, man. They're 10-2. They're winning in Dallas, and they're absolutely beating the Bears on front.
I don't know. Absolutely.
Chris, they're absolutely beating. This is one of the best teams in football defensively. They're all over you. They're a defense that is a nightmare.
Well,
you
I
saw
said
what
they
happened
would win.
last night.
I mean, convince him.
I'm
too far out.
He's so deep in the Kool-Aid for the first 2 minutes of this.
Isn't that what you want?
Segment?
I'm in the gulag right now. Or the gulag.
The Bears are home against the Steelers and then at Philadelphia. They're currently 7-3. What is their record after the Eagles host them on Friday? Christopher, what do you got?
8-4. They beat Pittsburgh. They lose to Philly.
TJ, you've already had the Bears beating Philadelphia. Do they beat Pittsburgh? Do you have them 9-3?
9-3.
And I say they're 8-4. I do think they beat Pittsburgh this weekend, and I think they beat they lose to the Eagles on Friday.
Yeah.
I think they were 8-4. By the way,
that's still great.
So 100%.
Sign for that.
The Bears would have signed for that, starting 0-2 and 0-2 in division and conference. The Lions, they're currently 6-4. They have the Giants at home, and then they host the Packers on Thanksgiving Day. Chris, what's their record when they're done with the Packers on Thanksgiving Day?
I'm trying to check the weather because I know that affects Jared Goff a lot. I think they beat the Giants.
They're home, both of them. It's in a dome, Chris.
Dang it.
The weather out there. Very good. Very good handicapping.
Okay.
My God. Jeez. Let me help you on the weather front. They're inside.
Hold on.
What the hell?
All right, they win both.
You're like Puka Nacua, who played in that playoff game in Detroit with the balaclava on because he thought it was outside. Play shiesty. Yeah,
they win both. What's that, 8-4?
8-4. TJ?
7-5.
They're 8-4 as well. I'm going to say that. 8-4. The Packers, they have the Vikings at home, and then they're at Detroit. They're currently 6-3-1. What is their record, Chris? Do they beat the Vikings this weekend?
Yes, 7-4-1.
All right, so they're 7-4-1. TJ Jefferson, what is the Packers' record when it's all said and done for them this crucial week?
Winning both. So
there's the 8-3-1.
3-1. Yep.
Wow, that would be big for them. I'm going to say they split 7-4-1.
Yeah,
as well. Ravens are currently 5-5. They have the Jets at home and then the Bengals at home. And one would think that's a definite Joe Burrow start on NBC Thanksgiving night. What's their record at the end of the day, Chris, on Thursday on Thanksgiving night?
What is their record? They're 5-5.
5-5, yeah.
6-6.
TJ?
7-5.
Correct. That's the correct answer. 7-5. They're going to be 9-5 taking on the Patriots, Chris. Get ready for it. Get ready for it.
I don't know about
Bengals
that,
have the Patriots at home, and they're at the Bengals on Thursday night. What do you got, Chris?
Well, they're not going to win this week, but
so they're 3-9.
Joe Burrow put up about 800 points against the Bengals last year.
So you've got them 4-8 then, right? Because you have them winning on Thanksgiving night.
Yeah, they're going to split.
TJ,
I got 2 L's like Cool J.
Yeah, I have them 4-8. I think they lose on Thursday night at Baltimore, but beat the Patriots this weekend.
Okay.
So I got them 3-9 right here.
I see it. Do you see it right in here?
I don't. I see the reflection of your logo.
So cool.
I bought one way too large. This is too heavy.
Why do you keep thinking it's a proper size?
Great. That's why I got it.
You know what I mean? You can't get a smaller one.
But it's not functional. It's not functional to move around. It was a 2-man job to bring it and put it on the desk.
I mean, it really wasn't. They made it a 2-man job.
Look at this.
It's perfect.
I look into this crystal ball, and we just crystal balled it.
I don't think we use the crystal ball enough.
I don't think Joe Burrow's playing on Sunday.
You don't think so, huh? And Flacco can't beat your team then? Understood.
Well, no.
How about this, though? The Cleveland Browns and the Cincinnati Bengals are the only teams in the NFL to get down to their third quarterback this year. Am I right? Am I missing anything else? No, the Ravens have played 3 starting quarterbacks. My bad.
Yeah, because Rush started.
Cooper Rush started once.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're 2 of the 3 teams, the Browns and the Bengals, and Flacco's...
All North teams.
Flacco's part of the trio for both Ohio teams in the mix.
You think the Browns regret trading Joe?
No. Because they have a draft. They get an extra draft choice. They got a draft choice for him. They clearly wanted to see what Dylan Gabriel's got. Now we'll see what Shador's got. I just found this an interesting thing. I hope you folks who are taking that in felt the same way. Because at 2 a.m, it was great, and it was not one of those. It was not one of those Seinfeld moments where I had to write it down and I forgot what I said. You know, I'm like, this will be a good segment. Then now we have the prop.
Where all the good ideas come from, middle of the night or in the bathroom.
Yep.
Number 2.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shower.
This house is clean.
All right, very good. That just freaks me out. It just freaks me out. Tell me I'm not wrong. Anybody else?
I got to say, I've never seen that movie.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You probably do yourself a favor and don't.
T. Nelson.
I don't like scary movies to begin with, but yeah.
So.
The young girl in that is just as...
Carol Ann?
Carol Ann.
82.
Going to the light. Talking her through the television. Just like Pluribus.
Right?
844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone calls. I see that in the future in my crystal ball next here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, it's me.
Clinton Yates here. The holidays are upon us, and so are the savings at Total Wine & More. Discover thousands of wines, spirits, and beers like my favorite, IPAs, perfect for every celebration and every budget. From bold reds to sparklers, you'll find the perfect wines to raise a glass this season. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Curbside pickup and delivery available in most areas. See TotalWine.com for details. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
You know what red tag means? At Gulf Coast Chevy, it means extra savings. Lance Zerline here. Here's an extra savings, for instance, on a 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab with 5.3-liter engine. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing. That's a lot of savings. Plus, Chevy's offering $1,500 in bonus cash and even more for Texas residents. That's you. And if you're a Costco member, even more savings. If you're thinking about a new truck, it's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, it's Jeremy Branham. When you pour Higgins Boat rum, you're turning great rum into real support for heroes. 10% of every bottle, silver or reserve, goes to Camp Hope, funding PTSD recovery for veterans and their families. Camp Hope gives healing, connection, and a path forward to those who've sacrificed so much. Every sip makes a difference. Visit HigginsBoatRum.com to learn more and join me in raising a glass and raising spirits for those who served.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Starting Sunday. Progressive Insurance is what helps present our ESPN radio broadcast. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today. Nick in South Carolina has been holding on for 2 hours. Thanks for doing that, Nick. What's up, sir? Oh, boy. 2 hours. Nick, you there?
Oh, no. Nick.
Maybe he fell asleep.
Oh, boy.
Nick.
Hello.
Hey!
Nasty Nick.
Good afternoon, guys. How's everybody doing on a Friday?
What's going on?
What up, man?
Great.
Well, I am here in South Carolina drinking some hot chocolate out of my Rich Eisen Show coffee mug.
That sounds like a...
RichEisenShop.com, of course.
Hey! Now, that mug sounds solid. You understand the difference?
What you're talking about, it's
an exceptional mug, but it sounds quite
Rich,
solid.
Why you were passed up for the lead role in the Running Man movie, I have no idea. I mean, there's a logo, like right here on the mug. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Boy, Nick.
Glenn Powell hears my footsteps all the time in every way, but he knows it. He knows it.
And so, like, I'm one of the few Dolphins fans that does not want to see Mike McDaniel get fired. I hope he gets another shot. Let's bring it back one more year.
Why?
I mean, Tua's under a contract for next year. His salary is too fat to trade, you know. So let's run it back, man, and see what we can do. And, and also, Rich, before you talk on that, I do want to mention, that's the first time I'm calling in since you were on SportsCenter, and that was a really touching episode. Your tribute to Stuart Scott was amazing. I was bawling my eyes out over here, and you are cooler than the other side of the pillow, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much saying that. Booyah, the 30 for 30, December 10th. It's been dated. Nice. December 10th. We look out for that documentary. Thank you for the call, Nick in South Carolina. Appreciate it. Listen, the Miami Dolphins, as we all know, are on a bye this week. They've got the New Orleans Saints at home and the Jets on the road, which would then make their Week 15 visit to Pittsburgh a possibility to get back to 500. And then they've got the Cincinnati Bengals at home after that, and Tampa Bay, and then at New England. And Kurt Warner said it on game day morning that the system that Mike McDaniel runs is perfect for Tua, and he is exceptional at running it. Just doesn't sometimes translate to cold weather, and certainly doesn't translate to consistent winning football enough. So if you're going to pay Tua and you're going to pay the coach, you might as well run it back one more time. And we will see. Maybe at the end of the year, their record will warrant it. Man, it's a long season, as we all know. James in Atlanta, let's take your call. What's up, James?
Jimmy.
Hey, Rich. Hey, guys. TJ's probably not going to like this. I'm a diehard Eagles fan, and I want to look back to last week, the pass interference that was called on A.J. Brown. The referees got the right call, but the wrong player. If you look inside, Goddard is locked up with Branch, and he's the one being held, so the referees missed that. But I want to spin this forward to Sunday afternoon because I'm a little bit nervous here. The outcome of the game, who do you think it affects more as far as losing? You know,
No. Well, Listen, I'll give you a quick answer on that, James. Few answers. Number one, can confirm TJ didn't like hearing that you're an Eagles fan. That's number one. Number two, I disagree on the penalty. I thought that was a terrible call, and it robbed all of us an opportunity to watch a big finish, although Eagles fans, remembering the Super Bowl against the Chiefs a couple years ago, would say, cry us a river. I get it. I understand that. I will say Dallas. It would leave a mark the most there because then they've been swept by Philadelphia, and you're 4-6-1 with the Chiefs coming into your house on Thanksgiving Day. That's for sure. But thank you for the call, James. Call back again. That said, the Eagles losing this game would put the local conversation on Spinal Tap 11. Because all the stuff that's happened with A.J. Brown appearing on Janky Rondo's Twitch feed and tweeting out and posting, and Jalen Hurts having to hear an athletic reporter go on a podcast and say he's doing his own thing, different from what they're practicing all week. He's just playing his game, and it's frustrating people, and he won't throw into tight windows in zone coverage, and this, that, the other thing. That's all come off of wins. What would it look like coming off a loss? Yeah. And a loss where everybody's not maybe working because it's Thanksgiving week and they have nothing but time to be longtime listeners, first-time callers, and pop off. Again, every single word out of A.J. Brown's mouth is being parsed, especially the latest soundbite from him at his locker yesterday when he's asked if the supposition that I imagine is going around in local conversations on radio there, that he's no longer the same player.
You say that there's been speculation out there that you are not the same player you once were. What would you say to those people?
I guess Saquon ain't the same player either.
Now, I think it's absurd that people are saying A.J. Brown's taking a shot at Saquon. Saquon's numbers are down. You even predicted it this year, Chris. I'm like, it happens every year after anybody goes for 2,000 yards.
Exactly. It was an easy regression to see coming.
But, I mean, where is he? Is he even on pace for 1,000 yards rushing?
Stand by.
1,200? And so, yeah, his numbers are down, too. The entire offense's numbers are down. What's not down is the win total. What's not down is a win total, and I don't think he's taking a shot at Saquon. He's basically saying, well, if you think I'm washed, then what's Saquon?
Saquon's at 662.
Yeah, man.
He's on a pace for 11.25.
Okay, so he's on that pace. Seriously. So, I don't know. I mean, to answer our caller's question, of course, I think it leaves a mark on the team that's currently one game under 500 who could be swept by the team that's looking to go back-to-back in division for the first time since the 01-04 Eagles did it. That's dire. Like, that's going to be tough to even make the playoffs from that position in the NFC. But if you're looking at it from the media point of view and the conversation point of view and the controversy point of view, maybe the Eagles would be in that position all the way through to their Friday after Thanksgiving game against the Bears. But also, look how they've been able to perform with all this happening this year. Win, win, win. One more win, then 2 losses, and then 4 more wins in a row. 2 different 4-game win streaks. So I think you got a coach in Sirianni and a team that uses this as oxygen. And you got another team that needs to win to get to 500, because if they don't, they're 2 under 500 with the Chiefs coming to town on Thanksgiving. That wraps up our Friday simulcast. We're back to wrap it up on Disney Plus and the ESPN app in a moment.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Rich Eisen here, and we're brought to you by Sonos. The holidays are all about connection, and Sonos speakers make every moment sound amazing. Imagine your favorite playlist flowing from room to room, movie nights that feel like the theater, or the big game filling your living room with stadium-quality sound. Whether it's a gift for someone you love or a little to-me, from-me moment, Sonos is the perfect gift that brings high-quality sound to every room. Sonos' Black Friday sale is on now through December 1st, 2025 at Sonos.com. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with Sonos.
Tonight, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Manhattan Jaspers. Game coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. Every year we have a Black Friday sale, but this is our 50th year in business. So I've stocked up on more inventory than ever before. From 6 to 9 a.m., everything under the roof is 20% off. From 9 a.m. to close, everything is 15% off. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns, ammo, and accessories, marked down all day in store and online. Don't miss our largest Black Friday sale ever at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Boss. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on all the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collector's Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Monument Chevrolet is celebrating Black Friday pricing all month long. Enjoy employee pricing on their entire inventory of new vehicles. Whether you're looking for a new Silverado, a spacious family hauler like the Tahoe, or the sporty Trax, Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for you in a wide variety of colors and trims. If you're looking for a fantastic deal on a vehicle this holiday, visit Monument Chevrolet today at 225 and Beltway 8 or shop at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Under pressure, pocket collapsing, down he goes. Well, sooner or later, Will Anderson was going to get a sack, and there it was. Allen, look out from behind, avoids the sack, still running around. Whoa, and down he goes back at the 24-yard line. Just relentless. Who else? It's Anderson again. Allen pressured again. Down he goes. Well, we talk about Danielle Hunter's been quiet. We woke him up. Allen under pressure. Look out! Down he goes to the 25. Henry To'o. Meanwhile, Buffalo goes up-tempo, and Allen's going to get sacked again. Reed missed the tackle, and down goes Allen again. Tim Settle. 2nd and 10. Allen steps up. Look out. Runs around again. Down he goes again. 7 sacks tonight. Have to get to the Texans' 43. Chased again. Flag thrown. Down he goes. What a performance this is.
Welcome in to Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for the first time in 2025, this season at least. The Houston Texans are above 500 after taking down the Buffalo Bills last night. Joe George, Will Kunkel, Brian McDonald taping away his headphones back in the studio, I could see on the camera there. What's up, Kunkel? How you doing, man?
Bro, we are over 500. We played a full football game yesterday against a good team. We got something to talk about and not be so negative.
I know.
Joe, I just heard 2 we's in the opening sentence from Will.
Oh, man.
I don't mean we as in the Texans. I mean we as in like our Houston family here.
I don't
we get
know.
to join
Feels
together.
a little questionable.
It's certainly
you know
not
what?
Like my headphones, as Joe pointed out.
for today,
there's no reason to point that out. Thanks, Joe.
it was like I looked up on the camera. It was like I looked up on the YouTube. It was the first thing I saw as you were taping your headphones.
Yeah, it fell apart.
As that sack montage was happening.
Fell apart like the Bills' offensive line. How about that for transition?
There we go. 8 sacks, 12 quarterback hits, 11 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, a fumble force, a fumble recovery. We're going to talk about all the good stuff because it's a Friday. And we'll see how much reaction we do on Monday. We'll also get to Don't Ignore in Victory and What You Wouldn't in Defeat today at 4 o'clock. So we'll talk about the bad stuff today. We'll have some fun. We'll do some food debates. We'll talk about the Astros. We'll talk about the playoff hopes being alive. There's a lot to get to, Will, on the show today. But I just want to start here with you're there last night. As you're watching this thing unfold, it is an elite performance that is something like we've talked a lot this year on Swarmcast about how good this defense was. But last night on primetime, the Texans showed they have the best defense in the NFL. They are doing things that are just remarkable, and the way they dominated Josh Allen last night was so impressive, getting to him constantly. That first sack that Will Anderson had and the way that Al Michaels phrases it as he finally gets to Josh Allen. But it was only a handful of plays before that he chased Josh Allen down from behind, and it looked like Josh Allen had died on the field, but was fine. What was it like last night there in person watching this game unfold and what you saw from the defense?
I mean, I want to double down on this defense just a little bit because they might be historically good. Because every single rule change that we have seen in the NFL over the last decade has been all about protecting the quarterback, letting wide receivers run free, all about getting points. And this defense is doing what they're doing in the face of all of that. Like every great defense in the past has been allowed to be a very physical defense over the middle, hitting the quarterback. The quarterback's got to get up. Like what this Houston defense is doing is super impressive. And also, shout out to the city of Houston last night. There might be slow times getting into the game on a Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for a noon kickoff, but I'll tell you what, for a primetime Thursday night game, this city knows how to party. They know how to get down. It was a great crowd, great atmosphere. There were some Bills fans, as to be expected, but not like that 49ers game on Sunday morning that one week. So this last night was a blast. This defense is badass. And finally, the offense was good enough. There is a lot of stuff that we can really break down and we can parse through. But the offensive line was fantastic in protecting Davis Mills. Trent Brown allowed 0 pressures across 21 matchups with Joey Bosa. That's a really good pass rusher, and he's the first pass blocker to allow 0 pressures to Bosa with at least 15 matchups in a game since 2018. So there was a lot of good on the offensive side, as much as there was some left to be desired. But overall, Joe, like, what a game, what a performance, and what a showing on national television.
Yeah, I'm very jealous. I was supposed to go to the game last night. I've been on the injury reserve for the last 2 days. I've been dying on the inside as the way it's felt the last 2 days. So I didn't get to go to the game. So I was watching it unfold, and I had so much FOMO last night, and I don't feel like I felt that very often watching Texans games on television. And it's funny to see, like, we all know what the fan base is like, but they were loud last night. It helped out a lot for sure. I think that made life more difficult, but just let's talk about Will Anderson here first, because there's so many good things to go through on this defense. But I want to start with Will Anderson. I mean, Will, we've also talked a lot on Swarmcast about just how he can elevate his game to a different level than we've seen in the past, and we knew he was good. But what we saw last night was like that defensive player of the year kind of performance. And I'm not sure he'll win it this year because of what we're seeing guys like Myles Garrett, the year he's having. But Will Anderson felt like on the national stage showed that why this offseason he is going to be one of the highest paid defensive players in the NFL. Just the game-wrecking ability he had. He nearly went full J.J. Watt at the end of the game and intercepted that ball. I thought he had it, honestly. I cannot say enough good things about his performance and Danielle Hunter, and really all of them, but Anderson just shined last night, Will, in a way that I still feel like was another level to what we've seen before.
And he did it, like you said, on the national stage, which is necessary for a team like Houston because they're not always in the national spotlight. They don't get that love, and the national pundits don't watch every game as much as they claim to, and as much as they want to pontificate about teams. They're usually like a month or two behind all of us because we watch every single game. We watch every snap. We're at practices. We talk to them every day. And so to see Will Anderson Jr. go off for 9 pressures, 2.5 sacks, and 6 of those pressures coming against a pretty good right tackle of the Bills, he put on a show. And this is why you couldn't get rid of Danielle Hunter. This team wasn't that far away from trying to have these type of wins to put yourself in the conversation to be in the playoffs. The offense is still a work in progress. But when you have a defense like this is what I said yesterday when you were out. I said that this was a great matchup for the Texans because the Bills are not very good defensively. They're especially not very good up front defensively, and their strength is offense. But the Texans' strength is better on defense. So this just really matched up, and I truly believe the Texans are a team that when the matchup is right can beat really good teams. Now, they're going to struggle against a team like the Rams because they have a formidable front, or the Titans or Jaguars, teams like that, even though they're not very good because their strength is the Texans' weakness. But a team like the Bills, they're a good team overall, at least, record-wise, even though they've lost, I believe, 3 of their last 4. They're a team that you can beat, and they embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean, the Texans own Josh Allen. They own the Buffalo Bills, frankly. I think they've won their last 6 games against the Bills and their last 3 now, or 4 against Josh Allen, going back to that playoff game when J.J. Watt came back with a big-time injury and made a huge impact in that playoff game. They last night, I mean, the conversation, I think, has changed now, and I don't want to skip too far ahead, but, like, last night's game definitely changes, to me, the narrative and the conversation around the Houston Texans season. I think it is we have to reevaluate the expectations for this team, the fact that they went 3-0 with Davis Mills, that you get C.J. Stroud back on next Sunday, most likely, versus the Indianapolis Colts. So you get your quarterback back, and you need him because we'll discuss the bad stuff we saw from Davis Mills in the first and second half. But the Texans they've put juice back in their season now. This is a team now where you look at the playoff push. They should be a playoff team, it feels like, again. I don't know. Maybe should's too strong of a word, but this defense is good enough. It's good enough to carry them.
The defense is certainly good enough to be alive in every game no matter who they're playing. And then if they get to the playoffs, then they certainly have a chance to win every game because of the defense. But I do want to be cautious of the fact that this was a statement game. Everybody watch out. Here come the Texans. And I only say that because Yes. The defense was awesome, okay? They were lights out, and they are elite. But this was a short week for both teams. It was at home in Houston, and that's where they are at their best. And it was a friendly matchup with the Bills from a standpoint of on paper. This is where I get very nervous of how the season started because that was when you're going to lose those 2 home games in the playoffs that you should have had. And this is a very different team at home than it is on the road. You don't have that extra, half a second of a jump start on the defensive line as you do at NRG as you would on the road. Like you're not going to have that on the road, I should say. So that's where I'm like, hey, this was like us when the Texans are going to Kansas City, Joe, on that Sunday night game. That's like you're running into a hornet's nest, man. Like, what a bad time to play it. It's kind of the same situation versus a noon game on Sunday when you're going to get a lot of Bills fans. It's not that same energy. The defense doesn't come out with that same type of energy as well. Like that's what I just want to pump my brakes with and say, all right, hell of a win, measuring stick win, yes. I don't know what it says overall, though.
No, I get where you're coming from, but still, I know it's a short week, but you have a quarterback who is a backup, deservingly so.
Yeah, I'm not taking anything away. I just
for sure.
You know what I'm saying? I just want to be.
No, I agree.
I just want to protect my heart a little bit.
No, I understand that because could there be a letdown performance coming up on the 30th when they play the Colts? Yeah, absolutely. But now you've got this extra time where it's like the inverse of what you said. Where you get a short week to prepare for the Bills. Josh Allen coming off 6 touchdowns. Now you've got 9 days to get ready for the Indianapolis Colts and C.J. Stroud's return, and that to me is that's where this season really can change. But just what's happened in front of you in the AFC, where Baltimore and the Chiefs are both 5-5. You were 5-5. You've now reached to 6-5. Daniel Jones has had 7 turnovers in his last 2 games. The Chargers just got stomped by the Jags. The Jags just collapsed versus you. The AFC, to me, the way it's unfolding, feels more open now for those last couple wild card spots. And it just feels like the race to the end. And to your point, the Texans, the way they played at the beginning of the season versus the way they're playing now, with this defense and the offense doing just enough to win these games, they've left the margin of error very, very small. But for last night, it was a dominant performance. And this defense, man, I can't say enough good things from how good they are. It's one thing to dominate, Cam Ward, but to do that, and I know Jeremy's not here to celebrate today, his Josh Allen will never win a Super Bowl take. Last night's why he has that take, I think of why, because the Texans defense just made him look like a clown most of that game.
You want to have more FOMO, by the way. You said you had some FOMO and you weren't able to go. I had a buddy in town, and I got to go as a fan to the Texans game for the first time since being in Houston as a fan, and it was juice. It was so much fun being able to hang out, cheer, yell, and enjoy the game. I kind of take in the game a little bit more that way versus having my computer in front of me and so distracted with so much stuff going on and staring at the stats all the time. Which, by the way, who's ever running NRG Texans, you got to put up player stats on the scoreboard. I don't know if that's NFL mandated right now with the whole props thing, but at no point do you ever see any stats from the players. So when you're looking at 63.5 over rushing yards for Woody Marks, you're pretty curious come the third quarter, by the way. So just my 2 cents going to the game. But just to give you a little bit more FOMO, it was so much fun, dude.
Yeah, it was bumping last night. Yeah, and the Wi-Fi's not great there, or just the non-Wi-Fi usage
connected
is not
to
great
the
there. So
media Wi-Fi thing.
That's good call. Good call.
Cheater,
I have to
cheater.
get that from you before I go to the next one. All right,
Gotcha.
We'll get your guys' reaction here. 713-780-3776 on the HRMP listener line, the text line on this Texans Victory Friday as they are back above 500. Let's continue to talk about the defense. There's still a lot of guys we have not even touched on in the secondary who were phenomenal in this game. We'll hit on all of that next here on Jeremy and Joe with Joe and Will here on a Friday. Coming up next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Affordability right now, it's the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles are averaging nearly $48,000, and most people's wages, they just haven't kept up. That's why some people are stuck with these 7-year loans just to make it work. You get this negative equity. You're not happy with your car, but you can't do anything about it. And that's where D&M Leasing, they come in to save the day. They solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, in terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem. Look, it is November 21st. Now is the right time to do this. No payments until 2026. You want to remember that because all you got to do is go to dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000. You will work with one of their leasing agents. You're going to work with one person. You're going to get that white glove service. They're going to take care of you. And when it's time, they will get you your car either to your house, to your office. And look, hey, you surprise someone for a little holiday gift. If you're feeling bold this Christmas season, you can get it there for you for Christmas or whenever you want it done. Check them out right now, dmautoleasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
Hey guys, and we talked about we were going on a hunt. All right? And this one guy, he hunted all night. Right? We talked about Dino did an outstanding job talking about how we need to take the ball and how that changed the game. We got a guy right now who took it away 3 times. 3 times. All right? And man, best game I see. Kalen, come on down.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Will Kunkel here with you on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kalen Bullock, a monster game last night, Will Kunkel. I mean, this guy, Will, what a night he had. I mean, even at 2 pass deflections, I feel like are getting ignored in this one, but he's all over the place, Will. What a game changer he was in this game. We talked so much about in that first segment about the pressure they were getting on Josh Allen, but to get the amount of turnovers, get 3 turnovers in that game was such an elite performance from him. And there's times where I feel like his tackling's not the best, but for last night, Will, he was a dominant player for the Houston Texans and really changed this game by himself in a lot of ways.
I don't think he loves contact, but sometimes he tackles well enough. And you and I believe one of us or both of us said on the Swarmcast entering the year that we thought Kalen Bullock was going to have about 5 interceptions off tip balls this year. Because we thought Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter were going to be all over their wide receiver, and that was going to give opportunities where they'd pass deflect the ball, and bingo, bango, bongo, there's Kalen Bullock running with the ball the other way. And that's exactly what happened last night, but it was Azeez Al-Shaair. And if you look at that film, it was a really bad decision and bad throw by Josh Allen. And then afterwards, talking to Azeez, he was pissed off because it's the second year in a row that Josh Allen's throwing him the ball and he didn't catch it. But Kalen, That stuff isn't lucky. That stuff is film study. That stuff is discipline, being in the right spot at the right time. People that say it's lucky, it's you create your own luck, particularly in the NFL, because you are where you're supposed to be when you're there and you do what you're supposed to do. And for him to get that strip sack, I thought that was not strip sack, but the strip off the catch was a huge play. But that also leads us to the next conversation I'm sure we'll have eventually, that you get 2 turnovers in Bills territory and it leads to just 6 points. That's the type of stuff where like, man, that's why these games are closer than they really should be.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great point. Like that's where the offense has to be better. Like we saw last night the great of the Texans, but then the flaws of the Texans in this game play out so clearly of just like getting those turnovers in Bills territory, not being able to convert for touchdowns, struggling in the red zone. But the defense just carried their weight in such a phenomenal way. I mean, the Bills were afraid to throw it towards Derek Stingley Jr. I think he only had 2 targets on the day and didn't have any completions. He hasn't allowed a completion. I think it's in his last 4 games. I saw a DJ Bieniemy tweet. So teams are clearly afraid to throw at him, and when they do, it's a problem, and that's where Kalen can take advantage of it. But yeah, the offense just didn't do – I mean, it did enough last night. Like, I think when we first started working together, like the first thing you ever said, I think, to me when we talked about the offense, was just suck less. And – I don't think they've really achieved that, to be honest. Like, I don't think last night either is an exception to the just suck less than you did last year. But last night they did just enough, specifically in the first half, to win this game for the team. And the defense really carried them, but the offense was okay in last night's game, maybe.
Yeah, I think the offense sucked less, but I think they were also in position that if they didn't suck less, they just sucked. They had short fields a lot because of that defense. And they were put in position to have success often, and there were Bills penalties that kept drives alive. And I don't want to sit here and harp on some of the negatives of this offense yet until we do some other segments specifically for that. But they did have some success in the red zone for the first time. They were able to convert in the red zone for the first time, or a couple times. I believe they went 2 for 3 in the red zone last night. So they were good enough at points, and that's what you're asking for from this offense, especially with a backup quarterback. Once CJ's in there now, though, the goal isn't to not lose the game. The goal is to go out there and be able to win some games as CJ Stroud is your starting quarterback, not Davis Mills. Just take care of the ball. Don't lose us the game is the goal as the backup.
Yeah, I agree. I think now that you're above 500 and you've done what you've done over the last 3 games, and 2 of them, I guess one of them only a inferior opponent, since both the Bills and the Jags are playoff teams at the moment. Like, the expectations have to rise up again for this offense going forward with C.J. Stroud returning. We saw him all – I mean, they couldn't stop showing him on the broadcast last night. Now when he comes back, you have to play better. You can't have 2 drops from Cade Stover. You have to have better, completion percentage from your quarterback and just better execution from this offense. And we'll dive more into some of the red zone stuff that, especially the really bad stuff later in the show. Anyone else from the defense that really stood out from you in last night's game? Or Brian, if you want to jump in here. I mean, Tim Settle had a good game as well. I forgot how to pronounce this guy's name. I'm going to butcher it. Tommy Togia?
Yeah,
I think it is. Togai? I don't know. He's awesome.
Togai? Yeah. No, I heard it in my head and then I couldn't say it.
That's what I was I was doing the same thing.
The Derek Stingley stat,
I know it's
by
not
the way.
Tajai, but
whatever it is, Tommy's good. Tommy be good.
Tommy T.
Tommy good. Tommy likey. Derek Stingley Jr. was targeted only twice last night. He allowed 0 catches in 43 coverage snaps. And that's the 4th game this season where he's allowed fewer than 10 yards in coverage. I mean, Patrick Surtain, who was a Defensive Player of the Year, did that in 5 games all last season. That's how good, and that's how, that's when you say you want to build a team from inside out, front to back. That's what we're talking about. Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., Kamar Lassiter, and then Derek Stingley. That's why they got to figure out this offensive line. It's the same concept on the other side of the ball. You got to win the game up front, and those 4 guys last night were absolutely fantastic again.
And obviously, sorry, Joe. Obviously, you can't separate the two because obviously they go hand in hand. They get great pressure. You don't have to cover as long. But think about that advantage that Derek Stingley, as you just pointed out, Will, with only 2 targets his way, 0 completions. You're basically telling an offense who's already struggling to protect their quarterback from your relentless pass rush that you can't throw to one half of the field. Yeah.
Maybe two halves.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about Revis Island back in the day, how it basically turned the game into a half a field. It really limited what the offense can do. You face that pass rush when it's loud in the stadium and you can only throw to half of the field. I mean, no wonder the MVP struggled.
I mean, it's crazy, because your read is already cut in half. And then if you go to Kamar Lassiter, he's locking down too.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, he got broke off on one route hard last night early in the game. But those two guys were so good. And you know what? For a linebacking core that's had some struggles and has allowed some plays, I thought they played really, really well last night. They tackled well. They were in position. And I thought defense played front to back, inside to out, the best they've played all season long. And I don't think anyone really had a bad game. How about the rookie Jalen? For his first start, dude, his communication I thought was on point last night. And he didn't get beat. He didn't give up big plays.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Reed, this is where the Nick Caserio conversation that we've all been having this year, where it's
so hard.
It's the negative with the offensive line, but you find a guy in the 6th round, pick 187 out of Penn State this year, a school that historically has had some good defensive backs, but has never had a first rounder. So they're always later round picks. You find Jalen Reed in the 6th round. He comes up last night, 12 tackles total, 9 of them solo, the fumble recovery. I barely even know who this guy is, Will, and he's out there making big-time plays, and they've needed it. I not to harp on D'Amico today too much, but this is why I scoffed at D'Amico when he scoffed at the stepping up question 2 weeks ago when C.J. Stroud got hurt. This is what stepping up looks like. Jalen Reed, a no-name player that people are not familiar with. Even the biggest Texans fans are not really familiar with Jalen Reed. And he played great last night, and we'll see if it's sustainable. But what an impressive performance in his first game, really, as a player for the Texans this year.
And he got hurt in training camp. So for him to be able to, grasp this defense while not being out there when you're learning all of it, shout out to him for staying in there and becoming a real contributor. I thought he just played his tail off. And the defense, for everybody they plug in, we say this every year. I always pointed out the game last year in Green Bay. 5 starters down. They go out and have maybe their best performance of the season, and the offense was so bad that they lose that game on a game-losing field goal on the last second. That's what D'Amico Ryans does. And I don't know if we have enough time in this segment, but I want to there was a play last night that I thought was the biggest play of the game, arguably, and it was the timeout that D'Amico called after that hook and ladder. And I talked to every guy in the locker room, Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Azeez Al-Shaair, Henry To'oTo'o, and I asked them, that play. No one really talks about timeouts in the locker room afterwards and how big it was in the course of a season. They all said that timeout was from a head coach that had played linebacker in the NFL before, and it was so necessary for them to be able to catch their breath and be able to regroup after giving up a 4th and 27 on a hook and ladder to reset their minds, come out. They gave up 9 yards after that timeout and then forced the interception to win the game. So shout out to D'Amico, because it wasn't a timing situation. It wasn't a moment where it was an obvious timeout call, but it was to a guy that had played the game before, and that truly, I believe, saved the game for the Texans.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, Will. Just to have you have to call the timeout there just to regroup, because what a disaster that play was. And we'll talk about more when we talk about the don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. But that's a Texans loss in previous regimes. That's where I know we have this discussion about culture.
You always come in here with these down questions.
Things of what is and what is not culture. But that to me is that it defines a coach's culture is last night's game. It's just the ability to not collapse on yourself in that moment. And maybe this comes from being scarred in the teams that I follow and root for on a weekly basis, but that includes the Texans, of just having these epic collapses. But to allow that play and to not lose that football game against a guy who's won the MVP, who could have saved the day in the moment, I didn't think they were going to win the game at all. I don't really follow the percentage wins, but if you look at the graph, it's very funny last night, because it's just going down towards the Texans, and then there's this huge spike to the Buffalo Bills after that play, and then it plummets again for the Houston Texans on the next 5 plays as they get the interception before Davis Mills comes out and nails the ball. Speaking of Davis Mills, let's discuss this offense. What we saw from it, the good from last night. Again, you guys are welcome in 713-780-3776. An interesting question here on the text line from CJ about CJ Stroud. We'll get to all of that next year. Joe George, Will Kunkel on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Way to show up, way to show out, way to show the world what the Houston Texans football is all about. Yeah. Hey, love you boys, man. Love you guys. Way to work, man. Now we get a breather. All right? Get time to rest a little bit. I see you guys on Monday. Yeah. One time, boys, baby. Texans!
It's Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Swarm! Swarm, Will. Swarm for me, Will. Come on.
Texans,
one time.
Swarm! Texans, swarm!
I got one request before we get to some big news here, okay? We got to get to the point where, like, we don't have to coach the fans. That's the next step. Don't have to coach the fans and the Texans swarm.
We are from that, dude.
I know, but like, can we just get to it of just like on third down, there's a Texans and a swarm. One half of the stadium takes Texans, one half of the stadium takes swarm. But Brian, we got breaking news. Let's hit it. Breaking news from last night's game. Big news here, Will. Okay, you ready for it?
I feel like this is going to be the dumbest thing ever right now.
It's not. It's big news. Big injury in last night's game. We got to talk about it. Referee Adrian Hill, who left Thursday night's game, is believed to have avoided a major injury, and his Achilles is intact. Sources close to Hill tell the Insiders, Tom Pelissero, an accomplished aerospace engineer and NFL official since 2010. Hill may miss some time, but a return this season has not been ruled out. So, Adrian Hill is
I got to
okay.
change my lineup now.
I know. Got to change that, especially for the Chiefs, man. You got to make sure that Adrian Hill was a bookmark.
Is that one of the Chiefs' boyfriends or what?
That was Brian and I were talking about during the break. I've never seen that before. A referee getting hurt in that way. Glad he's okay, and he'll ref again this season. It's very funny how Tom Pelissero writes that tweet like it's about a player.
Do you think he cried inside while he had to write a tweet about a referee injury?
It feels like he kind of enjoyed it a little bit. Loved it. Yeah, it feels like it's like he knew what he was doing when he wrote that tweet of just being like, hey, this guy's okay. I promise. But we saw that was something that's not usual. The backup ref who stepped in for his place, he really took advantage of his moment in the spotlight and showed why he deserves a white hat in the future when he called the offensive pass interference, because he got me good, Will. I was convinced that was defensive pass interference. Had no idea what happened.
Everybody
on the play.
was. You could see D'Amico like holding his breath. Like D'Amico was ready to freak out. And then you just saw the sigh of relief when he went offense. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a big sigh of relief last night on that play.
Dalton immediately kind of hurt, or somebody hurt. No, that was a different play, but there was a couple ones where if you watch the refs, they kind of give it away right away. But that was definitely a breath-holding type of moment. You're like, there's no way, right? Like, there's no way we're gonna do it. We're gonna go 4 more plays. They're gonna score, and we're gonna overtime, and it's gonna be 1 in the freaking morning.
Yeah, it was gonna be a long night last night. To say the least.
Thankfully, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because of the offensive pass interference. But Josh Allen missed a wide open Knox. Like he was running right to left on like a drag route, was wide open. I'm not sure why he forced the ball to where he forced it.
On which play?
Yeah, that was
the interception play at the end of the game when Bullock intercepted the pass. Knox was kind of to the left of that, just wide open.
I think
would have been easily scored, but obviously would have been wiped out by the penalty.
I think it's fair to say Josh was a little sped up last night.
He was.
I don't think he was going through his progressions at the same rate he would like to.
No, he had a Johnny Manziel run around at one point. That play where he lost like 18 yards.
Yeah, Will Anderson ran like 50-some-odd yards, the longest length that someone's ran for a sack, like tops of NFL history.
Yeah, Will Anderson got a hand on him like right off the snap, but he missed it, got up, was like, oh, wait, I still got a chance at this, and then ran around for 50 yards before he finally dragged him down.
Yeah, it was a shocking game to see Josh Allen. Look, they beat him last year, but the way that they just were punishing him. I mean, his wrist is clearly hurt. Like he did hurt it on that first one. He was holding it at the end of the game again. But the defense did its job, and they were excellent all night last night. A couple texts here as we start to talk about the offense here, Will. Let's see, 0783, they still aren't scoring in the red zone. They are struggling for real. Yep, it's not great there. 3805 asked this question, though. What happens if Stroud comes back and they start losing again, Will? I'm curious. I think it's pretty simple that it doesn't matter. If they start losing again, even if it were to be Stroud's fault, let's say, I think they were good enough last night, but Davis Mills, 1 for 8 to start the game, I think it was not very good. They only had 30 yards of offense in the second half. The offense wasn't spectacular in last night's game. So if C.J. Stroud were to come back and they were to start losing again, I think it's totally irrelevant, honestly, to the conversation because Davis Mills was good enough but not great by any means.
Okay, not every win is equal. Okay, not all of it is the same. I understand when you're just trying to get wins, a win is a win is a win. I agree. But for the first time in Davis Mills' career, he has 3 straight wins. So he's not a world beater. He didn't light it up. He had big games. He did what he needed to do against the Jaguars, the Titans, and the Bills in an absolute hornet's nest on Thursday Night Football. CJ's coming back. He's your starting quarterback. He is your best quarterback. You win games because of CJ Stroud going out there, and he has a capability of doing that. Do not get it twisted. He's also coming back to face the Colts, and then he's going to also have to go on the road to Sunday Night Football against the Chiefs. So just because you lose those games is not because you go from Davis Mills to CJ Stroud. Be honest about it. Be intellectually honest when you watch the games, if they lose, as to why they lose. Is it because Davis Mills was lighting it up, and now all of a sudden C.J. Stroud comes in and he's not lighting it up? I mean, Davis Mills was 16 of 30 last night for 153 yards. Let's not act like he went out there and won the ball game. He did what he was supposed to do, but there were still too many times the offense, because the offense is the offense, despite who the quarterback is, didn't get the job done on short fields. So TJ's your quarterback, and that's the end of story. Okay?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the phrase intellectual honesty there, because it feels like there's some lack of that when the Mills Mafia argues their point. Like, it feels like from that side, any struggles when CJ is the quarterback are CJ's fault. But any struggles when Davis Mills is the quarterback is just blamed on the offensive line or someone else. Like, let's look at the second half against the Broncos. They did absolutely nothing, scored 0 points, like barely got any first downs. I think either Will or Joe, you mentioned they had like 35 yards of offense in the second half last night. You score 16 points against the Titans and have to have a last 2-minute drive to get that win. Like, okay, yeah, C.J. Stroud and the offense struggled, although he was coming off his best game against San Francisco. But it's not like it got any better under Davis Mills. So it feels like it's a dishonest argument to make a pro-Davis Mills argument to be the starting quarterback. Like, it's not like Davis Mills came in and the offense got better. Right. And arguably, I think inarguably got worse. But they just happened to survive because the defense has been great.
And even if it got better, it wasn't because Davis Mills was killing it. It was because the competition was lower. They ran the ball better. Davis made some throws. Sure, he's not completely inept. But this is what happens when you grade on such a curve. It's like when the kid comes off the bench, the 10th guy, and he scores a bucket and the crowd goes nuts. You don't do that for your star. You don't do that when your guy that drops 25 a game scores a bucket. You go absolutely crazy for him. We're grading this on such a curve, and your emotions are getting in the way of thinking that Davis Mills is better than C.J. Stroud. He's not. It's not even close.
Okay. Here's the other thing. There's not like a nice way for me to put this, I don't think. There is like a psychological problem with Houston sports fans and their obsession with people that are mid. The amount of people that have freaked out in the last 48 hours over Davis Mills, over Mauricio Dubon, are the same people who are freaking out when the Rockets cut Josh Christopher and these bums that were drafted in the middle of the first round by Rafael Stone. I don't understand it.
Same.
Like, we have these superstar players who walk away. Like, I know Deshaun Watson, pervert, but traded away. Like, you have Kyle Tucker, Bregman, all of them leave. But, like, Mills is playing, Dubon is gone, Josh Christopher's gone. Like, oh, my gosh, Usman Garuba. Like, how are you ever going to recover from Usman Garuba leaving the Houston Rockets? I do not understand the Houston sports fan obsession with protecting these mid-athletes that aren't just good players. Like Davis Mills is fine. I think even, like, the Pro Football Talk article that Mike Florio pumped out last night about Davis Mills opening the eyes to other people as a starter is insanity.
Bro, if you're Davis Mills, stay put, stay where you are, man. That's where you're best. Small sample size.
Like, don't leave. Like, I don't understand it. It baffles me every time we see it. Now, one of those mid players who was good last night, Will, for the first time this season, Christian Kirk. Kudos to him. Needed him last night. 5 catches, 54 yards, a touchdown, 10.8 yards per reception on 6 targets. So he was one of the more efficient guys that Davis was throwing to. Of the 2 guys between Nico and Christian Kirk, they caught 8 of their 9 targets. So that's a very positive step in last night's, but still only for 99 yards and a touchdown in the game. But it was really nice to see Christian Kirk have an impact on last night's game in a major way. He was very good. I was impressed for the first time this season with Christian Kirk.
And again, this is one of those things where I looked at the box score afterwards, and I was expecting to see some monster numbers just because the atmosphere lent itself to that, the domination feel lent itself to that. And you look at it, I mean, the most catches by a player was Kirk, and the most yards was 55 yards from Nico Collins, and it was only on 3 catches. So, he spread the ball around well. Christian Kirk did contribute. Was it him that dropped that ball on 3rd down in the corner? I didn't have a great angle. It looked like a pretty good throw and a catchable ball.
I think that was.
Was that Noel?
It was Kirk.
It was Kirk. Okay.
It was. I agree with you. It was a really good ball from Davis Mills, but I don't think he actually dropped it. It was like slightly over his. Like if it was Nico Collins, and he was 5 inches taller, I think it's a touchdown. I think it was literally kind of grazed his fingertips.
I could be wrong for sure.
But it was Kirk though.
Yeah, it was. It was Kirk. And I mean, look, and the targets on the other guy. I mean, Noel, 1 catch on 2 targets. Schultz, 1 catch on 4 targets. Probably his worst game of the season. Stover, welcome back with 2 drops. Jaden Higgins, 4 catches for 38 yards on 9 targets. caught the touchdown. I think that's his fourth straight game, I believe it is, with a touchdown. So Jaden Higgins is really coming on. And I think Woody Marks, like we'll talk about him in this next segment here as we look through the rest of the offense, because Brian's got a little take that I want him to expand on with Woody Marks. So let's talk about that next year. Will Kunkel, Joe George here with you on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Joe George, Will Kunkel here with you until 6 o'clock. We'll have a 30-minute edition of Rocket Power with myself and Sean Mapes from 6 to 6:30 coming up, and then we'll lead that into Texas A&M basketball versus, I think I heard the promo say, the Manhattan Jaspers are their name
I do not know
tonight.
this
So
man.
a thrilling matchup tonight with A&M. But we're talking Texans here. And before we get back into what we saw from Woody Marks in the run game, I know we got Willie out on the HRP. Listener line wants to talk Davis Mills. Willie, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I've been listening to the radio most of the day here. And if I hear one more guy say, Davis Mills was 16 for 30, I might pull my bald head hair out.
Why?
Look here. How many people drop balls and Higgins stepping out of bounds and stuff. I ain't heard nobody talking about that. And I'm not saying Davis Mills is better than CJ. Even though I don't like CJ personally, but he could learn some stuff from Davis Mills. He can learn how to get rid of the ball for one thing. He can learn that, to keep his eyes up on his receivers instead of the pass rush. The same offensive line kept Davis clean. How come they can't keep CJ clean?
Willie, I don't think that's fair. That's not fair, Willie. We saw a different offensive line last night.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen this offensive line as well. And it's a different team. The Bills are not good up front. And to your point about Jaden Higgins and his feet, I asked him about it in the locker room. I laughed because he failed at it twice and got it the third time. He laughed. He said, "Yeah, I got to be better with my footwork. I got to be able to get in on those plays." So there are people talking about it. You there,
Willie?
Yeah, I'm still.
Yeah, tell me how good I am. Tell me how awesome I am for talking about it with Jaden himself.
Well, if you would have said it before all the 16 and 30, the first pass, the Stover, the pass to Kirk in the down by the end zone. It's more than just the quarterback. Just like you said about CJ. Yeah, when he missed wide open receivers, Davis missed them too. I'm not, like I said, I think, if people know that I call all the time, and I never said I like CJ. So, but I thank y'all for taking my call.
Of course, thanks for the call, Willie. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Cade Stover's 2 drops and the Kirk drop on the last segment, but I get your point. Like, there are a lot of people. I mean, I was a little stunned when I looked at the YouTube channel today and saw the headline of Mills or Stroud.
Who's responsible for that one?
Anyone from the morning show? I don't know if that's what they were talking about, and it was misconstrued, but I didn't want to listen to it because I don't want to hear it.
I get that there were definitely drops. Like, Cade Stover had a bad game. But if we're going to talk about those drops, we have to talk about the play where the Bills defender fell down, Higgins is wide open, and Mills throws it out of bounds. Or the multiple other times where there was, like, corner routes going up the field, and Mills hit the defender on the back instead of leading it over the pass to Schultz in the end zone should have been a touchdown. He hit the defender in the back. There's another play to Higgins, similar I think it was a corner route, hit the defender in the back, left it way short. If we're going to talk about the drops, we also have to talk about the many throws Mills missed.
So the throws to the end zone to the tight ends were bad. I wonder about the Jaden Higgins when the DB fell off and Davis threw that ball deep, maybe thinking Jaden was going to go deep because he fell down, but Jaden just ran, being a rookie, what he was supposed to run, and the communication and kind of like the
maybe, but I thought the pass sailed out of bounds, so I might be kind of a moot point. Like, even if Jaden runs what Mills thinks he's running there, the pass was it was a terrible pass.
I thought it looked like a miscommunication. It looked like they were on different pages. I could be wrong, and I wasn't in the Mills presser last night. I was in the locker room, so.
It does also, I think, Davis, not to harp on him, but I feel like he also got away with one. I don't think that ball got across the line of scrimmage that I know Bills fans were upset about, that they thought should have been intentional grounding. I know he was outside the pocket, but from the camera angle, at least
don't you need just one of them?
It was definitely close.
No, I think you still have to get it across the line.
Yeah, you still have to get it across the line, I think.
It was close.
He threw it out of bounds, and it was real borderline. But I thought live he got there, and what are they going to do? Review it? I mean, so.
It's not a reviewable play.
Exactly.
But Davis Mills, to me, what he did last night, he showed he's worth every single penny you gave him. He showed why he's a valuable member of this roster, why you should work on bringing him back going forward and try to make sure he's comfortable being QB2 for the Houston Texans for the rest of C.J. Stroud's career. It's fine. Now, there's a question about, can you invest, $70 million or, $68 million into your quarterback position potentially with C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills? Probably the answer to that's no, but it's as long as he can be here, he is a valuable member of this roster. We also saw last night.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Will.
No, I was going to say, look at what happens when you don't have a competent backup in the NFL, because quarterbacks get hurt across the league now at an alarming rate. Look at the Bengals, man. Jake Browning, they had to go out and make a trade for Joe Flacco. Like, there's a big drop-off there for Davis Mills to come in. Now, the schedule fell favorably for them. It wasn't that, like, if you're playing Davis Mills in the next 2 games, you know, who knows what he looks like. But he did his job. His job is to go out there and not lose the game. CJ's job is to go out there and try to win games. So
yeah, and you got to support. Different. You got to support your guy. I mean, like I think it's actually like a great comp, like with where the Texans season's at versus where the Bengals season is at. Like both Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud getting ready to return. The Texans defense is dominated in a way that has allowed you with the backup quarterback to win these football games. Whereas with the Bengals, they beat the Steelers 33-31. In their next 2 games, they lost to the Jets 39-38. They lost to the Bears 47-42. They had any level of a competent defense. They're still probably in the thick of this thing because Joe Flacco was balling for them, but the defense couldn't stop. It probably couldn't stop us if we were out there. I mean, maybe Jeremy slows us down a little bit if he's on our roster.
I don't know. Jeremy's got great hands.
He does have good hands.
That's been well established.
That's true. I think Yeah, he'll show you.
He's got a whole highlight reel, Will.
Yeah, it's very funny. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Will, but it's very funny.
That's not a joke,
but Woody Marks,
it exists.
It does. Woody Marks last night, 74 yards on the ground for the Houston Texans. I thought he was running the ball really well. But what impresses me the most about that is while kind of as we will transition into the negative stuff in the next segment, but there's 2 times last night where the Houston Texans offensive line and Nick Caley let Woody Marks down. And he got hit in the backfield. One was, I think, a 3rd down. One was a 4th down. He got stuffed in the backfield. But we saw just incredible momentum to find a way to get himself across the line of scrimmage. It doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but like those 2 plays last night from Woody Marks just found a way, like finding a way to get across the line of scrimmage when you're getting hit by linebackers in the backfield. I'm so impressed with those 2 plays and overall what we're seeing from Woody Marks, as now we officially know that Joe Mixon, I guess he disagrees, is out for the season. Damian Pierce has been waived. Woody Marks last night was great for the Houston Texans, Will.
Yeah, his ability to keep his legs moving, to fall forward. I mean, that's the sign, not the sign of a good running back, but the sign of a running back that you can run behind. A guy that runs behind his pads, runs downhill, that when he gets popped and his momentum is stopped, he can get it back and he can keep going. He falls forward. And he did that twice in huge situations where you're sitting there in the red zone like, oh, my God. Like, here we go. Oh, whoa, never mind. Okay. 1st down. All right, let's try it again. Now we have 4 plays to not get it, but all right. So shout out to Woody Marks and shout out to Nick Caley and who's ever in charge of saying who plays, because you're finally now really making Woody Marks RB1 as he should be.
Brian, I know you love you some Woody Marks. How you feeling about Woody Marks?
To back up what you guys said, I mean, there were multiple times where in big crucial run, situations, 3rd and 1, also along the goal line, where he got hit in the backfield and just ran a guy over. Something we haven't seen from a Texans running back this season, and outside of Joe Mixon, really over the last maybe 4 seasons, going back to, I don't even know, Carlos Hyde. I can't even remember the last one before that. But what impressed me so much was not only that, but there were several times, and again, it's kind of like Joe said, it's things that don't show up on the stat sheet, where he was running a stretch zone out to the right or left, out wide, and noticed that they were completely bottled up. The offensive line on that sign got just completely pushed back, and he showed a level of vision and an agility to make the cut back to the inside. I won't say the name because I'm not comparing him to him, but that I've only seen one other Texans running back ever make. We all know who that is. Like it was a very impressive night for Woody Marks. We know he can be a great receiver. He showed the vision and the agility to make the cutbacks on the stretch runs. He showed the ability to run defenders over. And, oh, by the way, this is something they pointed out in one of the replays. I don't remember which specific play it was, but there was a play where a rusher came completely free, should have crushed Davis Mills, and Woody Marks dove at the defender's feet, completely took him out, and allowed Mills to complete the pass. So I'm very bullish on Woody Marks. I think he has the capability down the line with a good offensive line to be a Pro Bowl caliber running back.
I got something for you. You ready for this?
Pro Bowl?
Yeah, Pro Bowl, baby.
Yeah, he forced 5 missed tackles last night and gained 45 yards after those missed tackles and totaled 84 yards after contact. All career highs.
That's Pro Bowl stuff.
That's what you need.
And he only had 74 yards rushing in the game.
I know.
Which means he had so many, he's getting hit in the backfield, making plays. It's Look, I don't know. I like the take. I don't know if the Texans will address the running back room in terms of finding someone that can jump in front of him. I think at bare minimum, you have found a number 2 running back that can be reliable for you for his entire rookie contract at the absolute bare minimum.
They just have so many things they need to address on the offense. Mainly, we all know the offensive line. That look, if you have a running back that you know is capable, why invest heavily? Now, they will have to bring in other people in the room. You will have to bring in other people in the room. Like, you're going to have to bring up somebody to spell them. But, like, I would not invest heavily to try to replace Woody Marks. Spend that capital on offensive line.
I think Woody Marks is a perfect when they have, like, a 1A, 1B type of deal. When, like, the Panthers got Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle. Rico, like, really took over. But, like, that's a great 1A, 1B. Well, however it works out, I think Woody is that kind. I don't know that he's a bell cow every single down for his career, but he's sure as hell a great running back to have in your room.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you define bell cow, but I would want to give him 15 carries every game.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's different than, I think, a Pro Bowl running back.
Well, I think if he's efficient and he's scoring touchdowns, you can be Pro Bowl in 15 carries.
They don't rush for touchdowns.
This is all dependent upon actually improving the offensive line. But I mean, you pointed out those stats, Will, with the yards after contact and the missed tackles. Imagine that skill level with an offensive line that doesn't make him have to do that every single time.
Get him in space.
Yeah.
Let him be able to be patient behind the line, bounce around, find the seam, get upfield, like for sure. No running back, though, is able to do that with this offensive line this season or last season.
No.
Joe Mixon bounced around and played more east to west than he probably ever has in his career, and he was damn good at it.
All right, let's get into some. Let's expand on that and a little bit more of some of the negative stuff. Don't ignore in victory and what you wouldn't in defeat. Since it's a Friday, they played on Thursday night. We'll do that today. Let's get into that next year on Jeremy and Joe with me, Joe George, and Will Kunkel on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Joe and Will here with you today until 6 o'clock. 5929 says, how is this show still called Jeremy and Joe when one or both are always missing? Okay, look, great question. Jeremy's a busy man. He'll be back after Thanksgiving. He's going to be gone all next week. We won't have a show on Wednesday.
He just doesn't love us enough, is what you mean.
Yeah, he doesn't love us enough. U of H is his priority.
Other places.
Go Cougs. I get it. Basketball team's great. Big-time recruiting class coming in again for Kelvin Sampson next year. Saw that happening last night on social media. Football team's good. Willie Fritz going to take that team to the promised land, the playoffs at some point. Even if it takes 24 teams to do it, he'll get there.
I felt like
I was on the injured list. I love Willie, though. I was on the injured list the last 2 days. Me and the kiddo. So that's why I was not. I'm always here, basically. I don't ever stop working.
You kind of endangered Jeremy and I, if we're going to be honest here. Because at first
No,
you
that's
told
not-
us, like,
that's
oh,
not
it
fair.
was like food poisoning. And then with the next
That's
thing
what
we
I
know,
thought it was.
The next thing we know, like, your entire family is sick and you spend 2 nights in the ER.
That's 2 times. Yeah, two ER trips in 1 day is what we did yesterday. But to be fair, I didn't think it was a virus when I was at the
Start calling
office.
you super spreader.
I'm also not gonna come to work every single time someone in my family is sick. That's crazy.
Do the
That's
show
impossible.
from home. Do the show. No, I'm fine. I think
that's
Jeremy
fine.
was a little myth, but I'm fine.
1770 says y'all should call it Jeremy or Joe. Good call. Maybe we'll have to make some secondary intros. That would be very funny if we made that before
we
fixed
did used to
the,
have a show called Josh and the Who. We could just bring back a version of that.
That's true. We could do that. But Will Kunkel's here with me today. We're here with you till 6. We'll have Raheel on Monday. I forgot Jeremy was out Tuesday, so Will, if you're available, let me know.
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
But let's talk about some of the stuff
Can I go over air, Will?
No.
Okay.
I just did,
of don't ignore in victory and what you wouldn't in defeat for the Houston Texans. Well, let's start with the maybe the big one at the end of the game because we touched on it briefly. The hook and ladder play, perfectly executed. Cannot believe that happened and nearly cost the Houston Texans the game, Will. That play was nearly a disaster.
You want to talk about air getting sucked out of NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. It went from I believe, 120 decibel level pre-snap to that play happening to, oh my gosh, here we go again. And again, that's another reason that timeout by D'Amico Ryans was so critical and so important because not only did it allow the defense to get their win back, but it allowed the crowd to, get their bearings again and to get back involved in the game because you know how crowds are in general, especially a little bit in Houston. Once the energy's sucked out, it's hard to get it back, and they did to their credit, and it was electric after that timeout, and I thought I couldn't believe they executed that play as well as they did, honestly. I mean, it was perfect.
Oh, I mean, it's a
so
play that
clean.
you dream of drawing that play up to whether you're an offensive coordinator or you're playing in your backyard when you're 12. Like a hook and ladder play is awesome, and they executed it perfectly. And I think they knew they could run a play like that because as the Texans were dominating them, they never really left man coverage most of the game last night. They didn't run a lot of zone, so all their backs are turned in that moment. I thought that was a really good coaching moment by the Buffalo Bills and Joe Brady when he didn't have a lot of bright spots in last night's game, just to recognize that the Texans have been in man. They're not going to change from that. And, I think Josh Allen knew going in, if he saw man coverage, they were going to run the play. If it was in zone, they were going to run something different. But it's just that play would have been a disaster. That would have been the nail in the coffin for the season, to be that's the moment where the season's hopes and dreams died if they would have scored after that play.
I posted it on X after the third quarter. I said, the Texans have they've done everything right. It hasn't been a perfect game, but they've done everything right to dominate this game 75% of the way. Do not let this game get away from you now. Don't give up a touchdown in the final drive. Don't just become completely anemic on the offensive side of the ball. Don't ruin what has been a dominating performance. And it almost happened. It almost was that game. You're we dominated. We absolutely dominated, and we lose. And thankfully, they don't have to say that today, and they get the win because it was that close. And that's another conversation. Do you guys stress with the fact that it was a dominating performance, and yet it came 15 yards away from tie game?
Yes. But, I mean, you would hope that part of that is fixed by CJ coming back, right? because that kind of goes back to the Davis Mills question. If C.J. Stroud plays last night, and obviously this is all speculation, we will never know for sure, but doesn't that feel like a game that would have been put away far before that moment if C.J. had played?
I think so. I do.
think so.
Because the offensive line play was so good. That's why I say that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the offensive line, like, it changes things, but, like, I do feel like last night is just a reflection of the Houston Texans season, but we saw maybe the karma is flipping a little bit. Like, they dominated the Rams. You know, they shut down Matt Stafford in that offense. They lost 14-9. They shut down the Tampa Bay Buccaneers most of that game. They lost 2019 after getting the league. They dominated the Jacksonville game the following week. You know, they lose 17-10. The Broncos game, they went 18-15. Again, they don't let Bo Nix get anything. Last week versus the Titans, like, they have to win by a field goal at the very end. This week's the same. Like, that to me feels just like the book on the Texans season at this point. Like, no matter how good the defense plays, they either a couple times this year have let up a big drive to either tie the game against the Titans, let the Buccaneers take the lead at the end, or, like, you've missed opportunities to close out these games both offensively and defensively. So I would like to think that having C.J. Stroud back changes that. Same thing with the Broncos game. Like, we all kind of penciled in that as a victory if C.J. would not have gotten hurt, but the results early in the season kind of say otherwise. Like, they haven't been able to execute that way.
It seems like this team is almost anemic to go up by 2 scores when they have the ability to do so, whether it's because of the special teams, which, again, we got to get into if the Texans have a special teams problem. And they can't score a touchdown when they're already up by 4. Like, they're about to go. They went, I believe if I have the numbers right, they went from Kalen Bullock's return touchdown to being up 17-10 to being up 13-10 to being down 17-13, I believe it at one point. And then the Texans marched down the field again. But it's just
right before half. Mills
all of that crazy action right before half. I mean, they should have had the touchdown. It was called back. Then the offense can't score a touchdown. They have to settle for a field goal. And then the Bills return a kickoff. We've said this before, and I'll say it again. The Texans have an elite defense, the best in the NFL. It's not good enough to overcome a problematic special teams and an anemic offense. It's not that good. Yeah. The special teams got to figure their crap out, and they got to figure it out quickly. And it's not been bad all year long. It's just that they've allowed too many bust plays. You got to eliminate those bust plays because they've got some boom plays, and outside of those, they've been fine. But you got to eliminate the almost now consistent bust plays, at least one a game at this point.
Yeah, the special teams unit. I mean, to score a touchdown, then to immediately get an interception on Josh Allen on the first play of the drive. That was one picked off that was the tip pass. And then you get a field goal because you don't move the ball as you went through there. 4 plays, 5 yards. 2 of them -7 yards on 2 plays. For the Texans.
They started going backwards.
Yeah, they were going backwards. They got a 12-yard pass, didn't convert there, and then they kicked the field goal, and then immediately they get that kick return touchdown. So instead of it being, potentially 17-9, like you said, it's 16-13 in favor of the Bills. Now the Texans respond there offensively, which is really positive. They go on a 6-play, 75-yard drive, so at least the offense responds in that moment in the second quarter. But they have a special teams problem, and it's been a challenge. This year, specifically on kickoff coverage. And we've seen a mix of teams. We're seeing some teams really struggle with the rule changes. They put it again this year. Like, I think the NFL has accomplished its goal of trying to make off the kick return, more electric like it was in, like, the mid-2000s with Dante Hall and Devin Hester and all those guys. But the Texans have a problem. And Frank Ross, they got to figure that out. And it's something that's not discussed enough for this team, but it's a glaring weakness with the roster.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when you're not good on the margins and you're playing in really tight games, it's magnified. If this offense was scoring 25 points a game, you don't talk about those. You'd all right, we'd like to fix that because by the time we get to the playoffs, we're going to be playing better teams, and it's going to be razor-thin margins. We'd like to fix that by the time we get to December. But now, we got to fix it now. Because you're already playing razor-thin margins, and you're already having to overcome an offense that can't score in the red zone on a consistent basis. Third down, the offense has got to figure out third down. They were horrible last night. Hell of a segue. 2 of 12 17%, dude. That's the type of stuff that when you are also bad on special teams, or at least giving up points on special teams, you can't live that way in the NFL, because that means you're relying on your defense to be historically good, and that's obviously not reasonable to do every single game from here on out.
Yeah, I think that's a good one to point out, because it's like that hasn't mattered with the quarterback, right? Like that's where you can remove the Davis Mills and CJ Stroud part of this conversation and just say this entire year they suck on third down. Like there's no other way to say it. Like they just have not statistically been good enough as a unit on third down this year. To go 2 for 12 as a team in last night's game, like it's just going to bite you. This year, the Texans are 34.46% on third down conversion on offense. They're 51 for 148. And to your point, like banking on the defense, the Texans defense 48 for 141. So your opponent's third down percentage conversion is lower than yours miraculously, but that shows the I guess like the dichotomy of like this team where like you're so bad on one side of the ball on third down conversion, but you're elite at it on the other side. Like, are they going to balance out like more? Like, is the defense going to get worse? Is the offense going to get better? Like, the offense has to get better on third down. Like, that's where it's so clear the things they have to find a way to clean these things up this season. What's red zone? They were 2 for 4 last night for touchdowns and field goals. Like, so it's at least it's 50% last night. But the third down stuff, the red zone stuff, it has to be better if the Texans are actually going to make a playoff push this season. There's no doubt about it.
And what's even worse is that they're that bad on third downs, and they have the fourth most third downs per game in the league with 13.5, just behind Cleveland, the Chargers, and Arizona. Not very good offenses. So you're putting yourself in a position often that you're really bad at, which is not great. And I'm trying to find how many yards on average they're having to face on third down. That I'm very curious, because there were a couple ones that were short yardage downs, and they still couldn't get it. So the excuse that we always hear at the podium is like, we got to be better on first and second downs. We got to be better on first and second downs so that we can be in third and manageable. There's often times where it's third and quite manageable, and they're still not achieving the first down marker.
All right, let's continue this on the other side. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. We'll get to that next year. We'll continue that at least here on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Will Kunkel here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here with you until 6 o'clock. We'll get to some Astros news and notes. The tender, non-tender contracts have come up. We'll get to that in the next segment. Maybe some surprises in there, but we're going through some don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Brian, we haven't got you yet. What you got for me today here for this?
I mean, a lot of them we obviously have mentioned. The second half offense was terrible. The punt return touchdown, terrible. A few other things that I noticed. It feels like the Texans had an inordinate amount of illegal men downfield last night. There was a couple in particular, like Jake Andrews got caught downfield that took away, I think it was like a 12-yard play. I forget who it was to, but that's something that's popped up a few times for them this season. It was just the offensive line overall played pretty well, but for some reason they're struggling with any sort of screen or situation where they have to pause and then get upfield about getting up the field too early. So that was one thing I noticed.
On that note, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the play where Xavier Hutchinson was looking to throw the ball,
yes,
he had a wide open Davis Mills. I think he saw Titus Howard downfield blocking for him.
I was wondering why he pulled it
and did not throw it. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, do not throw it, don't throw it, and he doesn't. And I wonder if that's why, because he had the blocking, and if he did, it's a penalty for illegal man downfield.
I'll also say that was another note that I had. Like, that feels like a moment where Kaylee's getting a little too cute there. Like, they'd had the ball in the red zone. They'd obviously moved it decently to that point. Obviously, in the second half, everything kind of went awry. But, like, why are you pulling out the Xavier Hutchinson pass at that point? Like, you're in the red zone. Woody Marks has been efficient. You know, Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins have had good seasons. Like, why is the Xavier Hutchinson pass the decision Kaylee goes to there?
I'll be honest. I think I
Go
know
ahead,
why.
Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
I think I know why. I think it's because he's awful in the red zone.
Yeah,
It's just,
I agree.
Nick Kaylee is.
I think you get quote too creative when you are doing something well. Like don't go away from it. Don't get too creative. Don't get fancy. They're not doing anything well in the red zone. So
they actually had one of their better red.
They did, but I mean historically, but there were some penalties that kept drives alive. I know they were 2 for 4 in the red zone, and you take that, and no matter how you get there. I just don't have a problem with it because it shows some creativity and like, hey, let's try to figure it out. I like that type of play versus the jet sweep to Nico. Why are we trying to get Nico the ball that way?
Yeah, I just think he just doesn't. Look, he has a chance to keep his job, I think, at this point now going into next season. But it shows in the red zone, like, he hasn't gotten any better. And I think that this is a reflection of coaching, of game plan, that he does not have a plan. And I think you look at the delay of game that they had in the red zone, like, he doesn't have. Yes, exactly. Like, how does that happen? And it's desperation. It's not being inexperienced, and he hasn't been able to find an answer. And it hasn't mattered the situation, whether it's short yardage or first and 7 to go, and like he just doesn't have an answer for what works with this offense. It doesn't matter which quarterback is in. It doesn't matter which running backs you're using. It doesn't matter which wide receivers or tight ends are healthy. Like, he just does not have an answer in the red zone. And that's to me, of all the things that we're discussing with the Houston Texans about last night's game and this season, like, that to me feels like the fatal flaw of this team. And when the season's over, and if the Texans miss the playoffs, that to me is what we're going to look at and say that's the reason why the Texans are not a playoff team, is the fact that they are incapable of converting on 3rd and short, 4th and short, and in the red zone and turning field goals into touchdowns. He just doesn't have a game plan. He doesn't have a bag to go to. And it's not even a bag. It's just he doesn't have the simple things. He can't do the keep it simple, stupid method because there's no keep it simple for him. He's just got no idea what he's doing. And I don't know if he is panicking, but to have a delay a game in the red zone, in a close football game, and it's on you. And it's not like how Josh Allen and the Bills nearly got screwed at one point. Like, I will not ignore that the play clock was totally incorrect at one point in that game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they had issues with the play clock.
Huge problem. Like, they turned that thing on at like 16 seconds.
The building.
Yeah, the building.
Yeah.
But, like, to have a delay a game in the red zone. Like, it's getting the play in, and that's something we have seen since the beginning of the season. It is operation of your play caller to your quarterback to the players. The Texans are bad at that, and it's not gotten better in any situation. And that's why I feel like, isn't that why D'Amico gave up play calling? Was to try to be better in the situation? Like, where is D'Amico in that moment? Not just like screaming into the headset, like, get the play in, because it's unacceptable for that to continue to happen in the way that it has this season.
You know, one thing that does concern me is that when we have these conversations with the Texans play calling and their scheme and their identity, it always kind of comes back to the fact, well, they don't have the talent up front. They're not moving bodies. The offensive line isn't very good. They can't protect the quarterback. Well, last night they allowed 5 pressures, the best all season, and a 16.1 pressure allowed rate, their best since 2023. So the offensive line did their job. The offensive line wasn't good. They were great last night, and there were still some play calling and efficiency conversations that need to happen. And that's what worries me the most, because he's always had this out of the lack of offensive line. That wasn't the case last night. Now, there is the case you have Davis Mills, not C.J. Stroud. So, again, there is, a little bit of a safety net there. But still, if you have the offensive line play like you have, you'd like to see more success than you did.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just one that I don't have any hope that they're going to fix that. I think this offensive line combo they ran out last night, to your point, will be, if healthy, the offensive line the rest of the season. And I think it's the best offensive line they could put out there. Now, we've discussed this, Will, multiple times, especially this last week on the Swarmcast. How did it take this long into the season to realize that this is the best offensive line combo? It's not like Trent Brown was signed 2 weeks ago, but Ed Ingram's been good all year, and Patterson and Howard have been better at left guard than any of the other combinations you've thrown out there. So it feels like they finally have corrected that, at least. And Trent Brown's not perfect, but we saw in pass protection, at least, he's very good in that, and was against Bosa last night. So maybe they fixed one of their problems, and they can start working on the next thing, which, again, you got 9 days before your next game, so maybe they surprise us a little bit with what we see from the red zone and the short yardage situations going forward, with a healthy C.J. Stroud and an offensive line that does seem to be much improved. All right, when we get back, let's talk about the Houston Astros a little bit. We got some contracts tendered, a surprise in the division. We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Affordability, it's the biggest problem in today's car market right now. New vehicles are averaging nearly $48,000, and most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some people are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. You don't want to be in that situation. It's brutal to go into a dealership and find out you're going to have to be paying this thing off for 7 years. Why worry about 7 years? We can go 3 years like you can at D&M Leasing. They solve that problem with the Easy Lease. They offer lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Just go to dmautololeasing.com or call 713-290-1000 so you can get no payments until 2026. And once you get your car, they bring it to your office. They bring it to your work. They'll bring it to you while you're at lunch. And the thing that's great about it, too, they'll take your trade-in from you. So don't have to worry about the hassle of that. They take care of everything for you. Check them out now, dmautololeasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 for no payments until 2026, and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Joe and Will here with you today until 6. We're talking a lot of Texans, but it is the tender deadline today in Major League Baseball. The most interesting one, non-Astros related, I would say, is when the Silver Boot is being played for next year. It will no longer include Adolis Garcia, who is now no longer a member of the Texas Rangers. But the Astros tendered contracts to, I know, it's crazy. Like, maybe backed off on the roids a little bit.
Speaking of, Brady Anderson was named hitting coach for someone today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's his advice? Which needle to use?
I know a guy.
I always love when all the roid players are out there getting hitting coaches, like when McGuire had at Bonds. It's like, what are you telling these guys? I mean, they're great hitters themselves, but they had a little help on the field. But the Astros, they tendered contracts to 11 of their arbitration players. We'll go through those in a second. They also signed Aniel De Los Santos to a 1-year contract for 2026. Taylor Trammell to a 1-year split contract. Both players were eligible for salary arbitration. They officially non-tendered Ramon Urias, who was DFA'd on Tuesday. But they did tender contracts and will go into arbitration with Brian Abreu, the newly acquired Nick Allen, Hunter Brown, Yainer Diaz, Jake Myers, Steven Oker, Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena, Bennett Souza. None of those are surprises. The two surprises here for me that at least I think some fans will be a little shocked on. The first one here, Hayden Wesneski. I was curious what their plan was going to be with him, coming off Tommy John. And obviously they got him in the Kyle Tucker trade. But they're going to go into arbitration with Wesneski. And they also are going to go into arbitration with Jesus Sanchez. And I know that's going to be, I think, a mixed review, Will, for some people. Because some people want to say he was terrible, move on from him. You're penny pinching right now as you're trying to stay below the luxury tax, as we saw with the moving on from both Urias and Dubon. But Jesus Sanchez will go into arbitration with the Houston Astros. Are you surprised by that or any of the other moves there?
I'm not really surprised by any of the moves. This Jesus Sanchez thing's interesting because he's got such boom opportunity and potential. But, man, he's got to be able to square the bat up a little bit and stop swinging and missing. He's got to bring more than obviously what he brought to the Astros last year. I think he's an extra luxury type of outfielder. He's not going to be an everyday outfielder.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's the reason why you bring back Jesus Sanchez is, well, it's two things. It's the fact that they want to stay below the luxury tax has been well reported in the last 24 hours since the Dubon trade happened. But I think it goes to the kind of the bigger picture of the way that they've been discussing very honestly about Cam Smith and that, having to adjust. I was listening to Joe Espada on the Foul Territory podcast with, AJ Przinsky and all those guys the other day, and just talking about the development and having to, the league got the book on him. Now he has to counter back and be a much better player this year. We heard Dana Brown be very honest about Cam Smith. And, if Dubon's gone, who's going to be your right fielder if Cam Smith is not, up to par and developing in the way that you wanted him to be? And I think Jesus Sanchez is the answer for that. And that, to me, is why you kind of had to bring him back. And maybe you change course and change plans, during the offseason if you do find someone that wants to acquire him after you've settled on a contract. But I think that's the right move. If they're not sure about Cam Smith at the moment of what he's going to be in 2026, I think it's the right move to bring him back. And let's talk about saving money. The contract that Dubon got was $6.1 million from the Braves. So they immediately paid him more than what was even projected for what the Astros were going to pay him. So I get why they did it. I don't like the fact that both Urias and Dubon are gone.
It's not done yet. We're not done yet. Yeah,
but I don't have much faith that they're going to spend a lot of money this offseason.
If it goes towards pitching, this is one of those. Let's wait 3 moves down the line to see what we do with this money.
Yeah, I think they have to. It's the Dylan Cease thing is the rumor that's so prevalent, and
no, I don't love that.
Oh, really? I do like Dylan Cease a lot. I think they can fix him and get him to another level.
See, I don't like doing the I agree with you that if someone can fix someone, it's the Astros and their ability to fix pitchers. I just don't like giving money to a guy you got to fix. That's what worries me.
No, I get that for sure, and we'll see what the pitching market looks like. Like there are guys who, and Brandon Woodruff and Shota Imanaga, who both accepted their qualifying offers, which I think surprised at least one of the two teams in that situation. That it's going to it's limiting the quality pitchers out there on the market, and we'll see like what how that affects the Astros' pursuit of Dylan Cease. But I also feel like the Astros need to shed some more money if they're going to pursue a guy that can replace, Framber Valdez in this rotation. And, Justin Verlander, I don't know how you feel, Will. Like, I like the idea of that signing, but we pretty heavily are in agreement on this show, at least for now, that, like you have to spend money and you have to bring two guys in to, make that move if you're going to sign Justin Verlander. It can't just be Justin Verlander.
No, you can't count on Justin Verlander to be your 2. I don't know that he's even your 4 consistently. I have no problem bringing Justin Verlander back for the right number, but he's not going to be healthy all year long. He's not going to be that dog that he has been in the past. He's going to be the back end of your rotation, and you're going to have to pay somebody to come in if you want to replace Framber Valdez. You're not going to replace Framber Valdez because that's what you're giving up. So what you're going to have to do is rely on what you kind of mentioned, someone that you got to fix, or you see something that someone else doesn't in somebody else. That's the kind of game that you're playing when you're pinching pennies or pinching millions with the Astros. And I don't know how they do it. I don't know who that guy is, but they've done it before. So maybe Dylan Cease, if they bring him in, I sit here and say, I don't love it, but I'll trust you because you've done it in the past, most recently with Yusei Kikuchi.
Yeah. Let's go out to the HRP list. Let's go out to Philip. Philip, what's going on?
Hey, guys, you do also have to remember one team's salary dump is another team's bargain relative to signing a free agent. So I could see them move a few of these older or ready prospects like Jacob Melton or Bryce Matthews and try to get somebody like Pablo Lopez from a team that's just trying to dump his salary. And a player like that monetarily will be cheaper than a Dylan Cease on the open market. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's something like that in the works. But the reason I called, the way I see things with the Paredes injury, they're going to need some depth, which is why I don't think Walker's going anywhere. If the plan was, we'll just put Paredes at first, and he may not be ready. So I think ultimately they're going to go in with Paredes on the team whenever he's healthy. But I see him replacing getting all those at-bats Dubon had, which, yes, it's a massive downgrade defensively, but offensively it's a humongous upgrade if you're giving those plate appearances to Paredes coming off the bench, so to speak, and Correa's in there with starting plate appearances at third. And the one thing I could also see in spring training for depth purposes, I'm not saying I would necessarily plan on it in the regular season, but Paredes out and Correa having some position versatility, I wouldn't be surprised in spring training if they play Cam at third some, just to see how he looks as a maybe a third string third baseman to add more versatility and value coming off a bench if he's going to end up platooning with Jesus Sanchez. And then also Correa at second base, see how he looks there in spring. Again, that way it gives you some flexibility. If you have another guy go down like Pena did last year, or Paredes, you can just shuffle guys around to make room. That's kind of what I think that they're planning for, just a theory. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Phil.
Paredes returned last year, didn't he? Like, Paredes is going to be ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
no
issue.
No, they said he wasn't for sure going to be ready for opening day.
Oh.
They said potentially ready. And I think it's just like when you hear that from the Astros, you just don't know what that necessarily is going to.
I can't remember. Did he re-injure himself in September?
No, but he wasn't running very well. So I think it was really just like a heroic effort from Paredes there in the moment.
He's got several months off.
Yeah, but remember the first report was like if he had surgery, it was going to be 4 to 6 months.
Well, I guess if he got
surgery.
work done, that's the different. I guess that's different.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. So let's okay. First one there, Cam Smith at third base. Don't think it's going to happen. I agree with you, Joe, that I don't think he's going to play there, but I don't think he doesn't take some ground balls there during training camp. Like, why not? I think Cam Smith is more likely to be in center field in spring training. Like they mentioned it last year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Jake Myers is back next year. There's been a lot of reports that have suggested they're taking calls on him, and teams are interested in Jake Myers. So
they should be.
I
mean, you can't dump everyone and just expect to reload everywhere. I mean,
I mean, if you move Myers, you're probably requiring, it's some bigger trade, I would imagine, for some kind of starting pitcher. But I would expect more. I don't think we'll see Cam Smith in the infield. I mean, maybe, but that's what Paredes is for. He's your backup third baseman at this point. If Correa were to go down at some point, Paredes is going back to third. I don't think we'll see Correa at second.
What do you think happens? Man, sorry, my brain's going
all
over
over
the place.
No,
with
go
Jeremy
for it.
now, the infield is very convoluted between right now and the future.
So I think the right now is going to be Walker at first, Altuve at second. It's going to be Pena at short, Correa at third. Your DH will be Paredes, and your left fielder will be Yordan Alvarez. But on any given day, that's going to change. You're going to move guys around. We'll see. We've already been told, we'll see Paredes at first base. So maybe that's a day off for Walker or a day where he's, DHing. Most likely a day off so you can, DH either, Altuve or Yordan. But I think we're going to see a lot more Yordan in left field than all of us would want us to see this year because, Nick Allen, while can't hit very well, he was a Gold Glove nominee. So it feels like he's your backup infielder at this point, and that's what they're going to roll with this year. And for the long-term future, I don't know what their shortstop position is. They don't have an answer. It's not Bryce Matthews. He can factor into the second base equation potentially this year if injuries were to, factor in for the Astros. He could probably play shortstop still, but they've moved away from that in the minors. So I think for the now, that's what it looked like. For the long term, Correa is going to be your third baseman. I don't think we're going to see that change anytime soon. So potentially coming out of a lockout, if Correa's there, if Payne is not here, I don't know who their shortstop is.
So what happens?
It feels like it's a gap.
Where do you sit on the fact of how this has been handled with Framber Valdez? You're not going to get anything in return for him. What do you do with Jake Myers? And what do you get in return, if anything, for Jeremy Pena? Because if you're not bringing any three of them back, you better get something back for the two guys you at least are still on your roster.
I think we could see a similar approach to how we saw it play out with Tucker and Framber. Because, I was in the camp of, if you're going to trade Tucker, you might as well trade Framber. That's how I felt last year. And I know I've been kind of anti-Framber at times, but, it's just if you're going to move on from Tucker and get your Cam Smith, why aren't you trading Framber and getting a pitcher that can replace Framber in the future? I didn't like the half measure that the Astros approach was in that moment. And I kind of feel the same way. If you're going to do it, it might be better to move on from Pena or Hunter Brown at some point. I would,
but you've already lost. You can't get anything for Framber now. He's just a free agent.
No, yeah, he's just gone.
That's but they traded. I'm saying, you said the way they.
The way they handled it last offseason, yeah.
Because Kyle Tucker, they traded and got something in return. So the way they handled Kyle and Framber was different.
Yeah, and I didn't like that because these guys are talking about you have your, in theory, your right fielder of the future. You have Isak Paredes, who's under club control, who if you wanted to move him, you could. You have Hayden Wisniewski, who they just tendered today, so who will be back in the plans next year, whether it's in the rotation or in the bullpen potentially, or maybe the year after because he's coming off Tommy John. See how long it takes for him to return. But it's just it's the way the Astros operated for so long of letting guys just walk. I just feel like it wasn't going to be sustainable forever. You've replaced Bregman now with Correa because the team was desperate. So they're in a bind. They don't have a shortstop of the future, I don't think, in the moment. And they have to address that at some point with the guys that are currently on their roster or with spending in free agency potentially next offseason. So this year they're in a bind where they have too many guys, but very quickly they're going to be in a situation where they don't have enough guys, I think, to cover some of the infield spots. So this is and
you can't lose these guys you lost. I agree. Framber for nothing. I didn't have a problem with the Framber. It's a little different only because you had to have him if you were to get to the playoffs. You had to have those 1-2 guys, and if you lost them, you might as well just punt on the season because that was their best aspect, so I understood it, and it didn't work out that way, unfortunately. If I'm Dana Brown, though, I call the Yankees and say, hey, Anthony Volpe sucks. So y'all want Jeremy Pena? Like, make me your best offer right now.
Man, that would. I think a
Does
lot
it
of
have
people
to be
would
the
very
Yankees,
upset.
though?
I know, but
Yes.
like the Yanks are so desperate for it. You want to take advantage of that desperation and get something in return. I don't know what their farm system looks like to make an offer that matters or who you could
Usually
get back.
overrated.
But maybe maybe the Yankees sign Devin Williams and sign an trade type of situation, and you can get him back, and because he was terrible in New York, and maybe he's much better in Houston. Shore up that bullpen. I don't know necessarily, but take advantage of that somehow, some way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it wouldn't shock me if we saw a splash move come from the Astros again this offseason. I'm not anticipating it, but last year at the winter meetings, like, it was quiet for the first day or two, and then all of a sudden the Kyle Tucker stuff, it heated up really, really fast, and then before you knew it, he was a member of the Cubs. The Frommer stuff was hot. It quieted down. So, like, as the winter meetings are starting to get underway here, I think Dana Brown is at them. I think they started today, actually, or at least it looked like Dana Brown was speaking with people there, or they'll be happening in the near future if it wasn't today. We'll see. Like, the Astros could shock us again this offseason. We'll wait and see. They shocked a lot of people, though. We'll discuss that next because I wasn't here yesterday. So let's get back into the Doobie stuff. And there was a meltdown, apparently, it sounds like, that happened this morning. So we'll get to that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Joe George, Will Kunkel. I was out yesterday. Dubon got traded to the Braves, signed a new contract with them pretty much immediately. And the reactions have been interesting, to say the least. I've seen Astros fans on Twitter saying they're done, never going to watch again because Dubon left the team, was traded away, which I think is insanity with the amount of actually like elite players that have left this team, and people keep watching. So I guess Dubon, it does it for people. Doobie does it. But apparently this morning, Will, there was a caller who was not thrilled with the decision made by Dana Brown and the front office to move on from Mauricio Dubon. So let's throw it back to just early this morning, around 7:45 on John and Lance.
I got Andy wants to talk on the radio. What do you say, Andy? What's going on?
Remember our yesterday conversation about Dubon, and I said I thought he batted about 285.
Oh, Dubon, yeah, okay.
When he replaced, I went to look it up, and I found an article in the Chronicle. His first 37 games at second base in 2024, he batted 309 with a 725 OPS.
Yeah, it was a little runny.
309 in 37 games.
Yeah, but we've got all the stats for the entire time in Houston. That's not you found it, and we remember we said, oh yeah, he did do a good job.
No, he was on a roll.
But your assumption that he just needs more than 400 at bats to show who he is. He's had over 400 at bats.
Lance, you're missing my argument. My argument is when he comes to the field every day, for one, he doesn't know if he's starting. For two, if he is starting, he's got to look at what position he plays. But for 37 games, he knew that he was batting leadoff, and he didn't know where he was batting in order. For 37 games, he knew where he was playing, what position he was batting, and he knew he was starting. And when he did that, he batted 307.
In one stretch, he knew where he was playing at times because of injuries this year, too, and he didn't hit that. So, I mean, the only argument I have, I like him.
Every game, Lance.
But you're acting like you can't hit. Hold on a second. You're acting like you can only get hits if you know exactly what position you're playing and exactly where in the lineup you're playing. And that's if you're a major league.
No,
what he is he's Davis. But he's Davis Mills of baseball, which is fine. There's a market for that. There's a market. My only argument against you was that we didn't know who he is, and all he needed was 600 at bats before he really broke out. And I just disagree with that.
No, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I disagree with you not thinking that 37-game stretch shows you a little something, because I was hoping that he was your starting left fielder this year, and they could have kept Altuve at second and put Alvarez at DH where he needs to be.
Listen,
I think the guy can be I think he can be a 280 to a 285 hitter if he's playing every day in the position.
I love the disgust you can hear in their voice as he continues to talk.
Learned.
What a wild argument. 37-game sample size.
It's a 162-game season, bro.
Yeah, and he's been with the Astros for, 3-4 years now?
7 seasons in the bigs.
But we're basing our Dubon argument on 37 games.
But that's wild.
I mean, there's cherry picking, and then there's that. That's even beyond cherry picking. 1 37-game stretch.
And I don't
That's
like
what
that
we're basing the conversation on.
This makes it sound like we don't have appreciation for Mauricio Dubon. We do. He was a phenomenal utility player. He served his purpose well. He's honored his country. Great job. That's it. He's not. What do you want to? You think he's a 280 hitter in his career?
Well, this caller thinks he should be the everyday left fielder.
Bro, that's a wild take.
He's like what? Like a career 85 OPS plus player? That's a below average hitter, and you want to make him the everyday left fielder?
Dude, he hit 241 last year. And forget about the average. A 289 on base percentage. 289 on base percentage.
Sub 300 is,
it's
beyond trash.
He's a negative at bat in every category outside of he doesn't strike out and he puts the bat on ball like that. And that's what you want from that guy. The guy that's in there periodically, just put the bat on ball, don't strike out and be a complete hole. But come on, man. Every day, 162 and left. Come on.
I mean, it's if you look at his 162 game average on a season, like his statistics throughout his career, he's a 257 hitter, 295 OBP, 85 OPS plus. I mean, He's a good player, and like that's what Astros fans like making us do. Like they're making us basically trash a player who like was really good, like in moments for the Astros.
He's a great situational player.
And they're going to miss Dubon this year. Like I feel confident in saying that they're going to miss Dubon when injuries happen. You're going to say, man, having Mauricio Dubon in this moment would be nice. I do not like that Mauricio Dubon is not here just so they can stay under the luxury tax. To penny pinch that much seems crazy to me. And it's the decision they're making. But to have like a meltdown over a guy who hit 241 last year in 398 plate appearances is wild. Like, I don't understand. And you can't use a 37-game sample size. Todd the Show says on Twitch, I can find any sample size for almost any player in baseball and make that argument. Exactly. You can make that argument with every single player.
Look at what Zach Short did in a short period of time.
You can make that. I mean, how badly did Cam Smith finish here? You can make that argument for Cam Smith. Remember how hot he was during like the latter part of June and July?
Bro, take 37 days in anyone's life, and you can make any argument you want.
Yeah, remember the first 37 days of Bregman's career where he had like 2 hits in like in a month?
And like
it's complete cherry picking.
Why is this the hill this guy wants to die on? Is
No
the Mauricio Dubon
I don't get
hill.
why any Astros fans are dying on this hill. Like this is the hill. Be upset about the money part of this. Don't be upset about the player part of this.
Or lose
He's a
your
fine
mind that they
player.
didn't get rid of Fromber. I would disagree, but that they didn't trade him. Like, lose your mind on that. I can at least get on board with that versus I don't. Do you care about the utility guy this much? I understand what he meant to the city during the runs and what he did and how he contributed. And I think that a player like him is almost invaluable during a run in the playoffs because you need that utility. You need that bat on ball in big key moments. And he was good in the clutch, for sure, but not for 162 every day and left. Gee.
Yeah, and if anything, second, if it's going to be every single day. Dubon at second base every day.
That might be the worst part of the take, that he's getting everyday bats and left. A power position, especially when you play half your games at Dyken Park or the short porch. You can afford to have a slow guy out there. Like, that's a power position, and you want to stick Dubon out there, who might have the least amount of power on anybody that's a semi-regular player.
Yeah, it's a strange hill to die on, to say the least. All right, let's get back into the Texans here a little bit. Playoff hopes alive. How alive are they? Let's get into that next. Will Kunkel and Joe George, that's me, here with you on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Will Kunkel here with you. Find us on Twitter at Joe George Radio, at Sacked by BMac. Just search Kunkel on Twitter. You'll find him. That's what Will always says. That's how I know how to find you, Will.
One that matters.
Don't actually ever say your Twitter handle. You just tell me where to type in. Not a lot of Kunkels out there, it seems.
You figure it out. You're smart, dude.
Yeah, don't just type in Joe George. There's like a gajillion of us on Twitter. You'll never find me. I tried to buy just the @Joe George Twitter account. I got rejected. Didn't work.
You tried to buy it?
Yeah, I hit the guy up and I was like, hey, you don't tweet very often.
You're
not on here. You're a teacher in Canada. Can I have this from you? What do you want for it?
Typical Canadian.
I figured like American dollars and Canadian dollars, like maybe work out in my favor. He just ignored me.
What a jerk.
And then eventually he said no, like 6 months later. I was like, oh, okay, that's disappointing. All right, so after last night's game, Will, the Houston Texans sit at 6-5. They're above 500 for the first time this season, and they're seems like now firmly back in the playoff race. If Jacksonville loses this weekend, or I think they play this weekend, but they're right behind Jacksonville. You've got the Chiefs at 5-5, the Ravens at 5-5. So you got this cluster of teams, all within 5-5 to 7-4 if you include the Bills and the Chargers. So each game, it feels like it's swinging a little bit more towards hey, expectations back on to making the playoffs. So where do you stand right now with the Houston Texans and their playoff hopes this season?
Well, I think that as we sit here right now, they're firmly in the hunt, but even more than that. There is a path to still win the division. I don't know that that's likely, and this kind of leads me to my question of how are you approaching this just emotionally? It doesn't really matter what you're rooting for, the Chiefs and Colts game this weekend, but that's a massive game for Texans fans. Are you trying to chase down do you want the Colts to win so that the last game of the season doesn't matter because the division's kind of out of reach but kind of in reach? Or do you want the Chiefs to win because you might be battling for an AFC wildcard spot with them? It's how you approach it, and I think that there are a couple paths to the playoffs because the AFC is not exactly what we thought. I mean, a very heavy quarterback conference, the best. I compare obviously just two conferences, but I mean, you have Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen all fighting for their lives in the playoff hunt right now, and the Texans are very much in it as we speak. Yeah. But I will say this. I think we're going to do this thing that we've been doing all year. They're not going to win the Colts and Chiefs, I don't think. So we're going to go up, and then we're going to go down, then we're going to go up, and then we're going to go down, and then we're going to get to an easy part of the schedule, and it depends what other teams do. There's a lot of standing watching the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think it really starts with kind of just what happens on the field this weekend between the Colts and the Chiefs. If the Chiefs win, then I would be more locked in on looking at the division and saying that's what the Texans can chase down. With 2 games left still versus the Colts on the year, where the Colts also still have to play the 49ers this season, the Seahawks this season. They have another game with Jacksonville this year, or they still have both their games with Jacksonville this year. And Jacksonville's it's been a roller coaster team, so it feels like that looks like a split when I see it. It's can the Colts, is there a crumble that happens if you're not a Daniel Jones believer? I firmly am not a Daniel Jones believer. So, I think the Texans' best path forward, honestly, might still be trying to chase down the division and having to control your own destiny in those 2 Colts games that you've got this year. And I think you can look what you did against Josh Allen last night and what you've done against other quarterbacks this year. You can be a nightmare for Daniel Jones. You can sweep the Colts this year, even though the Colts are 8-2 right now. Their schedule was soft. It's a lower place, schedule. I know it's not a huge game changer, but those games have been played. I just feel like a collapse is on the table for the Colts. So, a texter asked, who would you rather win this weekend? Chiefs beat the Colts or the Colts beat the Chiefs? I'd rather the Chiefs beat the Colts, frankly. I think it sets you up better to chase down the division, and you still have to play the Chiefs yourselves this year. So you still kind of control your own destiny in that path forward as well. But I'm looking at the division and saying, that's what you can go get at this point in the season, because I'm just not a believer in Daniel Jones and not a believer that, no offense to Jonathan Taylor, that a running back can carry a team in which the way he has this entire season with a quarterback who's prone to turn the ball over a lot. It's going to punish them at some point. And if you go back to what we were talking about earlier, if you just get some competent offense, and if the tide is turned with these close games now versus what it was earlier in the season, I think the Texans have a run in front of them because this defense is so elite.
It's possible, and I think that the Colts are better than the Bills. I think their rushing attack in particular is better. Their offensive line is very good, which could neutralize the Texans' pass rush as well and give some Daniel Jones more time than you would like. But I think them not having to force Buckner sets up your offense to maybe have a little bit more success than you normally would. Because if they have to force Buckner, it's one of those games and situations and matchups, which the Texans are a pure matchup team right now. They're not world beaters, but they can beat good teams if the matchup is right, as I mentioned earlier in the show. And the Bills are that team because they are not great up front. Whereas the Titans and Jaguars are not good football teams, but they're good up front. And the Colts, without DeForest Buckner, opens up that door to where if you win that game and the Colts lose this weekend to the Chiefs, I mean, you're in business in the AFC South. I don't know how likely it is. I think if you're, betting which one is your way into the playoffs, it's probably via the wild card. I don't know if the Colts are going to fall off that hard, but they don't have an easy schedule. They got to play the Texans twice, so it's certainly possible. I don't know that it's plausible, but it's certainly possible for this Texans team right now. But they got things to figure out on the offensive side of the ball too.
Yeah, for sure. And I know you know this, and I've been saying this for a while now. Like I think this season, like if you can script it, if you talk about wild card, the Chargers are the team to look for. Like the Chargers play the Raiders. Their next game's on the 30th, so they've got a bye week coming up here. But after the Chargers-Raiders game, the Chargers play the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Cowboys, the Texans, the Broncos. The Chargers without their two tackles and a quarterback in Justin Herbert, who I like but is wildly inconsistent at times. And we saw what just happened in the Jacksonville game. Like, if you can put yourself in position to say that Chargers game in Week 17 is ultimately, like, what's going to be the difference maker for the Texans, that to me is, like, what you should be looking for. You should be looking at that game and be saying, we have to be even with the Chargers at that point to say when the Texans win that game, that they will be able to surpass the Chargers in the playoff standings. Like that to me is for the wild card.
Yeah.
That's the team I think we should be watching on a weekly basis of who is and who is not going to make the playoffs.
But also Bills. Like what happens to the Bills? What happens? Like here are the teams that are ahead of the Texans in the playoff race right now, and it's not obviously including division winners because those guys are automatically going to get in. But the Jaguars, Bills, and Chargers are all and Steelers are all one game ahead of the Texans. So you can either look at it like there's a lot of teams to leapfrog, or there's a lot of teams that can lose a couple games. And I don't think any of us believe that the Steelers are going to win the division. So they're going to fall off. The Ravens are going to win that division. Chargers, Bills, and Jaguars. I definitely see the Jaguars falling out. It's going to be I like the Texans' chance to get in the playoffs, but the route, I'm unsure of.
Yeah, and look, and the odds are slowly changing. Like they're not dramatically changing, but these are very different, obviously, than they were 2 weeks ago. Right now, Vegas has them on this book minus 165. No, they're not going to make the playoffs. It's a sizable bet, that you're going to do it. But to make the playoffs, yes, is only plus 135.
What's to win the division? Does it have that?
Division. I can find division specials.
That's what I'll be most curious at because that brings in the play. Like I'm writing off the Jaguars at this point. I don't know if that's smart, but I am.
The Texans are still right now the betting favorite, minus 135 to finish third in the division. They're plus 165 to finish second, which I would take that bet right now because I think they'll pass Jacksonville whether they make the playoffs or not. And then plus 750 to win the division this year. So Vegas,
that's some great value.
It's interesting. I know Jeremy's got him at plus 600. I might have to jump in here and get him at plus 750 at this point in the season, just because. Again, I don't believe in the Colts. It's just a reflection of Daniel Jones, and we saw last year how it collapsed for Sam Darnold in the end, and he didn't look good in his last game. And I just kind of believe the similar view of Danny Dimes at this point. I just don't think they're going to hold on, and maybe they'll hold on to the division, but I think the Texans will have a real chance to make it very competitive this year. And unfortunately, I think we still be looking back at those first three games of the season and just being like, if you just would have won one of those games, You just get one stop from your defense against Tampa Bay, or if Nico Collins or Dare Gumbawale don't fumble in those other two games, like maybe this season is like those are the moments where it feels like that's why the Texans may not make the playoffs this year. But I mean, we wrote them off early, and it took me a while to even want to have this conversation and do it. But like, you had to beat a real football team, and they accomplished that last night. So like, that's why I'm willing to have this playoff conversation, I think, now versus, at any point this season after they started 0-3.
And I mentioned this earlier in the show as well, that the Texans are a matchup-dependent team when it comes to the high-end teams in the NFL, but they're also a location-dependent team as well. They are clearly a significantly better team at home because of their defense and that noise and what the crowd here in Houston does and what that gives them. You look at the teams that they've beaten on the road, they've beaten Cooper Rush and the Titans on the road this year. They're not exactly a good road team. The team that they've beaten on the road, the best team was 2 years ago in the Bengals. Mm-hmm. They haven't beaten a good team on the road in the last few years, and that's because your offense isn't very good, and that's the issue. So losing those games, to your point, early in the season, not only haunts them in winning the division and possibly making the playoffs, but if they do get in, it takes away one home game, if not two home games, and what you could have done in the playoffs because you're at home and because you rely on that crowd noise. And you could just be, if you get in, it's like, great, let's play Saturday at 3 and lose because you got to go on the road. You don't have the crowd noise. And, damn, if we didn't lose all three of those games to start, we're finally playing good football, but we got to go on the road and we flame out.
Yeah, it's the 3 o'clock Texans window, the Texans Invitational, the 3:05 Saturday wild card game. Definitely feels like it's back on the table, but it's the Texans not hosting it this year, most likely. If they were to make the playoffs, it would be probably, as you're saying, more likely that they would be doing it on the road. All right, it's Friday. Let's have a little fun here. Let's do some Wheel of Bits. Let's get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great food debate? Jeremy being a giant buzzkill? Joe trying to do math? Carry the one, Joe. Carry the one. Or maybe they'll recklessly label people as casuals. Let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's have a food debate.
All right, food debates. Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Will Kunkel filling in for Jeremy Branham today. Will, we are less than a week away from Thanksgiving. Big day for the eaters out there, for everyone. You celebrate with your family. You talk about what you're thankful for. But there's lots of good food. Everyone does a little bit different. So we got 9 Thanksgiving items here for you, and we're gonna eliminate 2. This graphic says 1. We're taking it up a notch because one of them is such an easy knockout for me.
Ooh,
I gotta make
thought
it
the
2
same
for everyone.
thing. I wonder if we'll agree.
What?
So here
Where the hell's
are
this
the
list? It's on the Google
it's on
Doc.
the Google Doc. I'm also gonna read it to you right now. All right, so we got turkey, potato salad, rolls, pies in general, not a specific one, but pies, ham, mac and cheese, stuffing, cranberry sauce, cornbread. So we're going to eliminate 2. Again, it's turkey, potato salad, rolls, pies, ham, mac and cheese, stuffing, cranberry sauce, cornbread. Everyone, easy. 1, 2, 3.
Potato salad.
Potato salad and cranberry crap.
Okay.
What did
All
you
right,
say,
so
Joe? I couldn't hear you.
Cranberry sauce.
Yeah.
Okay.
See ya.
Yeah, I only said 1 for the sake of it, but that would be the second one. I think we're in unison then.
Yeah.
Unless you
I
keep
like
potato salad, Joe.
I like potato salad.
But it just feels out of place.
I like
for
potato salad. I'm not at a picnic, though.
Yeah, like potato salad has like the least Thanksgiving feel of these 9 items. Like I would have baked potato or potato salad when I go to a barbecue place, or like Will said at a picnic. But like it's not a Thanksgiving thing.
I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think
I've
it is.
never seen potato salad at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever. I've never seen that before. Like, I've seen like the like the pasta salad before.
Really? Man, don't invite me to that Thanksgiving. Don't invite me to that one.
Well, that's from a long time ago in a different relationship in a past life.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, congratulations getting out that. So we agree that it's potato salad and cranberry sauce, but I would throw like a dark horse in here. Like, do we need rolls and cornbread? Isn't it one or the other?
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking too, but I feel like. Go ahead, Will.
Well, I was gonna say I like the rolls to soak up the gravy and kind of make a little, like a little, turkey, Thanksgiving sandwich. I love cornbread, but if I have to go 1, I'm going to take the rolls because the rolls give me more versatility.
Yeah.
It's the Mauricio Dubon.
And I think there's
great call.
Another thing in this, like I think when both are at their best, cornbread is better.
Yes.
But rolls have a much higher floor. Like it's hard to have.
Yes.
It's much harder to have a bad roll than it is bad cornbread. Like cornbread, if done poorly, can be the driest thing on the earth.
The roll is just has a purpose on this particular plate. Generally speaking, give me the cornbread every time. I love cornbread.
Much higher ceiling.
But just not on this plate.
Yeah.
I think the only thing with having both of them on this list is because I do feel like it's, I don't know, or is it more split than we realize? Like I do feel like there's people who prefer cornbread, so maybe it's like one of those where you should have both of those things.
Well, the other weird thing
as an option.
The other weird thing with this, I don't know what type of stuffing you guys usually eat, but the one we make at my house is usually a cornbread-based stuffing. So it also would be redundant there, depending on the stuffing that you usually have. Like if you were making a cornbread-based stuffing and then also cornbread and then also rolls, it feels a bit redundant at that point.
Yeah, I just saw something on Twitter that made me. I think it confirms a conspiracy theory that I have. There's do you guys know the Twitter account Sideline Sarah?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure because obviously like the person doesn't look like a real person in the photo.
AI.
And I just looked at my timeline and I'm seeing this person and another radio personality retweet the same thing, and I've been suspicious that this Sideline Sarah is a bot for a
we got
producer
a burner
in the same time slot as us at the flagship.
I
don't know if that's true or not. And I like T-Mill. I don't know T-Mill, but we met once. But I've been having this conspiracy
you think
theory.
Sideline Sarah is a burner for T-Mill?
Maybe not T-Mill specifically, but it is like these 2 retweets are literally back to back. So I've had this conspiracy theory for a while that it's a It's an aggregator account for someone. It's been my conspiracy theory, so I just wanted to point that out there. All right, back to the food debates.
White meat or dark meat?
Dark meat.
Dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to doctor up the white. Like you don't. If you're eating white meat, you have to cover that thing and
especially if you dry it out just a little bit.
Yeah, like you have to cover it in so much gravy or cranberry or whatever you like to make it tolerable. Well, dark meat's good to go.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So what's the replacement for potato salad then? To even make this more of a conversation outside of cranberry. That's what I was thinking. Where's mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes or like a sweet potato casserole. There's so many other options there that would fit.
But isn't mashed potatoes like an absolute Like there's chicken.
Yes.
I mean, chicken. There's turkey, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, and stuffing. Like, aren't those staple? Mac and cheese, I guess, isn't a staple everywhere, but
that's more of the southern thing than I think.
But stuffing,
but.
First of all, the fact y'all don't call it dressing, thank you.
Well,
it depends on how you make it.
Yeah, but it's called stuffing.
But not if you don't actually stuff.
No, it's stuffing. But those are staples, and the fact that mashed potatoes weren't on there is crazy. Do you guys like it with the skins and chunk? I like skins and chunky.
A little bit of the skin. Yeah, I like a little bit of the skin. I don't want – some people will just leave the whole thing on there. I like to kind of stripe the potato where it's like half the skin, but yeah, bit of a tweener there, I guess.
That's why I like Wendy's fries.
Yeah, they leave a little of the skin on.
A little of the skin, yeah. Healthy.
Well, that was the last time we were on the show. We had that debate about French fries.
And we have the least manliest things, which got a firestorm of callers.
Yeah. And some people that are not very thrilled with us, apparently.
Losers.
Over this?
Bunch of beta males.
The manly debates.
Oh, that,
for sure.
The other one I was surprised on, do you guys do turkey and ham?
No, not usually.
No, I do ham for Christmas.
Same.
Turkey, that's what we did growing up.
Ham Christmas.
So my
that's why I was surprised.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was surprised to see that on this list as well because I was like, I feel like I've never seen that.
No, I have seen it, but it's not every. Depends on who's hosting Thanksgiving for my family. Some people, if it's a big Thanksgiving and everybody's coming, they'll make both. But if it's a little bit smaller, it's just the turkey.
So my wife's side of the family, they're all Italian. And they do handmade ravioli soup to start, and Aunt Kathy makes 150 plus, like more than that, probably 450 handmade raviolis for the soup, and that gets things started. And then there's a lasagna, and then there's the turkey, and then the traditional stuff eventually comes out. I mean, it's like a 7-hour day.
That sounds like you're doing Thanksgiving right.
Yeah,
awesome. I got a question here for you, a personal question. Is Aunt Kathy coming to Houston this year?
Sadly, she's not. They're up in Michigan. We got the invite, but with the newborn, we're not traveling quite yet. So
should have brought them here. We
should have flown them in. Yeah.
Can we freeze some and send them to the office for everyone to enjoy?
And then Uncle Doug up there, he's a hunter, so I always get some venison sausage from him. Man, that's the place to eat. Is the Italian?
Well, it sounds like your family does Thanksgiving correctly.
They do indeed.
All right, we'll go to break here. When we go to back, the Texans own Josh Allen. Who are the other teams that own or players that own a team or teams that own a player? You can take it either direction. I know mine. We'll get to that next year when we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up in 2 weeks, we will be hitting the road again for another set of weekend shows at the Sportsbook in LaBerge in Lake Charles. We'll be there for Conference Championship weekend as well. We'll be there for the first round of the college football playoffs because we'll be hanging out in one of their brand new VIP fan cave sections, as should you. Just all you got to do, go to the website, LaBerge's website, click on the Sportsbook. A QR code is going to pop up, and you can sit in one of those sections. And they're absolutely incredible. You got 4 TVs to yourself, so you can mix and match games or turn it into one giant television. And right now and going forward, the restaurant portion of it, really the entire sportsbook, is now open to all ages. So you don't have to worry about that. Going to LaBerge, it's the one place you couldn't go to if you brought your family with you that wasn't 20 and up before. So they've gotten rid of that issue. It doesn't change the environment. A&M fans are crazy there. It's always a good time. They're already prepared. Look, they're prepared. They're stressed about what Black Friday is going to look like this year because you got A&M UT, you got an NFL game going on that morning, other college football games as well. Going to the sportsbook at LaBerge is always a great time, and you can earn rewards on every wager when you use your Pen Play card. Totally free. You just go inside of the casino, you register for it, get a bunch of great perks, get money back, get bets back, all that kind of stuff. And they also, don't forget this, they also offer you a chance to place wagers on all of the Houston area teams at the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Houston Cougars are 8-2, nationally ranked in the top 25, and it's their senior game against TCU this weekend. So come on out early, as they will be honoring their seniors. Tickets start at just $25. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, and wear red. We're going to give away 2 pairs of tickets to 713-780-3776 right now. Speaking of the Cougs, something's happening right now that I'm bothered by. Will, I'm frazzled. I'm not sure how to really handle this.
I'm with you, Joe.
I'm being attacked right now in the Twitch.
Good.
And there's some scumbags at times. Not right now. In the Twitch. Right now it's been mostly good today.
I've never seen Twitch.
You're not missing
right.
anything. Yeah.
Not missing much. But there's someone in the Twitch chat talking trash about me right now.
What a loser.
Huge loser. And says, Joe missed 2 days, and now he's doing the show from home. The Twitch handle here, it says at Jeremy Branham. He's not working today. He's in the Twitch chat. What are we doing, Jeremy?
To be fair, it's
giving
the
us
best show of the week right now. So
I agree. Giving us grief all the time for being online when we're not at work, and he's hanging out here in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, well, this is something.
What is going on?
This is something you're not aware of. But Jeremy, to Joe, to me, to anyone else who's worked with him, if we're ever off and send out a single tweet, he will call us losers for being on the internet when we're off. And now he's in the Twitch chat talking about other people's days off.
You think he's got a headset on?
I don't care.
I mean,
he's
like,
listening
like an
right
Xbox
now.
headset.
Oh, no.
listening to the
Jeremy
show.
doesn't game anymore.
No, he's probably. Jeremy says that wasn't nice, Will. So he's listening. I wasn't sure if he was just in here hanging out in the chat,
Well,
stirring
coming from
things
the guy
up.
that wants Davis Mills to start over CJ.
Oh, did you guys hash that out? Are you guys guys good
you know
now?
what's funny is I think Jeremy and I agree on almost every single thought and opinion we have in the sports world. I've recognized, and he.
How do you feel about that?
You know what? I think he's a genius.
I don't know if it's having you rethink some things.
No, maybe he should.
Brian, is there someone who's been on hold for an hour?
53 minutes, yes.
Who is it?
It's Mike. He wanted to talk about the Texans defense, but yeah, we never got to him.
Mike, I forgot about you. 713-780-3776. Mike, thank you for waiting patiently. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, why you do that to me, man? Waiting.
That's my fault. It's my fault.
I just want to say that I love y'all guys, man, and the Blitz was one of the first ones I got addicted to. Then after that, Killer Bees, and now y'all. But I do want to say that the defense, man, this defense here is elite. It reminds me of the Ravens and Broncos defense back in the days. And I'm not gonna lie, I was a little down on the team this year, but after that game last night, it made me feel a type of way. I had my brother. He went over there to the game yesterday, and he said that the crowd was going real crazy. It was a good atmosphere, and now he wants to go tailgating with me for the Sunday games and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I feel a type of way, and I think if CJ was to come back to all the way he was playing, I think we could make it to the AFC Championship. I mean, I might be a little crazy, but yeah. And yes, I'm the Subway guy. So
I was gonna say, Mike, thank you for the call.
Subway.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate you for saying you had Subway as your number one fast food item. The last time that Will was hosting with us. So thank you for hanging
Mike,
out
are you
with
still
us.
on the phone?
No, do you ask him the
What's his
Thanksgiving
order?
question, though.
Like,
That's
yeah,
a
do
great
you like
question.
crap number 1 or crap number 2, sir?
Yeah, I'm fascinated to know what he would have picked with the Thanksgiving question, given how bad his food takes are.
Now he's probably just thinking, well, I mean, but if he's a Subway guy, I would assume like he celebrates the day after sandwich more than Thanksgiving meal itself, which is elite. It's one of the best parts
Do you
of
think he puts his
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving leftover turkey on a Subway roll?
Oh, probably. Probably goes to Subway,
Get that yoga
orders it
mat
to
in
go.
there.
Yeah, puts it on the yoga mat.
Wrap it and get a yoga mat wrap.
Yeah, that was tough. It was sorry for Mike for making hang out for 53 minutes. Thank you for texting in, outing
What a
yourself as the
stud.
Subway guy,
Do it.
and also alerting me on the text line, which I'm not ignoring. Ryan lost in Texas. I'm also just ignoring you on the text line. But thank you for hanging out with us for that long. All right, and Jeremy, thanks for hanging out and being a great listener. We appreciate you as well. So
Jeremy's a big
the
fan.
que-
Can you get a retweet?
Maybe not. At Jeremy Branham though. Thumbs up. All right. So the question is, how the Texans dominate and own Josh Allen? Will who owns who? What's your when you hear the question of which team owns another player, which player owns another team? It could be player on player crime. We've gotten here from the text line. Manning owns Brady. Curry owning the Rockets. What do you think of immediately when you hear that?
Astros and Yankees. Astros owning the Yankees.
Good call.
Great call.
In the biggest moments as well.
That wasn't the
Scandal
first one that came to mind, but that's a great one.
Yeah.
I think
the
it's
first
a
one
great
that came
one.
to mind for me was unfortunately on the wrong side of this for Houston, but the Warriors and the Rockets.
Yeah,
Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah.
5 playoff series the Rockets have lost to a Steph Curry-led Warriors team? Or it's at least 4. God, the last one was really tough with the 7-game series. but-
USA versus the World War II champs back to back. World War I
True.
and
I
World
thought you
War
were
II.
going. I thought you were going Dream
Great
Team,
call.
but you went World
Nope.
Wars.
I think that's Will. I love that
I mean,
answer
we
so
are
much.
back
Thank
to
you.
back World War champions.
Felt like I should
And if
start
we have to
playing
go for a
Proud to be
third,
American.
Yeah, bring it
Heavy
on.
heavy
Let's go.
favorite.
We're back now.
Heavy favorite for
Minus
World War III.
300.
Whatever happens.
Yeah, minus 10 grand now.
Okay, look, this is.
You know
I try
yours,
not
Joe.
to. Yeah, because I got to see it this weekend.
It's Aaron Rodgers and.
Yeah,
the
I
Bears.
need Aaron Rodgers to play this weekend. Like I need air. I
Do
need
you,
Caleb
though?
Williams.
What if
yeah,
it goes
yeah.
poorly?
Then fine. But
That
like
would be awesome.
Caleb getting that win last year at Lambeau was so relieving to see that happen. I need Caleb to beat Aaron Rodgers this weekend. And you know what? The last time a former Packers quarterback was on his third team and played against the Bears, Corey Wooten ended Brett Favre's career.
Corey Wooten, Northwestern.
Yeah, he crushed Brett Favre. He hurt him, took him out the game. But yeah, I need because Aaron Rodgers, he owns the Bears. So I desperately need it. I need a Caleb Williams victory over Aaron Rodgers this weekend.
Are you on the Caleb Williams train right now? How are you feeling?
Oh yeah, I feel great. I'm a little envious of Drake May, but I feel very good about Caleb Williams right now.
What is your take? So, by the way, Jeremy brought this up on the show yesterday. Cam Newton came out and said that Drake May is fool's gold. Bro, what am I missing with that dumbass take?
I think it's okay. There's two parts to this. One, you can look at this. You can look at it logically, which I don't think Cam Newton is.
Yeah, big logical thinker guy.
And say it's the schedule, right? He hasn't really been tested this year with great opponents. Like,
I mean, okay, I don't mean he's fool's gold.
No, but like, how would I'd be curious if let's say the Texans are the 7th seed. You know who's their first round matchup right now would be the New England Patriots, who I guess you could also put in this category of teams that own other teams. Would be the Patriots owning the Texans, especially since the Jackets that occurred. I think it's mostly a personal take because he took shots at Cam Newton, what television show he's on.
Well, that was in response.
That was in response.
Oh, that was in response?
Yeah. Cam took the first shot.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Cam Newton's follow-up.
You did remind me of another ownership. We have to throw in Ravens of the Texans.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's over now.
Yeah, well,
they got their first dub.
They beat Cooper Rush.
Doesn't matter.
I don't think we can say ownership has been
Wins
canceled.
a win.
Fine, how about Texans over Cooper Rush?
I think the world over Cooper Rush.
How about the Texans and the Bills in Houston? The Bills have never won in Houston.
That's the genesis of this, yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's okay. I don't know. Like, I don't get the Cam Newton stuff, honestly.
I don't either.
I think his takes are
like maybe he ends up being right. Maybe Drake May doesn't end up being a great quarterback. I don't think necessarily that's the case, but to say that he's basing it on something, there's nothing that says in the film right now that Drake May isn't good.
It's not like he's out here passing for like Davis Mills 153 in every win. It's not like he's having his hand held by the defense and a loaded receiving core to basically carry Drake May to these victories. Like he's got a bunch of wide receiver 2s and 3s, but there's no alpha in that wide receiver room. He's lifting them up more than the team is lifting him up.
And his ratings are consistently in the 100 pluses. Like he's been arguably he's going to get votes for the MVP, barring a collapse.
Yeah, not first.
I mean,
I think Stafford wins, but he's going to be.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's going to win it. I'm just mean like he's in that
3.
Conversation of top 5 MVP vote getters.
I think even top 3 probably.
So if you're top 3 MVP guy, you're all of a sudden a fool's gold. Come on, his game lends itself to the NFL. Someone that's fool's gold. I mentioned this yesterday is Jackson Dart. That dude doesn't play within a system. He's reckless as all heck. Like that guy is just all emotion and like fun to watch right now. I don't think it lasts.
Yeah, I think it's look. I mean, you have like Jaden Daniels has obviously fallen off this year. A lot of that's injury though, right? And Bo Nix hasn't been as good as last year as he was much better last year. So like maybe he thinks the sophomore slump is really going to be next year for Drake May, but I don't get it. Like to me, Drake May looks like the quarterback of that draft class that's going to be the best one by a mile. And I'm firmly a believer in Caleb Williams and like what he's doing. And he's tied the record for quarterbacks through at this point in his career with comeback wins. And I really like Jaden Daniels. And I think Bo Nix has some chance to be good, but I'm not as much a believer in him. But, like, Drake May to me is so far clearly the guy of that draft class. I'm surprised anyone's wanting to put that take out there. It just feels like a take in which you're trying to be a contrarian just to be a contrarian.
And if you want to have that take, by all means have it. But be educational in the take and break down some film and what you see versus, nah, man, he's going to be fool's gold. Why? I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. Like, hey, come on, educate us. Let us know why. Break it down. You're the quarterback. You're a former MVP. Tell us why.
Let's see. 8459 says the Jets own the Texans. That's kind of a weird one, but it's not.
It's not inaccurate. I can't, I'm trying to think of the win. I know the Texans have beat the Jets, but I think the Jets own the record. A series record,
Mike,
that is.
Mike, the Subway guy, says.
Subway Mike?
Subway Mike says broccoli, cheese, and rice are his go-to for Thanksgiving.
Bro, this dude's an idiot.
Don't say that about Mike. We like Mike. He was on hold for 53 minutes.
Okay, so first of all, I actually don't hate broccoli, cheese, and rice, but it's like out of all the food options, Mike.
Yeah, it's not the number one.
Bro,
it's not the number one, but it's on the table.
I can't have enough respect for Mike for holding for us, and I think he's a good man. He's just a flawed individual.
Yeah, flawed food takes.
My heavens.
Mike, probably not going to go to dinner with you, but if you ever want to grab a beer, come by a remote. Maybe our next one at East River 9 on December 5th. But not sure we're going to be grabbing a bite afterwards. All right, let's take our final break here of the day. When we get back, we'll do our junkie of the day. That's all coming up next year. Joe and Will. Will's filling in for Jeremy here. He was hanging out in the Twitch chat because he's bored with his life. Here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Affordability, it's the biggest problem in today's car market. Cars are $48,000. You got these 7-year loans. They're high payments. You're never getting out of that thing. By the time you do, the car is not worth squat. You're getting the negative equity. All of it is bad. That's why you should be going to our friends at D&M Leasing. They solve that problem, all those problems, with the easy lease. Lower monthly payments, no money down terms. That makes sense. And here's the best part, too. If you don't know what goes into the leasing process, they're going to walk you through it. They have all these leasing agents, but you're going to work with one person, and they're going to go from the beginning to the end, what it looks like, why it's different, what's the right car for you, what's the right lease length for you. They'll go, as I die here, they'll go over your mileage issues that you've been having. Like if you are driving a ton, what's the right kind of lease? They will go through all of it at D&M Leasing. Just go to dmautololeasing.com, or you can call 713-290-1000 and get no payments until 2026. Again, that's dmautololeasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, final segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Will Kunkel and BMAC back producing as always. Before we get to Junkie of the Day, Jeremy's not here to explain why
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
Typically believe things that are reported by Diana Rossini. However, I do find this report very interesting. She says, breaking, 15 months after signing a 4-year, $120 million extension, Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers appear headed towards a divorce. They have voided his future guarantees because he has failed, apparently, according to her reporting, to attend meetings, declined to participate in other team activities in recent months. Both the 49ers and Ayuk's team have declined to comment, but it seems as if Brandon Ayuk, who, I don't know, it was kind of spicy before he signed his contract, might be available this offseason. Probably not to the Houston Texans, but I find that very interesting, Will, to see a big contract just signed and a divorce
a lot over there
already happening.
Isn't that weird? And where you think there's a lot of love for each other in the organization, like Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, like just a lot of kind of like tension when it comes to the contract negotiations.
Yeah, it seems like Shanahan has a quick trigger as far as putting people into his doghouse.
Yeah, and it's hard to get out of it.
Ayuk was in his doghouse like prior to even getting this monster contract. He worked his way out, had a big season a couple years ago, but seemingly is right back into it with his lack of attentiveness.
Yeah, so Brandon Ayuk might be one of the best free agents available this offseason. But also, I think they show up like I'm getting him and Deebo confused about which one showed up kind of fat in the offseason.
Yeah, that was Deebo.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of these unhappy 49ers wide receivers. All right, let's get to our that's kind of mean.
Well,
Fair,
you don't care.
but
He's
mean.
a Packer.
I know. But he was a chunky man, but another guy who crushed the Bears. All right, let's get to our junkie of the day. Brian, you want to kick us off today?
Sure. There's a couple of great promotions going on in college football this week, and one of them actually happened a couple of days ago during the MACtion. But Rice University of North Texas giving out free beer to the students at Rice Stadium this weekend.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes, how the nerds at Rice get down, but trying to create a raucous environment for North Texas, who's got a pretty good chance to get into the playoff. And the other one, the one that's unfortunately already passed, so we can't go out and enjoy it. But at the Buffalo game, MACtion the other night, they had a meat raffle all throughout their game. Like you go like TV timeout by TV timeout. There was chicken and sausage given out. There was ribeye steaks, chicken wings. They had a homemade Italian sausage, New York strips. Just like you find this list, and they were just giving out tons of these big packs of meat in the raffles during the game. And
That's
I
awesome.
love MACtion. It's so good.
That's amazing.
Will, your junkie of the day?
Adelise Garcia getting
good call
by the Rangers. I mean, damn, bro.
My junkie of the day nomination. Apparently, there is an end in sight. The firm stance of Lane Kiffin, give us an answer, is on the way. We just got to wait 7 days for it because apparently Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin are going to make an announcement the day after the Egg Bowl about what the future is for Lane Kiffin. So if he's leaving, we will know after they play Mississippi State. If he's staying, we will know the day after he's playing Mississippi State.
Feels like we know that he's leaving then. Because if he was staying, why would you delay an announcement that he's staying?
Where do you go that you're going to get more than what you have at Ole Miss, including
LSU,
like if he has the happiness and like if he enjoys where he is? I just Kelvin Sampson talked to me about that on my show, Kicking It with Kunko, about like I don't want to go anywhere else. And he's older, I get it. But like when you have success and you have that happiness and you enjoy it, like stop trading up all the time or what you perceive to be a trade up.
I don't think he's happy at all.
Maybe not.
Yeah. I think we'll be getting an announcement. He's taking one of those jobs, and we'll see how.
That's fascinating with the playoff because barring a collapse, they're in.
Yep, and like will the committee punish Ole Miss for losing their head coach?
I mean,
and
they shouldn't, but
much of their staff, what if the OC and the DC are like, peace, we're going with Lane to Baton Rouge, and we're gonna be saying go Tigers next year. Like, I don't know how you don't drop them in the rankings to at least like maybe make them play on the road instead of giving them a home playoff game. But like this will be like one of the first real tests of like what the College Football Playoff Committee is going to do, because between that and maybe like a North Texas or a Tulane job could be in a very similar situation with their coach leaving. It's going to be fascinating. All right, that will do it for us. Will, tell the people where they can find you.
You can find me on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel, and then, of course, just type in Kunkel on all the social media apps, and you'll find me.
And don't forget Swarmcast.
Swarm!
We'll be off next week for the holidays. This show will be back on Monday. We'll be here with you Monday and Tuesday from 3 to 6. Our Thanksgiving will start on Wednesday. John and Lance and Dell, they're going to work on Wednesday, though. So that will do it for us this weekend. Enjoy your weekend of non-Texans football, but enjoy the college football action as well. Thanks for listening, watching, annoying Jeremy on Twitch. We will talk to you guys on Monday. Peace.